Naruto, Saga of Tanya the Kunoichi. Chapter 1, Prologue. The Devil of Konoha. The glowing red demon-like eyes behind the mask locked onto the target below. Flood of red chakra of Kyubi flows inside her body, through her hands, conducting into the unknown metal and engraved seals of Azura Mk2. The dark red chakra tide covers her entire body, forming skeletal frames along her limbs and torso of a fox covering her. The seven tails represented by bundle of her hair form a claw, gathering negative and positive energy, collides and coalesces, condense, and rapidly spin at the end of the chakra gun. Blinding red light, akin to a bloody star emanating unimaginable power, stands clear among the night sky. The guard standing by on the ground finally noticed the red light in the sky, as if there's a weird, unusually bright star against the night sky which is out of ordinary. What is that? However, before he can inform anyone or figure it out. Bijou Resonant. Bijou spiraling bullet. The condensed mass of chakra launched through the air. The red light seemingly slowly approaches the observer. But in few blinks the red light already covered all of his vision. As it landed, for a second it hit a translucent barrier, as it's a mere paper it shatters like glass on contact. The condensed mass of energy exploded in the next split second. Red light envelop everything, destroying and crumbling everything into dust by the second. Boom. The entire communication center is completely annihilated, leaving a 100 meters radius gully in its stead. Trees and ground shook in that moment as the explosion subsides. Silence ensues as the rest of the members of Special Aerial Shinobi Unit Tengu watches in awe. Captain is really powerful, the barrier is completely useless. Hawk said in almost reverence, looking at their captain still in the sky, the one with moniker Fairy, or more known as the Devil by enemy of Hidden Leaf. Fairy flies down to meet her team members, waiting for confirmation from their sensor. After seconds of silence, Rabbit appears beside their captain. All signs of chakra disappeared. All targets were annihilated. Fairy let out a smile behind the mask. Another mission completed. Let's get back. Yes, Captain, the others replied. The team gather in circle, each in formation and in contact. Flying Raijin. The team immediately disappear like the wind, reappearing in a hall. I should see what that brat is doing later. It's been some time since I checked on him. Tanya grumbled inside. Wondering if he's causing trouble on the battlefield, again, and would cause her reputation as his supposed sister to fall and would affect her overall position and chance to rise. Danzo had already advised her to keep an eye out for him and she's afraid she somewhat failed to do that, even though she had tried her best. Putting him aside. I will get it this time. A laid-back position in the upper echelon, and enjoy this life leisurely. Cursed being X, just you wait and see. Tsuyu is already calculating how her performance would be evaluated by Danzo-sama. Danzo read the mission report, revealing a rare smile for her student and loyal subordinate. Hiruzen, watch me from the Pure Land as I do what you couldn't. With the Jinchuriki under me, I will lead the village to its glory. The story of Tanya von Degurechaff in her third life, now Tsuyu Uzumaki, the twin sister of the original protagonist Naruto, has only begun. Chapter 2, Rebirth into Shinobi World. Damned being X. Tanya von Degurechaff, a soldier of the Empire, received a fatal blow from an enemy. My consciousness fading as I fell from the sky. Ah. This is it then. To cease to exist. Logically speaking, it is better than hell. Tanya is sure being X is capable of sending her to hell, or a torture chamber, if being X is sadistic that is. But that being said, it would be my last reincarnation and what awaits me in complete annihilation. While I cannot say I am grateful, but I am aware of concept of hell and it is definitely something I feared becoming reality, and I know being X who can send my soul to another world, can stop even time, or at least control my senses and consciousness and therefore my perception of pain too, is capable of sending me to such a place or illusion and make me suffer endless torment. Therefore, completely non-existing is a good outcome compared to the possible worst that being X or other so-called claimed deities could have done to me. And I find solace in the fact that being X failed to gain my recognition as a god, and that I didn't lose in that matter even till the end, even in my death and my utter annihilation. My consciousness finally faded as I let out my last breath. I realize I am conscious now, as if I had just awakened from a long deep slumber. Even if it's all dark. Did I somehow survive? I am sure half of my body was utterly destroyed to pieces. Or did they somehow save my upper half and did something to it and now I am alive like a certain cyborg story? Oh. Right. Why would I think being X would let me off easily? Perhaps once again he did something and I am alive somehow. Once again, proving how hard he had to try to gain my faith. And that he needs or even wants it proves he can't be the entity called God, who's supposed to be omniscient and omnipresent, all-powerful and mighty, shouldn't need nor want my or anyone's faith. After a long time being in the dark, I finally regained some sense of bodily movement. Just a little. It's as if I have a body, but they refuse to move as much. I am quite confused as to what my current predicament is exactly. Now, after contemplation, I realized what's going on. Another proof of being X cannot be the so-called God he claimed to be. What God has to resort to deception? I am now aware that I have once again reincarnated. I remember this feeling during my second life and can tell I am inside the womb of my new mother. Where is the claimed complete destruction of my soul? If being X really wants my faith, he's doing a bad job at it. I don't have to explain any more why being X is definitely not God. Cursed being X. The day arrives as I am finally able to see the world. Cries of a baby filled the room. Of course, not mine. I recognize the sound from the other side. Both of them are born healthy, the medic Neen exclaimed in joy. Kushina shed tears of relief and happiness as the twin was delivered too. However, the medic Neen turned to a frown. Oh no, why isn't she crying? The Neen look at baby Tanya whose eyes are already open and seemingly locking eyes with her. I suppose I should act accordingly. Tanya swallowed the useless pride as an adult to make a fake baby cry. Yuwa. Yuaya. The medic Neen let out a sigh of relief. She had just planned to slap the babies but Tanya was spared a spanking. Minato looks at both of their children, having a son and a daughter. He felt surprised and happy at the same time. I am a father of two. He muttered as he wiped the tears almost falling off his eyes. Minato approaches to see his daughter, but once again the Neen ignored him and went to give the newborn Tanya to the red-haired woman, Kushina. Kushina turned her gaze from baby Naruto at her side to Tanya placed on the other. Tsuyu. I get to see you too finally. Kushina looks at the baby who's almost similar to Naruto. The blue eyes, blonde hair like Minato, and the barely visible whiskers on her cheeks. She feels so happy seeing their children. Tanya in her mind is looking around and assessing her situation. The good thing is she had parents this time. As for the language being the familiar Japanese, it brings nostalgia. But what's peculiar is the fact that whatever her place of birth is, it doesn't seem like a typical hospital. Is this a backward world I reincarnated into? Tanya can't bend or move her head much to see more, especially with the clothes wrapping her. She heard the cry of a baby that's been annoying her for a long time now, and it's her twin sibling Naruto from what she can get through the conversations. That's something new, definitely. As for what she expects, she doesn't think having a sibling is of any relevance to her goal. In her previous life, there's nothing worth talking about the first few years. But it's especially hell during the first year as a helpless baby that can't even control their own excretion, unable to form any meaningful communication, unable to move or explore anything new, and basically subjected to a white room torture but to a lesser extent. The two medic Neen went to take Tanya and Naruto away while Minato would close the weakened seal. Just as my mind is trying to mentally prepare for the coming monotonous day as a baby, my soul feels incoming danger and fear of death strikes all of my senses. I heard screams and the sound of flesh cut with spurting blood all of a sudden. The terrifying presence catching my body just as the person carrying me fell dead. Lady Biwako. Taji, Minato called in shock seeing the two medical Neen fell in an instant. The man in an ominous mask held both the babies in one hand, holding onto the cloths wrapping them. Tanya is screaming and cursing being X right now. Though it may sound like a baby crying. She looks at the sharp blade pointed at her neck, feeling death is already close to her, again. I had just been reborn. And I am just a baby. That cursed be. Tanya has never entered such a ridiculous situation before even in her past two lives. Being X really takes it up to another whole level. How did he get past the barrier? Minato inspected the opponent, already readying his kunai inscribed with flying rage and seal. Madara places the kunai closer to the babies, threatening Minato. Fourth Hokage Minato. Get away from the Jinchuriki now, he said in deep threatening voice. Otherwise their lives would end. Minato looked at the masked men, trying to figure out as much as he could on what to do in this situation. Ah! Kushina screamed. The seal is constantly weakening as symbols spread across her cheeks. Kushina! Minato shouted in panic. Tanya is observing everything, trying to understand and comprehend what kind of situation she is in. Madara spoke again, get away from the Jinchuriki. Unless you want to see your children dead. Wait. Calm down. I am as calm as I can be. Madara snorted. Madara just tosses the two babies into the air. Tanya cursed being X like a mantra. Minato threw a kunai to the ceiling close to them, and instantly teleported to catch them both. Tanya is both shocked and amazed after comprehending what happened. Instantaneous movement, teleportation. Even in her previous world with mana and magic, this is not possible yet. She felt a little secure with such a reliable father that can use such powerful magic. Now what will you do for that? Madara said in disdain as he made a hand seal. ZZZTTT. The exploding tag stuck on both Tanya and Naruto is triggering. Minato with his Godspeed reaction unwraps the cloth wrapping them, teleports away, and tosses the bombs and protects both of them. Minato cushioned the impact with his body, injuring his leg with a splinter to protect his children. Tanya just realized that the masked man had just placed bombs on her, a baby, and felt it can never get more outrageous. This is a war crime. It's worse than a war crime. Minato teleported along with them to their home, placing Tanya and Naruto on the bed. You will be safe here. Wait for me and mother, okay? Minato said with soothing words, tucking the blanket onto them. Naruto crying subsided with Minato's words. Minato looks at Tsuyu who's locking eyes with him. As if his daughter is analyzing him. It seems my daughter is a smart one. And not scared. Minato smiled, noticing the intelligent gleam in her eyes. I feel like you can understand me. Minato said jokingly, seeing her daughter looking at him so intently. His face turned serious as he disappears with flying Raijin, on the way to save Kushina. After some time, Minato suddenly appears again with Kushina in arms. Tanya is getting used to the sudden disappearance and appearance. However, she sees how her mother is seemingly injured or weak. She had the foreboding feelings. Tanya looks at her mother who is laid next to them. Her hand stretching, trying to hold onto both of them. Those eyes. Tanya can sense it. That her mother's life is coming to an end. It would be a lie that she doesn't feel bitter. But more because of the inconveniences that would be coming. Minato then turned to the cabinet nearby, wearing his Hokage cloak. I will be coming back. Minato disappears. And just then, the ground and walls trembled. Roar of what I can only equate to a monster reaches my ear and causes my scalp to tingle. My twin brother let out a cry, feeling the same dread. I can't bother about Naruto's hand gripping onto my arm because what the hell is that sound? The roar keeps reverberating in the air. The ground keeps shaking. It's as if a monster out there is causing massive destruction nearby. Kushina is holding onto them both, wanting to feel both of them before her life gives out. Tanya felt a sense of pity for her mother. But it's not like she can do anything about it. She tried to muster her mana like she used to do in previous life, but she can't. It's as if she doesn't have any at all. She even began to think that even if she died again so soon, actually, it wasn't that bad to have a reset and reincarnate for the fourth time. Tanya had some sense of calm and clarity thinking that way. The destruction outside seemingly coming closer and closer, with the roaring louder and louder. And Tanya can feel the monster outside is right outside and will probably kill them right at the moment. Just then Minato teleported in and snatched them away, teleported out before the claws of Nine Tails destroyed their home. Tanya felt dizziness for a second and adjusted to her surrounding. She finally gets to see the monster. An orange fox-skinned Godzilla with 9 tails, rampaging and destroying everything. Her mind shook again, cursing being X like a mantra. With much complications and drama like in the original Naruto show, Minato eventually uses Death Reaper Seal to take in half of Kurama, and instead of taking it into his belly he decides to entrust it to her daughter. His guts tells him he can trust her with the Een half of Kurama. The clarity and intelligence in Tsuyu's eyes tells him she will be able to control the more evil part of Kurama. Using 8 trigram seals, he sealed Een Kurama into Tsuyu, adding his own and Kushina's chakra to be able to convey his will to her in the future. Kurama's felt rage, having half of himself split from him, and pointed his claw to Tsuyu on the altar. Like a skewer, their parents were pierced through. Tanya is baffled at how outrageous everything is. She understands her father had just sealed the power of the clearly evil and dangerous fox monster the size of Godzilla into her body. She had just thought her father was a reliable man, but now she only wants to curse him. How could you do this to your own child? I don't want it. But her cries fall to deaf ears. Who knew if she would one day get taken over or burst open from having that monster inside of her? The other half of Yon Kurama, Minato entrusted it to Naruto. Being X. I have to say, you overdone yourself. Tanya said in resignation. Wondering if things can get any worse. I just want a peaceful leisurely life, is it so hard? Chapter 3, New Home. Orphanage of Konoha. It's been 4 years since the night of the Kyubi attack. These past 4 years can only be said as dull, repeating the same thing as usual, and pretending to act like a normal child at the very least. I had come to understand the world I live in now, with soldiers called shinobi that can utilize a source of power called chakra to create various jutsus. I equate them to how I had used mana and magic in previous life. Also, for now that monster sealed inside of me and my brother seems to be inactive, and there's no sign of them even being there as far as I felt. At the very least I can almost forget that the 9-tailed foxzilla is in fact inside of my body. Tsuchan. Come on. Stop reading and join me, Naruto screamed into my face in his giddy posture and pouty face. My brother, as usual, somehow always tries to bother me despite my effort to not indulge in his antiques all these years. Nisan, you can always play with Nawako and Tenji. I prefer reading. I don't even bother to look at Naruto, continuing my read on Socioeconomic of the Land of Fire in my hands. Thankfully for my request, they at least are decent enough to always bring new books to the orphanage from the village library. So my stay wasn't so bad at all, except that I want better food and have my own personal space away from these noisy annoying brats, especially for my own blood sibling that seemingly has infinite energy to jump around here all day and try to bother me continuously. Tsuchan is so boring. Naruto heads off with the other kids to play. Author note, older siblings at times would call their younger ones with short form adding chan at the end. I look out the window and see Naruto throwing colorful shuriken and kunai toys to practice targets along with his friends, competing with each other. Yashaa. Bullseye, Naruto jumped in excitement. Yes, throwing imitation of what's supposed to be weapons that could kill as a game for children. This world, or at least this military-centered village, is trying to raise soldiers from these systematic approaches. Glorifying war and soldiers as fighting for the village or nation and serving as heroes. Tanya returned her gaze from Naruto to the book. Shinobi is basically the main fighting force and soldier of the land. And all of the soldiers are mainly centered around one single center, a hidden village with its own independent management from the rest of the Land of Fire. Hokage, or what I would equate to highest general of the armies, is the one managing the village along with Konoha council or advisors of the Hokage. The main income of the village comes from commissions, doing mercenary works coming from clients all over the Land of Fire, and funds received directly from the daimyo. As for how one becomes Hokage, its merits and reputation as far as I understand. From the first Hokage to the late fourth, all of them had achievements to their name in wars and so-called peace that's achieved eventually. Although I do not know the details, it's mentioned about how much they contribute from the books I read. In short, meritocracy. Nono, the director of the orphanage, read the letter from the third Hokage Hiruzen, stating that from now Tsuyu and Naruto would end their stay and live on their own. Nono, as an ex-member of ANBU, knows their status is special, and ANBU is constantly watching them. Even if she does know the specifics, but she knew the importance of the two when Hiruzen personally handed the siblings to her 4 years ago. In the evening the children gathered around the table. Even though the food lacked variety, the stale bread and soup with pieces of meal still filled my belly. Nono spoke. Naruto, Tsuyu, tomorrow you too. She hesitated for a moment, looking at Naruto, who's only a 4 years old child. She somehow wasn't worried about Tsuyu, feeling reassured over her independence from her observation. What is it, mother? Naruto raised his head to speak despite his full mouth. You two will live on your own from tomorrow onwards. You two have grown up and can be independent. But why? Don't worry, Naruto, you two will be given everything to live on your own. Besides, you can always visit. And you two can get a room on your own. Nono tries to reassure Naruto with a smile. Naruto nods, thinking that he still can visit, so it wasn't that different at all. He still can come and play. Tanya is thinking over the information. She does prefer having her own space, and she had long wanted to get away from the brats. But letting a 4-year-old living on their own without any guardian is definitely not normal even for a military village. But she's sure it is connected to their status as the ones who contained the 9-tailed fox. She also knows that the details are kept a secret from everyone, and probably only the higher-ups of Konoha knew of the matter. I understand, mother. Tanya spoke short words. Take care of your brother Tsuyu. Tsuyu nods. Naruto, however, seems a little annoyed. I don't need my little sister to take care of me. I can take care of myself. I am the brother. Nono chuckled. Naruto, Tsuyu has always been more mature compared to you. At times I wonder if they were mistaken about who's the older sibling, but then you two are twins. Naruto grumbled, not liking to be seen as immature compared to his little sister. For him, his sister is just boring and bland. No fun at all. The next morning comes. Naruto said goodbye shortly to his friends, promising to always visit to play. It's not a goodbye per se, since they could always just visit as they are still within the same village. The siblings were led to a seemingly old apartment complex in the village with 4 floors. Taking a look inside, it is well furnished with basic appliances and furniture. There's 2 separate bedrooms for herself and his brother. The toilet is shared by the connecting room between our bedrooms. Haha. We get our own house and room. I love this. Naruto said in excitement as he jumped into the bed, rolling around it. It does feel better. Finally I can breathe, Tanya commented, agreeing with Naruto for once. After settling down, Tanya took the package containing their monthly stipend. 400 Ryo. Tanya muttered. She hasn't walked around the village nor asked about the price for the daily necessities. She planned to walk around and budget properly. Naruto's eyes shines in excitement seeing the notes of money. Wow. So much money. Tsuchan, let's get some sweets. No. I want to eat meat. Naruto comes close to snatching the money away. No. I will hold the money. As for sweets or meat, we have to properly budget ourselves. You just want to take the money yourselves. And why do you get to keep it? Naruto pouted. You can't even do basic multiplication and division. You will get cheated out there, Tsuyu said coldly. Just because you are smarter doesn't mean I would be cheated. I am not that stupid. Tanya had to argue back and forth with Naruto. She almost wanted to just slap the shit out of his brother but contained her annoyance. Tanya, unable to defeat Naruto's persistence, had to agree they would get a treat right now and managed to shut him up. Yay. Sweets, Naruto walks happily alongside Tanya to the shopping district. Naruto's eyes widened, seeing so many stalls selling various things, toys, food, those kunai, that weird shop selling weird things. He wants this, he wants that, and Tanya with her ruthless no denies Naruto at every single instance. Naruto felt like he's about to throw a tantrum. Tanya on the other hand felt a headache. Is this what parenting looks like? It's as if this is a part of being X-Plan trying to torture her mentally and spiritually. Tanya looks around to get groceries first and lists down the prices, setting aside for use in emergencies, budgeting the rent and utilities, and comes down to being able to have an extra 50 Ryo or so per month for entertainment, comfort, or their pleasure. She understands Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and entertainment and luxury is a part of the needs of human beings. Alright, let's get something sweet. Go ahead, pick what you want. Yay. Tsuchan, let's go. 2 weeks passed by as we both got used to living on our own. There's also a news from Naruto saying mother suddenly went out of Konoha to visit her relatives outside, and there's a new director but Naruto still missed mother. Tanya doesn't think much of it. So good. Tsuchan the Bestabeyo, Naruto happily eats his omiris topped with carriage at the sides. Tanya had a slight smile hearing his compliment. Maybe if you helped mother cook you would have learned to cook for yourself and stopped forcing the work on me. Ah. Both of you always tell me to go out whenever I want to help, his saliva almost spilled. That's because you aren't helping. What dash. After some sibling banter, Naruto heads out to play. Tanya went to the living room, taking a book on Countries in the Land of Fire and Its People, she borrowed from the library, ready to continue where she last stopped. After half an hour, suddenly Naruto comes back. I am home. Naruto sounds a little sad. I frowned, hearing this unusual tone. What is it, Nii-san? Why are you back? The orphanage, it's closed, the notice says they moved to a new orphanage. Tanya stops reading her book. What does the notice say? It just says from today onward the orphanage is under renovation and they moved to a new one. Tanya squinted her eyes. Either that's what happened, or there's something else going on. Over the next few days, Naruto confirmed something. The people he knew are nowhere to be found. Naruto had walked around the village, searching across the different orphanages there and they had just gone. Naruto, feeling sad and lonely, starts to pester Tanya again. Tanya reluctantly plays along with him half of the time, for the sake of his well-being or sense of responsibility she had. Something doesn't feel right. Tanya felt something bad was going to happen. Or it had happened. There's something off about the whole situation. Base of root organization. Danzo-sama, here's the report. We had taken all of them into our ground. Unsuitable candidate had been taken care of. Danzo nodded, hoping the new seedlings would give him good tools for his use. He had sent Nono, an ex-root member, to spy on the movements of Kimogakure, as well as to assassinate a traitor of the village, cleaning up those who had too much information. For the sake of the village, he will do whatever it takes to ensure peace and safety and consolidate his own power. I will go and see the seedlings. Danzo stood up and walked out of his office, into the darkness of the root. As Danzo walks around the base, seeing the new seedlings being trained, he decides it's time to proceed with the plan to unite the village. And for that the village needs a source to bind them together, and what's easiest is hate. Suzum. Danzo muttered. A person with a sparrow mask appeared beside Danzo kneeling. Proceed with the plan to spread rumors on the Jinchuriki. The boy, Naruto. Understood, Danzo-sama. For the sake of Konoha, it's what needs to be done. Danzo walks into the darkness, brewing shadows behind the scenes. Chapter 4, Isolation. Did you hear? That's the boy who caused the death of the 4th. I heard he's the son of the fox demon. Why did they let him walk around like this? Is the Hokage really not doing anything about him? Whispers and murmurs act like a brewing storm. At the playground, Naruto is playing football with other kids that's there. Suddenly one of the adult come in and pulled one of the kid. Tsukasa, don't play with that kid. He's bad luck. Huh? Naruto watches as his new friend is taken away. As he turned to look around, he felt the gazes. Why are they looking at me like that? Naruto felt himself isolated, as if an invincible pressure was weighing on him. Naruto tried to ignore the feelings. Maybe it's just his imagination. Naruto. Catch, Kota kicked the ball, hitting Naruto's head. Ow. Haha. Naruto. What are you looking at? Naruto chuckled, completely forgetting the pressure earlier. Here I come, Naruto played with Kota and a few others. Returning home, he felt the gazes again, but brushed it off as just his overthinking. The next day. Oi. Kota. Let's play hide and seek. Naruto comes running with a huge smile seeing Kota at the playground. Ah. Naruto. Kota seems tense suddenly. My mother wants me to go back home early. Sorry. Kota avoided looking at Naruto's eyes, and walked away. Kota. Don't play with that yellow-haired kid. Don't you stay near him. You understand? Kota just nods, albeit feeling guilty. Seeing his mom had tears glistening and even anger in her eyes, he doesn't understand why but he doesn't want to cause her mother to feel sad. His mother looks at the picture of his late father who died during the Kyubi attack. He's not sure what she's thinking. Naruto, for the first time, felt a stinging pain in his chest. Ah. Kota. Wait. Kota didn't turn his head and walked away. Seeing how he looked at him, avoiding his eyes, he felt isolated. Why? Naruto looked around, and he suddenly felt it again. The glare, the gaze. Those eyes. Naruto felt his heart sting more, and the heaviness in his chest caused him to feel each breath become heavy. He wanted to cry, tears felt like flowing out of his eyes. He shook his head. He doesn't understand. He looked at the other kids at the playground. But why are they avoiding me too? Gee guys, can I play too? He said, hopeful to join in their games of marbles. We are full. The boy said coldly and ignored Naruto. Oh. I see. It's fine, haha. Naruto said with a smile, but his heart stinged. NNHH. Naruto sniffed. The tears are about to fall. He turned around and ran back home. He doesn't want to stay here anymore. Tanya is reading the newspaper today. But hearing the door open, she frowned. Nissan, she turned to see her brother coming in. When he had just gone out half an hour ago. NNNH, NHHH. Naruto closed his face, rubbing his eyes. Naruto suddenly burst into tears. Tanya is bewildered. What could happen to make his seemingly always-on morphine brother cry like this? Tsuchan. I. Tanya just sat there, unsure what to do. She takes a deep breath. Nissan, tell me what happened. They. Kota. Kota doesn't want to play with me. Tanya is trying to process and understand what exactly is causing Naruto to cry. Why? I don't know. That doesn't help much. What did he say? His mother wants him to go back early. And you still have other friends to play with. They don't want to play with me either. Tanya rolled her eyes. Not everyone will like everyone. You can't just ask random people who don't know you much to simply feel good about playing with them. For her, it's normal that Naruto got rejected. Just play with those familiar to you. Don't force yourself onto people. Not everyone will like you. That's just how it is. Okay. Naruto turned away into his room. He's unable to truly express in words what caused the pain in his heart. He felt dejected and lay in bed, feeling down and heavy. I guess I could bring him outside tonight to get some treats. As much as Tanya doesn't really care much about childish problems and Naruto's nonsense, she feels a responsibility and it's her duty as Naruto's legal guardian. After some time, Tanya went to knock on Naruto's door. Nissan. Let's eat out today. Naruto, hearing that, suddenly brightened up. He went to wash his face and get ready instantly. Coming out of the door, Naruto is giddy again. I want ramen. His bright blue eyes almost blinded Tanya's own. Okay. Let's go. Tanya smiled a little, marveled a little at how easy it is for a child's emotions to change, finding them quite amusing. Nighttime in Konoha is lively. Shinobi hanging out in izakayas after a whole day's work or mission, drinking booze and sake. It reminds her of her last life. TCH, wonder if those guys end up like me or if they get through everything. She reminisces about the guys she raised and is proud of. She is certain they would continue to be the excellent soldiers they were even if it's not her leading them. Nissan, which ramen you want? She looks over at Naruto, who's suddenly quiet, his face looking down. Nissan. I want Uncle Tojo's place. All right. As the two walk side by side, Tanya finally realizes what's off. The gazes around them. She heard the hushes and whispers, pointing at them. She can tell from their eyes, the underlying negative emotions. As if, there's fear, disgust, annoyance, irritation, anger. She keeps walking with Naruto, and can confirm this wasn't just in her head. She doesn't have much care per se, but it's quite annoying to be gawked at and trash-talked at. As for the reason, she thinks there's only one logical answer. No wonder. This is why his brother is like this. But, how do the villagers know? She cannot answer this. And it probably does not matter even if she knew how. Whether a person who's supposed to keep the secret accidentally tells the chatty auntie next door, or it's an intentional foul play, she cannot let this have an effect on Naruto's mental development. The two reached Uncle Toji's place. Welcome. Have a seat. Uncle Toji looks at the siblings. His eyes landed on Naruto, and his facial expression distorted to that of anger. We are closing early. Eat somewhere else. He huffed and left abruptly. Naruto felt a pang in his heart. His body froze, unable to move. He doesn't understand. Why? I don't get it, why is everyone? Naruto felt heaviness in his chest. Isolation, rejection, tears glistened in his eyes again. Just then, a hand grabs his firm, pulling Naruto out from his stupor. Nissan. We will eat somewhere else. Tanya's commanding voice and fierce eyes somehow gets Naruto to move his feet. Tanya pulled Naruto out of the shop. As they went out, a customer came in and Uncle Toji welcomed him warmly as usual. Naruto is not stupid enough to not understand what this means. And it hurts him so much, and it hurts more when he doesn't understand why. However, Tanya noticed something peculiar about the situation. If I am not mistaken, Uncle Toji specifically looks at Naruto more, perhaps. She walks with Naruto across the street some more, arriving at another ramen restaurant. They have gone there a few times and are familiar with Auntie Aiko. Naruto, we will eat at home. Tanya said as he entered the ramen shop first. Ah. It's Tsuyu-chan. Aiko, the owner of the restaurant, had an awkward tone in her greetings. But at least she doesn't see the negative emotions from her nor other customers inside. At most, she's associated, as if she's the brother or family of a monster. I give her a sweet smile like a 4-year-old girl had, ignoring the whispers around me. Auntie, I want to order takeout. 1 tonkatsu ramen with extra toppings and regular kaisen ramen please, Tanya said politely. Aiko had an uncomfortable body language, but nodded and went to prepare them. Naruto, uncomfortable standing alone outside with the gazes and whispers directed to him, comes into the store to stay with Tanya. But then the gazes of the customer turned on him instantly. Tanya didn't say a word. Aiko had placed the 2 takeouts in the packaging, ready to hand it over. But her grip tightened, almost shaking. Her expression changed when her eyes turned to Naruto. As if she's looking at the very person who murdered her child. Tsuyu-chan, here, she handed them over to me with a complex tone. I thanked her politely and pulled Naruto out with me. From her tone and facial expression, she can confirm to a certain extent the villagers don't know that I too had the 9-tailed fox in myself. This will be difficult. Tanya looks at Naruto with pity, and even annoyance at the whole situation. Even if she herself is aware of her own inability to connect in depth with others, she has a better moral standard to not treat an innocent child of 4 years old like a monster. Nissan. Listen to me. Naruto raises his chin up, and looks at his sister. You don't have to care about what others say, or how they see you. You know yourself whether you deserve to be treated in such a way or not. Understand? Yes. I understand, Naruto just nods. He tries to digest his sister's words, and he knows she's right. But it still hurts. Good. Let's go back home before the food gets cold. The two come back home. Naruto ate the ramen silently, and didn't have his usual nonsense blabbering about his day. The silence even caused me to feel a little off, as if I missed coffee in my morning. After we were done I cleaned up the table and the plates, washing them quickly. Tsu-chan, Naruto said with a sulking voice. Yes. Naruto seems to want to say something, but is unable to. Never mind. Naruto heads off to his room. Tanya can sense Naruto's mental state definitely in bad shape. But she doesn't know what to do about it. She had said what had to be said, and it's up to Naruto to grow up and realize the futility of caring over what others think and say. As Tanya closes his eyes on her bed, suddenly there's a knock on her door. The door creaks open, and Naruto pops in with his pillow. Tsu-chan, can I sleep with you tonight? Naruto felt a sense of loneliness after everything. Sigh. Fine. Despite my feeling of discomfort and awkwardness of sharing my own personal space, I suppose I had to give in for today. Naruto tucked himself under the blanket, hugging his pillow and using half of mine to rest his head on. After a minute, Naruto spoke suddenly. "Tsu-chan, why are they so mean to me?" Naruto's voice broke. "He's crying again." Tanya gathers her thoughts about it. She can't just tell Naruto he had a monster inside of him that had once destroyed a part of the village and killed a lot of people. Emotional repercussions aside, it is supposed to be a secret. There's also the fact that knowing doesn't change a thing about how others would treat his brother. I don't get it, Naruto sniffed. Tanya handed him tissues, not wanting him to dirty her bed. "Nisan. It hurts only when you let them hurt you with their words and actions. And those people, they know nothing about you. And frankly, we don't know anything about them either. However, I know and you know yourself you don't deserve to be treated like crap. You have to grow up and stay strong. Understand?" "Yes. Tsu-chan. I will stay strong," Naruto nods. Tanya nodded, satisfied at Naruto's answer. "Now get to sleep. It will feel better in the morning." And then. The long day is finally over, however, it's just the beginning for both of them. Chapter 5, Hiruzen's Guilt. "Tsu-chan. Let's go fishing." Naruto is eager for his little sister to join him. "I am not interested," Tanya said casually while flicking her book. "Come on. It will be so much fun, I promise." "Fine." Tanya closed her book. She counted that she had rejected Naruto's invitation a few times before, so she supposed she could accompany him today to make it up to him. She is aware Naruto is feeling lonely inside, and so she tries to fulfill her duty while ensuring her brother does not become too reliant on her either. Naruto's eyes brighten, feeling happy inside. "We're gonna catch a lot of big fish today. I suppose it's been a while since we had freshwater fish." "It would be a nice change," Tanya said with a slight smile. "Aha. See. I know it would be fun." Tanya followed Naruto into the forest at the edge of Konoha. After weeks, the two are used to the treatment of the villagers towards them and do not mention them. Following Naruto, they soon reached a clearing with a clear river flowing. It's a nice place. Tanya breathes in the clear air and hints of nature and fresh water. The sound of the river flowing gives a serene vibe to it. This is a nice change of scenery. If there's hot coffee, it would be perfect. Perhaps I should bring one next time. Naruto is fumbling with the stick and tied the thread and hook to it, then placed the bait. He went to make a fishing rod for his sister as well. "Come on. Let's compete to see who gets more fish. If you want to catch one, you better stay quiet," Tanya said in amusement, taking the fishing rod and throwing them into the clear river. Sitting on the flat rock, she placed the rod next to her, opening the book, Journal of a Wandering Shinobi Mikomoto, flipping through them. The sounds of the river, the birds, the insects, the rustling leaves and the cool wind. Leisurely life. If only days like this can last forever. Should have brought coffee. TCH. Tanya bit his lip, remembering being X for a second. She's certain her life would be upside down again at some point, probably once she gets into the ninja academy next year. What is it, Tsu-chan? Nothing. Just got reminded of someone who's a complete A****H***. Tsu-chan, bad words. But there's a lot of jerks here, all right. Humph. Naruto followed suit, grumpily moving his rod trying to attract some fishes. But you know, I will prove them wrong about me. Once I become Hokage, they would see how great Naruto Uzumaki is. Believe it. Tanya let out an amused low chuckle. It is not easy to become Hokage, Naruto. From the first Hokage to the late fourth, all of them had merits in their name as well as connections. And besides, are you sure you want to become a shinobi to begin with? Being a soldier is not as bright or heroic as they make it out to be. I am sure, all right. When I am Hokage, I will be super strong and everyone will look up to me. You can always choose a more peaceful life. And at some point, people's opinions wouldn't matter to you, Tanya said, but in her mind she knows fate wouldn't let them. They had monsters inside their body after all. You wouldn't understand. You wouldn't get it. Naruto had his voice lowered, his eyes looking down at his reflection in the water. They didn't hate you, they never pushed you away or avoided you. And you are always, it's as if you don't care about anything. Nisan. I do care about few things. Naruto is still looking at his own reflection. First, my own peace. And as for others, it can be summarized under that as well. Naruto looked away after hearing the answer, feeling a little heartbroken. She doesn't care about me. But I cannot truly feel at peace if you are not. I am your sister, after all. Tanya spoke from her heart. When it comes to people who mean something to her and have value in her life, she can count within 10 fingers. And right now, Naruto is the second having significance after herself. Although, logically speaking, Naruto does not bring her anything to the table, and is a burden and just extra responsibility. But somehow his presence is something. Perhaps not needed, but she can appreciate him. Besides, there's a sense of achievement when Naruto gets it right, like she had done a good job. She wants Naruto to be independent, strong, and become a successful person. Tsuchan, Naruto felt a sense of warmth in his chest. He knows his sister would always support him. However, I have to tell you again that the path to become Hokage is not beautiful. Shinobi are soldiers who will hurt others and may even kill people. You are too innocent to do such things. I am not that innocent. I can do it if it's the enemy. It's to protect the village. Enemy, huh? There is no enemy or allies, evil or justice. Only interests aligning or opposing. That's what determines it. Though, the idea that this brat can kill someone doesn't seem real. If you are really sure then. Plop. Wah. I got it, Naruto jumped in joy as he reeled in. Hokage office. Hiruzen watches over the siblings through his crystal ball. He occasionally would check on them to see how they are doing. He felt guilty for being unable to stop the rumors about Naruto from going out of control. But what's done is done. He's worried for Naruto, however, from his observation, he feels worried for Tsuyu as well. Too mature for her age. Danzo even asks Hiruzen to let him be in charge of training Tsuyu in the future, that in his words, he can see Tsuyu is an extremely gifted talent. The higher-ups know Tanya is a genius that can speak, write, count, at such an early age. Her ways of interacting with others are also way ahead of her peers, like an adult. They all agree it's almost like a second coming of Minato Namikaze. Danzo especially appreciates the look in Tanya's eyes. He can see the type of darkness suitable for the root, a natural at that. He is certain, under his guidance he can bring out Tanya's full potential, and he can use Tanya much better for Konoha compared to others. Hiruzen naturally denied him instantly. As if Hiruzen does not know what he is scheming. And letting Danzo control one of the Jinchuriki is something Hiruzen does not want to risk. A child of her age isn't supposed to act so mature. Perhaps, living without a parent forced her to grow up into an adult far too early, before she can even experience a proper childhood. This is not what he wanted to see. Children should be happy and have smiles on their faces. Hiruzen looked at the picture of Minato in his office. Sigh. I failed you, Minato. I wonder if you are seeing how your children grow up without you and Kushina from up there. Hiruzen let out another puff of smoke. He sees Tsuyu and Naruto grilling fish by the river. He had this idea to go speak to them, and maybe act like a grandpa to them. Thinking about it. Tsuyu's maturity is probably due to having no one she can be dependent on. As for Naruto, he had his sister to depend on even if the villagers isolated him. But how could a child depend on another child? Hiruzen stood from his seat and take off his Hokage hat, wanting to see the kids. Crackle, crackle. Naruto is restless as usual, throwing stones into the river and coming back asking over and over again if the fishes are cooked. His mouth is already watering. Another minute. Tanya said as he tore the flesh open with a knife to look. Suddenly, a weight seemingly pricked at Tanya's senses. Tanya's ears twitched, and she felt someone was spying on them behind her. Someone is sneaking up on me. Show yourself. Tanya quickly stood on guard, holding the knife in her hand in a defensive stance. Tsuchan. What is it? Naruto felt scared seeing Tanya's reaction and hid behind her. Hiruzen is surprised, even shocked at how sharp Tanya is. And the defensive stance she took, it's as if she's a born shinobi. A genius. He is casually hiding, trying to find the right time and preparing the right words to introduce himself. But even then, ordinary genin shouldn't be able to notice. Hiruzen came out from behind the tree, raising his hands. Ahaha. I just smell something really good and feel hungry. Who are you, Tobeo? Naruto looks warily at the old man. Why does this guy look familiar? The third. Tanya quickly withdrew her knife. Cursed being X. I just offended the last person I should offend. What do I do to fix my image? Think. I am just an old man passing by. Hiruzen said sheepishly. Suddenly a grumbling noise came out from Hiruzen. HN. Haha, haha, Naruto chuckled, hearing the sound from the old man. Hiruzen's face blushed a little, seemingly embarrassed. Ji-chan. Here. Come eat. Oh. Thank you. I am really hungry. So Tsuyuko-in is the little sister, you say? But she really seems like the older one. Hiruzen said jokingly. I suppose, but it doesn't count. We are twins. And also she's boring to Bayo. She only likes reading books. I just have a different interest than you, Nii-san. Tanya is having a hard time trying to form a proper conversation like a child supposed to. She can tell Hiruzen is acting like some normal grandpa and unable to grasp the exact way she should act in this situation. Nah, Tsuyuko-in. Hiruzen called out. Yes, Ji-san, Tanya replied politely. Hiruzen felt a little sad seeing up close how mature Tanya is. What is your dream? Your brother wants to be Hokage, what about you then? My dream. Tanya takes a deeper breath, forming her words. My dream is to live in peace and prosperity, with those dear to me. A textbook answer that fits Tanya's own goal to live a life of leisure. Hiruzen felt it's a little too general for a child to claim as a dream. Peace and prosperity, huh? Then, what do you want to do to achieve that? This is it. My chance to make an impression on the person with the highest status in the village. I want to become a shinobi so that I can ensure that peace, and protect those dear to me. Konoha is my home and the place where my family and friends are. I want to protect and fight for them with my own hands. Her voice are clear and certain, her eyes gaze fierce into Hiruzen's eyes, trying to embody the so-called will of fire she had read about. Hiruzen nods, feeling happy that both of Minato's children inherit the will of the fire. Although he might not have realized he had been duped. Naruto made some weird faces after hearing Tanya's words. You have friends. And you said why, mmhh. Tanya quickly shut Naruto's mouth from revealing her true thoughts of gaining merits to eventually sit at the seats of advisors and have a leisurely time. Hiruzen laughed at the scene, finding the siblings amusing. Then, next year you two can enroll in the Ninja Academy. I am sure you two can become excellent shinobi. Yeah. Ji-chan, just you wait. I will become Hokage. Believe it. Ha ha ha. Of course, Hiruzen laughed at Naruto's spirit. Asterisk. Chapter 6, Ninja Academy. Yua. So many people, Naruto look at the endless lines of people lining up to register as new students. It's natural, Tanya didn't elaborate more. I can't wait to learn cool jutsu. I am so excited. Naruto is being his usual restless self as they move step by step following the lines. Naruto looked around, seeing most of the kids his age all had parents accompanying them. Naruto felt a little sadness tugged in his chest. He wished his parents were here, he wonders what it felt like to have parents. But at least, Tsu-chan is here. Naruto smiled, looking at his sister who always had a bored look on her face. Naruto realized he had never heard Tanya laugh for real. At most, he had seen Tanya smile in amusement and let out some short chuckle at best instead of actual laughs. But that's her little sister all right. Hi. Naruto has a bad idea brewing in his head. He went to move his hand and tickle Tanya's sides. Tanya glances coldly at Naruto, unaffected, and doesn't even flinch, as if asking what he is trying to do. Doesn't it feel ticklish at all? Not enough, Tanya just smiled a little shortly. Already used to his antics. TCH, Naruto grumbled, playing with his goggles, kicking the rock nearby, and doing small little actions to curb his restlessness. Finally, the registration is done. The children are led by a male shinobi instructor with eyes that are silver white. Good morning, everyone. I am sure all of you are very excited to join the academy. But as per requirement, I will first test each of your chakra volumes. Unfortunately, those who don't meet the minimum requirement wouldn't be able to join the academy. Some of the children murmured among each other, anxious that they would get kicked out. But even if your path as a shinobi is cut short, there are always other paths. So don't worry too much. Okay, everyone line up according to your assigned number. Everyone roughly lined up. Just then, the instructor made a hand seal. Byakugan. Some of the children are startled, quite scared seeing the veins and how scary the instructor looks right now. Interesting. I can feel he's seeing through me. Yua. It's like his eyes are going to pop out, Naruto commented. Show respect to the instructor, Naruto. So this is the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. The instructor walks casually, looking intently at each of them while writing scores on the name list he's holding. His gaze stays a little longer on the siblings, seeing the above-average chakra volume. Fail. Pass. F-pass. Fail. Pass. 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 The failed children went out of the line, ready to return to their parents in disappointment. Tanya has to say, it seems quite subjective. Or did he have a method to quantify the chakra amount? Or just his experience? After the ones passed are gathered, the next few tests are done. But the most important one is the test for talent to mold chakra. The instructor injects chakra into the student for them to feel it first, for them to grasp the concept of chakra. Ever since Tanya felt the energy flowing into her, she can feel that she can instinctually create it herself inside her body. She gave it a try and got it instantly, probably due to her last life as mage. The energy felt like mana, as if it had its own circulatory system in her body flowing throughout her limbs. But she can't mold much, only very little. She can tell it will take practice. Those that can feel something at all pass immediately. While those that tried hard within many tries and still failed had to give up. Yosha. We passed Suchan. And we are in same class too. Tanya observes their classmates and can figure out the children of big and small clans within the village are all gathered in their class. Hyuga, Nara, Yamanaka, Inuzuka, Uchiha. It's definitely a good class to make connections. As for me and Naruto, both of us bear the name Uzumaki, a clan that once were an ally to Konoha. The spiral symbol on the vest on the shinobi of Konoha pays homage to the clan, and that shows how significant the clan name is and their own bloodline potential as a shinobi. The students gathered together, having their first homeroom meeting. Good morning, everyone. I'm Irika Yumino, and I'll be your homeroom teacher throughout your stay in the academy. First of all, congratulations to all of you for making it to this point. Now who would like to introduce themselves first? Irika looked at the excited students. Naruto stood up, standing on his seat proudly. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I like ramen and I will become the Hokage. And everyone will look up to me. Believe it. The other students murmur, some snort, some don't care, some nod inwardly, also wanting to be the cool Hokage. A lot think he's obnoxious, wanting attention. That's a great dream, Naruto. But becoming Hokage requires hard work. Irika replied politely. And connections, Tanya added inwardly. Next, the one next to Naruto. Tanya stood, her voice polite but not overbearing. I am Uzumaki Tsuyu. Naruto's twin sister. I like reading books in my free time along with hot coffee. I want to become an excellent shinobi that can contribute to the village's peace and protection. That's good, Tsuyu. You seem very different from your brother. Yes, Irika-sensei. She replied shortly, not commenting on the obvious. While the rest of the classmates introduce themselves, Naruto turns his head to the side to chat and try to make friends. Tanya is taking mental notes in her mind whenever the children of those big clans introduce themselves. Suddenly she felt something moving and grinding at her feet. Her first thought is Naruto is disturbing her for no reason, but her brows tighten seeing a small dog that's wagging its small tail and looking at her. A stray. She is annoyed, and planning to throw it out. But the dog decided to jump and stay on her lap instead. TCH. I wonder if this village has stray animal control. Hey! Tsuyuchan right, a male with a hoodie on called out to her. Tanya looked to the side, seeing the male sitting on the next table calling her. It's the son of the Inuzuka clan's matriarch, Kiba Inuzuka. Tanya put on a slightly more friendly posture and smile seeing it's someone from a big clan. Yes. I am Tanya. It's a pleasure to know you, Kiba-san. Kiba rubbed the back of his neck, seeming sheepish. Tanya almost thought he had a blush on his face, but maybe it's just her imagination. Oh. You know my name. Haha. Kiba is happy, probably thinking Tanya actually pays special attention to him to remember his introduction. He's trying hard to control his expression right now. Tanya is unaware that she is one of the prettiest girls in class, with fair skin, light blonde hair and bright blue eyes. And add to the fact that this is her first time to be in a school among kids her age. In her previous life, she was directly enlisted as soldiers as a child among adults, so she was never given attention in that regard and she did not notice. This is something completely new that never didn't registered in her mind. Sorry about my dog. He rarely is friendly to strangers, you know. Akamaru, come back here. Kiba calls out to Akamaru, but the dog is reluctant to move. Tanya politely grabbed it and handed it over to him. Thanks. My dog seems to like you. So, dash. Hey. Why are you bringing a dog to class? Naruto noticed the interaction, and his eyes glared at Kiba. He can see what he's trying to do and he doesn't like it at all. Huh. I am given special permission. We of the Inuzuka clan all have ninja dog companions. But what if he peed on someone? Ha. My dog isn't so dash. Naruto, stay quiet dash, Tanya is about to stop him. Naruto. Kiba, Irika slammed the table, gaining their attention. Stop disturbing the class. The others are still introducing themselves. This isn't a playground. I won't give any punishment since it's the first day. But next time, there will be punishment, understand? And I am saying this to all of you as well. Yes, Irika-sensei, the two troublemakers replied sheepishly. But the two managed to exchange a glare as if blaming each other. Tanya didn't think much of it, thinking Naruto is acting like himself. But she will have to step in if he ever crossed too many lines when it comes to disobeying the rules and order, she thought. Alright class. I will continue to explain the curriculum and what you will learn in your first year in the academy. Irika-sensei continued. The days in the academy are mostly the same, with lectures on basic elementary subjects and with subjects specific to being a shinobi. Tanya pays attention especially for class regarding the basis of chakra, the practice methods to improve amount and control, and etc. They also had field practice to build stamina and the body. Practice on shuriken jutsu and taijutsu. She's told that for medical ninjutsu high understanding of the human body and theoretical knowledge is essential, and she planned to learn it as well in the future. Knowing more is always better. As for ninjutsu, in the first year they would be only learning the major hand seals and to practice the chakra molding corresponding to it. Unless they are from big clans or have shinobi parents who had taught them earlier, civilian students wouldn't be able to do their first ninjutsu in the first year normally unless they are a genius. There is a lot of knowledge that needs to be learned and practiced. From what she knows generally, those that managed to graduate early all had training and supplementary materials even before they attend the academy due to having shinobi parents that can teach them. But this does not stop Tanya from planning her future. She decided to graduate as early as possible. Proving herself as a genius is also a kind of merit, and being a genius means to be noticed, and increase the chances of forming the connection with people that had status and power that would rub it onto her. Unlike in her previous life where merit is more important than personal connection to climb the ladder, the world of shinobi instead requires connection more than merit. Because individual powers, knowledge, and skills are highly fluctuated. A single Kage-level shinobi for example can handle 10 elite jonin and kill chunin like flies. In her previous life, such a situation only happen if being X or possibly other deities provide their so-called blessings, but it will not be too outrageous compared to what's possible in this world. Therefore, personal connection matters most for Tanya now. And she has to appear as a genius and graduate early. Chapter 7, Genius. Okay. Next up, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke holds his shuriken. The training he honed at home and with his brother far surpasses others. Whoosh! Thud thud thud. All the shurikens hit the target. Sasuke-kun. Kia, the girls cheered for him. Including a certain pink-haired girl. Good job. As expected of the son of the Uchiha patriarch. Next, Naruto. Hee hee. Sasuke. Watch me. This isn't so difficult to Bayo. Sasuke just smirked, crossing his arms wanting to see Naruto's failure. Over the months Naruto has always been challenging and pissing him off for no reason. Well, because Naruto inwardly feels jealous of how great Sasuke is, how everyone is praising and gushing over him. Thud. Plunk. Whoosh. One barely hit. One got deflected. One missed entirely. Is that it? Sasuke mocked. You are just lucky. Just you wait, Naruto retorted. Oi Naruto, just accept you can't beat Sasuke. Die, an extra commented. NNH. I can beat him alright. Okay, enough, so you go ahead. Tanya nods and comes forward. Sasuke's smirking expression turned a little serious. Naruto may be dumb and overestimate himself, but his twin sister is something entirely different. Naruto stopped arguing with Sasuke and watches his sibling. With a cold, serious expression, Tanya throw the shuriken with accuracy. Thud. 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 The shuriken hits the target, pretty much already on the level of Sasuke. Irika-sensei brightened up. Good job, Tsuyu. You improved so much. You must have practiced hard. Yes, Irika-sensei. Keep up the good work. And Naruto. Follow your sister's example. Naruto grumbled, disliking being compared. I work hard too, Bayo. Naruto seemingly throws a tantrum with his face at Irika. Sasuke felt dissatisfied seeing Tsuyu who, in his mind, an orphan that shouldn't have any prior training or guidance had now stood alongside him as the class topper. Especially in taijutsu. It's as if Tsuyu had years of life and death combat experience drilled into her bones already. Her movements are ruthless. Each of her strikes has no resemblance to hold back at all. Now even shuriken jutsu that Tsuyu had zero experience with since starting academy had now reached a level equivalent to Sasuke that had been training a lot with his brother. I can't let a nobody step on the pride of Uchiha. I have to train harder. Sasuke firms his heart, not wanting to disappoint his father, his brother, and the Uchiha clan. Shug. Tsuyu-chan is so cool. The girls whisper among themselves. And she's also so pretty. Last exam she had first place too. And I heard she got all perfect scores. The girls look up at Tsuyu like she's the role model of a Kunoichi. The boys are basically gushing over Tsuyu like how girls are gushing over Sasuke. But they are not so shameless to talk about it openly since boys are boys. Kiba whispered to his group of friends, how Tsuyu is so cool and pretty. Their vocabulary doesn't amount to much to describe Tsuyu. I should invite her again, hee hee. Kiba felt a rush of excitement at the idea. His friends nudge his shoulders, saying how lucky he is that he's one of the guys Tsuyu actually talks to and even visited his clan with him. Tsuyu is regarded as a cold beauty by the boys. A lot of them attempt to talk to her, but she always politely refuses. However, there are certain people she particularly communicates more with. Tsuyu watches as Hinata finishes his taijutsu training with the instructor. Observing the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. The gentle fist may seem gentle but the power comes from chakra exploding from the Tenketsu point upon hit. Though most of the damage is towards the chakra network. Tsuyu realizes an important thing as she interacts with the children of these big clans. They had heritage and knowledge of jutsu and techniques that let them surpass civilians easily. Tsuyu is able to top the class in taijutsu because of pure skill, experience, and mindset alone. But she knows that what she's able to do, it's something all civilian ninja with that much training and time can achieve at some point. She is aware she is a fake genius. As for ninjutsu, she only mastered body flicker so far and she's still on the way to master substitution jutsu. Her experience to mold mana and cast spells in her previous life basically jump-started her skills in chakra molding. Irika-sensei is utterly shocked seeing Tsuyu able to use body flicker on the first day of learning it, albeit having no control over it and crash flat on the ground after. Tanya lost in her thoughts, pondering her plan. She wants to acquire jutsu other than the basics. The most direct accessible way is to do missions, gain merits, and exchange merit for jutsu available at the mission center. But this will take too much time and effort. Those from big clans already have those jutsu from birth compared to that of civilians that had to work their bones for. For now Tsuyu wants to improve her taijutsu, wanting to utilize chakra in physical combat. Inuzuka's taijutsu, for example, uses chakra to mimic canine form and attacks. Kiba is quite generous in explaining his clan technique to her during her visit. But she finds them not fitting her, unfortunately. Besides, there's also the fact that Tsuyu's own body is still that of a child, and she's a female that has lesser muscle mass and thus her physical strength is limited. She decides to approach Hinata, the heir to Hyuga clan again, hopefully gaining something. The use of chakra expulsion from strike seems like a perfect start for her to explore. Hinata is quite friendly to her despite her introverted nature. Though somehow the conversation always steered to Naruto. She noticed Hinata would always ask about Naruto, Naruto this, Naruto that. Is Naruto that handsome in her eyes? Tanya looks over at Naruto, who's now trying to join a group of guys to talk with them, as usual, trying making new friends, but he ends up just making them uncomfortable and causes the opposite reaction instead over time. Sigh. I have told him many times he shouldn't act so desperate. Why can't he understand he should simply act like a normal person, not too excited, not too clingy, shouldn't always interrupt others or join in others' conversations and instead be a good listener, and people would naturally be inclined to get to know you and let you into their circle. Tanya even had made notes based on a book in her first life on how to get people to like you and gave it to Naruto. But it's as if her effort is futile. Tsuyu had a sense of exasperation perhaps for her brother. It's like her advice entered his left ear and went out instantly from the right. There's also the fact that Naruto often is boastful about his abilities, but his actions and achievement does not prove his own words. This only makes the classmates just think he's an annoying, obnoxious person. Tanya tried to hammer it down into Naruto's head, that words have to match both his effort and result, and as much as she really wishes to see Naruto achieve great results and achievements, she does not put illogical expectations on him and had assured him it's fine to do according to one's best abilities already, and she knows well what talent Naruto has and does not has. But somehow she felt like Naruto only ever gets angry at her. And perhaps, there's some slight distance between them already. Tanya shook her head, erasing her thoughts and coming back to the main point. Hinata likes him. It works in her favor. I should ask Naruto to pay attention to Hinata more to consolidate the connection to the Hyuga clan, and my brother can also gain a proper friend, maybe that can help him. After settling her thoughts, she returned her focus to class. Lunchtime comes finally. Nisan, join me and Hinata-san for lunch, Tanya called out to Naruto, who had just woken up from a nap in class. Okay. As Naruto sat down, his eyes widened seeing Hinata's bento that's filled with so many things. Shug, Naruto eyed Hinata's bento, prepared by chefs of the rich Hyuga clan. His own bento is simple, only having rice, grilled mackerel, and some sides of stir-fried veggies. Tanya is strict about budget after all. Naruto-kun, why you can have this. Hinata uses her chopstick to give Naruto a big shrimp tempura. Yua. Thank you, Hinata-chan. So good. Hinata blushed hard and seemingly about to faint. Hinata seemingly shrinked in size and is unable to talk anymore. Meanwhile Naruto is oblivious and keeps eating. This won't work. Naruto finished eating and thanked Hinata and just stormed out of class to find a playmate outside. Hinata turned to normal again as she breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Tsuyu-chan, Hinata said shyly. Oh. It was not futile after all. Of course. I support you and my brother. You two only need more time together. Hinata blushed, silently thanking Tsuyu for her acceptance and support over her feelings. By the way, Hinata-san. I have always been curious about Gentle Fist. I don't know if. With Tanya's scheme and effort over days, she finally gets Hinata to show her how she uses Gentle Fist and teaches Tsuyu the basics. To begin with, Gentle Fist only is useful with Byakugan that lets them target the exact Tenketsu point. If others use Gentle Fist, it won't be effective. That's also why Hinata doesn't feel anything wrong teaching Tsuyu just to satisfy curiosity. Tanya also figured out along the way when she visited Hyuga clan to have tea with Hinata that she was already taught how to do water walking and tree walking. She is the heiress to the Hyuga clan, so her father is especially strict. Hyuga Hayashi also took interest in Tsuyu. As the clan head, he knew Tsuyu is the daughter of the late fourth. He does not know about her status as Jinchuriki though. In fact, no one except Hokage and the Konoha council knows Tsuyu is a Jinchuriki as well. Because having 9 tails split into 2 and then sealed into 2 twins is something too far-reaching. He knew from her daughter that Tsuyu is the class topper, especially in taijutsu. He wanted to see it. Tsuyu-kun, I would like to know how far you are in taijutsu. We from the Hyuga clan pride ourselves as one of the clan best in taijutsu, and I would like to see your potential my daughter always speaks of. How about a little spar with me? Hayashi spoke with a calm smile. Cursed being X. Did I offend the Hyuga by being better than his daughter? He wants to beat me up. Tanya reluctantly agrees. Chapter 8, Raging Fist. Tanya agreed to the spar and followed Hayashi to the sparring room. Hinata sat down at the side, ready to observe their sparring. Hayashi performs the gentle fist stance, ready to engage with Tanya. I will not use chakra and be a Kugan since it will be unfair to you. We will only spar using pure taijutsu. Tanya nods, also readying herself. Her stance is not eloquent like Hayashi, but it shows Tanya combat readiness that of a soldier. Begin. Hayashi rushed forward to strike with a gentle fish right towards Tanya's chest. But Tanya used her smaller size to maneuver and dodge to the side while landing a fist to Hayashi's stomach. Hayashi slapped it away with a gentle fist and continued his attacks. The two exchanged blows back and forth. Tanya received multiple hits here and there, but she is able to endure. Tanya in her past life mostly used ranged attacks after all, so Tanya fall into a major disadvantage. Her size, strength, and skill makes her to be no match for Hayashi. Hayashi ended the match as Tanya was hit on the chest and fell down. Ha, ha. Damn. He's really ruthless. Tanya almost feels like she's fighting a life and death battle with how hard Hayashi hits. This can even considered child abuse. Hayashi is deeply shocked and honestly impressed. Setting aside the disadvantage because of age, her taijutsu skill itself is close to Chunin level. But what's more shocking is her battle intuition. If Hayashi has to say it, it's as if Tanya has a sense for battle akin to a jonin. Her reaction speed, her minute decision-making to strike, block, dodge and even counter-attacking. And all her strikes are decisive and ruthless like that of a veteran shinobi ready to disable or kill. This is a demonic genius. Truly inherit the talent of her father, the late fourth Hokage. My daughter's words matched you. I have to agree you are indeed a genius. Tanya takes a deep breather, before speaking. I do not deserve your praise Hayashi-sama, she humbled herself. Hayashi nods, also feeling satisfied at Tanya's humbleness. Hinata, have you watched carefully? Hayashi specifically wished Hinata to learn Tanya's ruthlessness and decisiveness that his daughter lacks severely. Hinata nods, yes father. She is a good example for you. I hope you two can learn from each other. Hayashi seemed to be in thought for a while. Tsuyu-kun, I see you have very high potential. Come with me, I may have something useful for you. Tsuyu feels surprised, but then it's replaced by elation. It's as if her effort bears fruit and she's about to eat it. Yes, Hayashi-sama. Tsuyu came into Hayashi's study room, where Hayashi went to pick up a scroll. He opened it, scanned it for a while and gave it to Tsuyu. This is a technique related to gentle fist. But it's not very suitable for our clansmen and pretty much abandoned in development. It requires, however, I believe you can put it to good use. I believe in your talent. Consider it as an investment to you. Tsuyu respectfully took it from his hand. Thank you very much, Hayashi-sama. I will always remember your favor, Tsuyu bowed respectfully. Hayashi dismissed Tanya from his office. He had the feeling that the daughter of Minato might even surpass himself someday. This can be a good thing for the Hyuga clan and it doesn't cause him to lose anything. After having a cup of tea with Hinata and casual chat, Tsuyu returned to her home to freshen up and immediately went to study the scroll in her room. Raging Fist. The gentle fist releases precise chakra into the enemy's tanketsu, causing overflow and forced chakra discharge, internal force impacting, causing damage to surrounding tissues. Utilizing the same concept of tenketsu discharge when overflowed, it's possible to use the body tenketsu point where chakra is overflowed with control and release to cause force on impact. Tanya read with focus, sipping her coffee at times trying to digest the info. Hayashi is nice enough to also give supplementary material on chakra control and practice methods through tenketsu points and basic knowledge on chakra networks. Basically, she can overflow her tenketsu points in her punches, and the force of chakra explosion from discharge is added on top of her fist. This seems perfect for me, as for the caveat. Disrupting normal flow, slowing down flow, consumes high amounts of chakra, unable to overflow without greater chakra pressure to tenketsu with lesser chakra. However, disrupted chakra flow causes delay to use the next chakra discharge, unsuitable for combat. May be suitable for those with a huge volume of chakra that allows reasonable pressure and volume of chakra to discharge while preventing the slowing down of chakra flow after use of chakra discharge. I see, that's why he thinks I am suitable for this. From Tanya's in-depth reading, she can tell this requires practice especially on chakra control just as much as gentle fist does. At the same time, you have to have a large chakra volume to use it effectively due to the jutsu inherent drawback on one's own chakra network. Hayashi, you gotta be kidding me. You are throwing such a gift. Tanya had a smile of happiness in her heart. If only all clan leaders are so generous to throw her gifts like this. She stretched a little and looked outside. The sun has already set. Tanya came out of her room and knocked on Naruto's. No one answered. Tanya opened the door, only to see a quite messy room, but Naruto's not there. She doesn't notice that Naruto hasn't come back after class. Well, he's not a kid anymore. He probably is outside playing or something. Tanya doesn't care much. She does feel that between him and Naruto, there's an unspoken distance over time. Maybe it's due to Naruto growing up. He's starting to be independent, Tanya believes, and doesn't think about it anymore. She planned out where to start on her practice with the newly acquired Raging Fist. I could copy them and give them to Naruto to try as well, in case he's talented in this. Naruto sat atop of Hokage Rock, watching the stars and the bright full moon above. Today is their birthday, actually. But Tsuchan never seems to remember, nor care even if it's her own birthday. Besides, it's not a good day to celebrate. It's the anniversary of their parents' death and the day Konoha was half destroyed by Kyuubi after all. Sniff. Naruto pulled his shirt, wiping a tear from his glistening eyes. He felt lonely. Dad, Mom, why do you two have to go? I know Tsuchan is there but it's just lonely, she's always outside. She's always busy, training. I know Tsuchan is so good to me, but she always lectures me, always telling me what to do, she never understands. She never gets it, and it hurts. She's so popular. She has so many friends. She is never interested in anything I do. She's so talented, while I am just me. It's so hard, sniffs. And everyone treats her so kindly, while they always look at me like they hate me. I hate it. I don't get it, why is it so unfair? It had been eating away at his heart. He tried to suppress it and forget about it. And on the surface he kept his bubbly cheery face around. But at times when he's left alone, or if he felt so down, he will always remember. Whenever he walks down the street by himself, he can see the gazes, the disgust, the looks in those people's eyes. And I see from afar, how the same people look at Tsuchan, so many people want to befriend her, they are so nice to her, it's as if they are living in an entirely different world. Naruto pulled his shirt to wipe his tears. That's falling, it hurts. Why can't I? I feel normal. Mom, Dad, why do you have to go? Thud. 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 Tanya channels chakra through her tenketsu on her fist, overflowing them and throws a punch, discharges the excess chakra causing extensive force to the tree. The tree is filled with cracks and dents from Tanya's practice of Raging Fist. I need to drill this feeling into my bones to make it feel instinctual. And I have to input more chakra slowly without damaging my tenketsu. Thud. 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 Naruto watches from afar as Tsuyu practices in the forest. He felt the jealousy creeping up in his heart again, seeing how strong each of her fists are. It's as if Tsuyu is everything he had wanted to be but couldn't. He looks at the scrolls and notes Tsuyu gave him, and even if he understands, he just can't do it. Just what is wrong with me? Naruto felt his eyes reddening in frustration. Naruto turned around and stormed off, wanting to be alone again. Tanya noticed Naruto went off. She doesn't mind him and continues her practice throughout the day. As an Uzumaki, her chakra can last the whole day training after all. Hokage office. Danzo tapped his cane, looking at Hiruzen. Hiruzen, I am sure you are taking a close observation of her. Hiruzen let out a puff of smoke. I do. She is a genius. Hiruzen spoke blandly. Danzo tapped his cane again. I had been given information she requested for an advanced course. Hiruzen, you shouldn't hold back such talent. You know Konoha is in a state of turmoil. It's only natural that Danzo. I have said it. We will not be letting anyone graduate early anymore. This is a time of peace. Not war. How long do you think that will last? The other shinobi villages are eyeing us, and they would take any chance to take advantage of our situation. And right now with the Uchiha plotting something, I cannot take any more risk and we need more backup plans for the future. Backup plan? She is just a child, Hiruzen said coldly. She's not just any child. She's a Jinchuriki that had genius exceeding even that of Minato. You are wasting her potential. Imagine if she is able to control the Nine Tails. This will secure Enough. She is a child and supposed to stay in the academy until she's old enough. That's that. Danzo grumbled in anger. Your indecision will be Konoha's undoing. Hiruzen. Danzo walked into the dark and disappeared. Hiruzen sighed and let out another puff of smoke. He watched Tanya through his crystal ball, seeing her excellence as her punches landed on the tree trunk causing splinter and holes. He's afraid a fire that's too bright would burn itself. And there's the Uchiha, he's afraid if they really go for the rebellion, this will cause significant losses and Danzo's worries are grounded on worst-case scenarios. Sigh. What should I do? Comment. For comment. Vote. Chapter 9, Uchiha. Uchiha District. Sasuke returns from the academy after class finishes. Damn it. Sasuke feels down, because in the latest exam he does not get first in half of the subjects. He wants to be as good as his brother, and also wishes his father would praise him and acknowledge his talent. Not to mention, he had let a person with no background, no resource, or help achieve great results from hard work and talent alone. Compared to himself that had everything, it's not acceptable for his pride to accept it. He feels like he had failed to uphold the pride of the Uchiha, supposedly the best and strongest clan in Konoha. Sasuke returns home, sulking about his latest exam result. I am home, Sasuke says blandly as he takes off his shoes and steps inside his home. While he's sulking suddenly he felt a flick onto his forehead. NNH. Welcome home, Sasuke. Itachi gave a smile to his little brother. He had just come back after completing a mission and had free time to finally fulfill his promise to train Sasuke. Sasuke's mood and eyes brighten up in an instant. Ni-san. You are home. Aren't you tired from class, Sasuke? You should take a rest first. No. I am not. Please teach me Nii-san. I want to be better than her. Sasuke is quite giddy and desperate. Itachi smirked slightly. Okay, let's go to the training compound then. I am quite curious to meet this Tsuyu you always mention really. Sasuke pouted. He doesn't want his brother to suddenly take interest in someone who's not himself. She's Sasuke wants to say something bad and mock her like he always did to her twin brother but somehow he really has no words to say. Whatever. I will be better than her, especially once I have my Sharingan. Sasuke really hopes to awaken Sharingan soon and with it he is sure he can beat Tsuyu. Sasuke, Itachi, I made desserts. Don't you two want to eat first? It's rare Itachi comes home, Mikoto's wife comes out of the kitchen to see them. Later mom. I want to train with Nii-san first, Sasuke pulled Itachi with him. Mikoto just smiles watching them leave. In the Uchiha training compound, Itachi shows Sasuke his Shuriken Jutsu and sparred with him in Taijutsu. Sasuke has determination in his eyes, wanting to become better. "Nissan, don't hold back against me," Sasuke said as he feels Itachi is going easy on him in the sparring. "But you might get hurt. I want to be strong. I will not improve if you keep holding back." "Very well." The two exchanged blow to blow. Sasuke is very persistent, and stands up even when he's beaten down. "I can still keep going, Nii-san." Itachi sighed with a smile. "That's enough, Sasuke. You need rest now." "But..." Itachi flicked his forehead. "Ouch." Sasuke pouted. "Come on, let's take a walk around Market Street. It's been some time since I went there. What do you think, Sasuke?" Sasuke's eyes brighten up. He feels happy to hang out with his brother. The two went out of the Uchiha clan area and the commercial street. Even if the sun has already set, the market is lively and busy. Sasuke got himself on a jirai and takoyaki, loving every single second of the hangout. Sasuke's eyes darted to two familiar figures. Itachi also recognized the two. Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of Nine Tails, and Tsuyu Uzumaki, his twin sister. The two also happened to go around to get food. Tanya noticed Naruto seems a little off these days. Or maybe it's her imagination, it's not like she can understand what's really going on in Naruto's mind. So she decided to bring him out and let him spend a little more for luxury, which as usual makes Naruto happy again. Their eyes met, and Tsuyu gave a polite smile to the two. "What a coincidence to meet you, Sasuke-san." And this is, Tsuyu is polite and greets Sasuke like a classmate would. To be honest, Tanya feels like trying to make a good connection with Sasuke, and in turn the Uchiha clan is the hardest compared to others. Sasuke is so unfriendly to her for no reason. She is certain she did everything correctly, praising his skills when it's due, giving respect to his clan name, and never had once she done anything to cause a bad impression. The only thing she can attribute the bitterness to is his pride as Uchiha, and she's not sure how to tackle this problem exactly. Sasuke, at first having a bitter annoyed expression, suddenly had a smug expression as if showing off. "This is my brother Itachi. He graduated from the academy at just 7 years old. And he becomes Chunin at 10. He's a genius and the pride of our Uchiha." Tanya can almost see Sasuke's ego inflating as he describes his brother. But she has to admit, she's impressed. She looks up to geniuses, as for her they are epitome of what a human can do. "You must be Tsuyu. My little brother mentioned you at times." Sasuke's face blushed from embarrassment. "And Nissan. I never mentioned her." Itachi chuckles slightly, finding it amusing. Maybe his little brother had a strange liking for Tsuyu, who knows. "It's nice to meet you, Itachi-san. I have heard about your achievement before. The Uchiha clan really deserve its reputation with a genius like you," Tsuyu said politely. "You are very polite, and very mature too. Sasuke can learn a lot from you," Itachi smiled. Sasuke pouted at the side, feeling a little dissatisfied at the statement. Itachi then turned to Naruto, who had been just looking at them since earlier. "And you must be Naruto. Sasuke mentioned you too." "Why yes. I am Naruto." "Oi Sasuke. What did you say about me?" Naruto felt Sasuke definitely trash-talked about him. Of course it's how immature you are." "Dobe," Sasuke said mockingly. "What did you say? At least I am not so smug and so proud all the time." "Naruto, give respect to your classmate," Tanya glared coldly at Naruto. Why is he offending the Uchiha clan? Didn't he realize that they're the sons of Uchiha clan's patriarch? "Sasuke, he's a friend, you shouldn't belittle them. In the future he will be your comrade and work together," Itachi also reprimands Sasuke. Tanya and Itachi look at each other as if in understanding. "I am sorry for my brother's words, I hope you can excuse his brashness." No. It's my little brother that starts it first. I should have taught him better." Both Naruto and Sasuke pouted. Itachi chuckled, thinking it's quite cute. "If you two have not had dinner, how about we get them together?" Itachi suggested. Naruto and Sasuke definitely disliked the idea, but had to follow them and ate dinner at a popular izakaya. Tsuyu takes the chance to ask Itachi about ANBU and its general structure and work. Itachi is the first person she knew who is in the ANBU organization after all. So ANBU is under directive of Hokage and the advisors, working for the village. Rank in the ANBU is determined by merits, and even a genin, if they have special skills, can be recommended into the rank. This means, contribution is directly seen by the higher up. If regular shinobi are mercenaries that keep the economy of the village running, in this peacetime, the truly important tasks for the village are assigned to the ANBU. Also, given the secrecy, the chances of getting hands on techniques and jutsu not available at the exchange center is also higher. And the mentor I would have should be more likely to have better resources. Especially with direct attention from Hokage himself. Unless there's war, the right way to get merit and resources is being an ANBU. Tsuyu already planned her career path once she graduated. Although, from Itachi's words, you have to be recommended to get into ANBU unit. But she at least is certain at her performance she will be able to get in. Thank you for sharing your experience, Itachi-san. I highly appreciate it. No problem. But being an ANBU also means you cannot plan your own free time. I wish I could visit home more. Itachi ruffled Sasuke's hair. Naruto doesn't talk much because Itachi is a little too serious in personality, much like his twin sister. While he doesn't like Sasuke. The four people finally finish dinner and head back home. Naruto walks grumpily with hands in his pocket, feeling tired of the awkward dinner. Meanwhile, Tsuyu feels great at being able to talk to Itachi, a genius of Konoha. Her mood is quite good. Chapter 10, Itachi's Choice. Under the reflection of the mirror, the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes represents his inner turmoil. His clansman doesn't trust him anymore, even suspecting that he's the cause of Shirsue's suicide. While the coup is postponed, he knows it will soon happen. He will have to report this to Hokage. He just wished there's other ways. Itachi takes a walk around Konoha, wanting to get fresh air. He doesn't feel well staying inside the Uchiha compound. As he walked around the perimeter of Konoha, he didn't notice he had walked to the end of the village, where the forest lies. He was about to turn around, but noticed some sounds further away. Thud. 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 Itachi gets curious, and even suspicious, and thus went to take a look. He's surprised to see it's someone still training even after the sun had set. Using body flicker, landing kicks and punches, throwing shuriken in between the flicker. Upon closer look, he figured out it's Tsuyu Uzumaki. Tsuyu stopped her training for a second to take a breather. She turned her head to see who's watching her. She had noticed Itachi's presence far earlier. Itachi-san. Tanya wiped the sweat on her forehead. Itachi ends up observing and giving Tsuyu direction as she practices. He just wants to clear his mind meanwhile. Itachi-san, you seem to be distracted. If it's not too personal, I can offer a listening ear. How to Make People Like You 101 by Carl Smith, Number 1, Listen More. Itachi's gaze returned to Tsuyu for a while. He's not sure why he felt like saying this to Tsuyu, but he felt she is intelligent and perhaps he sees her as an adult like himself and can understand. Tsuyu-kun. If you had to choose between the village or your family, what would you do? HM. What a strange question. Perhaps he is testing me. To see where I stand as a shinobi. Itachi-san, your question is very complex. I believe it's not simple. But as a shinobi of Konoha, I will place Konoha's interest as priority. The village is the system in place to keep order and peace, protecting the families under it. The village stability is a part of the family's interest, and therefore, prioritizing my village is also for the families and would always take precedence. Then what if you have to sacrifice your own, for the sake of the village? Itachi-san, that's... If it has nothing to do with her, she could care less about what's sacrificed as long as she and what she deemed important benefits from the system in place, the village of Konoha. It may not sound shinobi-like for me to say this, so I hope you can keep it a secret. But I will give you my honest thoughts. I see you love your little brother much. And I cherished my brother as well, so I can understand. They are our families. Itachi turned his focus to Tanya. The village exists because of the families in it. And every family's interest is to have their peace and safety ensured. This is why the village was established by the first Hokage to begin with, and why the clans agreed to join together as Konoha today. If I have to sacrifice my own family and those I deem important for the village as a whole, the village, the system, would then have already failed its intended purpose already. A flawed system that does not align with any of my interests and even takes things away from me is not worth the sacrifice or loyalty. I see. Itachi digested Tsuyu's words carefully. It's as if he had some revelation, even if he felt uncomfortable hearing the bitter truth from Tsuyu's words. That the village of Konoha had in fact failed the Uchiha clan. Even when Uchiha is one of the founders of the village, they are treated like an outcast by the higher-ups, placed at the edge of the village, and always under observation and distrust. Uchiha still deserves the treatment like other clans. A part of Itachi believes in the will of fire, and wants to carry Shirsue's will. But Tanya's words cause a slight shift inside of him. I will find another way, for both Konoha and my own family. Itachi clenched his fist. Itachi firms his resolve. He will talk to his clansmen and Hokage tomorrow, as he has decided what he will do. Thank you for your honesty, Tsuyu-kun. I have to admit, I cannot find flaws in your words. It's just my honest opinion, Itachi-san. It's getting late. It's nice to be able to talk to you, Tsuyu-kun. It's a pleasure for me as well. Uchiha District, Fugaku's reading room. Father. Fugaku drops the scroll he's reading, turning his gaze to his son. Please talk to the clansmen. The coup will fail and it will only cause unnecessary sacrifice. The Hokage and higher-ups are already onto us. Fugaku sighed. I have already tried. But you know how the village had been oppressing our clan. Father. The third had ordered me to exterminate the clan before the coup happens. Fugaku clenched his fist, crumpling the scroll in his hand. He gritted his teeth, but soon returned to his calm demeanor. I see. So, the relationship between us is irreconcilable. I don't blame you, Itachi. Even if I am disappointed that you act as the spy for them. It would still be inevitable, regardless. I am sorry, father. I disappointed you. Fugaku raised his hand, dismissing Itachi. The Uchiha HSA to compromise and lose this time. This is the only way for the clan to survive. I will talk to the Hokage. Thank you for telling me and trusting me to make a decision for all of us, Itachi. Fugaku entered the Hokage office, facing Hiruzen with a calm face, but there's hint of resignation in his eyes. I already know about your decision. But I hope you can reconsider. Is this a threat, Fugaku? Hiruzen let out a puff of smoke coldly. No. It's a consideration. Fugaku gave Hiruzen a scroll. It contains the lists of all Uchiha hardliners who supported and wanted rebellion. It consists of 2/3 of the Uchiha clans excluding the children and the olds, compiled by Itachi and Fugaku. If there's really no choice. I hope you can reconsider, Sandaime-sama. Fugaku bowed his head down. I understand. Fugaku, your clan's sacrifice will be remembered. You will always be a part of Konoha. Yes, Sandaime-sama. In the next few days, Fugaku finally received the order from above. He announced a clan meeting, inviting everyone in the clan. Hokage-sama had assigned us a very important mission. It is up to the Uchiha clan to complete the mission and to gain their trust towards us. This is a chance given to us to fulfill and ease our relationship. Whispers and murmurs sounded. As if thinking it wouldn't matter even if they did a good job. Some even suspect something is off already. The mission detail is of high secrecy, and I will personally select those I find qualified. Fugaku then listed them one by one. But as the list goes on, it's clear that it's filled with their most talented Uchiha. That's also a hardliner that supports the rebellion. Meanwhile the ones that aren't are not in the list. One of the elders stood angrily, shouting. Fugaku. Are you selling out your own clansmen? He pointed at Fugaku with rage. Fugaku-sama. Please reconsider. This is definitely a trap, one of the Uchiha selected voiced out with anxiety. Fugaku's fist clenched tight, trembling. His eyes bloodshot from frustration. Silence. Fugaku opened his Mangekyo Sharingan, sending cold and heavy aura pressing down to everyone, shutting them up. And Mangekyo. That's. This is for the good of Uchiha. Those listed, you are to stay temporarily at the left wing of the clan compound. This is an order. Refusal to follow orders is considered as treason, and I will personally execute them on the spot. One of the hardliners stood. Fugaku-sama. Please reconsider. With the Mangekyo, No one in Konoha is a match for us. Fugaku felt his head bursting with anger. It's as if these fools can't see how futile it is. The rebellion is doomed from the very start. The elder, finding Fugaku having Manjikyu, gets angrier. Fugaku. If you aren't such a coward, why would our clan step down to such a level now? You are no longer fit to be the clan patriarch. The old man's Sharingan open up, openly challenging Fugaku's authority. Some of the Uchihas also stood up, each of them opening their Sharingan and emitting a killing intent. An infighting is about to happen. You don't d-stash. Fugaku had enough. Amaterasu. One of Fugaku's eyes bled, and an intense black flame appeared and burned the flesh of the elder starting from his feet. Ah. Ah. Stop. Stop. Ah. Everyone watched in horror as the smell of burnt flesh and sight of dark flame consumed the old man. The screams of his agony did not stop for seconds. Ah. 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 The corpse turned to char, and with Fugaku's wave of hand the black flame dispersed instantly. Anyone who disobeys is treason, Fugaku said resolutely. Fugaku returned to his study, feeling his knees weak. He collapses on his chair, letting out a sigh of relief. It's all over. Itachi came to his side, feeling proud for his father for the first time. The two are silent, but both of them had an acknowledgement to each other that it's the best choice of action for the clan to survive. Chapter 11, Premonition. Half-black half-white figure with aloe vera-like structures appear from the ground. He faced the men wearing a spiral mask with only one eye exposed. Toby, it seems the massacre won't happen as you expected. Toby has a calm expression when he hears the news. Itachi had a change of heart, I see. While he didn't expect the sudden change, he never really trusted others to do a job he intended. So it doesn't matter. No matter. I have my own arrangement. Tell me what you know. Zetsu tells him the movements of the Uchiha, how a lot of them moved to the west side of the Uchiha district. He also mentioned the number of guards and patrols around, including ANBU stationed. Toby nods. Space fluctuated from his left eye as he disappeared into the Kamui dimension. He reappears inside Konoha, sitting on top of a transmission pole overseeing the Uchiha district. He figured the location and once again disappeared and reappeared at the current secret gathering of the Uchiha hardliners. The few elders and younger Uchiha clansmen who were listed to be sent off on a classified mission sat together, discussing what they can do. They know the mission could be a cover for their apparent accidents. Or it's a threat from the higher-ups. Suddenly, a fluctuation in space appears and out of nowhere, a figure with a spiral mask with a single Sharingan in his left eye appears. The Uchihas are all surprised and instantly get into a defensive position with Sharingan opened. They can feel a strong chilling aura coming from the man. That he is a dangerous person and coming with bad intentions. Who are you? One of the elders steps forward, his Sharingan staring right at the mysterious man's eye. Toby thought for a second, and he decides he will cosplay as Madara this time. I see the younger generations have forgotten me. And to think the Uchiha clan stooped so low to this level. I was right to leave all along. Foolish clansman, the cold condescending voice sent chills down to everyone's spine. Madara's left eye turned into his Mangekyo pattern, letting out a heavy pressure on all of them. Mangekyo. Younger generations, the Uchihas murmurs and questions. And there's only one figure that they can think of as to who the masked man is. No way. Toby smirked behind the mask. Indeed. I am, Uchiha. Madara, Toby said in a deep voice. Gasp. Everyone in the room takes a gasping breath, bewildered from the revelation. I am here to offer my help. Madara raises his hands, as if calling out to the clansmen. I had given up on my clansmen before, but seeing you all here. I see each and all of you have the courage that we, the Uchiha, are supposed to have. I had trusted Hashirama and too. Madara yaps about history, making a sad backstory for himself and how his clansmen betrayed him. How Konoha, the village he founded with Hashirama, turned their back on the Uchiha clan simply because they feared the Uchiha's power. And he stated the obvious decline of Uchiha from the founding of the village till now. I will provide my help to your endeavor, for the glory of Uchiha, Madara spoke with vigor. The clansmen in the room are all agitated with bloodlust in their eyes from Madara's speech, their Sharingan spinning rapidly from sheer excitement to fight for the glory of the Uchiha. Ready to sacrifice and be a martyr in Uchiha's name. For Uchiha, everyone screams like they have lost their mind. For Uchiha. Aha. For Uchiha. Truly, what a fool. Too easy to be manipulated, and lose their minds from emotions. Toby thought in disdain, seeing the crazed expression on each of their faces. Toby planned to help them stall Fugaku and Itachi, since the two had Mangekyo and these weaklings couldn't possibly do that. He believes just the chaos ensued would push the massacre entirely. But just then, a frail elder with bloodshot eyes spoke with vigor. Madara-sama. I have a suggestion. What suggestion can these fools give? Madara-sama, I had witnessed your battle when I was a child. I still remember it like it was yesterday. Let's unleash the Nine Tails. We will use this chance to take over Konoha, and show the power of the Uchiha. Cough, the old man's cane is shaking with excitement. The old man, despite his old frail body, almost stood upright as if wanting to see the power of Madara once more. Somehow, everyone missed the part where, if the Madara in front of them can unleash Nine Tails, it means the Knight of Kyuubi attack might as well be his own doing. But their crazy bloodlust clouded their brain. Toby is taken aback, but then he realizes that's not a bad idea at all. He hasn't thought about it. But over these 7 years, since he planned to capture the Bijus, he had learned various sealing methods trying to find good unsealing jutsu. And while he hasn't found something that can just unseal a Biju easily and directly on his own, he did have something to temporarily weaken the seal. Coupled with his Mangekyo Genjutsu, it should work to cause Nine Tails to rampage for a while and cause chaos. It is already in my plan, Toby said with a proud voice. Sasuga Madara-sama, the elder said with fanaticism. I will go get the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Prepare for battle. My clansmen. With that, Toby disappears and reappears right inside Naruto's room. The full moon is bright tonight. Naruto is sleeping soundly, sprawled on bed with no care in the world. Toby walks step by step towards Naruto, observing the 7 to 8 years old boy. It seems your son has grown up well, Minato. But your mistake is trusting Kyuubi into such a boy, consumed by loneliness and hated by everyone. You made it easier for me. Toby's hand reached out to him, as space fluctuation pulled Naruto into the Kamui space without anyone noticing. Kyuubi felt the presence of the damn bastard that had controlled him 7 years ago. That Uchiha bastard. My other half. Kyuubi clawed at his cage with uncontrolled rage. His anger caused evil chakra to leaks, waking Tanya up. Gasp. Tanya woke with cold sweat. She's drenched all over, and she felt extremely bad, extremely bad. His abdomen felt heavy especially. What's going on? Why does it feel so heavy? Naruto. Tanya went out of her bed quickly and rushed out of the door and into Naruto's room. Naruto is missing. Tanya quickly looked outside, then at the clock. It's 3:14 a.m. Where did he go? Tanya quickly rushed out of their home, calling out for Naruto. Naruto. Where are you? She felt as if something bad is going to happen. Naruto is not just anyone, but it's someone who she had raised and seen growing since his infancy for 7 whole years. The ANBU who's keeping watch on both Tanya and Naruto finally gets on alert. He's not that focused since Naruto and Tanya is sleeping and it's in the middle of the night, but when he finally realized Naruto disappeared without him realizing at all, he felt panic as well. Oh no. Hokage office. Hiruzen had just received a report from the ANBU that there's an alarming movement among the Uchihas that's listed as rebels, that this time it's not just gathering, but there's screams among them and they had taken up arms. Hiruzen stood from his bed and took on his Hokage attire, ready to stop them and call the ANBU teams. He's afraid Danzo too is already onto it. He's afraid the massacre will still happen if they let the rebels do something to harm the village, even if the damage is insignificant due to their smaller forces. And if Danzo decides to take his own initiative to kill the clan, he cannot answer to Fugaku and Itachi. But just then, another ANBU came in with a report. He is gasping for air as if he's rushed as fast as possible to him. Sandaime-sama. It's urgent. The Jinchuriki is missing. Jinchuriki. Tsuyu. Naruto, Hiruzen almost have a heart attack hearing that, breaking out a cold sweat. Only Naruto, Sandame-sama. Tsuyu is currently looking for him around the village. Hiruzen clenched his fist. He felt a bad premonition. You, take care of Tsuyu. I am afraid something will happen tonight. Alert all the forces. Ready to sound the alarm and prepare for the worst. Yes, Sandame-sama. Kakashi, lead your team to find Naruto. Possibly, at the Uchiha. Hiruzen gritted his teeth as he said that. As much as he wants to believe in peace with the Uchiha, perhaps, Danzo is right about them. That the Nine Tails attack back then is caused by them. Kakashi, who's a shadow guard and had been listening from earlier, appears. He nods and immediately disappears to find Naruto. Minato-sensei. I will protect your son. Kakashi clenched his fist. He hopes it's not too late. Chapter 12, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto wakes up half-sleepily, only to find himself suddenly outside at an unfamiliar place, on a roof of a building close to Uchiha district, but approaching more towards the center of the village. Uchiha. Who are you? Naruto looks at the masked man, feeling scared. Uzumaki Naruto. It must have been difficult for you. Toby raises his hand, and places it on Naruto's head. Huh. Do you know why you are lonely, Naruto? Toby asks in his cold voice. Aye. The pain in your heart, poor child. Toby felt like playing a little game. Toby used his Mangekyo to delve into Naruto's mind. Play soundtrack, sadness and sorrow. Why don't I have parents? I feel so lonely. It's so hard. Tears fell from Naruto's eyes. Don't come near him. Leave. You monster. Sorry, my dad doesn't want me to play with you. Naruto sat in the dark cold corner, holding his knees. Tears fell, dripping down from his eye across his face, down to his chin. His stomach is shaking as he sobs continuously, with no one patting his back, or telling him it will be fine. It's so cold. He wished he could have hands that would embrace him, that would teach him warmth. It's so heavy. The tears keep falling as he hears the cruel words thrown at him. What a troublesome kid. He really is up to no good. Get out of my store. You freak. Naruto's vision went blurry, he looked down at his own shaking hands, the tears filled his hands, forming puddles representing his sadness and loneliness. He watched himself from the dark corner, seeing the image of him seeking connection and any warmth from anyone. N.E. Can I play with you? Hey. I like that manga too. Let's practice together. Ha ha ha. You are so funny. I know a joke too. Hey. I know. Naruto gives his best smile, wanting connection badly. Naruto watches as each of them leave one by one, refusing him. So annoying. Weird. Why he acts so familiar with us. He really craves attention. Naruto-kun. I don't think we are that familiar. Naruto's smile slowly faded, he's left all alone. Just then, he felt someone behind him. Tsuchan. Naruto walked forward to reach out to her. Nisan, you shouldn't be a pushover. Try to take it slow. Words don't affect you. Only if you give those words power it hurts. Besides, you have me, no need to care about what they say. Tsuchan, you don't get it. Nisan, your posture is wrong. It's like this. You have to use your lower body as well. Get it? No. I don't need you to teach or order me, Tsuchan. Nisan, everyone has their own strength and weakness. We should be realistic in our goals. Tsuchan, I can do it. I really can, why don't you believe me? Nisan, of course I care. You are my brother after all. You never had once hugged me, Tsuchan. You never had once tell me you understand, you don't. In his vision, Tsuyu just turned around, and kept walking away. Tsuchan. Wait. Naruto sees people around Tsuyu. Tsuyu-chan, do you how to solve this problem? Tsuyu-kun, me and Sakura want to get the viral dango. Want to come along? Tsuyu-chan, you are so cool. I admit you are strong. But I won't let you beat me next time. Tsuyu-chan. I Lee, and never mind. Era. Tsuyuchan. You are here again. Here auntie will give an extra piece. Naruto steps slows down as he sees the scene. Watching his twin sister leaving him behind farther and farther away. Tsu-chan, please. Tears fell down from his eyes, the brightness in his eyes faded. As if the only person he had left is gone, leaving him all alone. NNH, it's so unfair. NNH, why? Why do they hate me? What did I do so wrong? Why? Why? Naruto fell to his knees, punching the ground over and over again. Naruto screamed in agony and despair. Why? It's unfair. Hatred. Jealousy. Despair. Everything. The red moon with 3 tomo spun. The silhouette of people hating and mocking him surrounds him. Naruto gritted his teeth, from hatred and grief deep inside his heart. Do you hate them? Toby's deep voice sounded in Naruto's mind. Red evil chakra leaks out of him. His red demon eyes shed tears of pain and hurt. Naruto finds himself in a gloomy, cold space. In front of him a tall giant red gate stands. Red chakra leaks out from the gaps, but it's not enough, Toby thought. Toby uses this chance to pry the seal slightly, just for a second to let the chakra leak out enough for that moment. Reverse sealing, Kaibi Howen. Toby went forward and slammed the seal on the gate. A gap in the seal appears, the water beneath Naruto's feet rises until he feels himself drowning. Toby smiled behind his mask, smiling. 9 tails, inside of me. The evil eyes stare down at Naruto, the claws scratching the gates as if wanting to shred him and Toby behind him. Naruto finds out about the horrifying truth, the true cause of his suffering, completely breaking the last shred of his mental resistance. Boom. Blast of evil chakra exploded from Naruto's body. The shockwave causes the ground to tremble. 1 tail. 2. 3. 5 tails. The red chakra consumes and burns his skin, bubbles of blood vaporized from his body. His entire body deformed. Bones start to form out of his body, his mind is no longer in control of himself but hatred and pain. The ground starts to crumble due to chakra pressure alone. Roar. The sound of Kyuubi roar shocked the entire village wake. Code Red. Code Red, the ANBU observing the Uchiha felt the distinct Kyuubi chakra and immediately notified his teammates. He fired a red flare to the sky. Clang. 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 The sound of alarm blared throughout the village. All ANBU units not in shift start to wake up and prepare themselves. Every shinobi woke up and each of them evacuated their own family first and foremost. Danzo comes running to Hokage office, finding Hiruzen already geared up for battle. Hiruzen. I already told you. The Uchiha has done it again. Silence. It's no use to talk about it now. I am going. Hiruzen flickered out and disappeared. Hiruzen asks the Hyuga next to him as he's rushing to the source of the evil chakra. What's the situation? The seal is not broken completely. It's a partial transformation. Hiruzen at least feels glad it hasn't gotten to the worst point yet. Damn it. Naruto isn't here, Kakashi curses as he and his teammates hear the roar of Kyuubi outside of the district. They had gone around the Uchiha district amidst the internal fighting that's going on with a Hyuga teammate to find Naruto. Itachi, Fugaku, the ANBUs, and the others are fighting the crazy rebels Uchiha right now. Sasuke is taken outside of Uchiha district by his brother after knowing the rebels dare to take up arms. Not wanting Sasuke to know what's happening. Blood spilled inside the clan as the two sides exchanged blows. Fugaku and Itachi do not want to reveal their Mangekyo, afraid that this will cause an inevitable massacre of their clan. But never in their imagination would someone unleash Nine Tails' power. Sasuke outside is feeling anxious, but after a while, he suddenly felt terrible evil energy causing pressure and fear in him. And along with it a roar of a raging beast. Red flares turn the sky red. The sound of alarm incite fear in Sasuke. Nisan. I am scared. Sasuke is about to return back to Uchiha district, but a nearby shinobi coming to evacuate the civilians sees Sasuke and snatch him. Come with me. It's not safe. But Nii-san. Your brother will be safe all right. Hearing the roaring sound and feeling the familiar evil aura from the direction, Tanya had a guess in her heart. This felt familiar like the day she was born. No. How can this be? Naruto. Badump. Coup. Tanya, the pressure in her abdomen intensified. As if a resonance is caused by the source of the evil chakra. Badump. Tanya felt herself pulled in by some force. Her consciousness felt like floating. Tanya suddenly finds herself in an unfamiliar space. Tanya looks around. It's an open space, the familiar smell of gunpowder and sulfur. The battlefield. Though there's only grass and brown dirt, with nothing else. But as she walks further, she finds herself looking down at a trench. A trench that's very deep, as if it has no end. She can't help it but come down, as if she knows something is there. Behind the darkness, lies a tall red gate. Tanya's eyes widened in shock, seeing it again after 7 years. 9 tails, Tanya murmured. Kyubi locked his eyes with Tanya, he bared his teeth and scratched the gates, prisoning him with anger and hatred. Chapter 13, Kyubi. You brat, we finally met. The demonic deep voice sends chill down Tanya's spine. You are different from the rest. Kyubi's hot breath filled with evil chakra hits Tanya's face as he speaks. While he only sees glimpses at times, it's enough to know the human in front of her is not quite normal. First thing is Tanya's abnormal intelligence. He can read and write, probably since her birth. Add to the fact that her spiritual power is greater than even Madara. It's as if the person standing in front of him had 2 lives behind him. Also, Tanya is unaware that being X trying to always convert her in past life improved her spiritual power. It's a god trying to cast genjutsu onto her after all, and Tanya resisted it. There's something amiss when he sees Tanya's usual life. Reading books. Drinking coffee. Training. It's like the person in front of him has figured out her way of life completely from birth. In Kyubi's imagination, supposedly, she is born an orphan and should at least look depressed and lonely like the other brat. And had stupid dreams. Kyubi can't understand her. He can tell it will be very difficult to control her or manipulate her. It will be very difficult to use hatred or pain to control Tanya, and even if he could, Tanya had too much spiritual power and could resist. The only chance he has to make the brat hateful and angry is if he can make her life a living hell entirely, and use Naruto to achieve that. But he cannot do that himself. His only bet is hoping his other half to escape and get him out of this bizarre brat. Or for the brat's brother to get into enough trouble for Tanya to have hatred and pain inside her that he can use. What are you? Kyubi asked an honest question. Tanya looks at Kyubi warily. She did feel fear for her life at first, but upon closer inspection, and further deduction, she can conclude it's safe for now. She almost forgot the creature even existed inside of her since it was so silent for 7 years. Add to the fact that Kyubi can, in fact, communicate like a normal human being. This also makes it different as to how Tanya would approach the monster. To answer your question, I am Tsuyu Uzumaki. Tanya replied calmly, with no hint of emotions, wanting to see how far they can communicate. I know that, brat. Are you mocking me? Clang. He branded his claws against the cage. You have been watching me. Kyubi is silent. He doesn't know how to deal with this abnormal brat. She can even speak calmly in front of me. The feared Kyubi. I should be feared. She should have cowered. Tanya assumes it's a yes, otherwise how would Kyubi know of her name? I am Kyubi, the 9-tailed monster, the embodiment of hatred. I cause destruction and death. Kyubi slammed the gate with his claws, causing deep marks on them. He had a sinister grin as he watched Tanya. He will plant the seed of hatred inside of her. I was there when you were born. Your father. Your mother. I can still feel their flesh and blood when I pierce them with my very claw. Ha 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 ha. Kyubi let out an evil laughter. And I will kill you the same, grr. Kyubi let out a low demonic roar. That's quite disturbing. Is this fox a sociopath? The type that finds pleasure in killing? Or it's angry at something? Tanya had never taken her parents' death personally though, so she doesn't feel much. But having a sociopathic monster inside her body that finds pleasure in killing purely, it is definitely a no-no. If the fox is just angry and had mental issues coming from somewhere she could mediate, she believes. Tanya thought for a second before taking a deep breath. Kyubi-san, I personally do not take offense to what has happened. As for my parents, I never knew them. Tanya made a gesture as if dismissing the death of her parents as something trivial, and she had let it go. So, I believe we both can communicate and we can talk on a common ground. I presume you had your own reason for your actions, and I am not the kind to judge without knowing the full information, Tanya said calmly. Kyubi is taken aback by the response, almost choking on words to say. He feels like he's talking to a demon in human skin. Don't you care that you are raised a lonely brat, an orphan with no one? That I had killed the very person who gives birth to you? Kyubi's big face is pressing against the red cage, glaring at Tanya. He is unconvinced and cannot accept Tanya's response. I do not feel lonely. I do have people around me. Tanya is honest on this one. And I really do not take it personally, regarding my parents' death. I am willing to let it go. We should be able to communicate. After all, you are living inside of me. We will be meeting a lot from now on. I don't want to be on bad terms with you, nor do I have a reason to. She is not immature nor childish and won't let emotions take precedence. She does feel dissatisfied that the fox killed her parents, since she could have had wealth, status, and even the teleportation jutsu her dad had used. But for her, the events back then are something she cannot control anyways. Kyubi, although surprised, perhaps disturbed at the eerily calm conversation, kept his pride and didn't want to show weakness. Communicate. With a human? I would never. You humans only ever see us as weapons, as a slave to your greed. I would never stoop so low to communicate with you humans. I will never accept it. Kyubi once again slammed his claws at the gates and gnashed his teeth. What is wrong with this fox? I am sure this is their first proper meeting. And what others did never concerned her to begin with. I never asked my father to put him inside of me, and I never wanted it. If he wants to blame anyone, blame that guy. Placing anger and blame on someone innocent achieves nothing. Tanya takes another deep breath, trying to form the right words. Kyubi-san, I want you to know, I mean no harm and have no interest nor vendetta against you. Perhaps we both can find what is best for both of us. Tanya added the honorific because he wants to acknowledge and show respect like any other person. Kyubi roared to Tanya's face, making Tanya squeezed her face for a second. She wiped the saliva splattered on her cheek, her face frowning, feeling a little disgusted. Liar. You humans are deceiving. I have seen it all. I won't believe it. Kyubi said in anger. Though a part of him felt a weird kind of acceptance for a moment because Tanya added an honorific and had been talking to him properly since the beginning. And it's as if she is really considering him. Though he quickly denied himself due to his hatred and pride. Tanya is thinking at the moment, but she remembered something far more important than confronting this emotionally constipated foxilla. The sudden meeting with this fox makes her forget the immediate emergency. Naruto. Tanya felt worried for Naruto's safety. If her guess is correct, somehow the Kyubi inside of him manages to get out. She has to get out of this place quickly. Kyubi can sense what Tanya is thinking and just kick her out of the subconscious space, not wanting to waste his time talking with the weird human. Or so he tried, but Tanya wouldn't budge. Her spiritual power is too overwhelming, damn it. Kyubi cursed. Tanya felt some kind of force tugging her to a certain way outside. She supposed it's the way out. I will come back to talk to you, Kyubi-san, Tanya said calmly as her consciousness returned to her body. Don't come back. Rahh. Kyubi roared. Tanya didn't even bother to stay until his roar was finished and leave midway. Kyubi slammed the gate in frustration over and over again. Her consciousness returns to the body. She felt disoriented at first but regained her senses. She looks again at the direction, feeling the evil energy. The alarms sounded all over, and the red flare painted the night like it's hell coming to earth. Naruto. Tanya bit her lips in frustration. She is unsure if she can do anything to help Naruto. She has no power right now. But she needs to go there. It is her responsibility. He is my brother. Tanya ran off towards the direction. She saw shinobis and masked ANBU started to guide the others away from the scene. Some screaming Kyubi is attacking, panicking as they run in fear. Tanya sees a woman shaking and trembling in fear, shaken up by the sounds of alarms and the red sky. It reminds the woman of the trauma seeing the death and destruction 7 years ago. Suddenly a masked man flickered to Tanya's side. Tsuyu. Come with me. It is not safe. It is the ANBU directed by Sandaime to watch over her. No, I have to go to my brother, Tanya said resolutely. Under the order of the Hokage, you have to follow me. Otherwise I will have to use force. The ANBU said coldly. Tanya bit her lips. She can't disobey the order of the Hokage. But then the ANBU noticed something amiss from Tanya's words prior. Wait. You know. Shit. It's supposed to be a secret. Wait, no, actually, every adult knows anyways. Okay, it's good. Relax, Tanya. I heard from someone. They say my brother had a fox demon in him. But he is my brother. I have to get him. She uses her acting skills. The ANBU nods under the mask. It made sense, so he doesn't question it. But you are just a kid. You cannot do anything. Leave it to us. Sandaime and others will save him. Have trust in Konoha. Tanya bit her lips. She needs to see Naruto. She can't just abandon him. She raised him for 7 years. Not like this. Come with me, I will have to use force if you don't comply. Wait, maybe I can help. I could bring him back, maybe. I am his sister. Tanya is not sure if her presence could help, but at least in common tropes of stories, the presence of loved ones can do that to those taken over by monsters or in case of possessions. The ANBU sighed behind the mask. The man in front of her suddenly disappeared. And instantly he is right behind Tanya. His hand striking right towards the back of Tanya's neck. Tanya senses the danger and quickly dodges it. Nanny. The ANBU gasped as Tanya used a backswing to block his move. And before he can properly comprehend it, Tanya uses a body flicker and appears behind his back. She does the same chop with extra strength from her use of Raging Fist. She knocks him unconscious. The Chunin ANBU that's only assigned to only watcher doesn't have the skills to react to such an unexpected situation. The ANBU plopped to the ground like a rag doll. The Hokage won't be too unreasonable towards a 7-year-old child logically. The punishment shouldn't be worth mentioning. While Tanya follows order, but only if it has more benefit to herself. And now the situation calls for it. Tanya quickly uses body flicker roof to reach where Naruto is, constantly avoiding other shinobi in sight. She stood above a higher altitude, overseeing the panic spreading across the village currently. Beyond the blasts and chaos, there it is. Naruto. She sees him, or it. A figure coated in thick dark red chakra, with 6 tails behind it. As if what stood there wasn't her brother, but a beast. Naruto had lost control over himself. Taken over by the hatred inside of his heart. Chapter 14, Return of the Devil. Naruto strikes the ground with all his might, his 6 tails rampaging, causing shockwave after shockwave. As if throwing a tantrum, he blasted rocks and buildings, hurting anyone in vicinity. Causing injuries and even deaths to shinobi trying to stop him. Roar. Naruto roared in pain. The bloody tears flowing down its demonic eyes vaporized instantly. Positive and negative chakra gather and concentrate. Tanya looking from afar bit her lips again, even causing it to bleed slightly. Naruto. She is shaking with frustration and even anger at seeing Naruto like this. How could this happen? How could Naruto, the brother that always had an unassuming smile, be like this? Where did it go wrong? She felt disappointment over herself, because a part of her felt it was her failure to uphold her responsibility that eventually led to this. And that a part of her felt powerless seeing the destruction and power Naruto had. Unless she can take hold of the same power already inside her. But she has no idea how to begin with, and the possibility of turning into the same mindless monster as well. Too much risk. With uncertain return. Not to mention the consequences in the long run. Naruto is about to land the Bijidama. But as his mouth about to blast it, the ground beneath Naruto trembled and broke open. A long rod expanded from underground and smashed onto Naruto's jaw, redirecting the blast upward. Boom. Naruto is flung like a rag doll from the hit and smashed into the house. Roar. Naruto let out a cry at Hiruzen as he crawled out of the crater. Hiruzen looks at Naruto with pity and sadness. He can hear and feel the pain inside of him. Minato. I had failed you. Hiruzen self-reflected again as he prepared his staff. He needs to stall Naruto until Tenzo and the sealing team arrive. Raw. Naruto burst in speed, charging into Hiruzen. Hiruzen weave hand seals, earth release, mud river flow. The ground beneath Naruto turned into a sliding flowing mud, causing Naruto steps to slip, lose his footing and fall into the flowing mud. Taking the chance, Hiruzen weaves a combo jutsu. Earth release, mud wall. Hiruzen shoots mud from his mouth, burying Naruto in it. Fire release, fire dragon missile. Flames shoot out at fast speed, engulfing the mud, burying Naruto. The mud hardened in an instant, trapping him. But how could that trap him? Boom. Boom. Two tails broke through the earth, trapping him. Wave of chakra exploded from the beast. Crack, crack. Roar. Naruto burst out from his entrapment. He roared madly as he grabbed onto the nearby tree and objects with his limbs and threw them to the old man. Hiruzen dodged with skill, using his staff to destroy the incoming attacks. The projectiles landing behind Hiruzen cause buildings and terrain to be damaged. Naruto once again charges up a Bijudama, and he fires multiple waves of attacks at high speed. Hiruzen's eyes widened, his fingers fast, earth release, earth wall. A thick wall made of earth erect just in time. Boom. 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 Each hit took away pieces of the earth wall. Boom. It managed to block the final attack, but the shockwave sent Hiruzen flying meters backward. Two ANBU finally came to support Hiruzen. Naruto starts to rush up with his dark red limbs stretched out, wanting to crush all of them. The three, in tacit understanding of stopping Naruto, launched a combined attack. Water release, water waves. Rushing flood of high current water crashed directly into Naruto, causing him to drown and lose the ability to move under the pressure and current of the water. Naruto uses his tails and hands to hold onto the nearby building and infrastructure as he's withstanding the current. After the jutsu was over, Naruto crawled out of the rubbles. Four tails burst forth, destroying everything nearby. His roar caused a shockwave to blow everything around him apart, creating a large crater around him. The fight continues. Hiruzen used shadow clones and various jutsu to weaken Naruto. Finally, Yamato and the sealing team had arrived. Hiruzen looked to the side, seeing them with relief. Tenzo. I will create an opportunity for you. Shadow clone jutsu. Two more clones appear at the side of Hiruzen. The five Hiruzen surrounded the transformed Naruto, and performed the explosive five-element jutsu combination. Each of them shoots waves of fire, water, earth, lighting, and wind, combined into a massive burst of power. The beast let out a roar of pain as it withstood the attack, weakened a lot from the blast. Yamato and the sealing team quickly used this opportunity. Wood started to grow out of the ground, binding Naruto, and also had a suppressive effect. The sealing squad each places a scroll on the ground each. Slamming their hand into them, Fuin symbols shoot out and crawl from the scroll and cover Naruto, further binding him. Toby, who's been watching since earlier, decides to make a move now. His existence as Uchiha Madara is exposed anyhow. And it won't matter as long as he doesn't reveal his ability to avoid risk. Toby uses body flicker, and with his strength and skill alone he kills a sealing squad member as easy as ant. Uchiha. Hiruzen saw the mask and the Sharingan in the right eye. He and the two ANBUs with him quickly went forward to engage with him. But Hiruzen had exhausted his chakra and stamina, and Toby mostly ignored them and instead targeted the sealing squad members and finally, just kicked Yamato away and injured him severely before he can suppress Naruto. Roar. Toby sees the beast finally escape the binding. He thought it's already fun enough and just flickered off with a smirk. Hiruzen turned to one of the ANBU. Chase him. But do not engage. The ANBU nodded and went ahead to chase Toby. Which Toby kill easily later. Hiruzen looks at the injured and battered sealing squad members, and Yamato who's bleeding profusely on the ground. His shadow clones took them away to find a medical ninja and treat them quickly. Toby thought he had enough and decided to leave. He enters the Kamui dimension, assuming it's over for them. Naruto would return back to normal after a while anyway since it's only temporary. His goal to weaken Konoha and kill the Uchiha is achieved. Tanya, seeing the scene, clenched her fist so tight it's turning white. She's afraid for Naruto's life. Seeing the third using such a powerful jutsu towards Naruto almost made her heart stop. The possibility that Naruto might die. Or if they decide to kill Naruto. She felt a wave of frustration and anger. Badump. Tanya felt a calling inside her. The moment she blinks, she's back in the subconscious space. Kyubi. Tanya looks warily. You want to stop your precious brother, don't you? Ha ha ha. I will give you power. Come here. Come close and take it. Kyubi clenched his claws on the gates. Kyubi believes this is a chance to overtake her using her rare vulnerable emotions. A moment of opportunity to pry the seal and take over her body. Flood of red chakra leaks out from the gates, but not reaching Tanya, who steps away from the evil chakra. Tanya looks warily. But when she thinks about Naruto, she steeled her resolve. A god that had stronger power had wanted to control her will and had failed. This time, she will not surrender either. A fox is nothing compared to being X. And being X is nothing compared to her will. Rush of adrenaline runs through her body as she's going to do something completely insane. This is suicidal. But what choice do I have? That damn being X, I knew you would eventually do this to me. Ah. The frustration, fear, anger, and adrenaline rush at the crazy decision she's making caused her to force a smile. Massive soul pressure rushes outward from Tanya, her eyes gleaming with almost what can be called insanity, as if she could kill the entire world with her bare hands. As if something at this moment snapped. She stepped forward and stood an inch before the gates, her eyes locking with Kyubi, like two crazy demons facing each other. Tanya stretched her hands towards Kyubi, as if welcoming him fully. A smile that covered almost half of her face stretched on her lips, with a crazed light in her eyes sending chills even to Kyubi. After 7 years of peace in the shinobi world, the devil of the Rhine returned. Come. I will take your offer. Tanya steps forward and willingly basks herself in Nine Tails chakra. Her expression grows more and more sinister in Kyubi's view as she takes in his chakra. Kyubi felt like he might be making a mistake, but shook that thought away. No. No, I can't be afraid of this mere human. She won't be able to control my power. For certain. Kyubi returned to a face of confidence and pride. Red chakra leaks out from Kyubi more. Tanya willingly lets every evil chakra flow into her, instantly engulfing all of Tanya's body, wanting to devour her mind. Kyubi grinned in mocking, thinking the foolish brat dared to take all of his power. She will definitely lose control and he can take her over, or so he thought. Naruto. Are you there? Listen to Gramp, Hiruzen shouted, as if trying to find any hope of waking Naruto up from voice alone. Hiruzen wondered if there's no other choice. If this is the end of his life. If he used the Death Reaper seal, he might be taking Naruto's soul along with it. He is unsure if he can perfectly take only the Nine Tails chakra into him and not touch Naruto's. But, there might be no other way. I hope you can forgive me, Minato, Kushina. Hiruzen's will of fire ignited. His death will be the catalyst for new generations. Hiruzen is about to weave hand seals for the dead demon-consuming seal, but he suddenly felt a heavy pressure descending, a powerful, similarly if not more evil than Naruto's appear not far away. No. Impossible. Tsuyu too. Hiruzen is in panic as he had to turn around to look at the source of the chakra. On top of the building, the bright red moon shines its light towards the figure. The wave of chakra and pressure alone caused the building to crumble bit by bit. Bubbles of dark red chakra covered Tanya. Tanya felt like her entire body was burning and her blood was boiling with power. It hurts so much, like my body is burning inside out. But this power, this feeling, so much hatred. Tanya let out an evil smile subconsciously, feeling the corruption on her emotions and the mind. Ah. I feel like killing and destroying everything, haha, no wonder, Is this how you feel, brother? But compared to what being X had done, this is nothing at all. I clenched my fist. I will stop you myself. Tanya's sinister grin remained, but her mind never lost it. The burst of evil red chakra that's wild and exploding suddenly became very tame. The dark red coat of chakra covered Tanya's entire body like living, constantly shifting cracks of webs. While part of her face was left uncovered, the area around her eyes untouched, as if telling the semblance of humanity she had left. Her sinister grin appears even more sinister with her white teeth and fangs amidst the dark red skin. Her hair turns longer, coated with dark red power, turning into 5 distinct appendages swaying in the air. It's a completely different transformation than Naruto's, perfect control of Kyuubi's chakra. Kyuubi is shaken to his very core. How? This can't be possible. Chapter 15, Aftermath. Hiruzen saw the figure on top of the building. The evil chakra emanating from it makes Hiruzen feel like he's being pressed from both sides. The 5 dark red appendages formed from Tsuyu's hair sways in the air, with the red moon as backlight. No. If only Jiraiya is here. Hiruzen is racking his brain on what to do. His only chance is to use a shadow clone and use the Reaper Death Seal on both of them at the same time. Minato and Kushina will not forgive him for sure. But he has to do it for the sake of the village. Naruto at this moment has stopped attacking. Instead he just looked towards the figure far away. Ha ha ha. My other half. Together, we will destroy everything. Kyuubi inside of Naruto felt elated, feeling his half's chakra. Tanya is her demonic form, gathers chakra on all her 4 limbs. Akin to a beast she flickered to where Naruto is, crumbling the ground she stood on. Whoosh. Like a dark red comet she crashed onto the ground meters away from Naruto, causing shockwaves to blast dust and debris. Hiruzen covered his face, but his gaze watched with fear. Afraid of the upcoming battle against 2 Jinchuriki that had lost it. She stood, her dark red claws brandished as she locked eyes with the transformed Naruto. Huh. No, it can't be. She is in control. Kyuubi realized it as he felt Tanya's angry gaze and clarity in her red iris. He doesn't want to believe a 7-year-old child can control his other half's power so perfectly. Wake up, Niisan. Tanya shouted almost with anger, like scolding a child who had done something so wrong. Roar. Naruto roared angrily at Tanya. He charged forward as his claws expanded and stretched out, wanting to tear her apart. Tanya gnashed her teeth as used the same limb to clash with Naruto. Shockwaves from their powerful move cause more debris to flush towards Hiruzen. Tsuyu. Hiruzen is in shock, bewildered even. She is in control. Hiruzen's brain almost went blank from seeing the situation in front of him. He can't fathom how a 7-year-old child can control such power. Naruto tails each rushed towards Tanya, with each of them forming claws wanting to grab and slam her. Tanya's own 5 strips of hair representing her tails each mirrored Naruto's attack, stopping them. Another blast of shockwave impacted the surrounding area as the 2 clashed with each other. Craters formed from sheer pressure between the 2. The ground beneath the 2 cracked inch by inch. Wake up. Tanya roared again. She sends chakra to her feet and uses body flicker directly to Naruto, causing the ground beneath to explode. Naruto's multiple attacks each missed her, altering the terrain at the same time. Tanya already arrived in front of him. Tanya raises both his arms, it expands and extends into 2 large fists as it slammed down hard. Boom. Naruto's entire body is slammed into the ground, causing a web-like crater around him. As Naruto raised his body on all 4 shakily, all his tails went to attack Tanya, but she used her own tails to grab onto and hold them in place. Tanya comes close, face to face with Naruto. Niisan, Tanya shook his shoulders, as if wanting him to come back to his senses. Naruto let out a deafening roar. He's struggling against Tanya. He tried to claw at her. Tanya grabs his wrist tight. Nisan, please come back to your senses. Roar. Roar. Naruto's low roar akin to a weeping cry. His eyes look at Tanya, as if letting out his sadness and pain deep inside. Nisan. She saw tears flowing from the transformed Naruto's eyes for a second, before it vaporized instantly. And she finally understands, to a certain extent Naruto hides a deep pain and sadness inside, causing all this. And a part of this is her fault for not realizing it. She should have given more attention to him. I am here now, Nii-san. Wake up. Roar. Tanya felt Naruto's struggle weakening, he's just roaring softly now. Tanya feels like she's close to having Naruto back. She had to do something to comfort him more, she never has done this before but she felt like it's what Naruto needed right now. She stepped closer and pulled him close, wrapping him in her arms. Naruto roared more, but it sounded more like a cry. Hiruzen watches from afar, overlooking the siblings. His shock is already over, and he's not sure if he should be impressed, scared, relieved, or bewildered. But as he watched Tsuyu's back, wrapping her arms around her twin brother, Hiruzen felt a tugging in his heart. He almost saw both Kushina and Minato's shadow behind her. Minato, your daughter will surpass you. Hiruzen thought inwardly. Naruto's chakra slowly recedes. His form gradually returned to more human appearance. The tails slowly shrink and disappear. Naruto, Tanya's own chakra cloak form recedes as she lets go of her emotions and feels relieved. Tanya looks at the now collapsed Naruto in her arms. He is still unconscious. Both of them had their skins burned off, though Naruto had it worse. Tanya checked his pulse and other life signs quickly. Tanya is not sure if Naruto is truly okay or not, seeing his weak state. She turned over to Hiruzen. She's sure the Hokage will probably talk to her later but it's not like she did anything wrong and even provided her service. Sandame-sama. Naruto needed medical attention. Tanya said respectfully. Hiruzen is trying to form words as he looks with a complicated expression towards her and Naruto. Hiruzen turned to the side, calling the beaten and battered ANBU nearby. Make sure what happened just now never leaks out. Give the message to all. He nods and disappears with a body flicker. Hiruzen called the other ANBU to bring the siblings to medic. Naruto's rampage is stopped, but now he needs to get onto the Uchiha side. The ANBU went to the siblings, come you two, we will get you both checked. Tanya and the unconscious Naruto are treated by ANBU Medic Corp, though the Sealing Squad and Yamato are on standby ready to intervene in case anything happens. Fortunately both of them are fine. Tanya's body is bandaged all over due to the burns on her skin. She felt really exhausted, and her body felt pain all over. But it must have been worse for his brother. She looks at Naruto wrapped up like a mummy on the bed. She sat on the chair next to him, waiting for him to wake up. Sigh. I am not fit to raise someone after all. Tanya thought inwardly, blaming her inadequacy. Hiruzen arrived at the Uchiha compound, finding them littered with corpses with eyes gouged out. He sees masked ANBU, or rather, root members in the perimeter. Danzo appears from the darkness. Danzo, it's you, isn't it? Hiruzen doesn't need to turn around to know who it is. Danzo looked blandly at Hiruzen. Itachi Uchiha has massacred his own clan. He is now classified as S, class missing nin. I see. You and your schemes. Humph. The Uchiha deserves this. I am proven right, Hiruzen. The Nine Tails is controlled by them. Hiruzen couldn't reply, because he had to agree on the matter. But he cannot openly say it and put the blame all towards Danzo. From now, your root division is dissolved. You have taken your own initiative without my order, undermining my position as the Hokage. TCH. What I have done is for the good of Konoha. Remember that, Hiruzen. Uchiha compound. Itachi, Fugaku, along with ANBU members with them, relatively easily subdue the rebels. The sudden appearance of Nine Tails Jinchuriki losing control outside does not stop the fight among the Uchihas. As Itachi subdued the last member of the Uchiha rebel, he felt his mind exhausted and out of ideas. Fugaku as well, had to accept their fate. The rebels had claimed their involvement with the Nine Tails outbreak, and the ANBU are listening. They cannot escape the blame. Danzo suddenly appears from the dark. His eyes locked with Itachi's. The two had already talked before behind Hiruzen's back. And Itachi knew what had to be done, and that, at least Sasuke will be safe. Fugaku looked at Danzo, then at Itachi. The root members had all surrounded them. The Uchiha members supporting Fugaku looked bewildered, as if they felt betrayed by the village. Fugaku-sama. The village, one of the Uchiha spoke. Fugaku raised one hand, stopping him. It's useless to speak. It's over for us. We cannot escape the blame this time, Fugaku said solemnly. Itachi, compared to our pain, it is nothing compared to yours. Fugaku kneeled on the ground in surrender, submitting himself to be executed. He already knows the details of Itachi's initial given order. Even if the outcome doesn't change, I am proud of you, Itachi. Itachi had tears in his eyes as he shakily took his blade out. The root members began their slaughter. Toby sneakily joined the slaughter as well and harvested as much Sharingan as he could. Meanwhile, in Konoha's shelter the ANBU and shinobi dispersed. That the Nine Tails rampage is over and everything is already under control. Everyone is let out. Sasuke immediately ran off to the Uchiha compound, but what awaits him are corpses of his clans and even his parents. He met his brother Itachi, but instead of the kind brother he used to know, it's no longer him. Ototoyo, Itachi let Sasuke with cold eyes as he stood in front of Fugaku and Mikoto's corpse. Sasuke suffered through everything just like in the original. Itachi met Hiruzen before his departure, informing him about his plans after. Itachi, your sacrifice will be remembered. I will not change the password to the barrier. You can always come in to check on Sasuke, Hiruzen said as he looked out to the village. Itachi will join Akatsuki and keep tabs on the Uchiha Madara, as he is the main culprit of the Nine Tails outbreak. Toby thought nothing of it, since Itachi still slayed his clan with his hands and had nowhere else to go. He can still use his power for his cause. After letting Itachi leave, Hiruzen went to check up on Tsuyu and Naruto. He went to Tsuyu's side, who's watching unconscious Naruto in bed. He's not sure what to say or where to begin the conversation. Tanya stood and bowed respectfully to him as he approached. Sandame-sama. No need for formality. Instead, I would like to thank you. If you had not interfered, more damage and loss would have happened. Sandame-sama, I am only doing my duty as Konoha's shinobi, and, as Naruto's sister. Hiruzen let out a smile. The new generation is in good hands. Despite today's disaster, he sees hope in the future. You haven't graduated yet, so you are not a shinobi for now, Hiruzen said jokingly, trying to lighten the heavy atmosphere in his own heart. But your heart already is. With you around, I can feel at ease. You inherited the will of fire from your parents, you will be a great shinobi and I can entrust Konoha's future with you. Hiruzen also thought that the same will of fire and her love for Naruto is what enables her to control the power of Kyuubi inside of her. Sandame-sama, I am unworthy of your praise. Tanya said respectfully. Though, you are too rigid. Ha ha ha. Perhaps, you can learn to be more unserious from your brother, Hiruzen said with an amused laugh. Hiruzen sighed as he looked at the unconscious boy on the bed. You are mature, and I believe I should treat you like an adult. However, some things, even as adults, we can have hindsight. You are bright. And I have seen your performance in the academy and your hard work as well. However, your brother is different from you, as you are aware. He is a lonely person, and needs more attention and care from you. Tanya digested Hiruzen's words, understanding the fact. I hope you can always keep watch on your brother. He needs guidance, and he needs love and company more. I believe you can do it, Tsuyu-kun. I am sorry for asking this from you, but in my eyes, you are not just a 7-year-old child. I believe you can bear this responsibility. I understand. I will do my best and not disappoint you, Sandame-sama. He nods, seeing Tanya's acceptance of such heavy responsibility. I also believe you understand the importance of secrecy on what happened. So I wouldn't need to explain. I will talk to you more later, especially about the power you have used. Hiruzen turned around ready to leave. The academy will be suspended for a week meanwhile. Take this time to spend it with Naruto once he wakes up, he needs it. Tanya nodded and bowed respectfully. I have other important matters to attend to, I will leave him to you, Tsuyu-kun. Hiruzen left the medical room. Despite his own tiredness and weariness, he headed towards his office to deal with the aftermath of today's event. Chapter 16, Family. Naruto slowly opened his eyes. He felt pain, and sore all over. What met his sight are the white ceiling, and a unique scent of sanitizer and something close to a hospital room. Naruto looked at his surrounding, surprised seeing his sister. Tsuchan. He looks at his sister who's asleep, sleeping against the wall on the chair. She is bandaged all over her body except her face. She seems exhausted. Naruto's mind is trying to process everything, his mind is still clouded. He looks at himself and how his entire body is unable to move from the bandages all over. The last memory he had. The painful memories, his feelings, his anger, loneliness, and even jealousy towards his sister. He felt really guilty for even feeling such a way. For directing such negative emotions towards the only family he had. I am a bad brother. Naruto felt pressure building up on his tear ducts remembering what he had thought of his own sister. Naruto turned to look at Tsuyu who had stayed by his side. How long has she been waiting here? Naruto closed his eyes, the heavy feeling invaded his chest again. The most important piece of memory returned to Naruto. Naruto opened his eyes, his pupil contracted from denial. No. No, 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 no. It can't be true, it can't be. Naruto held his face. Tears start to flow uncontrollable as the dam broken from the realization. The nine tails is inside me, that's why everyone. Naruto felt his heart breaking to pieces knowing this reality. He remembered it. He remembers seeing the monster inside of him. And what Naruto wants to deny more is that he let the monster took control of him. He can't remember, but he knows that had happened. He looks at his own bandaged hands, then at Tsuyu. Did I hurt her? That thought crossed his mind. He's scared. He's scared of himself and what he has done. No, no. Naruto shook that thought away. He doesn't know. He doesn't remember. Naruto rested on his bed, looking at the ceiling. At times his gaze returned to Tsuyu. Does she hate me? Does she felt scared of me? Naruto felt scared, really scared. He doesn't want Tsuyu to fear him. He's afraid even she would run away from him. Tears already forming in his eyes again as the anxiety of that happening consumes him. As half an hour passes, Tanya finally wakes up. I fell asleep. Tanya turned his eyes to Naruto. Tanya furrowed her eyebrows seeing the red swollen eyes on Naruto. Nisan. You are awake. Tanya bent her body closer to Naruto. Any pain anywhere? Tell me if there's something wrong, Tanya asked with concern. The amount of hit and damage Naruto took during his transformation would have blown normal humans to bloody pulp after all. Naruto can only bite his lips. His clenched fist trembling. His eyes teary while looking at his sister. Tsuchan. Sniffs. Sigh, he's such a crybaby. Take a deep breath, Naruto. Calm down. Follow me. Take a deep breath. Naruto followed. Good. Tanya wait for Naruto to speak. Tsuchan, did I hurt you? Technically no. No. It's not you. Tanya said as a matter of factly. Naruto felt like Tanya doesn't want him to worry. He felt even more guilty. Tsuchan, what happened when I was unconscious? Naruto clenched the sheet beneath him, ready to hear the cold truth. Tanya wonders how much to tell Naruto. How much do you remember? She needs to assess whether Naruto is semi-conscious throughout the whole ordeal or not. I don't know. I don't remember but. Did I hurt a lot of people, Tsuchan? Tanya had a difficult time answering. But from Naruto's question, it's clear Naruto is aware he did hurt someone when he's transformed. If she is honest, Naruto did killed few people during his transformation. But saying that to a 7-year-old child doesn't sound like a good idea. Naruto, a lot of people did get hurt. But it's not you. I know you were taken control. So none of it is your fault, understand? Tanya said with a stern voice. But. No buts. Listen here, Nii-san. It's not you. And you have no need to feel guilty about what happened when you were unconscious. You have nothing to do with it. Tanya said calmly, wanting Naruto to understand and accept this point. Okay. Naruto said so, but his heart doesn't accept her sister's words. As if Tsuyu is only saying so to not burden him. Good. Asterisk grumble, Naruto's stomach made some sounds from hunger. Naruto blushed slightly, feeling embarrassed. Tanya let out an amused smile, feeling the heavy atmosphere lighten a little, seeing his silly twin brother somewhat return with those blush. I will get some food. Wait here. Tanya stood from his chair heading out of the room to find some food for Naruto. She returned with a steel plate filled with healthy hospital food. Naruto doesn't like the blandness of it, but he doesn't complain as he wolf it down. Naruto finishes his meal and places the plate at the side, letting out a sigh. The siblings were quiet for a while. The heaviness starts to consume Naruto again, and he really wants to cry right now. But it's as if he had been suppressing it again. Tanya senses Naruto is struggling with something. She takes a deep breath. It's not like her to act emotional, and she's not sure if she's doing it right. But it's something Naruto needs and she decides to try. Nisan, Tanya called. Yeah. Tanya sat at the edge of the bed. Awkwardly, she stretched her hands out towards him. Come here. Ha. Naruto didn't realize it, but tears were already building up and fell down his cheeks. Hey. Come here. Let me hug you. NNHGH, Naruto's eyes went blurry as his brows squinted from the overwhelming emotions bursting out. Titsu-chan, NNGHHHNN, NNHH, asterisk sobs, asterisk NNHHH. I am sorry. I am sorry. I am so sorry. NHHH, sobs, Naruto is trembling and sobbing badly as he closes in. His tears and snots wetting Tanya's cloth. Tanya felt a little discomfort on the wetness from snots and tears, but she put that aside and hesitantly rubbed Naruto's back. NNNHH, NNNH, sobs, sniff. I am sorry, Naruto kept crying. You don't have to feel sorry, NII-san. Like I said, you didn't do anything wrong, it was not you, it's the fox. A minute passes as Naruto keeps crying until he can't anymore. He pulled away, wiping his face with the sleeves of his hospital gown. Tanya frowned slightly as she took the tissue at the side and gave it to Naruto. While taking some and wipe herself. Naruto looked at Tanya's action and felt a little embarrassed suddenly. Sorry Tsu-chan, he said quietly. No need. It's nothing. The two siblings went quiet for a while again. Nisan. You know I care for you, right? Naruto looks at Tanya. He nods. I may seem like I don't care at times. And, I have to admit I am a little different than most. I hope you can understand, Naruto. Naruto listened with a slight frown, trying to understand. He is still a child after all, and it's too complex for him. But I want you to know and understand, I do care for you. In my own way. And if you have any problem, if you feel bad, if you feel sad and in pain, you have to tell me, understand? I want to help you. I am your sister, and you should depend on me. Tsu-chan, Naruto felt tears forming again. He quickly used the tissue already in his hand to wipe them. A sense of warmth filled his heart, relieving him from a lot of his burden. Yes. Tsu-chan. Naruto finally let out his sunny smile. Tanya smiled slightly, feeling satisfied that she managed to comfort Naruto and had him return to his usual self finally. That annoying smile is like her morning coffee now. Good that you do. We will get Ichiraku ramen once you are discharged. Ramen. Really? Yosha, Naruto seems giddy as his eyes brighten up along with his smile. Naruto forgot everything and felt excited for ramen. He really wants them, his comfort and soul food. He can't wait to get out of the hospital. Tanya let out a low chuckle, almost in disbelief how easy Naruto's mood changes. She decides she will take out her savings a little to treat Naruto the whole week. And that she expects and prepares for the villagers to treat Naruto even worse than before due to his recent outbreak. Sigh. She is worried if Naruto cannot handle it though. Will he be fine once he sees the destruction that had happened? Or when the villagers treat him worse and hostile more openly? Would he lash out and turn into the beast again? Tanya decides he needs to give Naruto a prep talk. Nisan, there's another important thing. Yeah, Naruto looks at her with his bright blue eyes. When you go outside, you might see some changes. When you were taken over back then, a lot of things happened. Buildings destroyed. And some people are hurt, and some died. Once again, it's not your fault. Naruto felt his heart grow heavy again. The villagers will treat you worse, and might become more hostile towards you directly and openly. Naruto clenched his fist, frustrated with his situation, understanding it will happen. Tanya placed her hand on Naruto's shoulder, and firmed her grasp on him. But I am here. Those people know nothing about you. Remember that. Tsu-chan, Naruto felt the heaviness lighten, knowing Tsuyu will still support him. Naruto nodded. He understands her words and mentally prepares himself for the onslaught of curses and gazes towards him once he gets out of the hospital. As a 7-year-old child, Naruto at this time had to grow up to be tougher mentally. In the evening, since Naruto is well and fine and only needs to recuperate, he is discharged. As Naruto walked around the hospital hallways, he felt the gazes towards him from the people around. It's the demon child. Oh God, he's here. Naruto can almost hear the whispers. Naruto, don't listen to them, Tanya said firmly. Naruto nods. He steeled himself as he kept his head up and walked forward. He has his sister, he doesn't need to feel afraid. Let's get Ichiraku ramen first. It's your favorite after all. Naruto smiled, remembering about Tanya's promise. Naruto is able to steel his mind against the gazes coming at him, and seeing Tsuchi's welcoming smile towards him, Naruto almost wants to cry again but just holds it and returns the smile. Naruto, Tsuyu, I am glad you two are fine. What would you two like? Asen. Tonkatsu ramen with extra topping. 2 bowls please. Naruto sat giddily on the stool. For me, regular miso ramen, Tanya added. Coming right up. The week passes by as the two spend time together. Tanya tried to the sister Naruto needed, especially with the treatment the villagers gave him. If before the adults only ignore him over time, now they start to actively avoid him like a plague. As if afraid Naruto would turn into a demon again the next second. But thanks to Tanya's constant support and presence, Naruto can hold his head up high. Chapter 17, Behind the Scene. Kimogakure. Godame-sama, here's information from our spies planted in Konoha. Darui, A's right-hand man, kneeled before handing out a report from their intelligence department. The 4th Raikage took the scroll and read it. The Uchiha massacre, leaving only a child behind. And the rumors surrounding Uchiha causing 9 Tails Jinchuriki rampage. A's eyes also widened slightly, seeing the info on the Jinchuriki is suspected to only be a 7-year-old child named Uzumaki Naruto as he observes the villagers' unabashed treatment towards him. A mere 7 years old, Raikage taps his desk. He's considering breaking the peace treaty already. Also a few years ago Konoha dared to trick them by giving Hisashi. Though, since they cannot prove that the witness does not mistake the twin for the other, he had to accept such a useless peace offering. Konoha has lost a lot since the Third Shinobi War, but so do other nations. While other nations had signed peace treaties and each had slowed down their military expenditure and growth while recovering, Land of Lighting doesn't, as if they are already looking for a chance for war. Their third Hokage, Hiruzen, is an old man already past his prime. Losing the Yellow Flash, one of the Sannin defected, and now one of the strongest clan of Konoha massacred. Also the loss of both Shursue of Body Flicker and Itachi Uchiha that potentially are elite Jonin. Then add this fact with Konoha essentially having zero control over the 9 Tails. He doesn't believe this 7-year-old child can control the Bijou, so Konoha's Jinchuriki, the strongest weapon they had, can be taken out of the equation entirely. Konoha had truly lost a lot of their elite forces, and at this moment, they are truly at their weakest. His own village had 8 Tails Jinchuriki that already had perfect control and cooperation with Gyuki, while Yujito Ni had good enough control over Matatabi and is still in training at the Falls of Truth. She can be sent to war as well. But A will not underestimate Konoha just yet. There is Jiraiya and Tsunade. And Kakashi of the Sharingan is nothing to be scoffed at either. A war will cause too many losses if it's just Kimogakure. He doesn't think the daimyo would approve of it either. Unless they are able to cause Konoha to spread their elite forces through multiple fronts. A took some fresh ink and wrote a letter to be sent to IWA and Suna. He doesn't really have much hope on the two, to be honest. But who knows, chances are chances. In case the two are bold enough, he is certain he can gain a lot. Land of Lighting does not clash much with Stone and Wind due to their geographical location, so Kumo essentially is one who reaps most benefit with less risk if they come to agree to wage war against Konoha at the same time. I suddenly had this inspiration from Hiruzen's weak resolve due to them actually sending Hisashi's body to them at all instead of refusing even if they were tricked by Kumo. I decides to cause a leak of information that Kumogakure is preparing to wage war against Konoha along with IWA and Suna, to the Land of Fire. And perhaps he can extort some benefits from Konoha in case Hiruzen once again bow his head to prevent war from happening. A little gain is still a gain. Iwagakure. Anoki read the letter sent by Kumo's envoy. Anoki snorted. As much as he wants to take on Konoha, he doesn't think it will work. They underestimated Konoha too much. He might consider it if Suna also wants to, but cooperating as Suna is the last thing he would want to do. So he will just wait and see. Sunagakure. Fourth Kazakage, Raza read the letter. Their daimyo is already pressuring him a lot really. After all, the land only has very few fertile lands. He is aware that the country lacks many resources, and given Land of Wind's reliance on import for necessities, the other two countries are taking advantage of it to squeeze as much as possible from Land of Wind through ridiculous trade prices. Raza can mine gold. But the reason Suna is not rich is because the trade doesn't give much. It's like he had to exchange a handful of gold to get a bag of rice. Land of Fire especially is taking advantage of this fact. Also add to the fact that Raza is the Kazakage. He is not a miner, damn it. He did mine some for his village, but it's something very shameful for himself. Raza scrunched the scroll he's reading. He is not confident in attacking Konoha. But he is certain the daimyo would order them to if he finds out IWA and Kumo might be in it. He wrote a reply to both of the Kages. Essentially also taking a stance of wait and see. Normally this means war won't happen since no one is willing to make the first move. Toby meanwhile is wondering if there's a way he could push a war to happen. He just wants to weaken the four great nations so he could carry out his plan smoothly later. Akagahara, a large city in the Land of Fire. Shino and his apprentice, Amaru, are just about to return to their small peaceful village after their traveling to treat people and give Amaru experience of traveling the land. In the izakaya, he heard the three men talking nearby. They say war might happen, you know about the Uchihas, right? Since they got wiped. Gosh. We are right at the border facing the Land of Lighting. Should I prepare to move? If war really happens and they won. Shino hears the whispers and rumors. If he had already left, perhaps he wouldn't have heard of the rumors at all, since the village he stayed in is rural and doesn't get the big rumors. Shino had this brilliant idea suddenly. To use war to collect negative chakra is far, far better than just relying on his village population. And he could jumpstart Anchorvantion earlier. But he doesn't have the ability to do such manipulation. Triggering a war isn't simple. As for the current remnants of his people, the village hidden in the sky, there's a risk of exposing them to any of the great shinobi villages and they might get wiped out before he can fully utilize them. Unless he can use them and manage to gain enough to gather enough chakra for Zero Tails and Anchorvantion in one fell swoop. If there's anyone he can somewhat trust given the circumstances, perhaps I can try to contact him. As for who, it's the person he once made an exchange of knowledge with, one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. His whereabouts are unknown, but he can try to contact the last Orochimaru spy he knew. In case war does happen, he wants to know and be there, maybe pretending to be a doctor for hire. He already imagined himself collecting so many negative chakra and smiled slightly. Amaru heard the rumor as well and she frowned. Master, will war really happen? Why do they even fight? Shino smiled at Amaru. I think no. But it's not certain. As for why war happens, it's greed, Amaru. It's because they want something from others they don't have, or worse, they simply want even more. That's selfish and awful, Amaru, the 7-year-old girl pouted. It's human nature after all, we cannot escape selfishness. But we can choose, like you and me, we both choose to give and heal instead of taking. Shino smiled at Amaru. Amaru's eyes brighten up. Yes, master. I understand. I will study harder to save more. Konoha. Danzo throws the report from their intelligence to Hiruzen's table. Hiruzen, Konoha is at risk of war. You understand this, right? Hiruzen let out a puff of smoke. Danzo, you should know even more than I do that it's highly unlikely. Nothing but rumors. What exactly do you want? I already know you are scheming. Danzo snorted. You tried to hide it from me, Hiruzen. Danzo said coldly, his one eye locked onto the old man. Hiruzen froze for a second. He sighed inwardly. It seems Danzo did keep a root member on his tabs that night. Danzo, after all, still wants to know the result of Hiruzen fighting the rampaging Naruto and maybe even hear the news of Hiruzen death, so a root member just watching is almost a given. Danzo tapped his cane as he took a scroll out from his cloth. Tsuyu Uzumaki. Already capable of using the power of Nine Tails without losing control. Able to fight and stop her brother that even you are barely able to, a 7-year-old child at that. Only a fool would not understand what this means for Konoha. Danzo said sarcastically. Hiruzen clenched his fist. He had wanted to protect Tsuyu from Danzo most, from being exploited by him. Koharu and Hamura already agreed with me. The risk of war is there, we have to develop her faster to provide more security to the village. Tsunade cannot even see blood. Your disciple Orochimaru could come back to bite at us. We already discussed allowing her to advance faster in the academy. And she herself wants it and is already far superior than her peers. What other excuse will you give now, Hiruzen? Hiruzen clenched his fist even tighter, he blew another bigger puff of smoke from his pipe. Minato, I can't protect your daughter this time, how many times have I failed you? Hiruzen felt ashamed and guilty inside. He cannot refute Danzo's words that Konoha does need talent, and to feel more secure they need to add more strong person to their rank. Having Tsuyu become stronger sooner will be better for Konoha, and she already is a capable person, even if her age doesn't seem like it. But she is still a child. I don't want her to experience the darkness of shinobi, not this early. Our village is established for the future generation's sake, Danzo, don't forget that. A child. Is that truly what you really think? Hiruzen cannot retort. Then it's decided, Danzo turned around and left. Hiruzen sighed as he stood and placed his pipe down. He looked out the window, overseeing all of Konoha. The least he can do right now is make sure Tsuyu is not exploited by Danzo, even if she becomes a shinobi earlier. Hyuga compound. Tanya is having tea with Hinata. It reminds Tanya of the time she would drink coffee with Visha in previous life. While she's not a fan of tea normally, but the tea served by the Hyuga clan had a clean taste, a high-quality product. And the snacks as well. It's a nice way to relax. Tsuyu-san, my father is letting me rest today, we can practice together, if you would like to, Hinata shyly said. She never had a girlfriend before that she can hang out with. Niji is never really friendly to her. And she never had free time to spend with anyone else after school. Only Tsuyu tried to make friends with her and can put up with her shyness. And that she's Naruto's sister, her future sister-in-law. Hinata's imagination run wild as she suddenly blushed thinking of Naruto. Also Tsuyu is the first person to actually be welcomed by his father to be friends with. Since Tsuyu is a genius and the daughter of the fourth, Hayashi allows it. Hinata-san, you train almost every day. A good rest is important if you want to improve. Is that so? Tanya smiled slightly. But Tsuyu-san, what do you think of my gentle fist? Compared to my father, when you see me spar with father? Hinata asked. Tsuyu gave her an honest comment. She had been beaten by Hayashi, so she can feel and see the difference. Hinata is too reserved, that's really just her problem. As if she herself holding back, not wanting to hurt others or herself, or she herself felt she's weak and doesn't have the confidence. Hinata sighed. I don't know. I wish I can fulfill his expectations. Unlike me, my brother is much more talented. Hinata said with a hint of self-depreciation. And right on cue, Niji actually comes in. He looked arrogantly at Tsuyu, an outsider that his uncle actually friendly with. He doesn't believe on what he heard. Tsuyu-kun, is it? Niji squinted his eyes, observing Tsuyu. A pretty appearance, with no hint of genius on her face nor strength. For him, a mere orphan with no family to speak of shouldn't be nothing but that. Everyone's fate is decided the moment they are born. For Niji, Hinata can't even beat himself in spars. And to make it worse, Hinata also lost to a nobody. He wants to show Hinata what a true genius is. Hinata is shaking slightly, feeling like her brother is not here for a good purpose. Chapter 18, Shackle of Fate. Tanya looks at Hinata, expecting her to de-escalate the situation. But Hinata, as expected, just looked downward and did not dare to say a thing. First it's Uchiha Sasuke who always wants to beat her to prove the pride of Uchiha. Now it's Hinata's cousin. The price of the big clan seems to be deeply rooted in the clans of Konoha. Tanya takes a deep breath. From her understanding, the Hyuga branch had always been seen as the ones who served the main family. But Niji's father and Hinata's father are twin brothers. He can assume Niji's bitterness comes from this fact. Niji doesn't want to wait for Tsuyu to say anything first and immediately challenges her. Tsuyu, I would like to see the genius Hayashi-sama and Hinata-sama have always talked about. A genius of your caliber won't turn down a challenge, will you? Tanya looks at Hinata again, seeing she lowers her head, acting like a tortoise. Honestly, she can just refuse. But if she does, it will offend Niji even more, most likely. Niji-san, I understand. Let's have a spar. I would be glad to exchange skills with you and see how far I am in taijutsu. Niji smirks, already imagining the loss of Tsuyu, and he can also prove to Hinata once again that she is nothing compared to him, but only because of her birth that she's in the main family. Niji turns around and walks straight to the training hall of the Hyuga clan, not giving Tsuyu any respect at all, as if expecting her to follow him. As Tanya stood up, Hinata also followed after. Hinata held on to Tsuyu's sleeves as they walked to the training hall. Tsuyu-kun. I am sorry about him, he's, you should refuse. Tanya just gives a light polite smile. I understand there's conflict between you and him. But this is just a spar for me to see how far I am in my training. You don't have to feel any burden, Hinata-san. Hinata nods as she follows them to the training hall. Niji stood at the other end of the hall, crossing his arms. He planned to show Tsuyu and Hinata what a true genius is. As Tsuyu prepares herself, Niji is already in his gentle fist stance. His eyes contained arrogance and confidence. Niji opened his Byakugan, the veins surrounding his eyes. Give it your all. He says arrogantly. He's serious. After all, him using the Byakugan means he's already planning to target her Tenketsu, and it will cause serious injury internally. Hinata quickly voices out, realizing Niji is not sparring simply, but to use his chakra fully with the gentle fist. Ni-san. It's just a spar, it will be dangerous dash. Niji glared at Hinata with annoyance. This is why you are weak. Always holding back, too scared to even fight. He said bitterly. Since Hizashi is not there, he can say such a thing to Hinata. Hinata meekly looked down. Tanya felt annoyed at how Niji is looking down on Hinata. Such comments have zero input for Hinata and are simply words to shame her and make himself feel superior. Then I will get serious as well. Tanya's blue eyes got a little darker as he glared at Niji coldly. Niji felt a cold run down his spine, but he is not backing down. She knows Byakugan well enough. 360 vision, ability to see chakra flow and tenketsu. Prediction of attacks are done based on the flow of chakra into the muscles in close combat, and using the observation a Byakugan user would know which limbs and parts of muscle is being used prior to an attack or which way one would even dodge. But to utilize this would require a high level of combat experience. She won't take Niji lightly. Besides, she already had her own way to counter Gentle Fist using her chakra control over important tenketsu to reduce internal damage. Niji watched intently at Tsuyu's chakra flow, trying to anticipate her movements. He is surprised at first seeing the volume of Tsuyu's chakra. It's almost 3 or 4 times as high as his own. So this is the body of an Uzumaki, the almost extinct clan. Niji thought silently. Niji calmed his mind. It doesn't matter how much chakra she had. He will show her and Hinata how useless it is. He's already prepared with 8 triogram stance. Hinata is shocked to see this stance. How did he learn it? Hinata thought inwardly. Only main branch, like her, will be taught the stance. Niji is planning to show Hinata his mastery of 8 trigrams 16 palms. At 7 years old, while learning it himself through mere observation, it's a demonic genius indeed. Tsuyu takes a deep breath. She decides to make a move first. I am going to start, Tsuyu said calmly. Niji squinted his eyes, ready for anything. Niji can see the flow of chakra concentrated onto both of Tsuyu's legs. But his eyes widen slightly as he observes the way the chakra is flowing with precision and control. Tenketsu. Niji is surprised to see Tsuyu's chakra gathering at the tenketsu points in the legs almost evenly, effectively amplifying the strengthening and hastening the contraction and relaxation of muscles compared to normal chakra use. This is similar to the main family members' training and how they use it to attack at such a high speed, achieving 8 trigrams 64 palms at the maximum. How could they give the training method to Tsuyu, an outsider? Niji felt even more rage in his heart. He observes in that second even more chakra focuses at the tenketsu of Tanya's soles of feet, almost overloading them. If it bursts, it will cause Tsuyu to injure her feet. If Tsuyu overloads them just slightly more, it would burst. He is unfamiliar with what Tsuyu is trying to do. What is, Niji naturally doesn't know the fact that Tsuyu had learned chakra control through the important tenketsu points and the raging fist that utilizes overloading tenketsu and discharging with perfect chakra control. While Niji anticipated Tsuyu's charge, Niji's eyes widened in shock and barely registered her movement speed. The extra force of chakra released on Tanya's soles causes the wooden floor beneath her soles to snap, and she lunges at Niji as if wanting to kill him. As she's midair, she gathers chakra to her right leg, overloading the tenketsu at her knee subconsciously like through her hard training. Niji barely sees the incoming attack with his dynamic vision and manages to barely raise his arms to try to block the knee strike targeting his head. The knee strike landed on Niji's arm that protected his head from being blown off. He felt a strong force impacting deep into his bones, causing the pain to travel to his entire arms. The force was so strong his arm couldn't stop the force and slapped his own face. Coup. Snap. His nose broke and he is sent flying 2 meters away and falls on his back with a shameful thud. His nose bleeds and blood trickle down to the side of his cheeks. Ah. Tsuyu herself is questioning what's in front of her. Hinata gasps. Not expecting Tsuyu to knock him in one blow. While Tanya herself is bewildered. She truly didn't expect it. She thought Niji is serious and so she also gives it her all at the very start. In her imagination, Niji with Byakugan would see her attack and be able to block it. If he can't, he would be able to dodge it. As for counter-attacking, she believes her speed is too fast that Niji wouldn't be able to accurately attack her tenketsu during counterattacks. That's why her strategy are just pure brute and speed. The room fell silent for seconds. Niji stood slowly after gathering his strength and thoughts. His nose is still bleeding and dripping to the floor and his clothes. His head is still spinning from the sudden loss. His Byakugan has already been deactivated. Hinata looked at Niji, almost with concern. Nisan. A part of Hinata felt like Tsuyu even had overdone it. It's just a spar. Niji registered his loss. He felt so ashamed. He thought so highly of himself, and he's taken down in one blow due to his own arrogance, not anticipating Tsuyu's speed and power. After more seconds of silence, Niji finally spoke, his tone filled with shame. I lost. He didn't speak much. He just left the training hall. Not sure what he's thinking. Tanya looks at Niji's back as he leaves. She felt like she had just bullied a child. In Hinata's view, Tanya is being merciless for her sake. Because Niji had been looking down on her and mocked her, Tsuyu is only defending her. Hinata felt guilty that Tanya's action is indirectly because of her own weak self. Tsuyu and Hinata looked at each other after Niji left. I think it's getting late, Hinata-san. See you tomorrow in class. Tanya wiped the dust on her clothes as she spoke. Avoiding mentioning what just happened as if it was just a fever dream. She felt a little awkward at the overall situation and wanted to leave quickly. Hinata nodded and went with Tsuyu, seeing her off. After half an hour, Hinata is suddenly called to his father's reading room. Hayashi puts down the scroll as he hears his daughter's voice outside. He calls her in. I heard the three of you went inside the training hall. What happened? Hayashi looked sternly. Hinata hesitated to tell, but it's her father after all, so she explained. About Niji challenging Tsuyu, and his subsequent defeat. Hayashi is surprised to hear that Tsuyu can beat Niji in one blow. And that both of them are utilizing chakra as well. Hayashi's expression turned stern. Gentle Fist is not for child's play, as it will cause internal injury once you use chakra along with it to hit Tenketsu. He is dissatisfied with Niji mostly. And even more dissatisfied knowing he lost in one blow. He decides to teach him a lesson later. Chapter 19, A Friend. Say. Tsuyu-chan. You can just call me Kiba, no need for the formality. Kiba tried to act nonchalant as he said that, rubbing the back of his neck nervously inside. Tanya just smiled politely, her hand caressing the little Akamaru on her lap. Akamaru purrs on her lap, loving the feeling of her hand. Then, if you want to, you can drop the honorifics for me as well, Kiba, Tanya said with a cute smile. Honestly, she had always hated the chan at the end of her name when Kiba called her. It makes her feel like he's treating her like a kid, and it has always been cringy for her. The only exception she can give is for Naruto, who calls her Tsu-chan. It already sticks to her over the years and doesn't mind if it's Naruto. Kiba felt his chest and head go fuzzy hearing Tsuyu calling him Kiba and that he can call her without any honorifics. Then. Tsuyu, haha, Kiba muttered nervously. It's unlike him to be so nervous. Usually he's more confident, bold, and open, but somehow when it's in front of Tsuyu he feels like mush. Some of Kiba's friends at the back are giggling and cheering like idiots. Naruto, who's at the side, glared at Kiba, his face pouting, not liking how his sister is indulging in Kiba's antics whenever he tries to talk to her. There's no way she's not aware of Kiba's feelings. It's clear as day. Only an idiot wouldn't see it. Tsuyu. I heard there's this new dessert place in the village. I wonder if you would want to hang out. Kiba mustered his courage. I am coming along. Naruto leaned closer in front of Tanya, not even letting Tanya reply first. She had planned to refuse and prefers training, but since Naruto wants to get dessert, she changed her plans for him. Tanya wants to take care of Naruto's mental health after all, and it's a good way for maintenance. Ha. Did I ask you? Kiba and Naruto are facing each other, the tension in the air is apparent. Kiba is almost growling at Naruto, as his face comes even closer to him to assert his alpha dominance. Naruto doesn't back down. I am coming along. Tsu-chan, I am coming along all right. Tanya sighed lightly. Yes, sure. Kiba, let's get dessert along with my brother. The more the merrier, Tanya said politely and nicely. Naruto had a winning smirk on his face, facing Kiba's own as if wanting to assert his own authority, but just then. A random classmate passed by behind Naruto and accidentally hit Naruto's back and pushed Naruto forward, closing another inch of distance, their lips pressed against one another tenderly. Choo! Hinata at the back gasped and fainted with smoke coming out of her ears. The other girls in class that had been nosy screamed, some were way too excited. Kiba's friends lurched backward, feeling like throwing up. Tanya's eyes widened, quite amused at the situation. A small laugh escaped her mouth, a very rare laugh that even she would feel surprised she's capable of. Both Kiba and Naruto screamed in shock and disgust as they wanted to throw up. Kiba can even smell the lingering ramen scent from Naruto's breath when their lips are pressed together. His sensitive Inuzuka's nose are making him feel even worse. Wook. Naruto. I will kill you. Kiba went to grab Naruto's collar. His face is red from embarrassment and shame. The fact that Tsuyu had to see all that, and even laughed. He wants to find a hole and bury himself. Naruto also had the same emotions as Kiba, also grabbing onto his clothes wanting to beat him up. He blamed Kiba for all of this. Sasuke at the corner of the class, who had been gloomy for the week since what happened, had a trace of a smile on his lips for a second, before turning his face away. Even he can't help it but find them funny. Just then Iruka-sensei comes in. Naruto. Kiba. Class is going to start. Sit down. Or stand outside the class, Iruka sternly, breaking the two off. During physical training the two went ham on each other as if venting and blaming each other. Tanya observed Naruto's movement. She nods, quite satisfied at Naruto's improvements, as she often spar with Naruto to guide him. She wanted Naruto to be able to defend himself and be a successful independent shinobi after all. Even if Naruto is not a genius, or below average even, she wanted Naruto to be able to achieve his maximum potential. In class, Naruto is considered above average in taijutsu class at least, and he has a very high tenacity and endurance and can tank a lot of blows. So no one underestimated him in fights. Though in other subjects, especially the theories, he's quite lacking. The classes are finally over. Some stayed back to continue practicing, mostly civilians that didn't have tutors at home. Irika-sensei called out to Tsuyu before she could gather her stuff. Kiba and Naruto look at Irika, already annoyed at his presence right when they are planning to get desserts. Tsuyu-kun, come meet me at the office. I have something to talk to you. All right, Irika-sensei. Tsuyu nods as she takes her backpack along. Nisan, Kiba, it seems I have to join another day. But you two can go together. Huh? With Kiba? No way, Naruto retorted, his arms crossed. Eemph. And look away from Kiba. Damn Irika. Yeah, we can go tomorrow, Kiba said bitterly. But why did sensei want to talk to you, Naruto asked. Tanya wondered herself, but it's most likely wanting to talk to her about guiding Naruto or something like that, again, or it's about her application to advance to next year if there's something changed. No worries Nii-san, it's personal. Go home first, no need to wait for me. Okay. Tsuchan. Naruto turned around and take his bag from the patch of grass. He wonders what Irika-sensei would talk to her about. He felt like the two were talking about him. And it's not a good feeling. He felt like the two might feel pity or even act as if he's weak or stupid and not good, and then talk about what to do or something about himself. Who likes the feelings of being looked down on and being talked about as if they need help and are a burden for others? Kiba looked at Naruto's annoying face that becomes more annoying. Oi, Naruto, what's with you? Can't stay away from your sister even for a second, he sneered. Ha. Are you talking to yourself? You like my sister, don't you? Kiba blushed, but he doesn't deny it. Heh. Yeah. I do. Unlike you, she's so awesome and pretty, and so nice too. Naruto scrunched his face, hearing someone else calling her sister awesome and pretty and nice give some cringe feelings in his heart. You wouldn't know. She can be really strict and harsh to Bayo. And I really can't see her liking anyone. You have no chance at all. Kiba feels interested at this new information. Bro, tell me. What she's like at home. Huh? Why would I? And what's with the bro? Come on. I will treat you to ramen now, how about it? Kiba lured Naruto as he stretched his hand and sling it over Naruto's shoulder. Naruto blushed slightly at the closeness and contact but also annoyed. He's not used to it, but, secretly he likes it. TCH, fine. Let's go get ramen first then, Naruto acted annoyed. After all, Naruto is touch-starved and had never received any gestures of intimacy like normal. Especially not from Tsuyu. Alright. Come on Naruto. So, I have always wondered when is your birthday? Kiba asked, naturally because who wouldn't want to know their crush's birthday? You don't have to know. She never cares to celebrate anyways. We never did. Probably she never remembered herself. Naruto's tone suddenly went on a softer, almost sad tone. Actually Tanya doesn't remember herself. And no one celebrated since her birth for years in this world. Huh? For real? Yeah. Naruto said shortly. Kiba suddenly felt like he does not understand the siblings much. He is filled with curiosity for not just Tsuyu now, but Naruto as well. Naruto felt a sense of heaviness in his chest as the two walked along streets of Konoha. Naruto, is it just me or is the people around us looking at us? Do I look funny or something? Kiba looked at Naruto, who as usual looks annoying in his orange cloths and nothing amiss. So it might be him, he thought, and check out at himself. Don't mind them. Come on, you said you want to treat me to ramen. Let's go to Ichiraku. Huh? Ichiraku. But it's far. Besides, I am used to the Aiko's ramen. You have to believe me, their tonkatsu had a different flavor to it. It smells so damn good. Come on, you gotta trust an Inuzuka's nose, they say. Huh? But I like Ichiraku. Naruto doesn't want Kiba to see a side of his life that is too pitiful and want to avoid places that are too hostile to him. Kiba doesn't care and just walk ahead to Aiko's ramen. Aiko saw Kiba and welcomed him as usual, but the moment she saw Naruto, her face almost distorted. Her entire body is shaking with anger and obvious discomfort. For her it's the culprit of her husband's death after all. Kiba. I suddenly felt a stomachache. Haha, you can treat me later, Naruto said almost awkwardly and quickly left the premise, seeing Aiko's appearance, seeing himself. Kiba chased after him. He noticed Aiko's gaze to Naruto and also other customers, and he felt so confused. Did you do something to her? Why she seems mad at you? You pranked her and caused trouble. Sigh. You won't get it all right. It's not important. But hey, we can go to Ichiraku. Naruto, despite wanting to vent to someone, is told by her sister to keep it a secret. Even if the adults in the village know, everyone in their class doesn't. For Tsuyu, it's better that way so Naruto can have a chance at making friends. Kiba went quiet for a while, before agreeing anyways. Naruto changed the topic by telling Kiba about Tsuyu, how she is at home. Nothing much going on with her mostly, just reading books, liking bitter coffee weirdly, hardworking, train until even nighttime, never laughed, strict when teaching him things, and he keeps talking. As Naruto talks, Kiba catches a glimpse of both jealousy and longing in Naruto's words in between the slurping of ramen at Ichiraku. But he doesn't mention it. He can somewhat understand if Naruto is jealous, since Tsuyu is really talented and a genius, compared to Naruto who's just average mostly. Kiba scratched his neck awkwardly, uncertain how to go around Naruto, who suddenly feels vulnerable and unlike his usual bratty noisy self in class. But I will surpass her and become Hokage. Believe it, Naruto suddenly declared with fire in his eyes. Kiba suddenly laughed and snorted hearing the declaration. Hey. You gotta surpass me first. And I am the one who will become Hokage, alright, Kiba said confidently. Ha! You can't beat me yet. Yeah. You wanna fight again? Oh. Bring it on. The two somehow reached an agreement and went to spar a little at the nearby forest clearing. Beaten and battered, the two sat next to each other under a lush tree. Naruto can smell the scent of sweat from Kiba. It's quite unique, almost like that of a dog, but he doesn't dislike it. Maybe even leaning towards a feeling of comfort. Not that Naruto would openly say it. You are quite strong, I have to admit. You say Tsuyu often spar with you, right? Lucky. What luck? She beat me for real. I got bruises each time, didn't know she can be so merciless, The breeze blew by, cooling the two of. Hey. Kiba. Naruto almost want to say something mushy, wanting to say how nice it felt to hang out with him. But he cringed inwardly and changed his words. I admit you are strong yourself, all right, Naruto said with a blush on his face. For him, it's really nice to spend time with someone. He wonders if they are friends now. Heh. I already know. Don't have to tell me. TCH. I wish I can wipe the smug of your face. Hey, if you train with you sister, how about inviting me next time? I am curious to see if she's as merciless as you said. Well. Fine. But I tell you, she would beat you up real good. Can't wait to see it. Naruto chuckled, imagining Kiba's beaten appearance. Inwardly he felt happy that he can have a friend training with him. Maybe it's his first proper friend. Chapter 20, Advancement. Irika-sensei sat on his seat, then gestured for Tanya to sit down on the empty chair in front of Irika. As Tanya sat, Irika took an envelope lay on top of his desk. He received the letter suddenly by the Hokage himself, and it's about Tsuyu's request for earlier advancement. The academy policy since the end of Third Shinobi War is no more early advancement and graduation strictly. Hiruzen, despite his flaws and weaknesses, still cares for Konoha, and he truly believes in caring and nurturing the children of Konoha, as the sprout will turn into new leaves. Irika is surprised upon receiving the order to allow the advancement. But as it's a direct order, and that Tsuyu herself wants it, he doesn't talk much to Hiruzen but wants to talk to Tsuyu instead. In the office, Irika eyed Tsuyu who, as always, sat upright almost too formally and professionally on her seat. She really doesn't seem like a child, Irika thought. Irika coughed lightly to clear his throat before speaking. Tsuyu-kun, about your request to advance, like I said before, originally the academy was very strict to not allow anyone to graduate or advance early. Tsuyu's eyes lit up a little, expecting a change she had wanted. I was informed that you are given an exception and your application is approved by the higher-ups. As soon as Irika finished the sentence, he could see a hint of a smile on Tsuyu's lips. Irika had some worries for her, and her brother Naruto. So he continued. But as your homeroom teacher, I need to ask if you are really certain you would want to advance earlier. It's only been 6 months since you started academy. Tanya's mood improved a lot. She thought she would have to waste a lot of time, unable to improve further or learn newer things since she was told the academy policy doesn't allow it anymore. But considering the higher-ups know her status of Jinchuriki and be able to control Kyubi chakra, it is almost expected, she thought. I am sure Irika-sensei. I would like to further improve and gain the next step towards becoming a shinobi of the leaf. Irika looks at Tsuyu with a soft gaze, almost that of a mentor. For him, even if Tsuyu is very mature for her age, she is still a child. And Irika already had some theory in his head that she is the way she is because she was an orphan and had no guardian nor anyone she can rely on, and because of her intelligence she essentially had to mature up far too much to take care of Naruto and herself. If Naruto causes trouble and really just tries to be the class joker for the attention of others, Tsuyu takes the other extreme road of losing her own childhood entirely. Irika felt pity and sadness for both of the siblings. But Tsuyu doesn't know Irika's thoughts and can't tell him he's imagining things. Tsuyu-kun, can I ask why you want to advance so early? You won't be able to see your classmates anymore. And it might be difficult for you to settle in a new environment with new people, Irika said softly, wanting to remind Tsuyu of her friends. Irika-sensei, I understand your concern. But as an aspiring shinobi of Konoha, I have to push my full potential and see how far I can go. I believe the current curriculum in the first is no longer able to provide me what I need to grow better. Tanya's tongue moves as if she's in an interview for a promotion and why she deserves it. Won't you miss your classmates? It will be difficult to meet new people, Irika asked directly after. I will miss them, Tanya said honestly. After all, it's like her co-workers are all nice people that are easy and simple to deal with few that give flavor to the office each day. So it isn't always boring and can be amusing even. But I believe I will always be their friend, even if we would no longer are classmates. Okay, sigh. Irika pinched the bridge of his nose before he truly let go of Tsuyu. I understand. If you are sure, I will arrange your transfer. I will still be your homeroom teacher for the rest of the academy. So, if there's any problem at all, come to me all right. Tsuyu nods politely. She doesn't think much and just replies like a professional helpline service because she wants to get it over with. Oh, and then, there's Naruto, Irika said, feeling a little uncomfortable mentioning him. It's because while he's his student, Naruto is also someone who contains the 9 tails that made Irika an orphan. But he tries to see him as his student, and a child, and do his job. I have talked with you before and I am concerned if you leave he will feel lonely. Tanya finally remembered Naruto. His decision to ask for an advanced course doesn't include the fact that she is going to leave Naruto behind. Tanya for once is thinking about it and the consequences towards her twin brother. But she believes it doesn't matter at the end of the day because Naruto would always see her after the academy is over at home. Or if it's that bad, she can come during lunch hour. So nothing would change and it has no consequences. Sensei, me and Naruto live together. We will always see each other at home. It would be no problem. Besides, I believe my twin brother is a strong person and will make friends sooner or later. If anything, the classmates' treatment towards Naruto now is because of his lack of social ability to properly make friends. But he is already quite acquainted with Hinata and she supposes once she moves to another class the two could spend their time together. Naruto has been consistently eating lunch with Hinata alongside her for weeks now, even if they really didn't talk much at all. Irika contemplates and nods, thinking there's not really anything wrong with what Tsuyu said. All right. I got it. I will arrange the transfer. Once it's done I will call you. Oh, one more thing. Irika's face turned a little serious. Sandaime-sama asks to see you after this. Don't be nervous, Sandaime is a nice person and you can see him like a grandpa, Irika said, assuming Tsuyu, as a child, would feel absolutely scared meeting the Hokage. He placed his hand on her shoulder, as if wanting to comfort her. It's akin to meeting a king in a sense. Perhaps if a child is dumb enough they wouldn't understand anything. But smarter children knowing the difference in power and status would feel absolutely nervous and scared from being affected by the hierarchy. Sandaime-sama wants to see me, Tanya thought, but then she remembered he did say he wanted to talk to her. I understand. I will not keep him waiting. You aren't nervous? Irika asked. Because from his own experience before, meeting Hokage makes him sweat nervously the first time. No, Irika-sensei, Tanya said blandly. Ah, okay, go on. He is at the office. Tanya nods and heads to the Hokage office, leaving Irika in a sense of wonder at Tsuyu's maturity. But then his face turned into that of pity. He starts to imagine and makes a drama of how sad her life is, not knowing what a child should be like at her age in his head, feeling like he should have done more for Tsuyu as her homeroom teacher, and then a movie about Naruto's and Tsuyu's life in their lonely home without any parents play in his head, with Tsuyu taking up the role of the responsible sister. In one episode, Tsuyu had to carry a lot of groceries in her hands, returning home only to cook meals for Naruto, who's shunned by the village. She then sees Naruto crying, and has to comfort him with words over and over again almost every other day. As she washes the dishes, Tsuyu breaks down and tears fall down her cheeks, mixing up with the soapy water in the sink. She cries in the midst of heavy burden and tiredness when no one is looking, keeping a facade of maturity and strength for Naruto and herself. But of course that's just in his dreams. Chapter 21, about Kyubi. Tanya arrived at the Hokage office and waited outside. The ANBU on guard tells Hiruzen of her arrival earlier and immediately he asks her to come in. Tanya comes in without any hint of nervousness, fear, nor childish innocence. Instead, she comes in with steady steps and immediately kneels on one knee. Her voice are clear and loud. Sandaime-sama, I heard you wish to see me. Tsuyu looks up to Hiruzen from the lower view, her eyes filled with respect for his authority and position as the Hokage. While she had always targeted a high position, in this shinobi world, she rather has second highest position or being a part of Konoha Council instead. After all, the responsibility and work, and the requirement to be a Hokage and its additional benefits does not seem worth it for her. Hiruzen coughed his smoke slightly. It's as if he's seeing another ANBU person come in to greet him and she did the exact same thing with such a natural posture it's almost too bizarre even for him. Even her voice is steady, and her gaze does not contain any hint of nervousness, only pure respect. Cough, you can stand up. Tsuyu-kun, no need to be so formal with me. Ha ha ha. I am considered to be your grandpa now. I see all children of Konoha as my own, including you and Naruto, Hiruzen said lightly, letting a light laugh as he placed his Hokage hat on the table. Tsuyu stood, not sure how to treat Hiruzen now. After all, she never had her superior act so casual with her and she respects authority very much. Sandaime-sama, I prefer to address with respect to your position as the highest authority of the leaf. However, I will try my best to see you as my grandpa, Tsuyu said steadily, but her words break a bit at the end trying to say it. It's going against her very instinct and value, so it's quite difficult. Good. How was Naruto doing? I hope he doesn't cause much trouble for you again. Hiruzen wanted to create a light conversation and said lightly. My brother is doing well. His state of mental condition has returned to normal. I have kept him under my watch and made sure he's taken care of. Tanya assumes Hiruzen asks out of worry that Naruto would get taken control by the Nine Tails again, and she reassures Hiruzen on it. Sandaime had directly told her to care for him before after all, so it's her duty and she delivered. But from Hiruzen's perspective he starts to have a worrying thought that he might have mistaken Tsuyu's personality. Hiruzen had some sweat forming at the side of his forehead. Tsuyu's words are a little, how could he put it? As if it's part of her mission and not for familial bond and love like he assumed before. A part of him had this fear that Tsuyu might have a darkness in her heart, a darkness he's familiar with in Root members and Danzo. He shook his head, thinking it's just his assumption. Tsuyu's personality is because she lacks love as a child herself, Hiruzen convinced himself. She's still 7 years old, she could be nurtured, she shouldn't have already darkened. Ah, that's good to hear, Tsuyu-kun. Kohum. I also approved your advancement to the next year. Your performance has exceeded your peers and I see no problem with it. It's a special exception for you. Tanya bowed slightly, giving Hiruzen a slight bow of respect. Thank you for your trust, Sandame-sama. Hiruzen felt a little uncomfortable at how professional the 7-year-old girl is. Now coming to the main topic, I want to speak to you about the Nine Tails. You should have met Kyubi when you used its power. Can you tell me about your encounter? Hiruzen's face turned a little serious as he listened intently. Tanya nods. She explains in detail about her encounter with Kyubi. There's nothing to hide about this and that she wanted to understand Kyubi better herself. From the feeling of tugging in her abdomen that day, being pulled into a space of what she thinks subconscious space, to meeting Kyubi that's sealed behind a huge red gate. How did you manage to control his power? Hiruzen asked the main question. Tanya took a deep breath, her mind prepared to give an answer on this. It involves her advantage of having extraordinary spiritual power and mental resistance after all. She had a theory on why that's so, her reincarnation and being X somewhat training her mind in the past life from his shameless tactic of forcing her to believe. But she also knows in theory what else can constitute a strong mental power and resistance. When I receive Kyubi's chakra, I feel hatred, anger, and grief infiltrate my mind and body. And I can feel him trying to take over my body. However, Tsuyu clenched her fist, with vigor and almost like that of a true shinobi with will of fire, she beat her chest where her heart was, gesturing her unbreakable will as she stood upright. For my brother, and for the sake of the village, I remain strong and do not let the thoughts control me. I only want to save my home and my brother, Tsuyu said with patriotism. Her gaze is filled with fighting spirit. Patriotism, family, and even faith in so-called gods can cause someone to have an illogically strong and resilient mental strength that could go to a point of insanity. She had seen it herself after all. Hiruzen felt shaken, in awe even. Truly. What a blessing for Konoha to have such a seedling, with such a deep will of fire. I see. You make it sound so simple. But you are the first Jinchuriki of the leaf that are able to control the Nine Tails power. You really take after Dash. Hiruzen slipped up for a second, almost saying your father. But he continued shakily. The fourth Hokage. He's a genius of the ages. And I believe you can even surpass him. Thank you for your trust in me, Sandame-sama. I will live to your expectation. Tsuyu bowed slightly. Hiruzen nods, though it seems Tsuyu ignored his request to be casual. Never mind. The conversation continues for a while as the details on Nine Tails inside Tanya are explored, with Tanya herself asking questions. Of course, she won't make childish mistakes. Her first question pertains to why would there be two different Kyubi, inside her and her brother. She already knew her father split Nine Tails into two, but her questions need to be in steps to avoid them, knowing she knew the details of her birth. From the conversation sessions, she gained an understanding of Kyubi and its power, the 8-sign seal that's used and how to access its power. Firstly, the 8-sign seal is made so that minuscule amount of Kyubi chakra is constantly leaking into her own chakra network, mixing them together and making it into her own causes her chakra capacity and power to also increase over the years. Secondly, the seal is made so that each time Kyubi willingly pour out his chakra for Tsuyu, the seal will weaken and corrode. This way, the bijou will take its own incentive to give power to the user to break the seal. Though, Tsuyu felt like such a cheap tactic won't be effective at all. She doesn't think bijou are that dumb. Even if the seal is weakened, the seal can be applied again and strengthened before that happens. Unless it all happens in such a short period of time. Thirdly, as the seal weakens, Tanya can forcefully extract the excess leaking chakra for her use on her own. But it will be very little, as if trying to drink water from a needle-sized hole from a water tank. The hole would grow over use and corrosion, and also increase risk of the bijou breaking the seal. Fourth, she can't force Kyubi to give her his chakra, the amount that made Tanya go into a transformation, that is. Since the seal blocks her from extracting Kyubi chakra forcefully, and it's all up to Kyubi to give the amount Tanya had used to stop Naruto. Hiruzen mentioned that there is a way, but he believes Tanya is not ready yet and she needs to grow up as a shinobi before she can be entrusted with such power. Fifth, if she or her brother dies, the bijou also dies alongside them. Hiruzen had a conjecture that the 8-sign seal blocks each other's halves of chakra to return to each other after dispersing, therefore, they would revive separately as long as one of them is alive. And this also gives incentive for the Bijou to give chakra to Tsuyu willingly, since if Kyubi revives with only half his chakra, not to mention the weakness at revival, and now he only have half of his power, it would be easy to be captured again. The conversation ends with a lot of input for Tanya. She digested the long information she received while contemplating on what to do with Kyubi. She had tried to chat with him respectfully after the time she used his power multiple times, but it's to no avail. Perhaps Kyubi even regrets giving the chakra before and seems to be unwilling to talk at all. Tanya doesn't plan to include Kyubi as part of her arsenal, since it is unreliable. Also, Kyubi has his own free will, and for her, she is someone who values that most and will treat others the same. For her to force Kyubi into submission is against her ethics. Not to mention it will worsen their relationship, and it is not an efficient way to go about their relationship. For her, everyone should receive benefits and equal exchange. Therefore she never planned to try to force Kyubi to give her his chakra unless it's an absolute necessity and her life in danger. Even then, she believes, if her life is in danger, the fox would help out of survival. Any creature had self-preservation as their highest priority. As Tsuyu is on the way back, she happens to see at the playground Naruto and Kiba are playing together. She had a surprised look on her face. But then a soft smile carved on her lips. Now she really has no need to worry for him once she moves up the class. Or even, once she graduates early and becomes a shinobi earlier. Kiba's nose twitched, smelling a familiar scent. He looked at Tsuyu in the distance, who had a soft smile towards them. Kiba blushed slightly, whispering to Naruto his sister is there. Naruto had his sunny annoying excitement as usual. Despite the years of Tanya's cold personality, Naruto never seems to change his treatment. Tsu-chan. We are playing marbles. Join us. Hee hee. I am sure I can beat you in this. Naruto is giddy from being too happy at having a playmate at last. Tanya chuckled lightly. Marbles. At her mental age? She shook her head inwardly. But since she's in a good mood, she decides to play along, quite amused at these kids currently training to be soldiers playing marbles. Chapter 22, Training. Tell me, is this your limit? Tanya looks down on the two kids on the dirt as if they are worthless trash. Her expression stern and upright, with her hands folded behind her back like that of a commander in charge. Naruto gritted his teeth as he stood. Who? Tsu-chan, no. Of course not. I will become Hokage. Naruto stood shakily, but his gaze remained steadfast. Tsuyu with her arms folded on her back nods in satisfaction. Even if Naruto lacks talents, what she appreciates most are tenacity, hard work, listening well and finally the will. Even if Naruto is not the top of the class, she can say she is truly proud of him. But then her face turned bitter and frowned at the newcomer who remained bathing in the mud like pigs under her feet. Erg. Tsuyu. I really can't dash, Kiba at the side groaned in the same pain. They had been going on different types of physical training. Push-ups while doing leaf concentration practice, which both fails except Tanya herself, long runs, body flickering while zigzagging between trees, throwing shurikens, and sparring. As if possessed by a ghost of her past life, she felt annoyed seeing the future soldier of Konoha to act so whiny. Listen here, you mutt. Tanya's gaze into Kiba seemingly piercing his very soul as he grabs onto his collar, almost making him whimper in tears, his eyes unable to meet with hers. Akamaru already run away to hide behind Kiba, shivering. Did you come here to play? You think being a shinobi is a game? Tanya tilts her head, and gives him a mocking smile. Tsuyu, let's not be so serious. Kiba tried to give Tsuyu a weak smile, but he squeaked as Tsuyu's face zoomed closer and glared at him with her blue eyes as if wanting to devour him. Serious? If you aren't serious, why are you here? If you want to be coddled, go home to your mama. Or do you want a warm bottle of milk as well? And no. Tsuyu. I. Kiba looks at Naruto, as if wanting his help. Naruto instead looks at Kiba with fiery eyes. Kiba, get up. His voice is burning with spirit. We have to show her, we are truly serious and not let her look down on us. Naruto had an air of seriousness in his words. Kiba struggled to stand up, he felt weak both inside and outside. Kiba finally manages to stand up, but his eyes are dispirited, his back hunched, as if he's a child now wanting to go back home. He seems to even regret coming with Naruto to train. It's far from his imagination. Tsuyu crossed his arm, huffing. She turned to the side, looking in the direction of the Inuzuka clan. Tell me, what is your surname? Kiba is stunned at the randomness of the question, but still replied quietly. I Inuzuka. Louder. Tsuyu returned his gaze to Kiba. Inuzuka, Kiba shouted with all his might despite his shaky legs. And what does that name mean in Konoha? Kiba felt his entire body shaking, he felt his own weakness in himself as she asked him that question. Kiba cannot answer, therefore Tanya replied mockingly. Do you think your ancestors and your parents earned their place in Konoha by giving up? Is that what an Inuzuka amounts to? Kiba swallowed his saliva. He gritted his teeth and mustered a reply. No. But you don't act like an Inuzuka should. I could have mistaken the Inuzuka as strays. Kiba's whole body stiffened, his palms clenching tight until it turned white. His eyes gained the fire of resistance and even anger. Strays? No. We are not strays. Kiba stood upright with his eyes glaring with the same fierceness towards Tsuyu, almost with anger. Tsuyu gave a slight smirk. Then prove it. I will prove it. I am the proud clan of Inuzuka. I will show you what Inuzuka means. Kiba seems infected as if he got injected with chicken blood, his eyes red with both anger and wanting to prove himself. Tanya smiled slightly with an approving nod seeing Kiba coming to his senses. Good. Now, keep moving Inuzuka. 3 more laps around Konoha. Yes, both Naruto and Kiba replied with vigor. The ANBU observing Tsuyu and Naruto training wipe his sweat with his hand. Almost affected by the aura exuded by Tsuyu and even felt pressured himself as if he too is included. What even is he seeing? Even in ANBU the training isn't like this. He suppose he should write this as a report. The soldiers i.e. shinobi of Konoha are more familial in nature in their sensei-student relationship in each squad, so Tanya's method that is very harsh seems out of place. Ha, 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 Naruto lay flat on the ground, boneless and wrecked from the training. Kiba is at the side, though he looked more wretched with his tongue sticking out. Even Akamaru had his tongue sticking out mimicking the same exhaustion. Ha, Tsuyu takes a deep breath as she herself is also tired. She lay against the tree, letting the breeze cool them down. Ha ha ha, Kiba suddenly laughed. Both Naruto and Tanya turned to look. I proved, the Inuzuka. Tsuyu, hee hee. Kiba smiled in satisfaction, almost proud. His head turned to Tsuyu, as if wanting her approval. Tsuyu smirked slightly, seeing the wretched face. It reminds her of her time training her troops in past life. Kiba isn't bad at all, she thought. Another person added to the list of people she actually can respect. You did. For today. But don't let it get over your head, Inuzuka, Tsuyu said casually. Ha ha ha. Tsuyu, Naruto, ha, is right, ha ha ha, why, you, act so nice, in class. Who told you I was acting? I have always been myself. Training is training. I am serious when it comes to it, Tanya tries to defend herself by stating the facts. Ha. I told you, hee hee, do you, ha, regret it? Naruto looks at Kiba's appearance that even had his tongue sticking out as if he could die the next second. He had a satisfied grin on his face and giggling. Ha. I am, a proud. Inuzuka, how can I say I regret it? The trio rested for a while. Kiba looked at Tsuyu who had her eyes closed now, resting her head against the tree as the breeze blew by. He gets to know a completely unexpected side of Tsuyu he never thought he would see. Who would believe Naruto's words that Tsuyu can have such a commanding side? But his childhood crush perhaps only grew deeper instead, in both awe and admiration. He clenched his fist, and he decided he wanted to become strong and train hard. He wants to be able to stand side by side with Tsuyu, and to become someone able to bear the proud name of Inuzuka. Tsuyu opened her eyes. She noticed the stare Kiba gave. One of her hair somehow ended up in her mouth, she finally noticed. She picks it away, not really caring about her image. She looks at Naruto who's resting flat on the patch of grass. He seems somewhat happy even after the training. She is sure it's because Kiba is there with him. I should invite Kiba on my own incentives to keep Naruto motivated and happy, she thought. And suddenly she has this idea to also invite Hinata. She had always wanted to straighten her soft shy demeanor up. It had always been an itch she can't scratch seeing a future soldier that is among her friends not being what she expected. But then Hinata already had training with her father and perhaps in time he would straighten her out. Tanya then remembered he hadn't informed Naruto about her class advancement, well, that they suddenly made a U-turn and approved it. Right. Nissan. Naruto listened with his eyes closed. They actually approved my application to advance to next year, so I would be joining the next year starting next week. Ha. What? His eyes snapped open as he sat up, surprised and almost disliking the news. Kiba also sat up. Ah. You are leaving, Kiba's voice is almost whining. He would no longer be able to interact with Tsuyu in class and he felt lost. Why are you two acting like I am quitting? I am still going to be in the academy. Tanya lightly chuckled. But, you can't just leave. Naruto almost felt like Tsuyu was leaving him all by himself. It's as if the only person he had always depended on suddenly wanted to leave him on his own accord. The idea that Tsuyu will no longer be in class with him suddenly makes class lonely and suffocating, and that he lost the pillar he could hold on to if he ever feels dejected and isolated. Nissan, Tanya's voice is slightly softer, but still carries an air of maturity. I understand, but, you have a friend now, you don't have to worry. Tsuyu looked at Naruto, then his eyes turned to Kiba. Kiba blinked twice, then he looked at Naruto. Kiba scratched the back of his neck. He looks at Naruto who looks so vulnerable right now, even looks lonely. Over the days he knew Naruto and hanged out a few times he somewhat knew Naruto is just a lonely guy inside. While he doesn't fully know the circumstances, he's open to friendship. Yeah. I am your friend, dude. Kiba said honestly while rubbing his nose, a smile on his handsome face. Akamaru also agreed and went to climb onto Naruto and lick his cheeks. Friend, Naruto felt his chest and face warm up. There's even a hint of blush on his face. TCH. I guess I had to accept you as my friend. Naruto turned to the side, his face clearly hiding how happy he felt inside at the acknowledgement, but he can't say it openly since it's too embarrassing. Heh. Just don't get too clingy to me. Ha. Who would be attached to you? You smell like a wet dog DeBeo. Ha. What did you say? The two bantered for a while. Tsuyu lightly sighed seeing the two children bantering, throwing remarks at one another. The two only had so much vocabulary and basically repeating the same insults over and over again. But it is still amusing, she thought. Chapter 23, New Class. Early in the morning, Iruka brought Tsuyu to Mizuki in the instructor office. He's a fellow academy instructor as well as Tsuyu's new class teacher. Mizuki, this is the new student from my class. She's Tsuyu Uzumaki. Mizuki, a chunin wearing a bandana covering his gray hair, observed Tsuyu up and down. He already heard from the other instructors in the office about how Tsuyu is a complete genius, a good student paying attention all the time, also hard-working and other small praises during their coffee break. You are the twin sister of that Naruto. Your reputation is quite the opposite of him, Mizuki wanted to say, fox demon brat, but he changed his words as he smiled innocently. Tsuyu nodded her head politely. I will be under your care, Mizuki-sensei. Tsuyu felt a little annoyed each time someone mentioned Naruto and compared the two. She herself knew Naruto most, and for her Naruto is someone she can say she feels proud of. It's just that most people can't see it. Though she held her tongue. Mizuki felt a sense of satisfaction seeing how polite and respectful Tsuyu is towards him, especially since Tsuyu is a known genius, but she doesn't look down on people nor display arrogance unlike few people from those big clans. Very well. Let's meet your new classmates. It might be difficult to adjust to new people, but I am sure with time you can fit in. Mizuki brought Tsuyu to the new class. Mizuki stood in front of the blackboard, lightly coughed to clear his throat. Attention class. From today onward, you will be having a new classmate from your junior year. Tsuyu-kun, you may introduce yourself. Tsuyu stood in front of the class. Her eyes observed the class for a second. Her eyes noticed Niji, who also noticed her. She doesn't think much of it. But she planned to try to ease the tension between them since they would be classmates. I am Tsuyu Uzumaki, from junior class. I like to read books and my favorite drink is coffee. Pleased to meet you, Tsuyu introduced shortly. Some of the children whisper, finding the coffee part particularly weird or amusing. But most only focus on her appearance. Light blonde hair in almost a messy style, and yet kept kempt with ponytail on her back. The blue eyes are unique, accentuated her cute appearance even more. So cute, Lee, the guy with bushy brow, whispered to Niji. Niji didn't say much. He particularly doesn't really like Lee, who claims himself as his rival, as he doesn't care for the talentless like him. But Lee keeps sticking to him for some reason and he just ignores him. But anyways, Niji accepted that Tsuyu is a genius that surpasses himself. Doesn't mean he will give up, however. His opinion that one cannot escape their fate is still strong. After all, Tsuyu is a known genius, defeating another genius. For Niji it's just a matter of difference in talent and genius. Though, he believes he lost badly because he simply underestimated her, while Tsuyu had given him the respect to go all out with him. Therefore, he wants another chance to fight with her, on equal grounds and respect. As Tsuyu sat down on an empty seat, the girl on her side went to greet her first. Hey. Tsuyu-chan, right? I am Tenten. Your eyes are so pretty. Tenten looked in admiration seeing how cute Tsuyu is. Nice to meet you, Tenten-san. Thank you for the praise. Your clothing is quite unique, it's nice and fresh to look at, Tanya with her social skills commented on the choice of clothing. She is honest in her commentary. It looks closer to Chinese traditional attire in her first life, different from the rest of the classmates. Ah. My mother is from Kagurabi province. What I wear is what the people there usually wear. It's cute, right? Tenten felt quite happy that someone actually praised her clothing choice and her heritage. You know, Tsuyu-kun, your jacket seems like a shinobi jacket with the colors. You look really serious. I have cute clothes at home if you want to try. I am sure you would look cute. Tenten looks at the dark green and brown jacket she wears. It's almost similar to Naruto's with an Uzumaki emblem at the sides and at the back except the colors. Thank you for the offer, but I don't want to trouble you. Besides, I prefer this colors and does not want too much attention, Tsuyu said politely. Teehee, you would really get too much attention if you were something cuter. Oh sorry, let's focus on class. Tenten noticed Mizuki already began his class and went to focus. She already likes her new classmate. Mizuki started teaching in theory class, relating to the role of the shinobi in Konoha. Division of ranks and the missions they do, etc. The practical class for the other half of the day still has the same usual stamina and body building exercises, while leaf concentration practice is still practiced. The hand signs training are now focused more towards preparing for mastery of cloning, transformation and substitution jutsu. Tsuyu with her genius and even experience of being a mage in her past life are already able to use chakra well. In fact, she had to constantly lower the amount of chakra she produced whenever she used jutsu. Half of the times it came out imperfect for now, but this already caused everyone in class and the instructor to look at her in awe. Practicing control through tenketsu points helped her a lot in this regard, along with the practice method to use Raging Fist. If not for the issue of too much volume of chakra, she could have done all the jutsu perfectly and almost naturally according to her instinct. The same issue applies to Naruto, and she had made him practice chakra control more than other things. She doesn't expect Naruto to be able to work it out like she did, since she's aware of her advantage of being a mage in past life helping tremendously already while Naruto is still learning. There's also a hidden fact that Tanya, having a Ein half Kyubi in her, actually gives Tanya more talent in chakra manipulation. Add Ein Kyubi's chakra with Tanya's strong spiritual power from her past lives, while there is indeed more Ein than Yang in Tanya, but this doesn't hinder her chakra control and does the opposite. This is why her talent in chakra manipulation surpasses almost everyone in class. If there's a drawback, it's that her own body wouldn't be able to withstand her own maximum output when using a jutsu. But that's for now, of course. As for Naruto, his soul is still that of a child, and he had the body of Uzumaki. But now add Yang half of Kyubi into the equation that had been supplying Yang chakra into his body over all these years. Naruto's lack of chakra manipulation talent is not a pure coincidence, it's a result of an imbalance of having too much Yang. He had unreasonable stamina and chakra though, even a little more than Tanya in fact. In the training field, the instructor casually walks around with a leaf on his forehead to showcase what they should be able to do. He already excuses and let the children of big clans or geniuses like Tsuyu and Niji train on their own. The instructor mostly had to focus on civilians who only had him as a guidance. The goal of the practice is even when you are on the move, or right after you move from one point to another using body flicker for example, you should be able to concentrate your chakra, and only when you are able to concentrate your chakra in battle can you properly do your hand seals and manipulate chakra through them. Otherwise jutsu will just fail. The foundation of a shinobi is very important in this regard. A lot of genin and chunin are stuck and can't advance due to the lack of foundation and become easily killable and predicted with how slow they are in battle and during decisive moments. Coming back to Tsuyu, as Tsuyu is practicing leaf concentration practice while at the same time raging fist by inputting chakra through her target tenketsus and releasing them, a familiar acquaintance comes to her. "You are releasing too much chakra," Niji commented as his eyes looked with his Byakugan activated. It's more accurate to say Tsuyu intentionally wastes chakra for the sake of controlling it though. For Niji, this is rather a waste. But for Tsuyu, it's a need, for now that is. But still, Tsuyu felt like it's quite rude for Niji to casually do this and use his Byakugan. After all, she knows Niji could in fact view her naked body. Even if the other party doesn't give a damn, no one would feel okay knowing the other can see it. She pushed the thought aside, not wanting to remember it. "I know. My chakra volume is an issue for now," Tsuyu replied factually. It's not that her control or Naruto's control is bad. If she had to mathematically explain it, if others naturally by default mold 10% of chakra each time they use their jutsu, most of the time they have to increase it by 5% for example. If they have 100 chakra units total, the jutsu requires 15 units, they only need to increase from 10 units they mold by default to 15 units. It's something feelable. Now Naruto has 1000 chakra units. By default he molds 10% like most people, but for him it's 100 units of chakra each time. Now he needs to reduce from 100 units to 15 units. It's significantly so much harder to do. And this is why Tanya chakra training focuses more on reducing output, even intentionally letting excess chakra to waste out with control to achieve the right amount as a crutch temporarily. At least Tanya can afford wasting chakra since she had a lot compared to most. Niji thought for a second, and understood instantly with enough theoretical knowledge in his head. "I see." He just nodded before sitting meters away from Tsuyu at the side and meditated himself, also practicing through his tenketsu points. Tsuyu didn't think much and continued her practice. After an hour of meditation, Tsuyu stood and stretched her stiff body. She looks over at Niji, who seems to want to say something to her. "Niji-san, is there something the matter?" Niji stood and crossed his arms. "I would like to spar with you. I underestimated you last time, and it is my fault to not see your genius. I would like to have a match," Niji said in a more respectful tone. He had respect for the strong, and Tsuyu is already one in his eyes. Tsuyu smiled slightly. It seems Niji isn't so immature to hold grudges from his tone. The two went to a clearing to spar lightly. Neither used their chakra, only pure taijutsu. Neither had any advantage over the other, assessing each other at their base form and even learning from each other's moves. Some classmates who got tired from their training casually took a seat to watch the two fight. Lee especially observes with envy and longing seeing the two trading blow after blow, hit after hit. The dodge, the counterattacks, the battle intuition. It's seeing two geniuses against one another. Lee in the class is the underdog who have almost no talent in chakra manipulation. He wanted to be as strong as the two geniuses, he said in his heart. He clenched his fist tight, and he already planned to train harder and stay even after academy is over. Tanya admits that Niji is a genius of taijutsu, and her spar with him is beneficial with how intense it is. Last time Niji only lost because of her own technique advantage over Niji's and his unpreparedness, Tanya thought. As the two finished their spar with each other, both of them had a look of respect over one another as the two made a seal of reconciliation to end them. "Tsuyu-kun, in the class, only I can be your opponent. Let's spar again sometimes," Niji said respectfully. Tanya smiled slightly, already having her opinion on Niji changed. Though Niji is still inwardly having feelings of superiority over others that aren't seen as geniuses or unknown extras. For him Tsuyu is another genius of his or higher caliber, fated to be someone strong. "I feel the same." Let's spar again sometimes, Nichi-san. Chapter 24, Bushy Brows. Back at the training field 3, most students start to dismiss themselves. Few chatted with each other, planning to hang out or have some fun later. Tenten approached Tsuyu asking if she would like to hang out. Thanks for the invitation, Tenten-san, but I would like to continue my training. Ah. You are really hard working. Almost like Lee. Look over there. He stays back almost every single day, you know. Tanya turned her gaze to Rock Lee at the distance, hitting the dummy hard over and over again. Tanya had a solemn gaze seeing him. The strips of clothes wrapping his fist is clear evidence that his training even causes his fist to bleed. Apart from geniuses, Tanya admires and respects hard-working people with discipline, regardless of result. Tanya nods, shortly commenting. It's admirable. She can see Lee is basically the class underachiever from the interactions and how people see him. His hard work is also a result of him wanting to prove himself. Lee even resembles Naruto, Tanya thought. Then see you tomorrow, Tsuyu-kun. Tenten darted away from the field. After some time of just waiting, finally the annoying brother of his arrives. Naruto said he wanted to train after class and go to her training field. Probably he just wants a company. Tsuchan, Naruto comes running over. Kiba actually came along with Akamaru on his head as usual. Inuzuka, you are here. Tanya's stern voice uttered from her lips, with a smirk looking at Kiba. It's not bad to train together, kind of fun I would say, Kiba said with a light-hearted tone, a chill smile carved on his face. Kiba, Naruto is panicking and quickly covers his mouth. The last time Naruto said it's anything fun, he regrets it. Fun you say? Then, let's have even more fun this time, shall we, Inuzuka? Tanya suddenly had an evil smile on her face. Kiba felt a cold run down his spine, like he had said something he shouldn't have. Tsuyu, haha, what are we doing today? Kiba feels a sense of trepidation. Warm up. 10 rounds around the field. Tsuyu commanded as she led the jog. Yes, the two kids replied and marched along. Kiba thought everything was normal so far, that maybe Naruto is just overreacting. Oh, he's wrong, all right. Until after they finished their warm-up, Tsuyu turned around to look at Kiba. For today, we will perform taijutsu drill. Inuzuka, show me what you got. Tsuyu's commanding voice made Kiba shrink slightly. He gulped before replying a quick yes. Kiba squatted down, and made a hand seal. Beast mimicry, all 4 technique. Chakra is molded throughout Kiba's limbs to achieve a boost in physical strength, flexibility of joints and speed. Kiba went on all 4, a standard taijutsu of the Inuzuka clan. Tsuyu shifts her stance, a standard Empire CQC from her past life. Her body constantly swaying slightly as if ready to move at any time or dodge any attack, both her arms up as her foot moves around Kiba. Here I come. Kiba uses all his 4 limbs to propel himself towards Tsuyu. He starts with an elbow strike directly to the chest. Fast. Tsuyu commented inwardly as she sidestepped, already expecting his obvious lunge. Kiba left too much opening after his strike, with no intention to guard himself after he missed. She chained a counter, grabbing onto his back before delivering a knee strike right into Kiba's stomach. Ah! Kiba spat some dry saliva onto the dirt below, holding his abdomen in pain as he fell. Fast. But you let your guard down after your strike. They are going to screw you over for every strike you miss. Again. Kiba gritted his teeth as he stood. Yes, Kiba went on all 4 again. His eyes carried determination. Again. Are you a wild dog or a shinobi? Attack with clear intention. Kill or incapacitate. Again. Shallow. What can that hit achieve? Give it your all, Kiba. Again. Congrats for hitting me, but I am still standing and you aren't. What's the point of landing a hit if it achieves nothing? Again. Ah! Kiba is thrown over with a shoulder throw after Tsuyu grabs his wrist before he can land his claw swipe. With a thud, Kiba lay there exhausted, out of chakra, his body straining and hurt all over. Erg! Kiba groaned in pain. He sniffed slightly, his eyes teary from tiredness and pain. Ma. I want to go home. Kiba whined inwardly. Tsuyu looked down at Kiba with her arms folded behind her back. Her voice was stern but gentle in tone this time. From my observation, your clan technique emphasizes quick lunges, taking advantage of using all four limbs for a short burst of speed. You are supposed to do hit-and-run tactics mostly. Understand this fundamental first Inuzuka. You are wasting your advantage. Why yes. Tsuyu, Kiba said weakly. Tsuyu looked down at Kiba. She appreciates that he remained spirited throughout. But you did well, for a brat. You have good potential, Kiba, worthy of your clan name. Keep up the good work, Tsuyu said encouraging words as she stretched her hand towards him with a slight smirk. Kiba took her hand and smiled to himself, feeling a sense of satisfaction at being praised. Now, Naruto, you are next. Yes, Tsuchan, Naruto is fired up as usual, despite Tsuyu's harsh method to make sure the combat is drilled into their very bones. Naruto's tenacity and endurance is his advantage. The pain is necessary to make them remember. After all, once they graduate, it means death instead of just pain once they make a mistake. For Tsuyu they are future Konoha's combatants. And she doesn't want Naruto to die miserably out there. Tanya understands Naruto is the kind that attacks first before he thinks, much to his personality. And the right way to teach combat for him is through being beaten up to a point that he wouldn't need to think and can rely on the combat instinct drilled to his bones. This will take experience. Words do no good for him. Only actions. Good. Next, disarming. Tanya took a wooden kunai from her small pouch on her waist, and did a completely normal lunge with it towards Naruto's chest. Naruto managed to parry it with his arm, pushing Tanya's wrist to the right. Instantly he hooked his arm over while his other arm grabbed onto Tanya's wrist. Naruto forced the kunai out of Tanya's hand with the force of his forearm. Tanya followed up with her left foot, completely different than her usual use of free left arm, leaving Naruto fumbling as he was kneed to the side. Ah! Naruto dropped to the ground, lay beaten and battered. Tsuyu smirked slightly. Good job, Nii-san. You are getting the hang of it. Ha! Let's end our practice for today. Yes. Tsuchan. Ouch! Naruto whimpered a little while holding the side Tanya had just kneed. Kiba went to Naruto's side, squatting while grinning seeing his wrecked face. He felt happy seeing someone else beaten like he had. There's some sense of compadre in it. Oi Naruto, you good? Ha ha ha, Kiba snorted, while still holding onto his stomach. That's hurting. Ugh, of course not, are you such a sadist to laugh, erg? Kiba chuckled and poked at Naruto's side where Tsuyu had hit him, making Naruto groan and try to swat him away. Tsuyu takes a deep breath, resting herself. She noticed a long time ago someone watching from behind the tree there. But she doesn't mind. And she already remembers who it is. The features of his brows are memorable. In the middle of his training, he noticed Tsuyu and the others training. He is curious, wanting to know how Tsuyu, the class genius on par with Niji, train herself. Tanya noticed Lee already, and their eyes met for a second. Lee seems embarrassed and comes out from behind the tree to reveal himself. Tsuyu called out to him as Lee approached. You are Rock Lee, if I am not mistaken. Wah. His eyebrows are so thick. Naruto sat up, looking at the newcomer with such thick eyebrows. His honest self made a direct commentary. Lee is taken aback, almost felt embarrassed and even slightly offended at the sudden comment on his eyebrows. Tanya glared at his tactlessness. To comment on someone's physical features, unless it's 100% a positive thing, can be an insult if you aren't careful. Uzumaki. Naruto. What did I say about respect? Her eyes were dead cold, her arms crossed. Naruto shivers and fidgets. I just forgot. Okay. Sorry Bushy B, What's your name again? Naruto sheepishly smiled and apologized. It's Rock Lee. Tanya answered for Lee. Tanya almost heard something offensive just now, her eyes glaring sharp at Naruto. Naruto pretended he didn't almost say something worse. It's fine, Tsuyu-san. I just saw you three training. Sorry for sneaking around. I just want to see how you train. Tsuyu nods in understanding. No problem. We are classmates. I see you have finished your training as well. Tsuyu eyed the bandaged fists of Lee. There's some stains and hints of dried blood on them, from constantly punching the target. Admirable. Yes. I want to prove to everyone, I can be a great ninja. Even if I only have taijutsu, Lee seemed spirited. She smiled slightly, appreciating his passion. Lee hesitated for a moment, but seeing the three trains together, and knowing Tsuyu is a genius, he wanted to be a part of it. I want to join your training. Oh, Tanya looks at Lee with interest. I want to be as strong and hopefully surpass you and Niji. Lee clenched his fist, his eyes filled with determination. Very well. From tomorrow onward, you are part of the squad. But this is not child's play. Tsuyu stood with arms folded behind her back. A light smirk on her face. Haha. Welcome, welcome. I am Inuzuka Kiba, by the way. Kiba laughed almost sadistically while rubbing his nose, imagining the future that's more fun. Yosha. Let's train hard together, bushy brow, Naruto said with a sunny smile, happy that he had a new person joining to train along with him. It's like having a new friend, so of course he's happy. It's Rock Lee. Lee's fiery mood disappears for a second hearing Naruto's nickname for him. Naruto felt his hair stand on his back, feeling Tsuyu's glare at him again after he called Lee bushy brow. He pretended to be innocent and hadn't said anything offensive, whistling as he looked around at nothing. Kiba let out a PFFTT seeing Naruto's dumb acting face. Chapter 25, Calm Before the Storm. Konan received the news from her intelligence network about the rumors on war possibly due to Konoha's recent event where Uchiha clan were massacred, and Nine Tails Jinchuriki losing control. Konan, what do you think of the overall situation? Pain, the body controlled by Nagato, asked her in a cold voice. He's already thinking whether this might affect the Land of Rain if war does break out. He does not want to expose the Akatsuki and the fact that Hanzo the Salamander is no longer alive and killed by them. If Suna and IWA join the fray, the Land of Rain will become their battlefield, and Nagato already planned to enforce a completely neutral region in the village he's at and would execute any shinobi that's not from Omegakure. The problem comes when any of them decides to pass through the village, to hide, and to escape enemies inevitably during wartime. It seems unlikely. There's no major movements yet. It seems they are all waiting for a chance and it's nothing but rumors. Konoha is still a strong village, despite their losses. Pain nods. But amidst the risk, there's also opportunity. His plan is to collect the bijus ultimately, and information is scarce still. War means weakening respective villages, and lets information leak easier as the biju will surely be sent to the battlefield and used. But Akatsuki does not have the means to push for a war. So Nagato is just about to dismiss the idea and do things slowly. But just then Orochimaru appeared from behind the darkness. Pain and Konan look coldly at the snake. His eyes contain unhidden greed as he looks towards Pain's eyes, the Rinnegan. But Orochimaru is not stupid enough to test Pain's strength. For his first priority is immortality, and as a cautious snake and scientist, he does not do something that has unreasonable risk and can only look at the second best, Itachi's Mangekyo. Orochimaru, you brought an outsider to our base. What's the meaning of this? Pain looked to the side of Orochimaru, a middle-aged man with golden eyes and thick eyebrows, wearing a black bandana. His long expansive white hair stretched beyond his shoulders. Orochimaru licked his lips before introducing him. This is an old friend of mine. Since you are looking for new members, he might prove useful to you. Orochimaru almost had just planned to steal Itachi's body when he received a letter from Shino from one of his spies. He cancelled the plan to see what this old acquaintance of his up to. Since Itachi will always be in the organization anyways, he doesn't mind. But who knows, Shino had a lot of surprises with him, making him to invite him to Akatsuki as he knows of Shino's true origin and his goals. Shino stepped forward nervously. Seeing the legendary Rinnegan of Sage of Six Path, it would be a lie to say he's not scared and shocked. Orochimaru is already scary enough. Add Pain and Konan, who feels just as scary. He knew the three of them are all Kage tier shinobi. He is a mere jonin relatively and only had superb medical ninjutsu. Though, with Dark Chakra, Shino is sure he can fight toe-to-toe with them, but Zero Tails currently resides in Amaru, and he needs to be close to her to channel its power. Shino takes a deep breath and introduces himself. I am Shino, the current leader of the remnants of the Land of the Sky. I heard from Orochimaru about your organization. And I believe we both can help each other in our purpose. Pain and Conan observed Shino. He does not seem impressive and can be killed easily like Ents right at this instant. He is still curious on why Orochimaru even recommends him, and the mention of Land of the Sky. He heard about its involvement during the Second Shinobi War, but he's not born yet, so it's never his concern, and that land is no more. Shino. What can you offer to the Akatsuki? And why do you want to join a mere mercenary organization? Pain asked blandly. Shino introduces his own medical expertise, and that he's known as the Wandering Medical Nin and has quite a reputation in Land of Fire. I see. So you are Dr. Shino. I did hear of you once. Conan chimed in recognition. Hearing Conan even heard of him, it does mean he had the ability of a medical Nin. But still, Pain feels he's just SOSO. Having an expert medical Nin serving a Megakure does not sound bad at all, but it's not what Akatsuki needs. He won't let him join Akatsuki as a true member just yet. Because he needs to know his true intention, not that it matters much since he can be easily killed. What is your true purpose? I can kill you right here and right now if your answer did not satisfy me, Shino. Pain's expressionless face adds even more authority to his voice. Shino felt a chill as sweat broke out from his back. He felt timid and small facing someone he can never contempt with. He felt heavy pressure of chakra pressing down onto him, causing him to kneel forcefully. Shino forced himself to look up to Pain. He's scared for his life but still manages to speak. I heard of your true goal from Orochimaru, to become the true ruler of the world, to replace the great five nations. Our goals align, as I wanted revenge on Konoha for destroying my clan and my land. Please accept my obeisance. Pain-sama. Shino said with all his heart. Shino is screaming inside, mostly cursing Orochimaru. He never signed up for this. He never told him the leader is so unreasonable. He could be dead the next second and he has no one to cry to. Pain went quiet for a second. Before asking another question. Since I will be dealing with Konoha eventually, your revenge will be achieved at some point. So why are you here? Shino gulped. Did he think he's useless and it doesn't matter? But he already planned to reveal his plan anyway. He had always wanted to prove to everyone in the Great Five Nations the true power of Land of the Sky, that his clan could have ruled them all. In a sense, having Akatsuki supporting him, using the power of Anchorvantion to rule the shinobi world is something he can take pride of. Perhaps even someone godlike like Pain with eyes of the sage would feel amazed at the true power of Anchorvation. There's a sense of anticipation blooming in his heart. The name Land of the Sky will soon travel throughout all of shinobi world with Akatsuki behind him. Shino, feeling the pressure lifted, stood up but still bowed respectfully. Pain-sama. I want to show the world the true power of Land of the Sky. If I can activate the weapon of my clan, the Flying Fortress Anchorvantion, we can rule the shinobi world. The real Nagato almost frowned, though the stoic Pain face doesn't show any hint of emotions. Tell me, is this Anchorvantion of yours truly capable? He asked skeptically. Shino almost had a look of fanaticism in his eyes as Pain asked. The main weapon of the fortress can destroy a shinobi village easily. I am sure, with it your quest to rule the world will be achieved. While Shino still planned to be the emperor after the world is taken over and become the leader eventually, but it's an afterthought. For now they need to overcome the five great nations first. But he will have to think whether Pain is someone he can or cannot fight first. He still would be satisfied enough to be the right-hand man if he cannot defeat Pain after they succeeded in conquering shinobi world though, he mused. Pain simply thought the stupid lunatic was overestimating himself. Because if the weapon is truly that capable, how could Land of the Sky be destroyed? That proves enough that it's unreasonable. Pain still believes collecting all the bijus is still better. Regardless, it sounds powerful enough and can be of help, he suppose. Very well. Tell me, what do you need to activate this flying fortress? Shino hesitated a little, but still explained the source of its power. That he is using Zero Tail, an artificial tailed beast as a power source. And that currently, at current pace he needs 7 years or so before he has enough dark chakra for the still in development Zero Tails. Artificial tailed beast, interesting, Pain said honestly. Conan however felt bad about it. As if they are dealing with something really dangerous. But 7 years is too long from now, since you are telling us, what is your plan? Shino said with excitement, to instigate war and gain dark chakra through them. He added the bonus of weakening the villages. He is certain, if war happens he can collect enough and activate Anchor Vanshin quickly and they can rule the shinobi world with it right after. Nagato is deep in thought. We do not have the means to instigate a war. Conan finally said the main problem, and she would rather not do so. She understood the pain of war, and while she supports Nagato's conquest, it still pains her conscience. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes filled with scheming as he stepped forward. Leader. I have a suggestion. Pain and Conan both look at the snake. Not really trusting him but still listening. Konoha, we will launch an attack on them. I had a blood debt to pay. This is the opening that those shinobi villages will take. Naturally, Orochimaru is referring to Hiruzen, his ex-sensei. He hated the fact that Hiruzen chose Minato over himself as a Hokage, or rather, he was rather disappointed with the way Hiruzen was unable to trust his own disciple. Nagato furrowed his eyebrows. We cannot expose our organization. Orochimaru licked his lips, smiling understandingly. You can leave it to me and Shino. The matter with Konoha is personal for me. However, leader, we may need your help in a certain matter. Fast forward, Pain stood inside the center of the ruined Anchor Vanshin. His Rinnegan watches the eerie dark chakra of Zero Tails inside the cocoon that's constantly supplying the fetus with dark chakra from the people of the village nearby where Shino lived. Shino came forward to explain the Zero Tail here and there. And mentioning the main problem with it for now. That Zero Tails is binded to the control tablet, a sealing control technique basically, and that he cannot use it outside of the fortress. Once the control is taken off, Zero Tail will go berserk and uncontrollable. Orochimaru licked his lips, finally adding the important part. Sage of Six Paths are able to control all of the tailed beasts. Perhaps you have a way to tame it. Shino looks at Pain expectantly. While he never planned to become Zero-Tail Jinchuriki due to its inherent weakness of needing the sealing tablet to control it, having the leader with eyes of the sage give him hope for it. Pain observed through his Rinnegan. He had an inherent understanding of the bijus from his interaction and connection to the ghetto statue. And he can see the flaw of the incomplete Zero-Tail compared to a real bijou. But in fact, he is quite shocked inside his heart. It's almost complete. The research done by Shinobi of Land of the Sky is truly terrifying to almost create something almost like a bijou. But it lacks one last ingredient. It needs true flesh. And he had a perfect solution for it. The ghetto statue itself. I have a way. Pain already decided to give full membership status to Shino at this moment. The ghetto statue is not a secret among the Akatsuki members since everyone is standing on top of them. That it will be used to capture the bijus and become the vessel of ultimate weapon, so he doesn't mind. Orochimaru smiled with curiosity and anticipation. To achieve a complete creation of life is something he will never want to miss. He never looks at the Zero-Tail project much due to its incompleteness, but if Pain, the one with power of the sage, is involved, it's something he looks forward to. They say the sage can create life out of chakra, and if this succeed, perhaps it will mean history is true. Once again he would have to delay his plan to steal Itachi's body. Shino also felt the anticipation growing. After returning to their base, Pain handed over a lump of flesh, a part of ghetto statue itself. Orochimaru at first is surprised at this unexpected solution. That the statue that he thought was a mere statue they standing on to look cool is actually something that can be used for a part of a tailed beast. Orochimaru's secret laboratory. With Orochimaru's genius working with Shino, who's also a genius of the same caliber, they figure out Pain's conjecture is correct. The results are better than expected. The statue's dormant flesh come to life as it absorbs Zero-Tail dark chakra. Orochimaru view from the microscope, the texture of flesh turned from lumps into proper actually living cells. Orochimaru licked his lips again and again, too excited at this discovery. Both of them had a look of uncontained excitement growing in their eyes as they looked at the petri dishes and the result of the data. Once the Zero-Tail is complete, its collection of negative chakra will be even faster. And I can become its Jinchuriki. Shino is already screaming inside with excitement. The idea of controlling such power is supplying him with endless motivation as he works hard with Orochimaru in their research. Unlike Shino, who didn't seem to wonder further, Orochimaru is curious about the ghetto statue's true secret and origin. But that's for later as he focused his research to complete the Zero Tail. He already planned to take some of this cells and inject it onto some unlucky test subjects for a separate research project. This is just the beginning of their entire plan to instigate the war between nations. Mount Myaboku. In the cave where a giant toad rested, he suddenly received a vision of destruction and war. Gasp. The great toad sage, Gamamaru, woke up in a stupor. His entire body is soaked with sweat. A great war, he muttered in solemnity. Child of prophecy, will be key. Gamakichi at the side, who's always ready to receive any prophecy from the great toad sage, is stunned hearing them suddenly. A great war. Oh Jiji-sama. Tell me the details. Quick, Gamakichi hopped, trying to get him to talk. ZZZ. Chapter 26, Fire of Youth. 1. Itachi, for the time being Orochimaru will be busy with his own mission. In the meanwhile, you can partner up with Kisame. He will be back in a while after he completed his mission. Pain's bland voice sounded through the projection in their meeting. Pain naturally wouldn't tell Itachi about the ongoing project of Orochimaru and the fact that Orochimaru planned to attack Konoha due to personal reasons at some point. The meeting is short-lasting as there's not many changes. The number of their members is uneven to begin with, since Hayden has not joined them yet, so with Orochimaru focusing on his research it doesn't matter much. Understood, Itachi replied shortly. Itachi did missions on his own, gathering funds for their project as part of his responsibility in Akatsuki. However, he felt a bad premonition in his heart knowing Orochimaru, who is obviously greedy for his body and eyes, actually shifted his focus on another matter. And that no one seems to know what his mission is entailed to. In the black market, Itachi turned into an isolated corner, his body turned into crows. He reappears in an abandoned building as the crows regather and form his own image. Itachi ran his fingers along the wall, feeling a different texture at a part of the wall. He found the secret compartment. With a click, a secret compartment is revealed. He placed the scroll containing the information he had on Orochimaru and the Akatsuki so far. Itachi disappears as his body turns into crows again. A year passes by. Hiruzen sat on his chair, viewing through the crystal ball on the group of seedlings of Konoha. From the imagery, she saw Tsuyu, in a stern upright stature, her hands folded behind her back as she walked around the 8 people currently pushing up with struggle on the training field of Ninja Academy. Hinata, Niji, Sasuke, Kiba, Sakura, Ino, Lee, and Gai-sensei, they are all here. Wait, what is Gai doing there? Hiruzen bulged his eyes out seeing the last person. On the battlefield you will have no time to whine. Grunts and gasps sounded as they trained hard, quenching their physical body under Tsuyu's directive. Though a certain someone with bushier brow than Lee seems to be happily doing push-ups with one hand. Inuzuka. Slower. Are you training or screwing? Tsuyu uses the stick in her hand to slap Kiba's butt, making sure he's going slow as he's pushing up and down. Ah. Yes, Kiba winced but still responded while holding down his grit. Tsuyu's stern gaze looked over at the group of girls also joining the fray. Hinata, Sakura, Ino. A broken body is as good as a dead body. Know your limit. Stop if you need to. Sakura and Ino, hearing the words, let out a gasp and collapse on the dirt. Hinata, however, kept going. She doesn't want to be left behind. Especially when she sees Naruto working hard. She wants to stand by his side. Kiba grunted as his eyes glanced at Tsuyu while he's pushing up. He already realized Tsuyu is always going easy on the girls. And he felt like she was always targeting him. It's so unfair. Though he had to hold his tongue, otherwise he would get beaten up. Hiruzen watches the scene from his crystal ball. He's quite bewildered at the scene. Over the year, one by one keep joining and willingly train under Tsuyu. Putting aside how he's amazed at Tsuyu's leadership and aura, what's with these children? They seem to be injected with chicken blood. Is there war coming? What's with the training? Even ANBU doesn't seem so harsh. Putting aside his bewilderment, from their class teacher report those that had gone through baptism under Tsuyu all show significant improvement in their combat. Naruto especially, slowly but surely, over the past year had his skills developing well. While his chakra manipulation still needs work, his improvements in taijutsu are apparent. Naruto became the second best in class in it after Sasuke Uchiha recently from their sparring match. Let's go back on how this all happens. Starting from Uchiha Sasuke fight with Naruto. Flashback. Sasuke. Let's have a rematch. This time I am sure I will beat you. Naruto, loud as usual, with some unchanged food in his mouth, issued a challenge to Sasuke during lunch hour. What a waste of time. I would rather train than play dumb game with you, Sasuke said mockingly. He has no mood in playing around with Naruto. Fighting with Naruto has no benefit, and he only wants strength. Actually, when he knew Tsuyu got to advance early, he also applied. But he got rejected, saying only Tsuyu is a special case. He can't do anything about it and can only remain in this Joker class. Ha. You are just scared, ain't ya? Haha, scaredy cat. Naruto raised his arms to form makeshift cat ears while dancing goofily and pushing his tongue out. Hinata thought he's cute though, don't judge her taste. Sakura stood to defend Sasuke. Baka Naruto. Don't you hear he doesn't want to deal with you? Sakura clenched her fist. Almost ready to punch him. Sakura-chan, don't be angry, I just want to show him I improved Tobeo, Naruto said a little less loudly while scratching his blushing cheeks. Sasuke felt the veins on his head bulging in annoyance and anger. After thinking for a second, he decides to trash him. Naruto always knows how to push his button. He decides to teach him a lesson this time and make him just stop. Fine. If you wanted to be beaten so much, Sasuke snorted. Yosha. Sakura-chan. I will win for sure, watch me. Naruto especially wants to show off to Sakura. Amidst his ignorance, a maiden with silver eyes and short hair felt a little abandoned. Ino stood from her seat, adding unasked support for Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, you will win. Sakura glared at Ino for trying to steal the spotlight. Ino glared at Sakura back. And Naruto-kun. I believe in you, Hinata mustered her courage to support. Due to their time spending together, Hinata can actually interact with Naruto like friends do. Although, she only exchanges simple sentences. Ah. Thank you, Hinata. Hee hee. See, Sakura-chan, even Hinata believes I can win. Naruto said proudly. Kiba with his arms behind his back feels amused, he felt like teasing Naruto. I will support Sasuke, he said jokingly, smirking. Woof woof, Akamaru added. Naruto felt betrayed and his heart is heartbroken. Kiba. How could you? I thought we were friends, Tobeo, Naruto pouted. Kiba let out a hearty laugh, amused at how stupid Naruto looks. Gosh, you are cute, ha ha ha. Kiba snorted, seeing Naruto's puppy eyes. Naruto blushed after hearing the comment. I am not cute. I am handsome. Naruto's face turned red. Sasuke was already annoyed, waiting. Let's get this over with, loser. He didn't wait for Naruto to reply as he just walked straight out of class towards the training ground. The girls went out to see the handsome Sasuke fight the class clown Naruto, with Ino and Sakura competing to be the better cheerleader. Only Hinata supports Naruto among the girls. But don't get them wrong, everyone recognizes Naruto's strength, well, in taijutsu at least. Even if he's the last place in class, but that's due to everything else, still no one would underestimate him in fights. But in everyone's view Sasuke is the best, after Tsuyu left, that is. Shikamaru looks at a lot of people going out to watch the two fight. Choji is snacking chips as usual, and he would appreciate a show while snacking. Shikamaru, let's watch M. What a drag. Shikamaru went along anyway. Training field. Naruto made a seal of confrontation before Sasuke. Sasuke raised his eyebrows, not expecting Naruto to actually care about such custom between them. Since usually he doesn't care. Well, Tanya did a good enough job to make sure he's not too ignorant about socially important stuff. Sasuke did the same seal, even if he doesn't view Naruto as equal. Naruto clenched his fists as he raised both his arms. His eyes are sharp, and he is not underestimating Sasuke at all. His stances are exactly the Empire's standard CQC drilled by Tanya into him. Sasuke has already seen it the past few months at times during Naruto's training with others, and as far as he is concerned Naruto is relatively good in the class over time, but to challenge him out of all people is a joke. Come on, let's get this over with. Sasuke looks at Naruto, as if taunting him with a mocking expression. I will beat you this time, you bastard. Naruto rushes forward with a jab to the head. But Sasuke dodged it with ease. Sasuke counters with a fist in an instant, but Naruto's reaction is able to keep up as he blocks the incoming fist with his other arm. He chained with an uppercut towards Sasuke's jaw. Sasuke's eyes widen as he barely moves backward to dodge it. His heart is beating fast as a sense of crisis and seriousness overtakes him. No. How is he keeping up with me? Chapter 27, Fire of Youth. 2. Sasuke clicked his tongue in annoyance. Finding an opening, Sasuke rushed with a fist straight to Naruto's head. But kept his eyes open. He saw the incoming fist and instead of dodging he rushed forward himself. In the right moment he ducked, dodging the fist. In the next millisecond he dashed forward, and delivered a heavy fist into Sasuke's stomach. Sasuke felt a deep pain in his abdomen as he stumbled backward. He flickered back to regain some space. His eyes look at Naruto with a sense of disbelief. Is this really Naruto? Sasuke felt anger and shame rising in his heart. I can't let this idiot keep up with me. Naruto in his heart felt so spirited as he landed a blow on Sasuke, the one he looked up to secretly and wished to be as strong and popular as, aside from his twin sister. Naruto-kun, Hinata blushed seeing Naruto being so damn cool. Sakura and Ino stood and screamed to cheer on Sasuke. Some of them are already commenting on how Naruto is quite amazing at keeping up. But the spectators do not matter for the pair of rivals. Oi Sasuke! Don't let that idiot defeat you, Kiba screamed to support Sasuke, more as a joke to tease Naruto. Naruto will definitely ask Tsuyu to target Kiba later, but for now he is serious about the spar between him and Sasuke. Is that all you got, Sasuke? Naruto taunted Sasuke with a smirk, his eyes radiating confidence. Sasuke gritted his teeth. He felt like his pride was being trampled. With a whoosh, he rushed forward really fast. This time he doesn't care if puts too much strength into any of his strikes and punches. Naruto is caught off guard from the shift of rhythm as a punch lands on his cheek. Ack! Naruto fell onto the ground, but he quickly stood back up. Damn you bastard! Naruto himself felt anger rising and stopped holding back punches. Fast! Sasuke sees the incoming jab but manages to barely dodge. But before Sasuke even managed to land a counterattack, Naruto already put up his guard. Sasuke realized it's as if Naruto expected it. As if he can read him. No, he is too dumb for that. Naruto is simply following his instinct drilled by Tanya into him from the beatings. Sasuke releasing this start to actually use feigns in his attacks. Naruto sees Sasuke's arm is about to move to deliver a punch to him and moves to dodge. Or so he thought. Sasuke changed his motion and instead rapidly delivered a sweeping kick with a spinning motion, taking Naruto off guard. Naruto felt his feet is swept and he lost his footing. As Naruto stumbled and lost his ground, Sasuke rushed in and kneed him in the stomach hard. Ack! Naruto coughed out some saliva as he felt his stomach churning from the heavy blow. He held onto his abdomen, grunting in pain. Erg! He had some tears in his eyes from the pain. Sasuke didn't hold back at all in that strike, due to his anger contained within. The girls and spectators cheer for Sasuke, as if not caring that Naruto is still holding his abdomen while grunting on the dirt. Kiba, seeing how Naruto was not standing up for a long time, felt both worry and anger rising in his heart. He quickly went up to check on Naruto. Bro. You good? Kiba worries etched onto his face. Hinata also followed behind. And Naruto-kun, she felt worried for him. NNH. I am fine. It's nothing, Naruto tried to act nonchalant as he put up a smile. Kiba looks at Sasuke, who had his arms folded, looking so smug. Oi. What's wrong with you? Don't you see how hard you hit? Kiba is getting riled up seeing how nonchalant Sasuke looks. Sasuke looks at Naruto. He's just a crybaby. TCH, he said so, but deep in his heart he did feel guilty, but he quickly swallowed it. Don't waste my time next time, Sasuke said with a cold face as he turned to leave. But amidst his arrogant facade, he felt a sense of weakness and shame. That Naruto out of all people is catching up to him. He felt weak, and he hated it. He decides to train even harder. But as months pass by, Naruto keeps on challenging him, and his own improvement cannot catch up with Naruto's own. Naruto himself is using Sasuke as a benchmark, and even if he loses each time, but he feels more spirited, knowing he is making Sasuke finally taking him seriously. In a spar between them recently, Sasuke almost lost. He felt so angry, so ashamed, so weak, that after he was kicked hard on the side and couldn't get up, his emotions bubbled up to the extreme and a single Tomo Sharingan appeared. Naruto is shocked to see the red eyes. What is that? Sasuke didn't answer. And Sasuke himself didn't realize it. All he sees is that everything seems slower. Or perhaps he is faster. Naruto dodged the incoming hit from Sasuke. But just as Naruto tried to counterattack, Sasuke expected its trajectory and grabbed his wrist amidst the punch. Naruto is bewildered at how Sasuke can catch his fist. Before Naruto can react, Sasuke uses a shoulder throw, thrashing him onto the dirt. Naruto felt himself losing his breath as he felt pain all over. Ugh, bastard, Naruto grunted as he took heavy breaths. Sasuke looks at Naruto, then at his hands. As if his eyes felt different. Sharingan. Sasuke realized he is using Sharingan at this moment. And the chakra flowing into his eyes right now is proof of that. He closed his eyes, and adjusted his emotions before he closed it. Sasuke clenched his fist. The fact that he had to use Sharingan against Naruto felt even more humiliating. But at this point he had to admit, Naruto is improving fast. And he hates it. Sasuke made a seal of reconciliation and pointed it towards Naruto. Naruto managed to sit up, and his face widened in surprise seeing the seal Sasuke made. Huh? What are you doing? Sasuke snorted. Idiot. It's the seal of reconciliation. What else? Naruto is stunned, but then a sunny smile carved onto his face. Heh. So you see how amazing I am now. Naruto took Sasuke's hand and formed the seal as well. Sasuke is quiet for a while, not replying to his stupid remarks as if wanting to ask something. But he said it regardless of his pride. Because he wants to be stronger. And training by himself or his method is not able to keep up. Naruto, I saw you train with your little sister at times. Yeah, what about it? Naruto tilted his head. I will be joining. Sasuke folded his arms. He is not asking, he is inviting himself. Huh? You want to join me and Kiba? Naruto felt quite confused, not understanding what Sasuke was thinking. Sasuke also knows Tsuyu is as strong or stronger than himself, and Tsuyu's method must have done something to make Naruto improve significantly over time. He hates to admit it, but it's a fact. Well. Hee. Sure. Hee. Naruto is giggling as he imagines the image of the arrogant Sasuke getting beaten down by Tsuyu with a harsh beating. And he would love to see it. And because now Sasuke trains with Tsuyu and others, he no longer stays in the Uchiha compound to train, and because of this Sakura and Ino, who wants to spend time with handsome Sasuke, decides to join the baptism just to get the chance to be with Sasuke. Might Guy happened to come across the group while they were training and felt the raging fire of youth from the bunch and invited himself into the group. Tanya reluctantly ignores his existence, who keeps spouting youth nonsense during the training, almost disrupting the atmosphere, but she tried to act like he's not there. Hinata joined at times when he's free, and it seems his father favors Tsuyu's method to straighten up her daughter's personality. Niji, who had lost to Tsuyu before and respected her, of course felt like joining to see what it's about and why there's so many. And that's how the group came to be. Chapter 28, Danzo. Tsuyu, while still in the middle of the third year, applied for another advancement. Hiruzen does not make any argument, as it's already agreed upon now that if Tsuyu wishes to, then she would be allowed. Her talent and result is apparent. Her status as a Jinchuriki that is able to perfectly control Kyuubi power made Danzo and the council think of her not as a faulty bomb like Naruto is, but a weapon of mass destruction ready to be launched at any time, and the sooner Tsuyu can be put up to use, the better. While Naruto and the others were stuck in second year of academy, Tsuyu managed to get into the fourth year already. Sasuke tried to apply many times as well, since he too is already more advanced than his peers, but Irika only really says Tanya is a special case. Sasuke eventually gave up. He thinks about it and he starts to believe Tsuyu's advancement is not only about her strength, but most likely her maturity, intellect, and leadership. Sasuke has to admit that he lacks commanding talent, not that he's that social. In class Tsuyu can make friends with everyone, her words and eloquence flatter people just right where it needs to be. While in training she can command and does not have any scruple using authority. Tsuyu also does not look down on anyone and always believes in the potential of people, even the civilian ninja. This contrasted with Sasuke, who always felt the Uchiha clan bears a prestige and reputation civilians and small clans can't compare to. Of course, Tsuyu's beliefs on these stems from facts that a lot of geniuses come from civilians or people that had no clan nor notable bloodline in this ninja world. Unlike the Leaf, from her reading she knows that other nations don't have as many Kekkei as in the Land of Fire and Land of Water. But they had come up with strength of their own, their Kages are a prime example. As for those without any bloodline nor heritage of a clan backing them, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and her own late father are prime examples. Though Orochimaru is one in a million genius while the other two had luck and connections. As the Kunoichi class in the evening was over, Tsuyu wiped off her makeup and is finally able to remove the freaking dress. The swarm of seniors always screaming "so cute" doesn't make the class any more bearable than it is. Putting that behind her back, she's on the way to the training field as usual. But all of a sudden she felt a cold gaze onto her back. She turned to the dark corner with wariness. A shadow of a figure looms there. The figure steps out of the darkness to reveal itself. "You have a keen sense for your age, you can be a good censor," the raspy old voice came from the lips of the man with a bandaged face covering his right eye. An X-mark scar on his chin proving the battle he had gone through in his prime. Tanya looked at the old man for a second, scrutinizing his appearance and demeanor. She finally realized who he is. A member of Konoha Council, also called the assistant to Sandaime, Shimura Danzo. Realizing he's someone with a high status second only to Hokage himself, Tanya immediately kneeled on one knee. "I pay respect to you, Lord Danzo." Tanya remains respectful and formal, betraying her cute childlike appearance at first sight. "Stand up, Uzumaki Tsuyu. I just want to have a chat with you." Danzo felt satisfied seeing Tanya's immediate recognition of himself and her respect for him. It means Tsuyu is very aware of the political structure of Konoha, despite her age. So Danzo don't bother to introduce himself. Tsuyu stood up straight. She does not relax her stature in front of her superior. "It's been a while since my old self took a walk around the village. I hope you can accompany me for a while." Danzo looked at Tsuyu expectantly. "It would be my pleasure, Danzo-sama," Tsuyu said respectfully. Danzo hummed, and walked along the streets of Konoha. Tsuyu already wonders what Danzo wants. Perhaps it's simply an assessment of young talent, perhaps. But regardless, she would want to maintain a good relationship and connection. The streets of Konoha are buzzing with activities and are very lively. Danzo is still a well-known figure among the older generations and they each bowed in respect for him. Younger generations do not seem to know much about him in contrast. As Danzo walks along the street of Konoha, he suddenly asks Tsuyu a question. "Tsuyu, what do you think is needed to achieve and maintain the current peace?" Tsuyu frowned for a second before regaining her composure. This seems like a test perhaps. She knows Danzo's ideology and method is definitely different compared to Hiruzen, but her answer will remain true regardless because it's a fact. "I believe it's power, Danzo-sama." Danzo is satisfied hearing the response. "Correct. From what I know, you are a keen reader. You must know how Konoha came to be, unlike most children your age who do not like history." "Yes, Danzo-sama. The village is founded by Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, starting from union of Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. The other clans joined along and formed Konoha." As Danzo walks, he spoke. "I was about your age when the first shinobi war was ongoing. I was sent on my first mission, sent to the battlefield to kill. Peace, we have had a lot of blood behind them." He reminisces about the time he was in the academy, among the very first batch of students after the academy was established by Tobirama. Danzo looks at the Hokage rock. "Do you think the first Hokage made a mistake?" He eyed the face of Hashirama Senju, the very founder of Konoha. Tanya also looks at the first Hokage face. He understands Danzo's question and answered truthfully. "His ideal is admirable, and in a perfect world, if everything goes according to what he wants, I personally would want his vision to come true and wouldn't say it's a mistake." After all, in a perfect world where everyone is so nice, it is the most desirable world without any drawbacks. Danzo almost felt a little disappointed hearing Tsuyu's words. But the first Hokage is too naive. He can only be so idealistic in his decisions and visions because he has the power to achieve it and to not worry about failing. He can stretch his hand to give an olive branch to everyone because he is not afraid of anything to begin with. Tsuyu looks at Hashirama's face with a judging look like he's an idiot before continuing. Peace that was achieved ultimately is only temporary. The moment his life comes to an end, despite his will that's carried forward, Konoha lacked the deterrent power like the first Hokage once had. The first shinobi war started not too long after his death. It's quite obvious his death is a major factor that caused Konoha to be involved. And the scale of the war is even worse than it had been during the warring state period. Tsuyu despises war, and no matter what, it's a waste of resources and energy overall. Hashirama's ideals are indeed very good, but it's simply impossible due to inherent human nature. It's nothing but a daydream. Danzo nodded at Tsuyu's response. You understand history very well. Danzo had a rare smile on his face. And you are right in your conjecture. I have seen with my own eyes the power Hashirama Senju had, worthy of the title God of Shinobi. Everyone fears him more than he is respected. Perhaps you wouldn't believe me if I told you what he is capable of. Danzo mused, wondering if Tsuyu will believe if he says Hashirama can create a wooden golem as big as 9 tails and beat the bijou like trash. Perhaps Tsuyu will think he's a lying old man trying to trick children into believing fairy tales. It's also why Danzo is obsessed with wood release and Sharingan too, since Madara can go toe-to-toe with him. Danzo had a look of longing as he gazed into the Hokage rock. In fact, it's not just Danzo. The experiment with Hashirama cells started even with approval of Hiruzen and willing participation of volunteers. However, Danzo continued the experiment behind Hiruzen's back, because for him the cost of few children is nothing compared to having wood release. For someone who has seen comrades, acquaintances fell in battle, and then seeing hundreds and thousands of deaths during 3 total wars, his view on sacrifices is no longer anything personal. Just a number on paper. Tsuyu, if you want to maintain the peace we have now, what would you do? Tsuyu didn't delay her answer. I will train to be stronger. Konoha's strength is what kept its peace, and my own strength contributes to it. Danzo expected the answer. But now comes the more important question. But what if you had to sacrifice your morals, and even your allies? Tsuyu's answer could have been a direct, as long as the end goal is met, but at the end of the day she will not stray from her principle and humanity. As for morals, I would do what it takes to achieve peace. But if the moral in question involves sacrificing the people that matters to me, then the sacrifice already outweighs the benefit of peace for me. I personally believe peace is only worth it if the people you care about are there with you. Tsuyu is honest in the last sentence. While she prioritizes her own peace most, her past life with her squad and now having Naruto as her brother makes a lot of her decisions involve others' well-being as well. Danzo nodded. He's not disappointed in the answer, and cannot refute her words. Perhaps Tsuyu's answer is selfish in nature, as it means she won't sacrifice those important to her for the whole village. But for her to admit her nature is commendable, also it means she is controllable and have weakness, and thus he can trust such a person more. Danzo takes out a piece of paper from his sleeve, as if already prepared for Tsuyu. It's a chakra induction paper. Mold your chakra through them. Danzo just handed it to her. Most children of shinobi and people with clans behind them already had this and tested their children early on. The paper is very expensive for orphans like Tsuyu and Naruto, so they cannot afford them without starving for a month. Tsuyu took it without question, not caring about Danzo's intention, and immediately channeled her chakra through them. She is also very curious as to what affinity she had. The paper starts to crumble into dust, leaving nothing behind. Your major affinity is towards the earth nature transformation. It is quite rare, second rarest next to having affinity towards wind nature among Konoha shinobi, Danzo commented. Danzo takes another scroll from inside his cloth, handing it to Tsuyu. He actually prepared 4 other scrolls of other releases just in case. Danzo's intention is very direct. He wanted to control Tsuyu. But Tsuyu is far too intelligent and is too emotionally secure and stable for the usual scheming and emotional manipulation. Danzo had monitored Tsuyu through root all these years after all, and her personality is pretty much established. Then the only other way to gain control of Tsuyu is using favor. And he is honest this time, no twists or convoluted plans or whatnot. It's AC ranked Earth release, Rock Scatter Blast. I have included the Earth Nature Chakra Transformation training method as well. You can take your time mastering it. I am looking forward to your progress, Tsuyu-kun. Danzo look at Tsuyu with expectation. Tanya takes the scroll with an unhidden smile on her face. Putting aside Danzo's intention, she can guess it at least means he appreciates her talent. Thank you, Danzo-sama. I will make sure to remember this favor. Danzo dismissed it with a hand raised. Danzo, as an expert in reading human emotions, can see the happiness in Tsuyu's face and appreciation. He is right about Tsuyu, that she craves power. Her daily consistent training already proves otherwise. But now he already confirmed it. And it makes it easier to have her under his command. It's only AC ranked technique. It isn't worth much. I am only hoping to see your talent flourish. You will be an important asset to Konoha in the future. Tsuyu nods. But she knows the jutsu is not as easy to get as he says, not as a normal orphan that is. I will try my best to live up to your expectations, Tsuyu bowed respectfully. Good. Practice well. HM. It seems I have taken too much of your time. You may leave. Tsuyu bowed again and left. Already planning to practice the hand seals and the jutsu. Just after Tsuyu was out of sight, an ANBU came to Danzo's side. Danzo-sama, Sandaime is asking to meet you in his office. Danzo didn't reply. He already knows his contact with Tsuyu will trigger a reaction from his old friend. Not that he cares. What can Hiruzen say? He only talks to her and gives her AC rank jutsu, which is not that valuable considering Tsuyu is their own Jinchuriki. He didn't do anything wrong at all, but he still has to give face to the Hokage, so he starts to walk back to the Hokage office. Danzo believes Tsuyu will come to find him willingly someday. Because only he can give her the power that she craves. Chapter 29, Konoha's Darkness. Tanya as usual is on the training ground, practicing hand seals and chakra molding for the Earth Release Jutsu she recently acquired. The basis of Earth Nature Chakra Transformation was simple. The nature of Earth Chakra was about compaction, probably the easiest to learn, with an unknown ceiling of mastery. Tanya had trained on Earth Nature Chakra Transformation by leaf hardening method, in which she would change the chakra nature so that it would harden the leaf to a point it can be used as a throwable weapon and pierce bark of a tree. She found it quite easy, relatively speaking, as it took her only 3 days of practice. After that, she started to train on the Jutsu Rock Blast. The basis of Rock Blast technique was simple, using Earth Nature Chakra to compact the earth, and with shape transformation, the ground was blasted to the front. Her hands danced as she performed the hand seals, dog, rabbit, snake. Earth Release, Rock Scatter Blast. Tanya molded chakra and slap her hand onto the ground. The chakra flow onto the earth and in an instant the small area in front of her cracks and trembled. With a bang, it explodes into long shards of rocks blasting towards her front in a cone-shape area. The rock pieces launched fast towards the trees in front of her, causing marks and splinters to come off the trunk. Shug, Naruto looks in awe as he's jumping around in excitement seeing the trees get trashed by the rocks blasted onto them. On a side note, when Naruto asks how she got the scroll, Naruto doesn't even know who the hell Shimura Danzo is. Sasuke on the other hand doesn't have much excitement but more towards respect. To gain the attention of Konoha's top brass directly and to master a nature transformation jutsu in 3 days was another testament to Tsuyu's genius. Itachi also mastered the Uchiha signature Great Fireball technique in a day. It's not surprising a genius like Tsuyu can do something of similar level. But the area of her jutsu is huge for their age and it should have taken a lot of chakra, but she does not seem tired at all. As if it doesn't burn even 1/10 of her chakra. Tsuchan. I want to learn too. Naruto looks at her with his puppy eyes, his entire body is thrumming with anticipation wanting to do the same. Tanya believes Danzo wouldn't actually care if he gave the scroll to Naruto. So Tanya just threw it over with an added note to not give it to anyone. Nisan, you can try. But normally we need to know your affinity first. It could take too much effort if Earth Nature Transformation isn't your suit. Do not feel down if you can't do it. It's only normal. Even Sasuke won't be able to do it since his nature is lightning and fire. Naruto, instead of expecting failure, doesn't care. He is too excited to want to do a cool jutsu as soon as possible and has a high hope of doing it. I will do it, Tsuchan. I will an even bigger rock blast. Believe it, he scurried away to the side as he opened the scroll and practiced the hand seals immediately. Tanya sighed. Naruto never seems to understand the concept of being realistic, and it only leads to his own feelings getting hurt over time when reality does not meet his expectations. Normally Tanya would have stopped Naruto and told him to do something else for now, but after knowing him she just lets Naruto do what wanted to not hurt him accidentally. Tanya is still trying to learn to navigate along Naruto's emotions, trying to not hurt him even if she never intended to, since why would she? It's just that she never really understood what's going on in his head at times. Perhaps it's her own self that are different and cannot comprehend certain things, Tanya mused to herself. Sasuke doesn't want to pay much attention to Naruto since he knows just how bad he is at chakra manipulation. But still, he just felt like doing a favor looking at his dumb face as he practiced without success, planning to give a chakra induction paper to him tomorrow because he's probably wasting his time trying a jutsu that he is not suited for. He had a few at home somewhere in the storeroom. Tanya and Sasuke each practice chakra manipulation on their own. It doubles as physical resting. Tanya had a different training regimen and schedule after all. Only Lee is training taijutsu every single day. As for the others, they aren't at the training field. Only Sasuke and Lee joined them consistently each day since they had no one at home to train them. As for Sakura, you don't expect a girl that joined only for a crush to train each day. Tanya continued making hand signs one after another, using rock scatter blast jutsu over and over again as if her chakra were endless. Her hand signs are getting faster and faster, and the blast gets stronger and wider each time she performs the jutsu. Sasuke feels like Tsuyu is becoming more and more unfathomable for him. Because how could she not feel exhausted? How come her chakra reserves are seemingly endless? Are the Uzumaki clan that monstrous? He wished he could have that much chakra. He can't even use more than 2 great fireball techniques right now before collapsing, also means he cannot practice as much as Tsuyu did in ninjutsu for now. Sasuke clenched his fist as he returned his focus to his own training. After performing the jutsu countless times, Tanya starts to feel fatigue all over her body. Chakra is squeezed from each of the body cells after all. But mentally, she doesn't feel strained at all. She followed up with leaf concentration practice by placing different leaves at different tenketsu points all over her body and feeling while releasing chakra out of all of them. She had this idea of using chakra blast, a core principle of raging fist to blast overloaded chakra from tenketsu points, this time using all of her tenketsu at the same time. It should create a wide chakra blast all around her. It could be useful as both defensive and offensive technique, to create distance, or perhaps with the sheer amount of chakra she had, perhaps she would have unexpected result. Tanya is unaware she had stepped foot into the creation of revolving heaven in terms of principles, a secret technique of the Hyuga main family. The difference is that in gentle fist technique, each tenketsu releases a constant stream of chakra which are then aided by bodily spin and compression of chakra to form a spinning chakra barrier of absolute defense. But due to the nature of raging fist that are more explosive, her version isn't a barrier but would turn into a single instance of outward chakra blast. Someone with certain red hair might think it's quite similar to his almighty push. As Tanya continued her meditation to feel her tenketsu points and release chakra from them, her gaze turned to Sasuke, who is now practicing shuriken jutsu with his Sharingan. She has to admit Sasuke is far better than her in shurikens, and it's very impressive. His Sharingan is very advantageous, and without using chakra blast from tenketsu points to increase the speed of her motions, she would definitely lose to Sasuke in taijutsu sparring. She recalled the years prior, back when Naruto lost control of Nine Tails, and in the very same night, the Uchiha massacre happened, leaving only Sasuke alive. And the fact that Itachi Uchiha is the culprit is baffling. She does not believe Itachi is capable of such heartless cruelty, without a proper reason. Tanya still remembered the conversation she had with Itachi, when he asked her the question. Tsuyukuin, if you had to choose between the village or your family, what would you do? Tanya is certain there is a conspiracy. Itachi most likely was pushed into a corner and had to do what he did, for the village. As for leaving only Sasuke behind, if she was in Itachi's shoes and had to massacre the whole village, Naruto would not even be in the list. She can understand Itachi to leave Sasuke behind. But Sasuke is unaware of the complexity behind the massacre, and only vowed revenge against his own brother. It's quite sad in Tsuyu's opinion. But Itachi had made his choices and having Sasuke hating him should also be a part of his decision. She would not interfere by trying to explain to Sasuke there might be something else behind them for now. She had interrogated Naruto about what happened that night. And his answers led to Tanya knowing an Uchiha is responsible for it, the same guy who placed paper bombs when she's a baby and the one who staged the Nine Tails rampage during her birth. She is more inclined to think he is still out there. As for whether he is an insider or outsider, she is not certain. Tanya felt really hateful remembering it. His actions already led to the death of her parents, and he even had the audacity to kidnap Naruto and even use him as if he's nothing but a tool for their conspiracy. It's infuriating. She supposed the clan is wiped out due to suspicion. Connecting the dots, the fact that the Uchiha clan is one of the founders of Konoha, and yet their compound is placed at such a far end of the village. If you read history you would know the Uchiha compound is originally in the center of Konoha along with the Senju clan compound. Then there's the police force. It might seem like the Uchiha had power but in fact they are only given responsibility without an actual return, as if giving them the control over the police force is more for shifting their focus from the actual position of power that matters in the village decisions. Konoha already is trying to hold Uchiha from power over all these years, as if out of fear. Anyone intelligent enough can see it without having the specific information. Tanya understood the political complexity between the Uchiha and Konoha from her readings alone. Perhaps the entire clan had supported that masked men. Or some of them did. Or it's possible most of the Uchiha clan in Konoha are entirely innocent and they simply take the blame for a fault of a single or few people. The fact remains that an Uchiha is actually the culprit. Danzo isn't wrong in this regard, but his target is wrong due to lack of information at the time. Danzo's cold decisiveness made him seem like a monster. But he did it thinking it's for the best and to be safe. The conspiracies don't actually matter for Tanya. What's important is she wanted the masked men to be dead for touching her brother. Hopefully Itachi already killed that man during the massacre. But if the masked man is still alive out there she will break his bones into pieces and feed them to Kiba's dog for sure. In a certain town, Toby suddenly felt a chill crawling down his spine. He felt like someone or something was targeting him. He immediately looks around warily, ready to use his intangibility in case he gets attacked. Deidara looks at Toby who suddenly gets serious all of a sudden. "Oi Toby, what the hell are you doing?" Deidara scrutinizes Toby who is looking vigilantly at their back. Even he felt worry and already had his hand into his bag to mold the clays. Toby turned around, and with an unserious voice he replied. "I just feel like pooping." "Ha. You dash." Deidara grabbed Toby's neck wanting to choke him. Chapter 30, Graduation. Another year passes by. With another application and approval for advancement, Tanya is already in the last year of Ninja Academy at 9 years old, while Naruto and others are in their 3rd year. Compared to Itachi and Kakashi, Tanya can be considered late. She can take the graduation exam that is held 3 times a year in another 4 months. Tanya also took elective classes in the final year to learn the basics of jutsu formulae and medical ninjutsu. For the matter of medical ninjutsu, she can do the basics such as closing up superficial wounds, separating liquid of different densities and using chakra scalpel, but to qualify as a proper medic means she needs to do hospital attachment for a year and learn under a qualified medic. Not that she's planning to. As for jutsu formulae, not so shockingly it's quite similar to spell formulae Tanya had used in her previous life. Jutsu formulae is basically the hand seals required for Fuin jutsu, Juin jutsu, barrier jutsu, and many other forms of jutsu. Her past life experience lets her understand the language easily and lets her apply the jutsu formulae for Fuin jutsu to make exploding tags and sealing scrolls, giving her a perfect score in the course. She already planned to make exploding tags and sell them in her free time once she gets enough money to get chakra sealing papers first and have money rolling. She does want to eat good food each day and not have to count money. Of course, they only teach the basics, and in her class only Tsuyu completed the course so fast. Normally, those with Fuin jutsu talent will be assigned a mentor that specializes in Fuin jutsu, and they may join a squad specializing in sealing techniques since those with such a talent are very rare and sought after. Tanya is already planning her career options. Her results in the academy can be said to be really outstanding, and she can be said to have hexagonal stats on talent. She can't really predict what the academy plans for her, since the squad formed and mentor assigned will be according to a student's skills and potential. Though she does not have any Kekkei Genkai or special abilities, but her genius means she can learn anything and specialize in any area. Tanya even had thoughts of becoming a medic specialist or Fuin specialist, which in her view are equivalent to doctor and programmer. But well, no. There's a fox demon inside her body, and there's a masked man who always comes her way or her brother. She is uncertain if he's alive or not. I need strength and power. Tsuyu thought to herself. Despite the nice idea of being a specialist that can sit in the comfort of the village and only occasionally go out, this won't work for her safety and peace in the long term. The graduation exam day is coming soon. Tanya is already more than capable of graduating. Cloning jutsu takes the longest for her to perfect, and even then she had to intentionally leak and waste chakra through tenketsu points to get the amount right to make 5 clones all at once. She knows the problem is the jutsu itself requires relatively too low chakra to be used for her, as each time she molds chakra, the volume she naturally produces at the very minimum is already too much for the jutsu. The same applies to her brother. Bunshin is just a small lump of chakra that would disperse so easily upon any contact. In terms of chakra usage, it's definitely very low and every genin should be able to easily use them. It's quite embarrassing that it took her years to master it when Sasuke can do it in his first year. It's more about Tanya's improvements on her chakra manipulation over the years that let her complete the jutsu and not the jutsu itself really. As for transformation technique, it's interesting because the volume of chakra she possesses only makes the transformation even more solid and real. For others their transformation is akin to cloning jutsu layered on top. Danzo in his office felt delighted with the upcoming graduation because it means it will be soon enough for him to take Tsuyu under her control and further his grasp onto her. It's already agreed upon that Tsuyu is too exceptional to have any one mentor suitable for her. And this is a special case. It's a guarantee to have Tsuyu invited into the ANBU, given that she has both talent and personality for it. Root may have been disbanded on the surface, but they are still operating underground. Of course Danzo is not planning to have Tsuyu join the underground route because that's unrealistic with how can't just disappear from the radar. So ANBU it is. Hiruzen conveniently absorbed a few of the known root members after its official disbandment into ANBU due to their abilities that are needed in Konoha's low time now, and Danzo himself planted few root members into ANBU without Hiruzen suspecting. There's also unofficial root members all over here and there, acting as regular shinobi or as instructors in the academy to spy on potential candidates. Danzo already planned to move his hands to have Tsuyu join a squad under his directive once she graduated right away. Hiruzen never expected how deep the root had infiltrated. Time passes slowly, graduation day comes. The instructor begins the graduation exam, in which Tsuyu passes with flying colors on all of them. Everyone in her class passes alongside her. Everyone proudly wears the forehead protector, feeling happy of becoming a true shinobi. Tanya smiled slightly looking at her classmates. Although she only knew them for months, they were nice co-workers in her view. But now they are all proper soldiers of Konoha and comrades. Tanya walked out of the academy doors along with her excited classmates. Their parents are already waiting for them. Congratulations, promise of giving a good treat or celebration, it's a sweet occasion that day. Just then, Tanya saw among the crowd a bright blonde boy waiting for her. Waving at her and jumping excitedly as usual, of course it's Naruto. Tanya smiled slightly seeing his twin brother. Tsuchan. Why you are a ninja now? Can I see? The protector. Please, Naruto is begging Tanya while holding onto her sleeves. Tanya let out a huff before taking out her forehead protector from her pocket. Don't leave a scratch on them Nii-san, Tanya said in amusement. Wow, Naruto caressed his finger over the symbol of Konoha etched onto the steel plate. He held the forehead protector with awe and longing. He takes off his goggles and wraps it around his forehead. Tsuchan. How do I look? Hee. Tanya just smirked slightly. The same as usual. Even with the forehead protector he is still the Naruto he knows alright. Huh. What you mean same as usual? I must look cool Databeo. Yes. Very cool. Now give it back. It's against the law to impersonate shinobi. You can get both of us in trouble, Tanya said plainly. I want to wear them just for today. Please Tsuchan. That's not possible. Tanya's pupil contracted as her gaze became serious, her voice cold. Naruto almost instinctively follows her command, but his will is stronger. Just for today. I will give it back later. I promise. Naruto quickly ran off. Tanya huffed in annoyance before chasing after him. She is not that serious about chasing him and just keeps her distance from him. She wonders why she is even playing along with him. Naruto laughed out loud as he flickered all over Konoha streets, jumping around from rooftop to rooftop. Naruto felt like he's a real shinobi. I will become the greatest shinobi. And become Hokage. One day you all will look up to me. Believe it, Naruto screamed out as he jumped around. He caused the citizens below to be startled, gaining a lot of attention for himself. This overdosed brat, Tanya huffed as she continued the chase. Covered in sweat, both of them entered Ichiraku Ramen. It's a treat for the occasion of Tanya's graduation and Tanya decides they can splurge for today. After all, Tanya can get money from working soon. Naruto sat on the stool still thrumming with adrenaline. Tuchi-san. 3 bowls of tonkatsu special. 2 large miso for me, Tanya added plainly. Yes, she does eat a lot. The energy she consumes for training is massive. Tuchi let out a chuckle. Coming right up. You little shinobis have a big stomach. Haha, Tuchi joked seeing the protector on Naruto's forehead. I am not a little shinobi Databeo. I am a strong one. And I will become Hokage one day. Tuchi just chuckled softly as he prepared the ramen. I can't wait to graduate too. Naruto said softly with longing as he touched the forehead protector. You will. Tanya said with certainty. She has seen his growth, and she is certain he could graduate, that's just a plain fact. Tsuchan. Naruto felt a little sappy hearing Tanya's direct belief in him. Although at times he felt jealous and felt inadequate compared to her, and he still felt that at times really, but Tanya still believed in him, well, for most things. I will, and I will become Hokage and be even stronger than you. Believe it. Tanya just smirked. Hokage has a lot of responsibility, Nii-san. You have to be responsible first before taking it up. I am afraid this village will be ruined if you become Hokage right now, Tanya made a rare joke that's also based. If Naruto remained childish as he is now as Hokage in the future, she might have had to carry the Hokage's baggage for him as his assistant in the future. Sounds like a hassle. I am responsible all right. Right, sure thing brother, Tanya doesn't bother to argue as the ramen is served. The next morning, Tanya went to the academy to be assigned into a team. She hopes she can get lucky with the instructor that can teach her useful things. The academy instructor called out one by one for the assigned group. Group 10, Akimichi Jibei, Fushimi Renjiro, Tachibana Misaki. That's all. You will meet your Jonin mentor in the afternoon. Everyone is dismissed for now. Tanya's name is not called out. Is it because of uneven numbers? Thinking about it, it's natural there might be 1 or 2 that can't be fitted into new graduates' 3-man squad due to numbering issues and they might have to join other already established squads that need new members. Some of Tanya's classmates whisper and wonder why she had no team. Everyone in class slowly left, leaving only Tsuyu and the instructor in class. Just then, the door to the class opened. Tanya's eyes widened slightly, before she stood and bowed respectfully. Sandame-sama. Hiruzen lets out a puff of smoke, as he reads the file given by the instructor to him. Tsuyu-kun, congratulations on your graduation. Though, it's not surprising. Thank you for your praise, Sandame-sama. Tsuyu replied respectfully. You must be wondering why you aren't assigned a team. I have another plan for you, Tsuyu, given your talent. I believe you know about the ANBU. Tsuyu felt a glimmer of anticipation in her heart, but also doubt. Yes, Sandame-sama. Hiruzen takes out his pipe, his tone is not looking at a child, but another shinobi with high potential. ANBU answers to my call, and a lot of their work is not for the weak-hearted. They may even do things that can be called cruel or without honor. I believe you understand the need of such an organization, for the peace of Konoha. Tsuyu nodded and replied with a simple yes. ANBU is the CIA or Black Ops of Konoha to make it simple. And she has no scruple of doing anything deemed dirty as long as it doesn't challenge her principles and cost her anything. Though, most of her past life experiences were as a soldier, not some secret agent. But she would be glad to learn. Would you like to serve directly under me as part of the ANBU, Tsuyu? Hiruzen asked directly. Tanya felt excited at such an opportunity. She stood upright and answered with a firm tone. Her eyes carried no hesitation. I am willing, Sandaime-sama. Tanya would not miss this opportunity handed on a silver platter. But she has her reservation and quickly added. However, I have only recently graduated. I am afraid my skills are not up to par with the required role of an ANBU. Tsuyu is not being humble or anything. She may have the basics covered, even better than most genins. But she is still a genin with no specialized skills yet, only potential. She planned to hone her skill and merits as a regular shinobi first. So Hiruzen coming to her to invite her right after she graduates does not feel right even for her. Hiruzen smiled slightly. I have seen your results. You have talent in a lot of fields. And no one mentor can fully bring out your potential. I believe you have the ability to learn and catch up soon. In ANBU, you will be assigned into a 3-man squad led by a captain. Each squad has their own specialties like regular ninja squads. Hiruzen continued. To answer your question of your doubts, not all ANBU members start as an expert. They start from the ground up and hone them. You will train and learn under them. Everyone is a family in ANBU, as you all will share the burden of darkness of Konoha. You are free to approach any of the members to learn, they will be open to teach you what you want to know. Though, it's up to you to gain their recognition. I believe in you, Tsuyu. Tsuyu's eyes widened slightly. So that's the work culture of an ANBU, and it means she has access to a lot of potential mentors with specialized skills. While some say if a company uses words, we are family, and the like you should stay away, but for ANBU this is a very good thing. I will live up to your expectations, Sandaime-sama. Tanya stood upright, her eyes filled with unhidden happiness. I am sure you will surprise me. Wait on top of Hokage Stone tomorrow morning. Someone will bring you to ANBU headquarters. You will certainly be tested by them. Be prepared. Hiruzen smirked slightly. Tanya had a serious expression. She expected a test and a trial before she can officially join such an organization. Yes, Sandaime-sama. Asterisk. Chapter 31, ANBU's Test, 1. What's ANBU? Naruto had a questioning look on his face as he stuffed toasted bread with jam into his mouth. Tanya is certain Naruto should have known from previous conversation with Itachi years before. But well, she won't bring Itachi, a missing nin up. It seems the conversation went over his head back then. It stands for Ensatsu Senjutsu Takushibutai, Special Assassination and Tactical Squad. Assassination. Naruto stops chewing his bread. His face seems to be reading Tanya's expression. The word itself doesn't sound good. What's the difference with regular guys? Naruto had a hidden strange feeling towards his sister. He felt like, it's a wrong. Perhaps nothing much. Regular shinobi act as hired mercenaries mostly. Completing requests. As for ANBU, it's the same. But every request is directly proposed or processed by the Hokage and Council, the ANBU is then tasked for it. As for what the missions entailed, it involves sensitive missions and information that are kept secret, Tanya explained roughly. Naruto had a blank expression, seemingly unable to digest the lengthy words. It means, I do work for the Hokage directly. While regular shinobi do work for, well, others, like escorting people who need them or stuff. Ah. I got it now, Tsuchan. Naruto swallowed the food in his mouth finally. Naruto wants to say or ask something, but he's not sure how to put it into words. It's just, if he wants to put it, it's unreal that his sister is a shinobi now. And knowing what ANBU is about, the killing part, Naruto felt uneasy and uncomfortable. Regular shinobi will always detain or incapacitate first when it involves fighting people. Even deaths aren't intentional but a result of having no other choice. Unless it's some wild beast. ANBU is different. If the mission entails killing someone, they kill. Naruto can never imagine himself killing someone who never hurt him or any of his comrades personally. Even if on paper the person did harm someone from Konoha, it's different. Naruto wouldn't be able to do it easily. And that's why he doesn't like where Tsuyu is going. And he even wants to ask if Tsuyu is sure about where she is going. But he can't put it into words to voice out his opinion. I would not have much time to train together from now on. But even without me you should keep it up if you want to become Hokage. Tsuyu said with a light-hearted tone, a small smile on her lips. Tanya stood from her seats, taking up the plates to wash them. Oh. Naruto almost forgot about that part. Or rather he assumed Tsuyu would always at the end of the day train with him. Naruto suddenly felt a looming sense of loneliness. No. I still have others. I don't need to trouble Tsuchan. Naruto thought. But then, Kiba at times trains within his clan. While Gai-sensei took interest in Lee and took him as his apprentice despite Lee not even being a graduate yet. As for Sasuke, Naruto had this feeling Sasuke wouldn't want to train with him once Tsuyu is not there. He felt anxious at being lonely again. But he shook his head. He's just overthinking. I am strong. I can train by myself even if others aren't there. Naruto tried to reassure himself. Tsuyu takes the bento box for Naruto and hands it over before taking off her apron. If by 6 I am not at home yet you should get dinner by yourself. Tanya said as she went to take the holster with a kunai in them from the table onto her thigh. She checked her bag to recheck her stuff before wrapping it on her waist. She made her forehead protector into a hair band and wore them there like Sakura did. She doesn't really want to cut her bangs or use gels just to let the symbol visible. Naruto looks at her sister with her complete outfit. The jacket that's black and dark green already gives Tsuyu a more serious vibe. Coupled with her serious expression as she adjusts the hairband, Naruto feels like he's seeing a real shinobi. Not just in terms of talent or results, but temperament. As if it's something he can never be. I am going first. Later, Nii-san. Ah. Yeah. Later, Tsuchan. Tsuyu wore her boots and left, the door creaked and closed, leaving Naruto on his own. I should get going too. Naruto shook his thoughts away and got ready for the academy. Tanya arrived on top of Hokage Rock, the place where someone would fetch her. Just then her ears picked a sound from the direction of the forest. She turned her gaze towards them instantly. A man in white mask with monkey motifs appears from behind a tree. He is seen wearing a gray flak jacket and bracers, a standard ANBU uniform. Tanya can feel his gaze onto her, as if judging. You must be Uzumaki Tsuyu. Come with me. You can call me Badger, it's my code name. Or you can call me Senpai if you prefer. Tanya nods. Yes, senior. Tanya prefers respecting seniority. Tanya is led into the forest, and then onto a clearing. The man turned his body towards Tsuyu, his voice almost cold. The test begins. In the next millisecond he reaches out his hand towards his bag. Tanya's pupil contracted as without any warning whatsoever, he threw out shuriken from towards her. She reacted fast and quickly flickered away, leaving the shuriken piercing the trees behind her. Good reaction. He commented, but his hands danced as he made hand seals. Tsuyu saw how serious the test was and threw a kunai and few shurikens towards him immediately. He had to stop to dodge the kunai and deflect one of the shuriken before he could finish his seals. He nods inwardly, quite satisfied that a recent graduate of the academy can have such good combat sense against another shinobi. Before he can comment further in his mind. In the split second after she threw the tools, she is already moving her fingers to make hand seals. Earth release, rock scatter blast. The man quickly reacted with his own jutsu the moment he saw the hand seals. Earth release, mud wall. Blast of rock fragments shatters from Tsuyu's front towards him at high speed. A mud wall barely erected in time blocking the hits. Boom. 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 The walls are crumbling and almost collapse from the blast. Phew, she's quite good. And the scale of her attack, such high chakra. He thought inwardly. And the decisiveness and not giving any chance is akin to a veteran. A genius won't cut it now. It's a demon. New graduates would hesitate to hurt people or be afraid of getting hurt, but not Tsuyu. She had fought wars and killed countless in the past life after all, not that he knows. He smiled slightly behind the mask, quite satisfied at the new recruit as he cast another jutsu, hiding like a mole technique and sneakily dug underground. Tsuyu eyed warily at the mud wall erected in front of her. She wonders what he is up to. But her senses tingled. Below. Just as quickly Tanya already made hand seals. Crack. A hand instantly comes out of the cracked ground, grabbing Tanya's leg. Double suicide decapitation technique. The hand pulled Tanya's body underground, pinning her entire body. The masked man mused as he looked towards Tanya trapped in earth in front of her, poof. With a puff of smoke, Tanya turns into a straw dummy. Substitution technique. PSSSSS. A buzzing sound appears from the dummy. The man smelled something burning. His eyes looked towards the gaps in the straw dummy, what looks like a tag embedded ignited. In that split second. Holy sh. Boom. Smoke and dust flew out of the ground from the explosion. Not to mention he is trapped inside the earth he had dug himself and should have nowhere to go. Cough, cough. The man crawled out of the hole looking miserable and embarrassing. He felt small stabbing sharp pain here and there on his skin. It seems Tsuyu also placed shrapnels inside the dummy prior. Even though he managed to come out to dodge the explosion, some of the shards managed to hit him. Parts of his clothes burned as well. As he stood, he looked around searching for her, then turning his body to the back, there she is. Tsuyu is standing on the branch of a tree not far away, looking down on him. Her gaze carries no remorse nor worry for his life at all. For Tsuyu, a person that tests her shouldn't die that miserably, so she goes all out. Though in her sharp, almost angry gaze, her thoughts are elsewhere. That's 5,000 Ryo. Tanya felt annoyed as she looked at his senior. The chakra sealing paper is expensive, all right. And iron is expensive as well. It's literally burning money that she doesn't have using that explosive tag. She even regrets not pretending to fail during Jutsushiki class to hoard more chakra sealing paper. But in the man's eyes, Tsuyu is looking at him as if she had a grudge against him and really wanted to kill him. He gulped a saliva, feeling a little uncomfortable at the gaze. You could have killed me, you know. He tried to be nonchalant, but a part of him felt a little scared at how this 10-year-old kid that learned and graduated under peace times is so ruthless. Senior, don't joke around. Such a thing wouldn't kill anyone. Tsuyu is being serious. She really wouldn't think someone in ANBU would die like cannon fodder. Not to mention a new genin like her. Right. He felt like Tsuyu is mocking him for getting pushed around. His ego and pride hurt a little. Chapter 32, ANBU's Test, 2. He felt like teaching Tsuyu a lesson this time. He cracked his neck and fist, trying to soothe some of the pain and ache from the explosion earlier. One last test on your taijutsu. Come down here. Unless you are scared, he mocked Tanya, trying to assert his dominance and authority. Understood. Poof. The Tsuyu standing on the branch turned into white smoke. The real Tsuyu walked nonchalantly from behind a tree. Inwardly, Badger is screaming inside in embarrassment. Because he really didn't notice he's talking to a clone. After all, as soon as Tanya used substitution jutsu, she already made a clone and hid while the dude was dealing with an explosion at that moment. Tanya thought nothing of it and simply assumes he is acting to not notice to catch her off guard. After all, an ANBU of his caliber should have noticed at first glance. Looking forward to our spar, senior, Tsuyu bowed slightly before she shifted her stance to standard Empire CQC she is used to. Both her arms raised, her gaze sharp. Badger recollected himself, his arrogance came back. Oh. You will regret it then. He pressed his palms together and made hand seals. Earth release, earth armament. Layers of earth chakra coated his entire body, especially his limbs. He brings both his fists together, clinking them like they are steel, making a clunking sound. Tsuyu's gaze becomes even more serious. Here I come. With a whoosh, he sends chakra along his feet and rushes towards Tsuyu. He sends a jab towards her chest. Tsuyu saw the incoming attack and dodged. She does not counterattack just yet, and remains on the defensive as blow after blow comes her way. The use of earth armament made his movements slower, but each hit packs a heavy punch. Pow. As Tsuyu dodged the axe kick, the kick landed on the ground causing a small crack. It's apparent that it had a lot of power as well as defense. Tsuyu believes it means his body is also as hard, and if she tried to counterattack at any gap he might take the opportunity to trade blows, which she might lose. Ha! Why are you just dodging? Come hit me, he said arrogantly while trying to land another blow. Tsuyu's shorter stature and swifter nimbly movements makes her harder to hit as is. As Tsuyu dodges and dances around him, she gathers chakra along all tenketsu in her right arm, overloading all of them to release a single burst of powerful strike. Raging Fist, Herculean. The fist drives straight to the steel-hard abdomen without any scruple. In the millisecond the fist made contact, the powerful concentrated force of chakra is sent outward. Crack, crack, the earth chakra layer beneath cracks and shatters, the force continues into his abdomen, landing on his ribs, even making the acid of his stomach to move up his esophagus. He is sent flying meters away. Crash. His back crashed onto a tree and smashed into pieces. The tree collapses sideways as he gasps for air like fish on the ground, holding his abdomen. Gasp, he's taking deep breaths. Oh God. A demon. She's a demon. He felt like one of his ribs was cracked. She's trying to kill me. He inwardly thought. He's breaking a cold sweat behind him. If someone else took that hit their innards would have exploded. Though he's overthinking it. Tsuyu are unable to properly control it. Her right arm is trembling from putting on too much chakra. The chakra force is so powerful that she hurts her own arm. And that the earth armament withstood a lot of the force and caused the force to also repel back to Tsuyu's own from conservation of momentum. She can't move the muscles on her right arm much now. I should have practiced this move more, damn it. Tsuyu felt a little ashamed at her failure but recollected herself quickly. She practiced the regular Raging Fist move more since she can maintain regular combat speed, form and moves. Herculean is just an alternative for a special opponent like the guy there. Tsuyu took a deep breath, ignoring the pain in her right arm already preparing for another round. Tanya believes her hit doesn't do that much damage and simply pushes him away like a strong gust of wind but no real impact. Of course, Tanya underestimated herself and overestimated him. Badger stood while trying to stabilize his breath. He felt like vomiting. He can't even feel embarrassed as he never expected she had such a powerful move. It's almost like Tsunade's. But as he stood and planned to stop the test, in his horror Tsuyu already rushed to his face. The word wait choked on his throat as he quickly dodged sideways as Tsuyu tried to land a hit. Herculean axe kick. Boom. Her heels hit the ground missing the target. Crack. Crack. Like spiderwebs, throwing dust and debris in a few meters radius. Oh God. If his earth armament technique was not cancelled and he still had the weight on him he wouldn't have been able to dodge it just now. She's really trying to kill me. Tsuyu noticed the shift in speed. As expected of an ANBU, he changed his tactic knowing his technique won't do much against my Raging Fist, Herculean. Tsuyu gets in a melee with him. Due to Tsuyu's slightly injured right arm and left leg her movements are slightly off, he is able to dodge and also land a few hits to her despite Tsuyu being on the defensive side mostly. Tsuyu knows, or believes she can't defeat him in the current state. Not to mention she believes he can use the technique to make himself rock hard again and she can't use Herculean anymore. Therefore, as she dodges, she is constantly molding chakra and concentrating them into all of her remaining tenketsu in her body. The amount of chakra even causes them to be felt by Badger. What is she planning? He felt a cold chill on his back. The massive chakra fluctuation coming from Tsuyu screams danger feelings to Badger. He quickly prepares to escape in panic. Tsuyu dodged a jab and instead rushed forward. With a jump her entire body grabs hold of him in a chokehold. Half of Tsuyu's face is carved with a devilish smile, her eyes set dead on her senior. I hope I pass your assessment, senior. His eyes contracted and fear is deeply planted in his heart as their eyes locked, the devilish smile and the eyes looking at him like prey to be slaughtered. He struggles to remove the chokehold feeling the amount of chakra in Tsuyu about to. Raging Fist, Heaven's Roar. Boom. A massive chakra explosion shoots outward from all of Tsuyu's tenketsu from her entire body, causing massive devastation and ground to crack and crumble in a 5-meter radius leaving nothing but devastation. The trees surrounding them are splintered and about to collapse. Dust and debris block the view, the result of the attack remains uncertain. As smoke and dust dissipates, Tsuyu is seen kneeling on the ground, her body shaking and gasping for air. Her brows furrowed looking at the shattered log in front of her and the fragments here and there. If it's Badger's real body, his body would probably had torn it into pieces just the same. Sigh. Substitution jutsu. It seems I have a long way to go. Tanya shakily stood. Her entire body is in pain really. And she can't mold any chakra as all of her tenketsu points are injured. Badger barely manages to use substitution jutsu because he can feel the massive chakra collecting in Tsuyu's body beforehand. And even then he is still hit in the perimeter of that technique. He felt pain all over, and he can't move a single muscle. Looking at the log he used to substitute himself in pieces, it could have been him. His back and armpit is so sweaty it drips down his side from fear of death. Tsuyu raises her head, looking up to her senior standing there without any movement, wondering what he's thinking. Maybe he's disappointed. Maybe he thinks I am too hasty in using that technique. After all, it must have been obvious her moves injures herself. Tanya thinks to herself, self-criticizing. After seconds of silence, few ANBU members appear and surround both of them. They had been watching the fight naturally, to see Tsuyu's own ability. They are the ones that are free for the day to watch. One of them wearing a bird mask clapped in astonishment. Amazing, Tsuyu-kun. They murmur and agree with each other. Tsuyu looked around, and she felt elated inside. It seems her performance gained them recognition. Tsuyu bowed down slightly, her tone humble and respectful. Thank you for the praise, senpai. One of the bigger guys nods, appreciating Tsuyu's respectful tone despite her talents. Let's bring you both to the headquarters to get you both treated, an emotionless voice came from a rabbit-masked woman with black hair. Yes, senpai. Tsuyu doesn't have to ask whether she passed or not. Being brought to ANBU HQ means she already passed, of course. As Tsuyu is led away, Badger is still in a daze. The fear in his heart still hasn't subsided. His teammate, Swallow, went to his side. Yo, you really got trashed by her. Ha ha ha, he laughed with a snort. Shut up, she's scary. He shuddered remembering the smile on her face. What even is that? Ha ha. No way. Ha ha ha. Chapter 33, Welcome to ANBU. Tsuyu is led into the ANBU headquarters through a secret entrance hidden under a tree. There's a secret passage beneath. Tsuyu walked through the barely lit staircase underground. What greets her is a large hall with a concrete floor and steel walls. There are multiple entrances to different rooms and areas from here out. The black-haired woman led Tsuyu to the medical treatment room while the other 5 ANBUs followed from behind. The medical room is well lit and fitted with various equipment and machinery. The in-house doctor with ugly, wrinkly scars on half right side of his face appears. He's a balding middle-aged man with short brown hair, wearing a doctor's coat. I am Dr. Kazuhiro. I treat most of you ANBU here. First day and already with internal tenketsu injuries. I hope you don't give me too much work in the future. His voice and expression are bland, although he's just trying to make a joke to the recruit. I will be leaving my health to you, Kazuhiro-sensei. Tsuyu bowed slightly. Good girl. No one has given me any face in this gloomy place for a while. The bland tone almost sounds like he's complaining, but that's just how his tone is. Monkey pushed Badger to the front, with a slight grin behind his mask. Sensei. He needs treatment too. Yes. Badger felt embarrassed. Honestly, he wanted to get treated after Tsuyu left and doesn't feel comfortable around her. He felt a slight fear and avoided looking at Tsuyu. Good guy. Always troubling me, Kazuhiro complained. Badger took off his mask, putting it on the side as Dr. Kazuhiro checked on his body. Tsuyu looked at the fairly handsome man in his 20s with the toned build, spiky brown hair, and deep green eyes. A straight scar from his jaw up to half of his left cheek gives him a little manly charm. His looks reminded her of Naruto a little. She eyed the bruised, purplish abdomen among the packs, the place she had hit earlier. One of your ribs fractured. What were you doing giving me so much trouble? Badger scratched the back of his neck. His eyes darted to Tsuyu for a second, as if saying, it's her not me. Tsuyu felt a little apprehensive. Did she overdo it? No. Perhaps senpai went easy on her, but he is caught off guard that she's serious. Tanya thought to herself. Senpai, I apologize for the injury, Tsuyu respectfully bowed. Oh. No. It's a test, you are just doing your best. It's fine ha ha ha, he said while holding a wincing pain. While being treated, the ANBU members in the room take off their masks and introduce themselves to Tsuyu. They would be comrades, after all, and it's not uncommon to have members swap here and there for special missions or targets. Tsuyu takes mental notes on all of them and their specialties or the squad they belong to. One of them, codenamed Monkey, came forward. He's a thin, tall guy, does not seem to have much muscle on the surface, but he probably does. His face is chiseled sharp, along with his messy, long, ashy hair reaching down his neck and dull amber eyes. I am Monkey, or outside of ANBU they call me Kaito. I will be your squad leader. Badger and Hebe over there are in my squad as well. Hope we can work well together, Kaito smiled at Tsuyu. Tsuyu stood upright, offering a salute. Pleased to be working with you, Kaito Taishu. Don't be so uptight. We are like family over here. My squad specialize in assassination and direct assault. I saw your fight with Badger, and you will fit just right here as you learn. Oi Daichi. Introduce yourself already. Normally he's energetic, trust me. Badger, who was lying on the bed receiving treatment, sat up slightly feeling embarrassed at being called out. You can call me Daichi outside of work. My codename is Badger, as you know, And nice to meet you, Tsuyu-kun. Pleased to meet you too, Daichi-san. Tsuyu's words were respectful as usual. Daichi felt the fear left behind by their battle subside a little while letting a sigh of relief seeing how polite and frankly cute-looking Tsuyu is under normal circumstances. Hebe, the black-haired woman who led Tsuyu to the treatment room earlier, comes forward while removing her mask. She wore pitch-black goggles and a half-mask covered half of her face, leaving a lot for the imagination. Her figure is what you would call almost a standard beauty with tall height, curvy features, and a toned body, though missing any curves on her chest. Her voice a little emotionless. I am Abirame codename Hebe. Pleased to work with you. Her voice almost robotic. Tsuyu nodded and replied the same. Though, does all Abirame have the same fashion? Or perhaps under their clothes, bugs were swarming under their skins and eyeballs? She is not sure, and while she is curious, it's inappropriate to ask. Daichi takes out a storage scroll from his bag and throws it to Tsuyu. Tsuyu caught it quickly. Here's your ANBU attire and your mask inside. Keep the scroll, it's quite expensive for a new recruit after all, he said with a slight intentional smile. Thank you, Taishu, Tanya said in appreciation. She hasn't realized or even been aware that Kaito and I are both planted root members while Daichi isn't. Not that Tanya knew root existed, yet. No problem. Come on, let's get you to the branding room. Once you get your tattoo, you will officially become an ANBU member. As for your codename, you will be known as Yosei, meaning fairy. I am helped with the tattooing. Her hand was like that of an artist, steady and confident. It stings a little but nothing unbearable. The red fire-like symbol on her left upper arm signified her membership in the ANBU. All right. Now, let's give Tsuyu a tour around the headquarters and our SOP and operations. A handbook is included inside the storage scroll, you can look it up in your free time. But for now, here's what's important. Tanya was led around the headquarters while Kaito explained the mechanism of their operation. Tanya is led to the training hall. A few of the ANBU members are training, sparring with each other, or just practicing their moves on their own. The squad of 4 sat on the floor while Kaito began the introduction to ANBU and its work, along with training that Tsuyu would undergo, including studying the human body to gain information from both corpses and living people. Training their sensory skill to an extent and hiding and altering chakra signatures. As well as mindset training, involving using already captured prisoners and corpses. Tanya's injury during the day does not inhibit her learning as she takes notes on everything. Ayam and Daichi followed around with the tour. Daichi reminisced about the time he first joined ANBU as Captain Kaito gives lectures to Tsuyu, with them both adding a few bits of points here and there. Although the kind of work is on the darker side, he truly believes it's to protect Konoha and maintain a stable mentality over the few years he's inside. Naruto looked at the clock in their kitchen, it said 6:37 p.m. Naruto sighed as he boiled some water and waited for it to boil. He already felt a little lonely, the house felt empty. Sasuke was there, training with him the evening, but well, he's not exactly the most pleasant person to be with. They were rivals, sure, but he can't say he's a friend. Naruto is not sure why, but he always felt like something was missing in life. Maybe it's family. As much as he knew Tsuyu would listen to and support him, it felt like she was only doing it as a responsibility. He knew Tsuyu already reiterated that she cared for him, but the words wouldn't stick to him, not truly. It's like, there's a lack of love a family should have, he supposed. Maybe no one will understand what he even was thinking or feeling. Because it's something that's been building up little by little over years, something very subtle but real. Maybe it's the lack of parents, someone he can call mom and dad. Or maybe it's because of the difference between Naruto and Tsuyu, and Naruto's jealousy and feeling of inferiority that prevents him from opening up fully as family should. Something that Naruto pretended not to feel each time he saw how amazing Tsuyu was. Something that even Naruto could not point out what he lacked. But, he still feels grateful and appreciates what he has now. That's why he will treasure everything he has now, because he knows what it's like to have nothing and be afraid of the most. Naruto slurps his instant ramen in silence. He hates being alone, really, especially at night. Whenever he does, the dark thoughts start to creep up on him, and that negativity, from the looks those adults on the streets gave him, the teasing or funny looks from his classmates each time he fails, it's like poison in his system. Clink-clang, sounds of metallic objects clinking made Naruto's ears twitch. He felt a little relieved knowing his sister was back. He already had ideas and questions to ask about her first day and all ANBU things. The door creaks open. Tsuyu comes in as usual, muttering, "I am home like any other Tuesday." "Tsu-chan." "Welcome home," gasp, Shug. Naruto's mouth and eyes widened, seeing Tanya in her brand new ANBU outfit. The sleek black undershirt was layered with a gray flak jacket. The long black gloves with bracers. And the red tattoo on the visible part of the arm that's so damn cool. Tanya just smirked slightly. "You like my outfit? So cool. Maybe I want to join ANBU too." Naruto is giddy again. Almost forgot what ANBU does for work. Tanya let out a soft chuckle, amused as usual with his antics and how easy it was for him to get excited at nothing. Tsuyu walked past Naruto towards the fridge, casually looking at the ramen cup on the table. "I am making fried rice from yesterday's rice." "You want?" Tanya dug the fridge for things to make fried rice. "I am asking here." Tanya looked over, seeing that Naruto had an expression that could only be described as fear. Just as Tsuyu passed by him, Naruto could smell the faint scent of iron, or rather, blood. And along with it, a heavy pressure of indescribable feeling. As if he felt a chill, a cold, something cruel. His body shuddered, and a sense of instinctual fear rose from his stomach. Something, he's just scared of Tsuyu. Tsu-chan. Naruto looked at Tsuyu with tears in his eyes, he felt his body frozen. But somehow, in his view right now, her appearance seems darker, cold, cruel, indifferent, almost distorted in his imagination. As if behind her there's a shadow looming, telling him she had just killed someone or done something worse in cold blood. Naruto was affected by the killing aura permeated by Tsuyu, who had just undergone her first training on a mindset, which she passed with flying colors. As for what she did, it's up to the imagination. But Captain Kaido was satisfied, while Daichi felt disturbed of her more. Tsuyu had seen countless corpses in her past life, for her, it's nothing. Naruto held onto the dining table shakily, his eyes averted from Tsuyu. "Naruto," Tanya's cold voice was directed towards Naruto. Tsuyu walked step by step towards him. Naruto felt his heart beating faster and faster as she came closer. The smell of faint blood carried by her gets closer and closer. His 10-year-old child mind was trembling, wanting to cry. Naruto saw Tsuyu's hand approach him. He gasped and closed his eyes instinctively. But instead of anything painful or dangerous, he only felt warmth on his forehead. He opened his eyes slowly, only to see Tsuyu checking his temperature with the back of her hand. She then checked his pulse with her fingers, finding them slightly elevated. "Are you sick?" Her expression was a tad worried. Naruto was quiet for a moment, the fear had already subsided. He felt relieved as he relaxed from the tense feelings he had before, feeling Tsuyu's warm hand. It's his sister, he's safe with her. Naruto shook his head. No. It's nothing, Naruto let out a smile while rubbing the back of his head. I do want fried rice. With egg please, Naruto pretended to be normal with his sunny tone, burying the fear he had just now. Tsuyu shook her head, rolling her eyes, and went to cook. Naruto let out another breath he had held. He didn't want to ask what Tsuyu did today. He's afraid he would hate to know. Chapter 34, Misunderstood Evil. Danzo sat in his office within Secret Underground Route HQ, taking the report from the hand of his subordinate kneeling on one knee on the ground, Kaito. Kaito, what do you think about her? Danzo asked as he read the contents from Tanya's squad captain, a planted root member in the ANBU that Hiruzen wasn't even aware of. Or perhaps he did, but he couldn't control them anyway. Yes, Danzo-sama. She completed the mentality training all at once, as if she had done it before. Danzo frowned slightly. After all, even for him, if you had to do something like killing or cutting the flesh of a living person for the first time while you were just 10 years old, there's no way it can be as simply as what's reported here. The mentality training is not supposed to be completed in a single day. Has she shown any form of pleasure while she's at it? Danzo didn't mind if Tanya had a little loose screw, as long as her will and mind was still acting for the good of village. And Danzo was more than willing to give Tanya a channel to let her pour her twisted desires healthily. A lot of such people had always been recruited into the intelligence department in a certain subdivision. No, Danzo-sama. Her state was normal throughout the entire procedure. From my observation, her view is akin to seeing a laboratory animal dissected for study. She is a curious learner and often asks for feedback. She listens well to commands and had the drive to improve. Danzo nodded in satisfaction with Tsuyu's character. Perhaps she was closer to Orochimaru in personality. Unfortunately for Danzo, Tsuyu cannot work under root blatantly as Danzo's authority over the ANBU was stripped for the most part. But Danzo had a far better plan for Tsuyu than just working as an undercover agent or the like. What Danzo wanted was a true weapon that could lead Konoha to its previous glory. Hiruzen was a fool to not want to develop Tsuyu, and by extension Naruto, not that Danzo has any hope for him seeing a subpar performance over the years, who was already able to control the Nine Tails' power. Hiruzen should have seen it with his own eyes, but always with his soft approaches and indecisions. The same way he let Orochimaru, his students, get away in defect. Danzo would have respected Hiruzen if only he could have truly done what he advocated, which he didn't. Putting that aside, Danzo personally has never felt that much contempt for Orochimaru because his interest does not harm Konoha at first. Hiruzen was foolish not to see that, either. Orochimaru simply desires to learn all jutsu, and for that also desires immortality to have all the time for it. Instead of supporting his endeavor and having his expertise, knowledge, and even developing jutsu like Tobirama did and helping to raise Konoha's place and power, the foolish Hiruzen only sees the few deaths of random nameless people used by him in his pursuit and caused Orochimaru to defect, also adding a potential very dangerous threat to Konoha. Truly, what an idiot. Danzo and Hiruzen both had seen all three shinobi wars. 10,000s of deaths, corpses are like random trash you can pick up on the battlefield. They even knew Tobirama conducted human experiments as well, using enemy shinobi, but what is the difference? All lives are equally precious, each of those lives had family, friends, and those precious to them behind the shinobi mask they donned, aren't they? What makes it morally more reasonable to do human experimentation on them than to do it on the random guy Orochimaru picked? Danzo, too, had his humanity. That's why he understood humanity and feelings and were a master at manipulation. Though he had buried that humanity deep inside him, for Konoha's sake. Who's right or wrong was simply a matter of perspective. The enemy shinobi thought they were fighting for their country and that they were the good guys. It's hypocritical to be okay with using the enemy's body but not our own. What are a few dozen compared to that? Konoha would have benefited countless times more than those meager sacrifices. And even when Hiruzen decided to chastise Orochimaru for it, he let him escape just like that and created a very scary enemy. Danzo shook that thought away, not wanting to think about the indecisive old friend of his that only made his old blood boil. In Danzo's mind, he already had a plan for Tsuyu. While certainly Tsuyu can be utilized very well for Root's most unspeakable works, he had a grander plan. The main point was for her to completely master the Nine Tails' power, and with it, Konoha would gain its strength once more. He had brought this plan up the moment the pair of Jinchurikis were born. The two siblings should have been trained and conditioned early on to have them utilize the power contained in them earlier. But his suggestions fell onto deaf ears. Hiruzen even snatched Kino, the would-release user that Danzo had cultivated with hard work and as a result of those inhumane experiments ironically, but instead of using such an opportunity to cultivate the Jinchuriki pair, that old fool did absolutely nothing. Look at other hidden villages. They all had powerful Jinchuriki that could use their Biju's power. Only Konoha have them like mere decoration pieces. Frankly, even if they don't have 9 tails, nothing changes in terms of Konoha's power now. Konoha wouldn't have to fear nor bow down to any other nations if Tsuyu and Naruto were properly cultivated as the greatest weapon. It's also why he leaked Naruto's status as the Jinchuriki. To unite the village was just a side effect. His true intention was to make Naruto easily manipulated by him, and eventually, Danzo planned to reach out and have the Jinchuriki under him and train him up. However, that plan for Naruto was difficult to accomplish because Hiruzen would stop any attempt of Danzo to even approach him. As for Tsuyu, she was observed to be too mentally and emotionally stable for normal manipulation, so she was excused from useless methods, and he was only biding his time to get to Tsuyu later, which he is already close to accomplishing now. Hiruzen was aware of Danzo's intention and already warned him against making any contact with the Jinchurikis, so Danzo couldn't do anything about it that brazenly. But now it's different. He had a channel to have Tsuyu under him without Hiruzen even realizing. His planted seeds bore fruit luckily, and Tsuyu had both talent and character for it, and he was confident he could achieve what Hiruzen was afraid to do. As for the second part of his plan, he wanted to control the village decision-making because he truly despised Hiruzen's cowardly methods. And time again, Hiruzen only caused his desire to become the Hokage to grow stronger and stronger, perhaps to the point of obsession. He truly believed only he could lead Konoha. Having Tsuyu's support would be beneficial to him in the long run. In his honest feelings, he did not think his old age was suited for the Hokage position, and before Minato's recruitment as Hokage, he supported Orochimaru because Orochimaru had always supported Danzo's methods, and Danzo himself almost saw Orochimaru as the second coming of Tobirama. Alas, he had no one under him suited for the position anymore, so he had to become the Hokage himself to make Konoha as to what he envisioned. His obsession for power stemmed from various failures of Konoha itself, truly. If anyone else were in his shoes, seeing incompetent people ruining everything time and time again, even they would be obsessed with obtaining the power to do everything by themselves. It's Hiruzen's failure that created the evil of Danzo. Unfortunately, no one will ever get it. Danzo's anger session now shifted onto the matter of Orochimaru, who was now residing in Akatsuki. It also meant the organization most likely helped with Orochimaru experiments now, and in exchange Orochimaru would exchange his knowledge and expertise to them. Hiruzen might think Akatsuki was just a mere mercenary organization, but he's dead wrong. Danzo could see how this organization's end goal was seemingly trying to ruin the already established system of the hidden villages. As for how, Danzo's initial guess was they would try to establish their force, similar to a hidden village, that would take in incomes and even siphon power towards their side. The group was an unstable factor that could even escalate wars and drag Konoha into it if worse came to worst. Danzo would have wanted to exterminate Akatsuki as early as possible, but he had to consider making Orochimaru a real threat to Konoha. He truly never had any grudge against him. The thing was, Danzo understood Orochimaru only wants to learn jutsu and gain eternal life. None of it has anything to do with destroying or harming Konoha. If he provoked Orochimaru now, he was afraid the possibility would come true. Danzo gritted his teeth just thinking about it. Foolish Hiruzen. What a fool. Why weren't there any smart people who could see how he was never suited for the Hokage? Danzo crumpled the report he was reading subconsciously, feeling his blood boiling. Danzo took a deep breath, calming his state of mind just as quickly as his anger came. He supposed he could make contact with Tsuyu now to proceed with his plans and improve his mood. Note, like my stories so far. Give me a treat at. Chapter 35, Danzo's Invitation. A few days passed as Tanya got well rested from the recent battle and injury from fighting Daichi. In the morning, Tsuyu got into her routine as usual. Though this morning, she felt a little more at ease as she brewed coffee imported from the Land of Wind, specifically from the Kohigahara province. The aroma is akin to very slightly burnt caramel mixed with the scent of damp soil after the rain, with hints of toasted almond. The scent already teased Tanya's neurons. With a sip, her lips were coated with the rich, luxurious taste of traditionally prepared coffee beans, away from machinery and made from a family that perfected their technique over generations. Captain Kaito kindly passed the coffee beans, a gift from Danzo-sama, apparently to congratulate her for joining the ANBU. Along with it, Kaito asked her to meet him at a certain meat bun shop in 2 days in the southeast ward of Konoha. He claimed to wanting to assess her combat ability personally at the nearby training ground. Tanya was not a dunce and suspected a lot of things, and she was mostly intrigued. The coffee already bought her goodwill, and she already guessed Danzo probably wanted to consolidate his influence or power through her, or he had a secret organization that was independent from Hiruzen's control, or both. If Danzo-sama wanted to reel her in, she wouldn't mind much as long as the benefit was enough. Tanya sipped the coffee while closing her eyes, enjoying the aroma and luxurious taste. She had to admit that Danzo's bribery was perfect. She wouldn't mind working for him if she got to have this expensive coffee regularly. Of course, it's just an exaggeration. Tanya had a slight natural smile on her face as she enjoyed breakfast. Also, yesterday, she managed to get a loan from the bank with her ANBU status, making everything proceed cleanly. With that, she quickly made a pre-order on some chakra sealing paper from Konoha, and signed a contract for being one of the suppliers of explosive tags for the shop with the eloquence of her words and demonstration of her explosive tag to the shopkeeper. It was a high-quality explosive tag using an improved formula she had improvised. She was a mage who used various complex spell formulas in her past life, after all. All of them were so complex that the computation orb was a must. Although she was never a spell engineer, the army did teach her the basics, and she often reviewed the spells she pre-installed into the computation orb. She was able to make references compared to the jutsu formula. The tag can be ignited at a shocking 34 meters, which was significantly farther than the standard long-ranged explosive tag, and yet had a slightly reduced amount of time and delay to cause ignition and explosion despite the range. In standard long-range tag, since the user would seal their chakra into the explosive tag, they were able to ignite it from far away due to a natural connection with them. But there was distance and delay of input as a limiting factor, therefore, Tanya's improvements in these areas were quite huge. Now she felt assured about having money. Perhaps they can move to a bigger place now and move closer to the Konoha main district for convenience. Naruto, in front of her, was stuffing his mouth with food happily. The breakfast was unusually rich, with more variety of side dishes, meat, and veggies. Tsuchan. What's the occasion? You were always stingy about our food. Naruto asked, even with his mouth still full of food. Tanya smiled slightly. We have money now. And I am working, remember. Besides, I had a small business too. We won't have to count on food from now on. Just eat what you like. Business. What business? Explosive tags. I took Fuin Shiki class, remember. You can take the elective next year if you are interested and have a talent for it. Or you can start early. My reference scrolls and books are in my room if you want to study them first. Explosive tags. Weren't those so expensive? And powerful too. I want to learn too. Sure, then. Read the introduction to Jutsu Shiki first. Later, I will see to it if there's anything you don't understand. Tanya was not stingy about knowledge to her brother. Tanya encouraged Naruto to explore everything, because you never know whether you have talent or not unless you try, and making Naruto maximize his potential was what Tanya wanted. Okay, Naruto stuffed some more food, feeling happy to learn Fuinjutsu and make explosive tags too. He could show them to Sakura-chan, and everyone would see how amazing he was. Tanya remembered another thing and took a thick envelope from her bosom. She had leftover from the loan money. And she was not worried about not paying them back. And even if she couldn't, she was an ANBU working for Hokage anyway. What are they gonna do about it? But, of course, she was not such an immoral person and abided by the law. Here, your allowance for the month. Naruto took it with anticipation, seeing how thick the envelope was compared to usual. Tanya usually controlled the household finances and only gave Naruto a little fixed monthly allowance. But behold, it contained so much money. The stack of banknotes, as Naruto flipped it with his thumb, made him froze. Naruto dropped his chopsticks, not believing his eyes. No way. Tsuchan. Is this real Tobeo? Naruto was giddy and excited. He never got to hold so much money all this time and had to use only the little Tsuyu give each month for his own entertainment. It's real, Tanya said simply with a slight smirk. Shug. Tsuchan the best Tobeo. I want to buy so many things. Naruto already imagined every single thing he had wanted to buy that he could not afford before. He experienced for the first time what financial freedom meant. Spend however you want to, Tanya thought of it as a reward for Naruto's hard work all this time. He deserved it. Even if Naruto decided to buy useless stuff, she wouldn't mind. Yada, Naruto couldn't wait to spend the money for the rest of the day. Tanya looked at the clock. It's time, it seems. I might come home late. Get dinner on your own. Tanya stood, tying her hair with the headband with the Konoha symbol plated on it, ready to leave. Okay. Naruto replied simply. But his mind returned to a few days ago when he felt how scary Tsuyu felt. He never asked nor mentioned it and tried to forget about it. Tsuyu eventually left, leaving Naruto to wash the dishes since it was his turn. Tsuyu walked along the streets of Konoha southeastward, eventually reaching a somewhat dilapidated street with not many people. She saw Captain Kaito waiting for her in front of the meat bun shop. Good morning, Kaito Taishu. Tanya bowed slightly. Morning, Tsuyu-kun. He said with a neutral smile. Kaito led Tsuyu to the front of the inconspicuous middle-aged woman who was at the small stall, ready to take orders. The front of the stall looked clean. Behind her, there was an inconspicuous-looking restaurant, also owned by the same person, where customers would go in to sit if they wanted to. Since most people just have them as a takeaway, it was rare for anyone to go in. Auntie, I would like 2 of today's specials, along with extra spicy radish pickles on the sides. We are eating here. Sure thing. It would be 80 Rio. She quickly took the meat buns fresh from the steamer and placed them on plates, serving them with sides of radish pickles. Kaito led Tsuyu into the restaurant. He left the plate on the table and took a bite into the meat bun. It's good, Kaito looked at Tsuyu as if asking her to try them. Tsuyu nods and bit into them. Yes, it's quite good. Kaito went towards the back, into the supposed storeroom. He turned into a dark corner and moved a crate aside with one arm, revealing a secret entrance where a steel ladder descended into the tunnel below. Tanya obeyed and went down first. After about 10 meters of descent, her feet reached the floor. It was connected to a long tunnel lightly lit with some lighting. After a few corners and turns, she finally saw light at the end. Coming out of the tunnel, she was greeted with a large hall. Instantly, she could feel a few gazes on her from the dark corners of the hall for a second before they disappeared. They were the root members stationed to be on guard at the main hall. To think such a secret place exists right below Konoha. The sound of steps came from a dark entrance at the other end of the hall, along with the intermittent sound of a cane tapping the ground. Thud. 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 The figure with half a bandaged face and a broken arm hidden beneath his cloth appeared. It was none other than Shimura Danzo. Tsuyu, I have been waiting for you, Danzo said with almost an excited tone. Tsuyu kneeled on one knee, realizing Danzo had power and status only second and perhaps close to Hiruzen. I am sorry to keep you waiting, Danzo-sama. Stand up. Tsuyu stood upright, waiting to listen to Danzo's words that would come. But before that, she remembered the coffee. Danzo-sama, the coffee you brought me is very much to my liking. I appreciate your gift, Tsuyu said respectfully. Her words caused Danzo to feel flattered. His mood improved a little. She had learned how to coax the higher-ups to climb the corporate ladders in her first life after all. Don't mention it. It was just a congratulatory gift. Now, you must have a lot of questions. Tsuyu gaze focus onto Danzo. You are now standing inside Root Organization. We were once a subsidiary of ANBU, you could say, that I fully control. In a way, ANBU and Root missions were the same. All of them are to ensure Konoha remains standing. But Hiruzen was too soft in his approaches. Tsuyu, I have seen your talent and potential, and unlike Hiruzen, I believe in you will become Konoha's greatest asset in the future, as long as you are given the opportunity. Tsuyu's ear perked up. She had an expectant look in her eyes. Danzo's words were like music to her ears. Receiving such appraisal about herself, seemingly, she was about to get a promotion already. Danzo's coaxing is almost as good as Tsuyu's own. However, I am warning you. Root work, and by extension myself, can be considered dark. We did what even ANBU cannot do, all for the sake of Konoha, no matter the sacrifices, even your humanity. You must understand what it means, Tsuyu. Tsuyu stayed silent for a second before replying calmly. I understand, Danzo-sama. I agree some hard measures are necessary, especially at this current time when Konoha is at its weakest. Danzo nodded in satisfaction. He saw in her eyes that she truly understood what he meant and what Root stood for. Finally, someone who's smart enough to see how necessary his evil is. As for what Tsuyu thought, she could imagine what evil was included. Including killing political figures or even potential figures that could alter the political landscape of Land of Fire. Or perhaps taking in orphans and children to create emotionless child soldiers, or killing genius children of enemy villages to cull them before they could grow into a real threat. While on certain things, she wouldn't agree given how she advocates for autonomy and freedom, including her own, but as long as it was not her or any of her subordinates that she had put work in cultivating, she wouldn't care. It's a part of human nature to not care when it's not about them. Therefore, as long as the immorality in question did not take anything from her and give benefits overall, she would agree with Danzo. You are very quick to agree. However, I never planned for you to be involved directly. You can achieve greater things than doing underground work. It would be unfitting of your talent and potential. Danzo's eyes become serious. Hiruzen may see you as a mere child, leaving you in the veil of secrecy and hiding the fact that you are one of the Jinchuriki of Konoha. Even putting no effort to cultivate and harness the power inside of you. While he may think he is doing it for your good, he never considered your own opinion on the matter. Danzo had never needed to manipulate Tsuyu to begin with. A simple olive branch was all it took. He was certain about Tsuyu's personality. Her written exam on Will of Fire earned her a full score each time. This was an outlier in fact. The questions often include moral dilemmas, such as saving your teammate but causing failure of a very important mission for the village that could forsake the village safety or abandon them to make sure the mission succeeds. Tanya naturally selected the second option. It was the only logical option. Very few can get full score on such exams. Tsuyu, are you willing to harness such power and use them for the sake of Konoha? Danzo asked in anticipation. Tsuyu straightened her posture once more, her gaze sharp. What idiot would say no? I am more than willing, Danzo-sama. Tsuyu saluted with a sharp, confident gaze. Danzo had a rare smile. Very well. Come. It's time for you to harness the power of Nine Tails. I am confident in your ability to control it. Danzo led Tsuyu into one of the entrances in the big hall and towards a room he had already prepared. Tsuyu saw that the floor was marked with various Fuin symbols, and 4 masked Root members were in the corners of the circular altar. They were the Root Fuin specialist, ready to take action in case anything went wrong. Tsuyu could guess what she had to do. Unfortunately for Kyubi-san, she had to ignore his autonomy this one time. In fact, Tsuyu felt the tugging from inside her, from Kyubi, wanting to shred her to pieces seeing all these. Theory, Naruto should be able to master 8 gates even better than Might Guy and become an even better taijutsu specialist. He can also use forbidden techniques that take a toll on the body of the user. Danzo made a note on his mind in case he had a chance to bring Naruto as well to his side. As for Tsuyu, she was almost a hexagonal soldier. If only her body was on par with her spirit, she would be a true demon. Danzo was certain Tsuyu would not be able to handle all of Nine Tails' chakra for now. To fully control the Nine Tails' power, she would need to improve her physical condition and therefore increase her chakra potency and true volume to overcome Nine Tails. That requires physical training and time for Tsuyu's body to grow to become an adult. But that would be slow. Danzo may be patient, but he was too old now. He wanted results faster. As for other methods to boost her physical body, Danzo could not think of any method that did not have any side effects. Hashirama cells were a perfect solution if and only if Tsuyu could take it, but a mistake would cost Tsuyu her life. He couldn't take the gamble. As for alternative solutions, natural energy can strengthen her overall chakra as Senjutsu chakra and allow more control over Kyubi as well. Danzo made his decisions and plans. First, he needed the key for Tsuyu's seal for the future eventual event. Jiraiya would know where it was. And knowing him, there was a high chance he would agree since Tsuyu was his student's daughter. Second, Tsuyu can learn senjutsu from Jiraiya. Minato was able to learn senjutsu, although it was unfortunate he did not manage to master it before his eventual death. It's reasonable for Tsuyu to be able to do it with her talents and genetics. Thirdly, as a temporary measure, he could give Tsuyu one of the forbidden regeneration techniques to repair her physical body and allow extended usage of Kyubi chakra. This would further shorten her lifespan. But in a battle, a day of life was worth nothing compared to dying in that moment. As for bodily modification, he knew of one capable person. Naturally, it was Orochimaru. The last contact he made with Orochimaru was to help him establish his place in Odogekure after his defection. While their cooperation was stopped after that, they were never personal enemies. It was still possible. Danzo, at this point, did not believe Orochimaru would harm Konoha. Perhaps revenge towards Hiruzen, but if that was only it, then Danzo was more than willing to give a helping hand to get rid of that old man. After all, he knew Orochimaru would be more occupied with his desire and thirst for knowledge compared to revenge and sentiment. Danzo decided to write a letter and send it to Orochimaru through Akatsuki. Akatsuki was easily reachable, given they were a mercenary organization, this would be no problem. As for what he was willing to trade, he had money to fund his experiments. That would be enough, certainly. Though Danzo wouldn't expect that letting Orochimaru see Tsuyu was akin to offering the forbidden fruit to the snake himself. Chapter 38, Just a Child. Danzo went inside his office and stood in front of the shelves containing scrolls and books. He took one scroll out from the third shelf and another one from the fifth. Click. A mechanism activated, and the shelf moved itself to the side to reveal a steel vault with various sealing formula all over it. Danzo made a hand seal, reverse sealing. With a press of his hand, the fuin retracted inwardly. Cluck. Clink. The vault opened up from the middle. It was Danzo's secret storage room where he kept the copy of the scroll of seals and other techniques. He had a few other secret storage rooms where he kept Hashirama cells or money or other stuff. He wouldn't keep everything in one place naturally. Danzo walked in and took the scroll of seal, opening them to find the jutsu he planned to give Tsuyu. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. The first jutsu listed here was this. Danzo remembers his late teacher Tobirama, as a senju with high chakra can use these. Tsuyu naturally, by extension Naruto, should too. Danzo quickly copied various jutsu he would find suitable for the siblings with his Sharingan. He was already planning to take control of Naruto through the chance he had with Tsuyu around Naruto. He would not get caught by Hiruzen, not directly, at least. And having Naruto under him as well meant Tsuyu's only weakness would be under his clutch. Danzo came out of the vault and closed it back, sat on his office chair to write down the jutsu he wanted Tsuyu to learn first, Shadow Clone and its forbidden counterpart. He kindly included notes on them, such as the ability to return information from all 5 senses experienced by the Shadow Clones, side effects, and uses. Danzo had seen Tobirama training or learning with his Shadow Clones, and as he was half a student and spent time with him, of course, he knew a lot as well. The fact that Shadow Clone can be used as a cheat code to learn faster was noted in the scroll, and the proper training method with it was for all clones to only do the same training. Otherwise, different jumbled memories would be akin to trying to read 5 different books in one go. Tsuyu didn't know her plans to cling onto higher-up thighs worked too well to a point that Danzo didn't hold anything back only because Koto Amatsukami was there to make her a complete puppet under Danzo's control. Danzo wouldn't want anything less than perfection since he already considered it. He went to the root medical department where Tsuyu was resting. The medical staff, with ugly scars all over his disfigured face, greeted Danzo with a hoarse voice before stating Tsuyu's condition. Danzo-sama, she was ready to be discharged. However, she would need a week rest to fully recover. Danzo nods. It was not so surprisingly fast given the Uzumaki blood and 9 tails inside for her to recover enough to be discharged in few hours with just addition of nutrition infusion into her body. Tsuyu, how are you feeling? Danzo still asked. Tsuyu sat up straight. Although he felt lethargic and sore all over physically, she was able to move. Aside from soreness and weakness, I am fine, Danzo-sama. Tsuyu replied with respect. Good. You can go. As for what happened today, your squad leader trained you and exerted too much from you. Tsuyu nodded. In your rest, you can read these first. Danzo handed a scroll to Tsuyu, which Tsuyu took with shining eyes, knowing it was some jutsu. Thank you for your kindness, Danzo-sama. Tsuyu bowed slightly. Danzo nodded in appreciation. He liked subordinates who respected and know how to be grateful most. Danzo-sama, I have a request. Tsuyu decided to ask without any scruple. Danzo squinted his eyes, various scenarios ran in his head over what Tsuyu could possibly ask. I would like to know where to buy the coffee you had gifted me few days ago. It was very much to my liking. Tsuyu asked in all seriousness. The packet of coffee beans she received should last only for a month. Danzo went silent. And suddenly, a rare soft chuckle escaped from his mouth. Out of all things Tsuyu can ask out of this old man who had power and status second to the Hokage, she asked for coffee. It was from an underground channel. It was originally a product for the noble families, what the daimyo and the lords of the lands drink. You wouldn't come across it anywhere in Konoha. Danzo said that with all seriousness. Tsuyu felt disappointed. No wonder the coffee was too good. But you are now under me, I never treated my subordinate badly. I would arrange for a monthly supply for you. It was nothing for me. Tsuyu gasped inwardly. She never had such a generous and amazing employer as Danzo. She already discarded Hiruzen in favor of Danzo in her mind. I don't deserve your generosity, Danzo-sama, Tanya said humbly while happy inside. Stop with the humble words. You deserve it. It was an investment on my part. If there's nothing else, you are dismissed. Kaito, send her home. The excuse of the captain training Tsuyu too hard had to have some logic to it after all. Yes, Danzo-sama, Tsuyu bowed before going with Kaito. Kaito helped support Tsuyu to walk since her body was still too weak. Kaito suggested to give Tsuyu a piggy ride with a serious face to get there faster, but absolutely Tsuyu refused. She even thought his captain was trying to joke, but he was dead serious and thought there was nothing wrong about it. Captain Kaito, it would be too embarrassing for me. She still had honor and pride. But as Kaito and Tsuyu walked close to the street where Tsuyu's apartment was located, she saw a crowd below. They were all residents of the apartment. All of them murmuring and looking up the apartment. As Tsuyu looked up as well, her eyes widened in shock, and then worry and horror. A section of the fourth floor of the apartment was smoking. And it was clear where the fire originated from, it was her apartment. A few shinobis around the floor had just finished dousing the fire. Naruto. Don't you dare die. She quickly tried to run, but as soon as he lost Kaito's support, her feet couldn't support her, and she fell. Damn it. Niisan. Where are you? Tanya's shout gained the attention of the crowd. Kaito quickly helps Tsuyu up. He immediately understood the situation. Tsuyu, leave it to me. I will leave it to you then, Taishu, Tanya said in anger and frustration. If Naruto died for nothing, despite the years of effort she had put in him, she would never be able to move on. After a minute, the ocean of crowd in front of her parted as if to make way. Naruto being led by Kaito was safe and sound overall, despite some burn marks on his right arm. But as he saw Tsuyu, Naruto instead turned his eyes away, as if afraid of facing her. As they passed through the crowd, the sound of curses and anger pointed at Naruto from them. Naruto stood in front of Tanya, his hands holding onto his shirt. Nisan, are you injured anywhere? Tanya immediately checked Naruto's body all over. She let out a sigh of relief, seeing that aside from the minor burn on his right arm, there was nothing else. But just right after, her eyes turned almost demonic, glaring at Naruto with what can be called pure anger. In all of Tsuyu's past life, she never felt this angry. Even being X had never provoked this amount of anger from her. What happened, Nii-san? Her voice was almost cold. Naruto felt scared, tears filling up his eyes. I was trying to. What? Speak. Her tone gets colder. I tried to practice. Naruto's broken muttering caused even more frustration. Speak like a human being. Her eyes glaring at Naruto were so fierce that he felt his body trembling. I tried, explosive tag. Naruto was trying to learn Fuin Shiki, using the scroll on Tsuyu's shelves. And Tsuyu did say he could. But Naruto was too excited and decided to get directly to making an explosive tag after learning a little since it was cool and strong. You did what? Tanya's eyes almost bulged out. She could not believe anyone could be that stupid. It was something so stupid that she felt so angry and frustrated. Tsuyu waited for seconds for Naruto to explain that she was misunderstanding it. But she didn't. Her rage tipped over the boiling point. Did you not realize how stupid that is? You could have gotten yourself killed. Don't you ever use your brain? I am sorry, Tsu-chan. Naruto shed tears, his eyes looking down to the floor. Naruto was never scolded by Tsuyu. Her harsh words made Naruto felt even more guilty and hurt inside, knowing the words were pointed at him. Tsuyu felt her blood boiling. But she controlled her anger and rage at this moment. Taking a deep, deep breath. Just what the hell were you thinking? Tsuyu muttered under her breath. Her already drained physical body was taking another stress, causing her to almost sway and fall. Thankfully, the wall was there to support her body. She couldn't fathom whatever this was. She would even use the R word, but she had to swallow her anger. I am really sorry, sniffs. The crowd murmurs and anger was apparent knowing it was Naruto who caused such the fire. Thankfully it did not spread much. The siblings stood in silence. One was exhausted and in a rage, the other was sobbing. Kaito looked at the two, not sure what to do. But still observed Tsuyu's reaction to report to Danzo-sama later. Eventually, the crowd dispersed as the damage was controlled. A short bald old man went to them, getting angry at Naruto for a second before grudgingly telling them they could stay at a free room since Lord Third asked him to. Of course, Hiruzen would interfere directly since it was Naruto causing issues. Tsuyu held Naruto's head and forced him to bow down with her to apologize to the landlord. What Tsuyu hated most was to become a problem for society in general, and even though Naruto caused this, she was his guardian and caretaker, and he was her responsibility. Mr. Mori, I apologize for my brother's mistake. I will make sure to teach him properly. TCH. If he causes trouble again, you two should live somewhere else. The old man tossed the key to their new room before going away. Tanya let out another breath. Her legs felt weak from all of today's events. The siblings climbed up the floor towards their original room first to see what was left. Naruto noticed Tsuyu's struggle climbing the stairs. He wanted to ask if Tsuyu was okay, but he was too afraid to ask. Remembering how Tsuyu looked at her, her harsh words, Tsuyu's figure overlapped with the hateful, angry faces from the villagers who had shunned him. Naruto felt like crying again. The last person he wanted to hate him was Tsuyu, his only family. But he controlled his tears and breathing. The pressure in his chest was heavy, but he had to endure. He would only make Tsuyu angry. Both of them entered the now messed up apartment. The floor and walls were scorched black here and there. The furniture was half destroyed by flames. The two scavenged whatever was left and brought them out with them to their new apartment a floor below. Tsuyu didn't talk at all and stayed silent the entire time. As they entered, Tsuyu plopped down on the sofa, feeling too exhausted. Her body was aching all over already from forcing herself to climb the stairs, only adding to the stress she was feeling. She refused to look at Naruto, otherwise she might say something that wouldn't be of any benefit. Nissan. Her voice was cold. Yes. Give me a drink. And then go out and buy some takeaway. Her words were more like an order. She was too tired to move after all, much less cooking. She had to get groceries first. Why yes. Naruto went quickly, pouring a cup of water for her before placing them on the table. Tsuyu took it and gulped it down. Her eyes never landed on Naruto. Naruto quietly left the apartment to get some food. The evening passed in silence. Tsuyu didn't bother to talk to Naruto during dinner, knowing she had nothing good to say. It was already obvious Naruto knew what he did wrong, and she already gave him a scolding. Therefore, silence was all she could give now. Tsuyu went to her room to sleep, not wanting to think about the day. She then started to wonder if she had put too much expectation on Naruto, using her own intellect as a reference. Maybe a child of 10 years old was supposed to be as stupid as he was normally. Tsuyu was no longer as angry, but only feeling acceptance. Meanwhile, Naruto cleaned up the table, the tears he was holding fell again. He hated that Tsuyu didn't bother to look at him at all the entire time. He felt so hurt. So scared. So guilty. Naruto sniffles was heard by Tsuyu, but she just turned around, not giving a damn. She just assumed Naruto would calm down by tomorrow and just sleep. Naruto, in his bed, never felt as horrible his entire life. He was scared of Tsuyu hating him now. He didn't know what to do. Ha ha ha. Didn't you see the look in her eyes? Just like those who had shunned and hated you. Naruto found himself inside his mindscape. In his weak moment, the fox pulled him in. Naruto closed his eyes, in tears, not wanting to hear the taunting from the evil fox. Naruto knew the fox would want to take him over, and Tsuyu already told him about it and something about keeping his mental state stable to prevent it. He didn't want to make Tsuyu even madder than she was now. Naruto couldn't sleep the entire time, trying to drive Kyuubi's influence away while handling the various negative emotions inside his chest. Chapter 39, Daichi-senpai. The next morning Tanya woke up a little later. The sun had already risen close to afternoon. She felt a little groggy and sore, but a little better than yesterday. She breathed in deep air, still remembering yesterday's event. She already felt calm over it, and for her, it was already in the past. Right, today's breakfast, or rather lunch now. Frankly, Tanya had never slept past morning, so Naruto had never needed to wake her up. If anything, occasionally it was her that had to wake Naruto up. Tanya had always had high expectations of Naruto, but each time he made mistakes more than once, Tanya lowered her standard for Naruto since he was just a child and only occasionally rambled about things for Naruto to listen, though half of them probably went in from the right ear and went out from the left. Thankfully for Naruto, so far it was only the small little things like waking up late or having a messy room and not arranging his shoes at the rack. But yesterday was something that definitely pushed Tanya's biggest button. Explosive tag out of all things. Just what the hell went through his mind to do something so stupid? Not to mention, Naruto could have waited for her to teach him properly. And there were other logical reasons that shouldn't have made Naruto do such a thing. Sigh. Tanya begrudgingly stepped out of her bed to wash her face. The soreness all over her body was ever present. Tanya went out of her bedroom and towards the living room. It was empty. Well, Naruto had class, after all. She wondered how she would get food. She felt a little annoyed that Naruto didn't bother to at least get groceries or cook breakfast. But then again, Naruto never asked if she was fine to begin with. While she never said it, she supposed it was already obvious that she was not. Somehow, a part of Tsuyu felt a little hint of sourness in her tongue. After all, for her, Naruto should have cared just as much as she cared for him. That was what a family unit was supposed to do and act like. But Naruto's indifference towards her condition was pushing another small button that was personal even. Unlike any other form of organization, a family unit stands on the principle of caring and nurturing on a much personal level. Just as Tanya had put care for Naruto, she expected to receive the same from Naruto. But it was as if all of Tanya's effort was not appreciated at all for a second. Tanya excused the bitter feeling in her chest as disappointment over Naruto's failure to do his job as her brother. It was as if she had only been giving but never received. She always did her best. But this was how Naruto returned it. It's akin to working your ass off for your company. You did your best, and you did deliver, but then on payday your boss cut your salary because the company out of money and it had nothing to do with how well you served. She would feel frustrated and quit the company to find an employer who would give as much as she delivered. But a family, it was not something you quit. She bit her lip for a second before shaking the thoughts away. He was just a child. It was fine, Tanya thought. I expected too much from him. Can she call the ANBU that had been watching her to buy groceries? Was that too unreasonable? Well, it's not like the ANBU had anything better to do than just watching anyway, and it would be boring as hell to watch her. Tsuyu went to the cabinet to get some money. She went to the window of the apartment, looking around. Her eyes gazed at the spot on top of the roof of the building in front of her. She felt the presence there watching her. Just then, a person appeared from the spot, seemingly out of thin air, but that was simply his camouflage technique. Daichi. She looked at the familiar build and mask pattern, the spiky hair and its brown color. Daichi seemed to be aware that Tsuyu was indeed looking at him, though inappropriate technically. he still flickered into Tsuyu's living room. "Is there something the matter?" Badger asked. "Badger, you should know Captain Kaito exhausted me too much yesterday. I would like a favor from you. I cannot climb downstairs and back up to get grocery or food. Too exhausting." "Ha, you recognized me." Badger scratched his neck. Tsuyu looked at him dead in the face as if it was that obvious. Well, since her team wouldn't do any work for the time she recovers, Daichi was free and assigned this boring task. "I remember your build and mask pattern, and your hair and its color. It wasn't that difficult, senpai," she said blandly. Haha. I guess you are right. Well, sure, give me the list. I would get it quick. Badger felt a little sheepish. "Thank you, senpai. I owe you on this 1 inch, Tanya said respectfully. Nah. Don't mention it. It was boring anyway. Seriously, why would I need to watch you out of all people? I am pretty sure you can handle yourself. Seems like pointless work to me." Daichi complained while making a duck face behind his mask. Tanya smiled slightly. "You are still getting paid for it, aren't you?" "I would complain to Lord Third about this," Tsuyu joked. Hey. Don't do that. Hey. Just joking, senpai. Sheesh. I doubt you would actually do that. Daichi had experienced Tanya's ruthlessness after all, and he was skeptical that she would. Tanya felt a little better talking to her coworker. Soon enough, Daichi brought some groceries with him. Daichi somehow made himself at home due to his boredom, plopped onto the sofa, and took off his mask and flak jacket nonchalantly since it was stuffy wearing them all the time. One can even get acne because of the moisture trapped in them, you know. "Senpai, this is against protocol," Tanya said in a neutral tone. She didn't really care much, but she was just saying. Hee hee. We are both ANBU members. It's fine, it's fine. Daichi's bright emerald eyes and his sunny smile made her feel at ease. "I would keep this to tell Lord Third," Tanya said with a slight smile. Huh. Hey. Don't do this to your senior. I don't want to lose my job, Daichi made a pleading face. You know I was just joking. Senpai, you really are energetic like Captain said. You are very expressive. Tanya let out a light chuckle. You feel like my brother even, the words escaped naturally since Daichi's look and energy matched that of Naruto's. Daichi blushed slightly while scratching the back of his neck. Daichi looked at Tsuyu in her pajamas. The once fierce shinobi was just a cute 10-year-old girl at the moment. His memories returned to the distant past as his expression softened slightly, also filled with some hint of sadness. I had a little sister once. Daichi muttered softly. The atmosphere became solemn the instant he muttered the words filled with longing. Tanya listened and could assume that person was no longer there. Daichi didn't continue his words. It was clear there was a lot of pain behind them, even if Daichi had gotten over it at this point. Tanya did not force him to say it either, just remained quiet. After a few seconds, Daichi looked at Tsuyu with a softened gaze. Well. If you feel like I am like your brother. I guess. I don't mind if. Tanya looked at Daichi in confusion over his weird response. You can call me brother if you want. I mean, you are in my team, and I am your senpai so. Daichi rubbed the back of his neck, his words were so serious. Seeing Tsuyu in just her pajamas, away from her shinobi persona, and the sudden conversation made him feel vulnerable and emotional. And Tsuyu reminded him of the little sister he once had. Tanya's brain short-circuited, not understanding where this came from. What? Seconds passed in silence as they had a stare contest. Daichi's brain was slowly turning, and his face slowly turned redder and redder as the realization dawned on him. Tsuyu's words were about his similarity to Naruto, not about how he seems like a brother figure to her. How could he be so stupid? Forget what I said. Daichi closed his face in embarrassment. He couldn't believe he said such a thing to Tsuyu. It was so embarrassing for him. He felt like burying his body into the ground with hiding like a mole jutsu. Tanya instead let out a rare chuckle. Yeah, right. You really are similar to him, senpai. I mean, Daichi Oniai-san. Tanya made a joke at the end, finding it more than amusing. Hey, what do you mean by that? Daichi felt like Tsuyu was insinuating he had the same IQ level as a 10-year-old child. The blush on his cheeks made him look more cute at the moment. But secretly, hearing Tsuyu called him Oni-san made his memories return to the sister he used to have. He felt a tinge of warmth in his chest, feeling a little closer to Tsuyu. In a way, he saw Tsuyu in a different light away from her ruthless shinobi persona. In her home, she was just like any other ordinary girl really. Don't mind it, senpai. You need lunch. I am cooking. Sure. I am quite hungry. Daichi was still a little sheepish from the awkwardness from before but still looking forward to Tsuyu's cooking. Tanya took out the vegetables and handed a huge radish to Daichi. Tanya looked at him, as if asking what, you want to sit your ass in my house and do nothing? Help prepare them. My body was still sore, senpai. Sheesh. Is this how you treat your senior? Despite the words uttered, Daichi still helped Tanya. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of the knife slicing and dicing the various veggies made it clear that Daichi was at least able to handle the kitchen. You know, my brother was hopeless in the kitchen. You had a better point in that. Haha. Glad to know. I guess it was just habit. Must be nice to cook for your brother. You are more like the sister. Tanya rolled her eyes. Please, he would rather have ramen all day. Ha ha ha, my late little sister used to want only fried sweet potatoes, but when I cook anything, she would always tell me I was the best. Tanya's hand movement stopped for a while. Her memories recalled the times Naruto told her she was the best. Her gaze softened slightly. There was a sense of reward in hearing those praises from Naruto, and although a family was complex and at times it felt like you were receiving less than you had given, at times, it was worth it. I get it. My brother said that too, his eyes kinda sparkles whenever I made omuris. At least he liked that compared to ramen. Daichi looked at Tsuyu with a hint of jealousy and even longing. You know, you made me miss my little sister. Must be nice to have your brother around, my home felt empty now. Sorry. I guess I was a little off today. Ha ha ha. You can adopt my brother as your little bro. He do need company anyways and you two already can pass as siblings given how similar you both are honestly. Tanya jokingly said, trying to lighten the atmosphere. Hey, don't equate me to that brat. I am more handsome and cooler. And I already know what a troublemaker your brother is. I, at least, never burnt my own house, that can never be me. Sounds like a hassle. TCH TCH TCH. Daichi shook his head, joking back. Oh, really now, senpai? I will find out who your classmates from academy days are to see if you are a troublemaker or not. Hey, that was too much. Privacy please. Okay, maybe, I was a little naughty back then, but not that much. Tanya let out a light chuckle. She will investigate in her free time just to poke Daichi more. It was amusing to tease him. Eventually, they had lunch together, casually chatting about things. Though Daichi made himself too comfortable afterwards and napped on the sofa like it was his house. Aren't you supposed to watch over me? I will tell Lord Third later. Tanya joked to herself inwardly. She sat on her study desk in her room, reading the scroll on Shadow Clone Jutsu and its forbidden variant Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. Maybe tomorrow she can try the Shadow Clone Jutsu, her body should be able to handle a shadow clone at least by tomorrow. She had this thought of using the clones to print more explosive tags and sell in bulk. She started to have ideas on how to use explosive tags, combined with shadow clones, or earth clones, though it was like throwing money. I should study Fuin Shiki a little more. I can try to ask Danzo-sama for more study material, or perhaps one of my seniors from the Sealing Squad can help with it. In the early evening, Naruto returned home. He didn't have the mode to train, and he wanted to check up on his sister. He had always thought there was something off about Tsuyu yesterday, that maybe she was hurt. He felt guilty that he never asked. Tadaima. Naruto muttered, almost akin to a whisper, the words struggling to come out from his throat. Naruto felt scared to face Tsuyu. The look from her eyes and her harsh words were still imprinted in his mind. His body felt a lot of pressure, feeling fear and anxiety at how Tsuyu might give him the same look again. If she would refuse to see or talk to him. If she was angry at him still. Naruto comes in, but he was shocked seeing some random man sleeping like it was his own home on the sofa. Did I enter the wrong house? Naruto looked around, but he was certain it was his apartment. Naruto tiptoed around towards the unknown man, feeling wary of the intruder. Naruto looked at his outfit. It was the same outfit Tsuyu wore to work. And the red tattoo, too. And the white mask. He assumed it was Tsuyu's ANBU friend. Yua, so muscly, and handsome too. Naruto thought inwardly, seeing the biceps, pecs, and abs the men had from the tight-fitting black innerwear. The straight scar from his chin up to his right cheek made him look manly too. A part of Naruto admired and drank his figure. Naruto shook his thoughts away, hiding the faint blush on his cheeks. Shug. Naruto's eyes were shining seeing the cool-looking mask on the table, presumably the stranger's. He saw Tsuyu's mask too and thought it was so cool to hide in the shadows, being this mysterious ninja in the dark. Without any thought, he put the mask over his face. Naruto never thought about how unsanitary that was. He was having fun on his own when he felt a movement from the men. Oh crap! Daichi, as a trained ninja, woke up instantly. His eyes shot open and he was already in alert mode, feeling someone was sneaking on him. But seeing the creepy pale ghostly face right after he woke up when he was still half awake sent shock towards his heart towards the unknown, causing him to let out a scream as if he was seeing a demon. WWHAAA. Daichi backed away in fear, pressing against the sofa while taking out his kunai from his holster. AAA, Naruto had the same reaction as the men screaming at him suddenly and back away as well, holding up his fists to defend himself. Hey. You almost scared me to death. Daichi was awakened fully from all the sh*t going on and realized it was not some demon or ghost, that was just his mask. You are the one who screamed at me, Tobeo, Naruto threw a reply back, also feeling angry at the stranger who just screamed at him for no reason. Tsuyu had just finished her shower, wondering what the hell those screams were. Daichi huffed and snatched his mask away, looking at the boy who had blonde hair and blue eyes, with bright blue eyes much like Tsuyu. Damned brat. Brat. What did your sister say about respecting your senior? And that was my mask. You shouldn't touch other stuff without permission. You are the one who left it there. And who are you, Tobeo? You sleep like it's your own house. Don't you have your own? Are you homeless? Naruto replied sassily. This brat, Daichi felt his forehead bulging, ring in equal to underscore ring in equal to. I am not a brat, Tobeo. And you don't act like an adult. What? At least I don't burn my house down, Daichi mocked sarcastically. Why you? Tsuyu stood in front of her room, pinching her forehead. Great. It will be noisy now. Chapter 40, Daichi-senpai, 2. Nisan. Show some respect. He is my teammate and older than you. Her words were cold and strict. Naruto almost shrank a little. Though pouting, he still had to nod. Daichi snorted, smirking with a grinning grin as Naruto couldn't help but show some respect towards him. He can hear Naruto's grumbling, but it sounds nice to his ears for this brat to learn his place. Introduce yourself to Daichi. Tanya crossed her arms, her glare still sharp as always. Daichi was her co-worker and a visitor. Naruto should have common courtesy to be respectful. Fine. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Tsuchan's brother, he reluctantly introduced to Daichi. Not liking this Eichmann already. Heh. I know. You are really different to your little sister. I feel like talking to a brat when it's you. Your sis feels like an adult compared to you, Daichi mocked with pleasure, feeling good at bullying the cute boy. Gore. I am not a kid. You Asen. I am only 16 this year, okay? Where is the old man? Daichi raised his hand over his eyes, looking around the room for the old man in question in sarcasm. Senpai, stop teasing my brother. You are acting like a child yourself. Tanya sighed in exasperation. See. Tsuchan's right, Naruto quickly supported his little sister. Sheesh. Fine. Go hide behind your little sister. What men hide behind their little sister? You must have no balls, ho. Daichi continued having his fun, poking at Naruto. He even flicked his tongue out. Team. I have balls. Naruto launched an attack towards Daichi, which Daichi just slapped away casually in laughter. It was funny to tease the little boy. Oh really? Come show me then. Hee hee, I bet they are small. T-E-M-E. It's big, okay. I will show you. Naruto was about to take off his pants for real. EW, no, I like girls. Tsuyu. Help. Your bro is flashing me. Daichi covered his body. His expression was in horror, as if he was a pure maiden being stalked by a predator. T-E-M-E. I like girls. I like Sakura-chan. Naruto blushed in shame and anger. Oh. I bet she doesn't like you. Ha ha. Temmie. You shitty old man. I bet you never had a girlfriend. Naruto felt even angrier with how close it hit to home. Oi oi. I had my fair share of girls, okay. My handsome face catch lots, Daichi snorted, using his finger to draw down his jawline while making a Chad expression. These noisy children. The veins on Tanya's forehead were bulging in a headache from the noises from the two children, one short and one tall, and the content of their conversation was far from appropriate nor mature. They were engaging in a form of fight as if to see who was more childish. Though Daichi was winning. Daichi swatted Naruto's attacks like flies, though he was quite impressed given that Naruto was not even a graduate. But given his little sister was already a chunin in terms of her abilities, it wasn't that surprising. Ha ha ha. You aren't bad at all, honestly. Your sister must have taught you well. You would pass as a genin already. Daichi spoke something positive at last. Humph. Of course. I will even become the future Hokage. Believe it, Naruto said proudly. Daichi snorted and laughed louder. He almost lost his breath trying to control them. Ha ha ha. Hokage. Really? Once you do, make sure to put in your biography that you burned down your house. Ha ha ha. Daichi wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. Team, Naruto continued his attacks. He disliked being looked down on most. Tanya turned her body towards her bedroom, entered, and closed the door, not wanting to care anymore. Daichi's seniority had dropped multiple levels, seeing him being even more childish than Naruto. Tanya took a book she had not finished reading from the shelf, opening up to a page she left a bookmark on, and rested on her bed. It was regarding the economy of Land of Earth. They were the major producer and exporter of ores among the great nations. And it seems their economy was centered around that. They did not diversify their economy much, and apparently a lot of their investment was into the military, given the pressure from Sunagakure that constantly needed resources and had risk of waging wars to other nations. Since Konoha was stronger, they would prefer to snatch lands from the Land of Earth instead to avoid losses. And they know Konoha, or Hiruzen in particular, was not land-hungry and would not take advantage of a war between Suna and IWA if that happened. But in Tanya's imagination, if Suna and IWA fought, Danzo-sama would certainly have preferred for Konoha to take the chance on their already weakened battle force to eliminate their threat once and for all. If anything, Suna did not wage war against IWA due to that risk of Konoha taking advantage. And even if war did happen, both parties would not be willing to lose too much battle force, and the war would be a controlled one. Tanya read the account of the traveler on Land of Earth can make many deductions and politics of the country. She can almost see similarities of them to the Soviet Union back in her first life before it collapsed. Though fortunately, they weren't coming. Otherwise, they would have long fallen. Tanya continued her reading in peace. As the sunlight changed its color to an orange hue, she noticed a lot of time had passed, and she had to make dinner. She also wondered what the two children were up to. As she turned the knob of her door and opened them. MMHH Onaikan, a tall pigtailed blondie with big blue eyes, looked at Daichi like a puppy. Her figure was voluptuous, her skin smooth and cute, the big melons with not a single thread covering them, and her alluring voice caused lesbians and straight men to lose their minds. Daichi Onaikan. Naruto whined towards Daichi, showing him his powerful transformation jutsu. Her bright blue eyes winked slowly, and her long eyelashes fluttered as she pouted her soft pink lips. Yo. Oh. God damn. OOOHH, turn around, yay, yeah like that. UOGH, that A asterisk asterisk. Say my name, oh. UOH. TW asterisk 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 IT. Yeahhh, Daichi was panting, his body was moving closer and closer to Naruto. His blood pooling in his crotch, forming an obvious obscene scene. His nose was bleeding, and his eyes were bloodshot from the 18+ scene that might as well be P******. Tsuyu stood there, watching all this with her eyes. Oh, how my eyes were tainted. How her sanity and intellect were challenged and reduced to mush. This was her first time seeing and knowing that Naruto had a talent in transformation jutsu, though what he did with it was so obscene, so humiliating, so degrading, so inappropriate, her scalp went numb. The scene in front of her was so out of her mind that her brain short-circuited. Unlike in the Naruto show where smokes were there to cover Naruto at the most important parts for viewers, in Tanya's view, it was a completely fully naked Naruto moving around enticingly trying to defeat Daichi. Of course, Naruto had practiced on Kiba the most, and Kiba would improve them here and there. It was not something Naruto ever showed Tsuyu, though. For obvious reasons. Slowly, she grabbed a hold the doorknob, slowly closing the door as she returned to her room to continue her reading, trying to cope with whatever that was that she saw. I need to teach Naruto about sex education, and teach him a lesson. Tanya regained her composure after a few minutes. She thought to herself, her blue eyes already turned into an abyss, containing hidden wrath and anger. And that includes Daichi, for being such a bad influence on her brother. Daichi's seniority dropped so low that he was now like a bug under Tanya's feet at this point. Both of the children outside suddenly felt an aura of danger heavily threatening them, causing the two to shiver and stop playing. Chapter 41, A Lesson. Daichi and Naruto sat at the dinner table. Their form were almost shrunk. Both of them could feel a looming sense of threat and wrath from Tanya, whose face had no hint of smile. Her eyes were so sharp that it was as if she would stab either of them at any time. Her gaze looked at Naruto, then at Daichi, then at Naruto again. Her chopstick moved to stab a piece of carriage. The oil seeped out of the chicken piece, as if a warning to both of them. Naruto gulped, feeling as if Tsuyu was going to kill him the next time they trained. Naruto turned to eye Daichi, blaming him inwardly. Daichi side-eyed Naruto, as if saying, "Hey, it's you, not me." Tsuyu took the carriage into her mouth and chewed on it. "What's the matter? Why don't you two start eating?" Tanya's tone sounded normal, but her cold expression betrayed the wrath she felt inside. Why yes. Naruto started to pick up some food, struggling to swallow with the invincible pressure he was feeling all around him. "Senpai, your shift was over, wasn't it? You can rest at your home after dinner." Tanya gave a slight smile, her tone sounded kind but her eyes were telling Daichi to f***ck off. Daichi gulped. Why yeah. My shift was over, haha. After a silent dinner, Daichi quickly ran off after saying his thanks for the dinner, leaving the siblings just them two. Naruto fidgets his fingers, then he looked at Tsuyu with a little fear and embarrassment. Sigh. Tanya sighed. Out of everything, really. Naruto still felt scared and remembered the fact that he did burn the house before. And seeing Tsuyu's expression now, it was not anger anymore, but an expression that made Naruto feel worse. It was an expression of disappointment. Tsu-chan. I am sorry. Tanya sighed inwardly. You are just a kid. It's fine. Just don't do anything too stupid. Tanya already lowered her expectations to be more realistic about Naruto's actions. But somehow, hearing Tsuyu's words in a low, exasperated tone, Naruto felt like Tsuyu was looking down on him, giving up on him, and that he was failing her. It made Naruto feel bad. He had always wanted to be taken seriously, and Tsuyu always did. Even if he hoped for something too far-reaching, like training a jutsu he was not suited for, Tsuyu still supported him by giving him everything that could have helped. Even if Tsuyu's words were at times telling him to give up on inefficient things or stuff, her actions show she still supported him otherwise. But hearing Tsuyu said that he was just a kid, it was like she's looking down on him. I promise I won't do anything stupid again, Naruto muttered. Tanya did not buy it, honestly. Though she had learned to accept it. And it was up to her to properly guide her brother since he was not up to it naturally. Nissan. What you did with Daichi was really inappropriate. It was not supposed to be funny. It's not. You are degrading women as a sexual object, as if a woman's body was something to be used for fun for you. Add to that the fact that you even use the technique of a shinobi as a game. It is not funny, Nii-san. Please have some respect and decency. You are violating the law in the village, and you could have dragged both of us in. Her voice was stern, but there was more hint of disappointment in them. I understand, sorry. Naruto didn't really understand the philosophical reasoning behind Tsuyu's words, and in truth, he felt like Tsuyu was really overreacting over some stupid funny stuffs. Sigh. You think it was fine for someone else to use transformation jutsu like you did, to play around? Tsuyu crossed her arms, asking the question. I don't know. It's not like I am harming anyone to Bayo. Naruto tried to defend himself, raising his head slightly. If someone uses it to transform into me, naked, and does whatever moves you did and potentially use it for something even worse, and let others see it, you think that would be funny? Her voice was stern and sharp, almost in sarcasm. Naruto's brain received some shock from Tsuyu's words. The scenario was so infuriating, so degrading. His face turned into discomfort and anger at the thought of someone doing that to his sister. No. Of course not. That's not funny. Naruto quickly replied. Tsuyu looked at Naruto, at least he could understand that. Then it applies to every single woman, not just me. They all deserve respect. Even if you transform into a woman who doesn't exist. You understand. Unless it was solely for the work of shinobi, don't do anything so foolish. Even if you do, at least don't be so proud of it and have some shame, or do it secretly if you really want to do whatever. Don't bring shame to yourself and even dragging me. Naruto turned his eyes toward the floor as he nodded. Seeing Naruto seem to understand her point of view, she let down her anger. Her voice softened slightly, even if there was still a hint of sternness in it as she spoke. I see you are talented in transformation jutsu. It was a really good transformation. Just have some respect for yourself and others. Don't bring trouble. Naruto lifted his head slightly, surprised at the praise. A part of him still felt a little happy, despite the bad feeling from being lectured. And then. I understand. Tsuyu wanted to say more. But she supposed she would reserve it for later. She was too tired. Good. All right, anyways, it was really tiring for me. My body was hurting all over since yesterday. I need you to take over the chores for the few days. Tanya spoke with a sigh. Okay. Understood. Sorry Tsuchan, I didn't notice. I will take over the chores. Naruto's tone was sorry. After all, he let Tsuyu do all the work when he knew something was off. Even when Tsuyu was making dinner, he could see something was off about her. It was uncaring of him when he realized how crappy he was. Tanya just nodded before she went back to her room to rest. The night passed. Tsuyu woke up in the morning at the usual time, hearing the chirping birds outside that only ever came out in the early morning. She went out of bed to wash her face, and set out to the living room. She frowned slightly when some faint burnt scent teased her nose. Her eyes turned to the dining table, where some half-burnt toast, overcooked scrambled egg, and sausages were arranged on a plate covered in a plastic wrapper. She went to sit down to look at the breakfast set. Her eyes looked at the breakfast that could have had a lot of improvements, made by her brother. Her eyes softened slightly seeing this. At least he was sensible enough to make breakfast for me. The disappointment from yesterday completely disappeared as she ate the breakfast made by her brother. She ate everything clean, even if it was far from perfect, but it was edible. Tanya felt a little appreciation from Naruto's effort, knowing he rarely did the cooking. I can try to use shadow clone jutsu now. She stretched her sore body a little before making hand seals. Ram, serpent, tiger, shadow clone technique. A good amount of chakra molded and formed a shadow clone in an instant with a puff of smoke. The feeling was quite similar to cloning jutsu, but the chakra consumption was tens of times more massive. Tanya even felt it was even easier than the cloning jutsu since she did not need to consciously reduce chakra input into the chakra molding process. They say the shadow clone reduces one's chakra by half. But that was for normal people. For Tanya and Naruto, it was nothing but just a little piece. From her understanding, the shadow clone jutsu was a jutsu every single ANBU member had, and it was far from being rare. The jutsu was mostly used for information gathering due to its ability to return its memories back to the caster. However, a lot of high-tier ninja use shadow clone as a fighting force. The best example of one who used Shadow Clone as part of their main combat arsenal was Lord Third. Mastering all 5 nature transformations, he could use various combinations of techniques with his Shadow Clones, overwhelming opponents with different techniques cast at the same time and in tandem. She had to admit Lord Third was called the Professor and as God of Shinobi due to his combat abilities, based on his biography. In her imagination, she can see how devastating it was. While it was undeniable that Hiruzen was a strong Kage, Tanya did not take into account the fact that the moniker of God of Shinobi was just a propaganda to create a strong image of Konoha after Hashirama's passing, as if trying to maintain that image of the strong to deter other great shinobi villages from underestimating them. She wondered if she would be able to reach such heights. She thought of herself as an above-average shinobi who was a fake genius. It was only due to her mental age that she could achieve what she had now. Comparing herself to Itachi Uchiha, for example, who went to sea war at the age of 4 and graduated at the age of 7, and he had no past life memories or what not to cheat, Tanya confidently said to herself she was far from real true geniuses of the Hidden Leaf. Tanya looked at her clone, scrutinizing it. And her clone, too, seemingly scrutinizing her real body. She had questions on how the clone knew it was a clone and, since it can transfer memories and would feel pain too, would it do suicidal attacks just because it knew it was fake? Even if they had emotions and a personality. She already planned to have her clones attach explosive tags to themselves and use Raging Fist, Heaven's Roar to blow themselves up. But it would be mentally draining. I might as well learn Earth clones for the explosive tags use, she thought. A small grin curved on her face. Next time she spar with Daichi, she will crush him to pieces for influencing her brother. And once she did, she would extort Earth clone jutsu from him. Daichi, who was still sleeping, snoring in his home on his off day, quickly broke out in a cold sweat and woke up with bloodshot eyes. He felt intense danger coming at him, and he didn't know where it came from. Perhaps the clones did not have a personality, only the 5 senses. Otherwise, the clones themselves would have an existential crisis knowing they were fake and would disappear eventually. Of course, Tanya didn't know that the clones did have a small part of her personality. Shadow clones of other people would never willingly attach explosive tags to themselves to blow themselves up, but due to their personality and ego, they were willing because it was Tanya's clones who shared her values and principles. And Tanya was about to ask the shadow clone to practice Fuinjutsu writing or something, but then she had this thought. Can a shadow clone create shadow clones? She wanted to practice the jutsu so she could make it more efficient and faster to cast. Since the principle was dividing chakra, then as long as she made one clone that had a large amount of chakra, in theory, the clone would be able to make more clones. What an unreasonable cheating technique. Lord Second, Senju Tobirama was definitely a monster genius comparable to Einstein in her first life to even create such a jutsu. Tanya dispersed the clone. And with another set of hand seals, she poured as much chakra as she could muster from her body to create a single clone that had most of her chakra. Practice Shadow Clone's jutsu. Understood. Tanya's clone didn't say much and went straight to practice. Continuously making hand seals slowly as if trying to feel the chakra flow and molding for proper practice. Creating one clone and dispersing them one after another every few seconds. She felt a little tired after pouring a lot of chakra into the main clone since she had to use her physical energy. She just rested for the day, reading books and enjoying her coffee while the clone did all the hard work. Naruto's shadow clone on the other hand would never allow their true body to be lazy when they worked their ass off and would refuse to train. Tanya's clone respect their true body as having higher status and follow her orders absolutely and let Tanya laze around without complaint. Tanya sighed in relaxation, at times turning her head looking at how hard-working her clone was. She felt satisfied at how good this subordinate of her, which was herself, was. Quite narcissistic. Chapter 42, Mission Meeting. Tanya's Mindscape. Kyubi-san, I would like to propose to you again on cooperation between us. Tanya calmly voiced out in a calm businesslike manner. Humph. What can you give me, brat? Speak. Kyubi has had enough of Tanya coming over and over again like some salesman asking if he would like to extend his car's warranty. It was so annoying. Finally, he is giving me a chance to speak. I understand your circumstances, and I know you wanted freedom most. Humph. Then you should know I will never cooperate with you, you are my very prison. Kyubi spat out the most obvious fact. Yes, correct, but But it was never my intention to have you imprisoned inside me. It was my father, who sealed you inside of me. Tanya spat the most obvious fact back at him. Don't use sophistry on me. You still wanted to harness my power. Like I said before, I acknowledge I am borrowing them. And this is what I am willing to trade it with, your freedom. Kyubi went silent but then squinted his eyes, trying to see through Tanya's expression. While Kyubi could detect negative emotions, he was not a lie detector. If anything, Tanya's lack of negative emotions when she was talking to him made it even harder to see through her. You cannot give me that. You will die if I am free from your body, brat. Kyubi said in annoyance, though his words no longer had the loud, bratty tone. He knew Tanya must know this obvious problem, so he wanted to know what she was planning. Kyubi-san, nothing is impossible in this world. I can make a promise to put in the effort for you to be free, while having my life intact. But I need power and position first to make it possible. I am not a genius to create a new jutsu or other methods to achieve what was not possible for decades. Grr. How can I trust you? You humans were liars, and would use each other and discard them. I have lived and was used by humans for hundreds of years like mere weapon. Kyubi-san, I understand it would be difficult to trust me, given your experience. But I can assure you I am different. I never saw you as a weapon or a monster, but a fellow like a human that had a lot to give, and I will exchange it with you for what I can offer. I am proposing a trade. Your cooperation, in exchange for a chance of freedom. Tanya opened her arms wide as if welcoming Kyubi. Kyubi went silent. The giant fox only made sounds of grunts and breathing. I will leave first for you to think about the proposition. I can assure you I will never borrow your power without a reason, unless it involves the life and death of me or my subordinates, and you included. I would not tap into your powers. Tanya knew she needed to give up something to gain trust from the fox slowly. While she could just forcefully suck chakra out of Kyubi to use casually on missions just to make it easier for herself, but she would only incur his hatred and distrust. Danzo had told her that the use of Kyubi's power was harmful to her body due to two foreign chakras like fire and water, trying to mix in her body. As chakra comprised spiritual energy as well, Kyubi's chakra contained his will, and also unwillingness. His unwillingness caused a volatile rejection inside Tanya's body, causing chakra waste, performance issues, and even self-damage. In the long term, Kyubi's cooperation was a far better deal than using them forcefully for incomplete power with too many drawbacks. And honestly, she really disliked the feeling of Kyubi's hatred inside her mind. It reminded her of that shitty being X. Grr. Kyubi was still in thought, grunting at Tanya as she disappeared from his sight. Tanya returned to the real world, sipping her still warm coffee in her hand casually as if the meeting with Kyubi was nothing but a part of her schedule. Tanya glanced at Naruto's bedroom, where he was practicing the shadow clone jutsu she had taught him. Naruto was practicing very hard, and Tanya could be proud of him for this point. On his first attempt, Naruto successfully created a shadow clone. Although its face appeared somewhat odd and it vanished into a puff of smoke after a few seconds, Naruto was very giddy and happy that for once he was able to accomplish it. And it was much easier than the Bunshin Jutsu too, which he never succeeded in all these years. Quite funny given that Bunshin Jutsu was E rank, while Kage Bunshin no Jutsu that was B rank was easier for both the siblings. A few days passed, and her body was fully recovered today. Naruto mastered the shadow clone's technique too. Tap tap. Tanya looked to see a small swallow pecking at the window. A tiny scroll tied at its feet. Getting out of bed, she opened the window to let it come inside. She untied the small scroll from the swallow's feet before opening it. Pre-mission meeting. Today 2 p.m. HQ Training Hall. Tanya mused. It would be her first official mission as an ANBU. While she had a little worry because of her lack of covert assassination skills, but Hiruzen had taken that into account already. Not all assassinations required sneaky methods. One can handle rogue or missing Nin directly and without scruples. She looked at the clock. There were a few hours left before the assigned time. She made lunch and tidied up the house a little. With the remaining time, she prepared her ninja tools and had a quick read to pass the time. ANBU HQ, Training Ground. Captain Kaito, Daichi, Ayam, and Tanya were already gathered, with Daichi arriving last much to his personality. As soon as Daichi came, Kaito immediately handed out the files to all the squad members to brief them about the mission. We were tipped with information on the whereabouts of an A-rank Rougenin, Kuroshi Nagano. He was a known subordinate of Orochimaru who was involved in his inhuman experiment before his defect. Last seen in the black market of Hinode region working as a part of mercenary Nin group, Jinroka. He worked under a fake name of Jiro. Our mission was to track, capture, and extort information for the whereabouts of Orochimaru. While Danzo knew Orochimaru was in Akatsuki, and Itachi too, but no one else did. Hiruzen was kept in the dark as, in the assessment of overall situation, if Konoha began sending their ANBU to interfere with Akatsuki in order to find Orochimaru, Itachi's place in the organization would be compromised. Kaito received a quick order from Danzo with a simple, "You know what to do. You are dismissed." Whatever happens, Orochimaru and his affiliation to Akatsuki should not be disclosed to not incur Orochimaru's enmity. Danzo also had made a deal with him recently, and soon enough, they would meet. At the very least, he can keep Orochimaru at bay from harming Konoha by showing his willingness to continue cooperation. And if the snake ever wanted to kill Hiruzen, Danzo himself would lend a helping hand. Captain Kaito continued. Estimated difficulty A rank. His skill at Jonin level. Had a high attainment in medical ninjutsu, water release, and moderate skill in kenjutsu and genjutsu. Special skill includes a nin kenjutsu using reflection of water vapors to cause optical illusion. It also can misdirect opponent's sight. He was adept at using poison, infusing them into water release along with his technique. Captain Kaito highlighted the most important known abilities of the rogue nin. As for other abilities, it was in the file given. Daichi frowned slightly, hearing the details of the opponent. It sounded difficult. Tanya flipped through the pages to read further details. She thought in her mind, killing the opponent was not the problem, already thinking her main body wouldn't even need to do the work. But her skill set was, well, let's just say she doubted the body would remain intact. It was to capture him alive and extort info, which raised the difficulty. Kaito made pre-arrangement on how to deal with the enemy and different formations. The goal was to get Iam's Kochu, which had paralyzing toxin, to reach him. The second approach was for Kaito's sound release genjutsu. After the formation was made clear, the meeting was adjourned. Badger, you are responsible for teaching Yosei Earth release technique that would be useful for her in the meantime. We will set off tomorrow at the mentioned meeting point at 8 a.m. Dismiss. Understood, Taishu, the three squad members replied together. Hebe and Monkey disappeared from the training grounds, leaving Badger and Yosei. Hiruzen already considered Tsuyu's chakra nature when he assigned her to be teammates with Daichi in expectation that Daichi would guide her in the work. Daichi looked at Tsuyu, wondering what he would share with her. So how many earth release jutsu do you? Wait, you just graduated recently. Daichi realized Tsuyu shouldn't have known many. I know one. I would appreciate any basic earth release techniques, senpai. I lack a lot of the basic techniques. Oh. Then you have enough basic on nature transformation already. Okay, let's head out to the training ground. This place wasn't suitable for earth release practice. Tsuyu nodded. Both of them disappeared from the HQ training grounds to outside. Standing in the empty training field, Daichi with his sunny smile began to teach Tsuyu. For now, you can try hiding mole jutsu. It is very useful in our line of work. You just dig underground and bam. You got them disabled, dragging them down. It was my favorite jutsu for sure. The hand seals are like this. Tanya followed Daichi's hand seals, and then infused the chakra into the ground through her hands. The ground becomes very loose with the infusion of chakra. Daichi explained the mechanism of the jutsu, using constant chakra output from the hands to dig or swim through the loose ground. In a single try, Tanya already dug down into the ground and across 10 meters before popping out. That was really just because Tanya can afford to use a lot of chakras all at once to dig a lot faster, not caring about its efficiency. Whoa. Your affinity for earth release was crazy. Even I took an hour to get it. Daichi's impression was strong, and he felt slightly jealous. Thank you for the praise, senpai. Tsuyu was a tad respectful because Daichi was teaching her, so she put aside the fact that this dude was frothing and gooning to Naruto's transformation jutsu a few days before. Haha. I am just honest. In your file, it's mentioned you had good sensory ability. Are you able to estimate my position? Yes, senpai. I can estimate others' chakra from about 10 meters range. Phew. That's good. And you had no training on that, too. If you train hard on sensing, you really could become a good sensor. But having to train hard to become a sensor when we have those Aburame or Hyuga or those Inuzuka dogs, it really doesn't seem worth it. Daichi shrugs at that thought. I wasn't able to detect others' chakra like you did unless they were in front of my face. So I use Earth Pulse technique. The jutsu was simple. You would mold your chakra and pass them as pulsing vibrational waves through the earth. When your chakra interacts with foreign chakra, it would reflect a signal back to you so you can estimate their position. Depending on your practice, you can send and detect chakra interaction up to hundreds of meters. In terms of detecting something there, it is good. But to differentiate between different chakra signals, it is very difficult. Someone hiding in a crowd would be very difficult to differentiate, so it wasn't a proper sensory technique. You can't estimate opponent's strength with it either. Though if they try to hide in some bush or transform into a rock or something, they wouldn't be able to hide. Most people just practice it up to a few meters to use with the hiding mole technique. Tanya nodded. The jutsu sounded like a sonar technique. While the drawback was there, it was a good jutsu. Daichi used the whole day to teach Tanya a few different jutsus. Hiding mole, earth pulse, mud wall, rock bullet, earth clones. And while at it, Tanya asked him about his jutsu that made his body very hard. I call it earth armament technique. I will teach you after you practice earth nature transformation a little more. You can try leaf sinking training. Just place a leaf on top of a water surface, and then infuse earth chakra into the leaf and condense the chakra until it becomes heavy enough for the leaf to sink. Once you can do that, you can use earth armament. You can use a feather or change the water to a heavier liquid if you want to train on earth nature transformation more. Your earth releases will become much heavier and compact the more you improve. Tanya listened seriously, intrigued by the practice method and its effect. She had only practiced on leaf hardening method. I got this method from a rogue IWA. It seemed simple, but I tried to sink a feather into water for a year of practice but couldn't. I am still training in my free time. Maybe if you could do it, you can discover something. And you can try to float a sunken pebble up too. Not sure how though. My head cannot get around how adding earth nature chakra can make anything lighter, so I just can't figure out that one. Haha. Daichi won't have to explain the practice method's close relation to Iwagakiru's lightweight and added weight technique, mastered by only a select few shinobi. Tanya would find out sooner or later. Little did Daichi know, this basic training would eventually create a real monster. Tanya, after all, had access to a cheat training method. After Daichi left Tanya to her own devices, she decided to go to the academy's training field to continue her practice and watch over Naruto's training at the same time. Chapter 43, First Mission, 1. Nissan, I won't be back for a few days for a mission, she said as she fastened her bracer. Naruto in his pajamas rubbed his eyes, still half sleepy. What mission are you doing, Tsuchan? I will be hunting a defector, she said blandly. Not giving any particular information on the specifics. As in, kill. Naruto felt a sense of fear at the thought. That his sister could murder someone at all. It was as if all the shinobi work was no longer as cool or as amazing as Naruto had once thought originally. Possibly. But as a shinobi, killing would always be the last thing you do. Naruto felt a little better hearing her words, until Tsuyu continued. In a mission, you would prioritize extracting information first. You will come across many scenarios where you will lack information. Whether it's info on their organization or techniques on them and whatever else. You would dispose of them only after gathering all you could, Tsuyu said in a calm tone, as if it was the standard procedure. An icy dread seeped into Naruto as Tsuyu's last sentence echoed in his ears. You would dispose of them only after gathering all you could. The words were almost too cruel to be true, coming from her sister, out of all people. He felt his heart palpitating when he saw in Tsuyu's eyes, devoid of any emotions as she spoke such words. Naruto wanted to retort and deny Tsuyu's cruel words. But he didn't know how. Tsuchan, how come you made it sound so easy? His tone was as if asking her to tell him anything that would assure him that she wasn't that heartless, she wasn't that inhuman. In Naruto's mind, he had hoped she would assure him by saying it was for the greater good, or for protecting the village and something like that. But Tsuyu was never such a person. She only did as told from the mission requirements and what was ordered, that was all. Tsuyu looked at Naruto with a questioning gaze, but then her gaze shifted to that of understanding. She reminded herself that Naruto was a 10-year-old kid and hadn't understood the true nature of the shinobi world. Nisan, it would not be easy. But as you learn, you will adapt and get used to it. She said as a matter of fact. That was how soldiers were made. No one was born to harm other human life, it was something you learn how to do. Naruto was speechless. He tried to see any trace of hesitation or any hint of remorse in her eyes, but he couldn't see any. Naruto felt like he never understood his sister at all. He went silent. Unable to ask or say anything. He just watched as Tsuyu stood to leave. "Tsu-chan." Naruto muttered. Yes, Tanya turned her head to hear what else Naruto wanted to say. Naruto's mouth opened a little before closing them. But then he forced a smile on his lips. Stay safe. Regardless of everything that he wouldn't agree with, Naruto still felt worried for Tsuyu's first mission. I can't promise you that. Being a shinobi means you are to put your life on the line. It is what and you had signed up for. Tsuyu said strictly as she turned her body to face him properly to make it clear. But I won't die easily. Don't slack off while I am gone. Tsuyu's stern expression turned into a light smile before turning towards the door. Yes, Tsu-chan. Naruto put down his heart, seeing her slight smile. Right. Tsu-chan can handle herself more than he ever could. Naruto believed in her strength, and she would always return. But he still felt uneasy about Tsuyu's lack of something when she used the word dispose for to refer to a human being. As Tsuyu left, Naruto wondered in his heart. Once he becomes a shinobi, will he have to put down a life as well? He shook the thought away. In his mind, he wouldn't suit ANBU's work, and he wouldn't want to. Still, he had wished Tsuyu never took that path. He understood to protect the village it was necessary, but the way Tsuyu said it, it just felt wrong. Tanya arrived at the agreed meeting spot outside of Konoha, already wearing her fox-patterned mask. Monkey, Hebe, Badger, and Yosei set out north toward the Hinode province. It took them a day of travel to reach the province. Monkey gave a signal for them to stop before arriving at the nearest town. All of them used transformation jutsu to appear as a regular traveler before going into the far end of the town where the Red District was located. They appeared in black cloaks to hide their figure and appear non-suspicious, for a shady place. Badger went to one of the women waving her figure at the front door of an establishment. Yosei swore she saw him peeking at the woman's melons first. Not that she would say anything. He took out some cash and asked for directions, from which the woman whispered something into his ears while her thigh was rubbing against him. Badger rubbed his neck, saying his thanks before leaving to meet the group back. Just far ahead. The bookstore owner was the middleman. They all went to the bookstore. From the front, it looked like an ordinary store. But the people going in and out were shady people looking to hire mercenaries for their work. If they had to go through the black market, it meant the client could not afford from the 5 great shinobi villages, or they had shady, morally questionable requests. Normal people who simply need guards during travel also frequented the place to get mercenary for such mundane purposes because of immediate need. Monkey went to talk to the middleman, asking to hire the mercenary group Jinroku specifically for a mission. Naturally, it was a lie. But the middle-aged man still pointed out the direction where the group might be as they were doing a mission for a client currently escorting a person to the border of Land of Lightning. You can wait for a few days until they come back. Or I can suggest other mercenaries depending on the mission rank. Monkey gave some cash to him in exchange as he said, no need. The black market channel remains operating despite taking away revenue from the great shinobi villages only because they did not protect each other. A lot of missing nin and defectors always end up there after all. And it was up to the nin themselves to change their name or appearance or hide well so that they were unrecognizable. And logically, having the black channels remain active allows all the great villages to have easier access to information. The team heads out in the pointed direction. Monkey asked the team to stop on the main road. He turned to Badger before speaking. Badger. do your thing. Yes, Taishu, he replied shortly before lifting his mask slightly with his right hand and biting his thumb. Swiping the trickle of blood onto his left palm, he made hand seals. Summoning jutsu. Poof. A small mole appeared, seemingly confused as he looked around. The animal had a size like a regular house cat and brown fur. What's unique was that its nose had some sort of star-like small appendages that can move. Chikoro, I need your help to track this scent. Badger took out a plastic bag containing a sample of an item, a cut of used underwear, not that Badger knew that was what the fabric was, owned by the target before his defection. ANBU had always kept such things to prepare for tracking. Chikoro huffed. You owe me a good feast. Give it here, sniffs, yucks. This is nasty. Chikoro wanted to throw up. His sensitive nose can smell various mixtures of things there. You owe me twice a feast, Chikoro huffed before sniffing the air to look for the same scent. Follow me. I got the trail. Chikoro said before leading burying into the ground. He can move faster underground than on land. Senpai, how did you get your summoning animal? Yosei was curious to ask as they followed the mole. Badger looked in Chikoro's direction, almost in annoyance. That dude was stealing the fruit of my labor. You know, each time I expect a fruit from my plants to ripe, the next time I come back from my mission, it is always gone. I caught him in the act one day and made a contract with him since he took too much from me and that guy can talk. Otherwise I would have cooked him. Yosei let out a light chuckle. I didn't know a mole has a good sense of smell, she mused in curiosity. A mole always has, but usually in the soil. He was different. He can even smell underwater. Honestly, his nose was really weird looking, but he's kinda cool. Sounds very useful. The team continued their journey, following the mole. After 2 days of journey with rests in between, Hebe, the Abirame who had always been silent, made a signal to stop the team. My insects detect a group of chakra signatures up ahead. 1 Genin, 2 Chunin, and 2 Jonin level chakra, respectively. Our target was amongst them. Hebe had kept her insects spread out within hundreds of meters to constantly provide information and feedback. Monkey thought for a second. We will follow them from here on and engage at night. Everyone replied in unison, understood. Chapter 44, First Mission, 2. Beneath the canopy of stars, a group of 4 shinobi mercenaries and a middle-aged businessman settled in for the night. For the mercenary group Jinroku, the night seemed peaceful, the cracking sound from the fire camp, the cricketing insects and the rustling leaves blown by the night breeze made the night felt good for rest. They encountered no bandit nor beast during their journey, making the atmosphere more lax and lively as they chatted around the bonfire. The businessman even joked, asking if they would like to try his stuffs as he lit up his pipe, seemingly carefree and happy as he did. Though they all refused to try, afraid they would get hooked. Seriously, these are fire. Boss is the best, the older teen, Rensuk, bit into the grilled wild rabbit. He was a new genin shinobi that had just joined the group to work for money. He was just an honest person from a small village who learned to be a shinobi from an old retiree in the village. Jiro smiled in smugness, calling himself the best at grilling. However, beneath the light tone hid a worry. Though no one noticed it except his best friend, Kao, the vice leader of the group. Kao was the only other jonin in the mercenary group, and the one who had helped Jiro to start a life as a mercenary nin after his defection. As the other 3 people chatted, Kao pulled Jiro to the side. As the 2 left, Suda, a chunin of the group who had joined for a few years, whispered jokingly about how boss and other boss always spent time alone together. Trying to hint at something scandalous for fun. Jiro, what's the matter? I can see it on your face. Come on, tell me. Kao, the older jonin, asked him with worry. His hand rested on Jiro's back, reassuring and lending him warmth. Jiro opened his mouth but closed it back just as quickly, turning his eyes sideways while sighing. After seconds, Jiro decided he had to tell it directly. They are here, those guys from Konoha. I guess my cover was blown somehow. Jiro whispered. He caught a glimpse of a small bug. And that was enough to know it was from the Abirame clan. He was a jonin and a member of Konoha prior to defection, and his talent and insight even had Orochimaru taking him as a subordinate, he was more capable enough to catch such a thing. Kao felt his heart palpitating instantly. His hand resting on Jiro pressed a little more, as if wanting to reassure Jiro or himself. He didn't know what to say to his best friend. Jiro turned to face Coup, as if seeing the one who had given him home after his defection for the last time. He took off the ring from his finger. It was a simple steel ring with a simple carving of crisscross pattern on them, with no significance to it, really. Just something he thought was nice and bought. Coup. I will meet them on my own. I am their target. You should leave this place quickly with others. Normally they wouldn't target others that weren't a part of their mission. You can have this ring, at least there would be something left of me. No, you can't do this, this isn't right. You weren't a bad person. They wouldn't just. Coup wanted to convince himself more. It doesn't matter. I worked under that person, even if I had my reasons, it was never their concern. But, it was to save your sister. You don't deserve to die. I still did cruel things. You know, Jiro said, almost as a laugh to himself. He was, after all, that person's subordinate. And I never regretted it either. He helped her when Konoha couldn't. Jiro looked at Coup with a look of sadness. He shoved the ring onto Cou's hand, a bitter expression twisting his lips, the gesture a forceful declaration of the emotions in him. His hand held onto Cou's with pressure, and Coup had the same unsaid words reflected in his eyes. Coup closed his eyes for a second, before his grip on Jiro's hand firmed even more. His eyes were filled with resolve, already made a decision. I am going with you. No matter what. Shut it. I won't care what you say. I will send myself to death if I had to. You are, my family, Jiro. You. Jiro wanted to retort, but Cou's grip and his stern gaze made him unable to speak a word. Shut up. Don't say a word. We both will come out alive. We always had all this time. Coup did not want to give any chance to him. I guess I can't change your mind, huh? Yeah. You can't. And since you are dragging me to your death, you better fight for your life. Jiro snorted at the choice of words. Fine, we both will live. Their fingers tangled together, as if seeking for each other's strength for the battle to come. Thank you. Don't thank me, idiot. You made it sound like we both will die. Ha ha ha. Yeah, right. Coup leaned closer, his lips closing into Jiro's ear. I will wreck you after we come out of this. He said in a low, husky tone. His hand on Jiro's back tracing small circles softly on them. Jiro blushed and shivered slightly, pushing him away quickly. God, that's not funny. It's not the time for that. Let's be serious. Cough. Yeah. I just felt a little pressure. My bad. He grinned, just wanting to lighten the atmosphere. But I will look forward to it. Jiro's voice was a sigh, barely louder than the rustling leaves outside, heavy with unspoken mixture of hope and fear. Despite the circumstances, he found strength in the man's presence. He will live. Both of them will, he promised himself. The heartwarming scene was not noticed by anyone. And even if Yosei saw it, she wouldn't care. The squad was in hiding, waiting for the night to come to assassinate the target when most of them were sleeping. As time passed, most of them entered their respective tents, leaving only Jiro tending to the campfire. It was as if he was just on duty to keep watch for the night. As discussed, if there was a chance, they would only fight Jiro. The genin and chunin wouldn't be a problem. But to fight another jonin in addition to their target will add unnecessary risk. Monkey gave a signal for everyone to go according to the plan. Yosei nodded, and with hand seals, poof. A shadow clone with the same black cloak and fox mask appeared. Each of the squad members dispersed. Whoosh. A kunai was thrown from on top of a tree towards Jiro. He noticed this immediately and quickly flickered to dodge, missing an inch from his face. Yosei stepped down from the tree. Her cold mask did not hide the indifference in her eyes. Jiro tried to estimate the person's strength. The unusually short height meant this person was a talented person to join ANBU at such a young age. A chunin at most. Don't cause a commotion, our target is only. Unless you want them to die alongside you, Yosei said in a cold voice. Jiro raised his arms in a gesture of surrender. I understand, don't bring them into this. Yosei scrutinized the men, feeling there was something suspicious. Never mind that. We only wanted information. Orochimaru. Where is he? Jiro laughed a little, almost as if it was funny. I don't even work for him anymore. How would I know? You are wasting your time. If you won't speak, then I will have to force you. If you won't believe me, there's dash dot. All of a sudden, Yosei felt a presence creeping behind her. Her keen senses triggered a swift sidestep. Swish. In the split second, a blade hidden in the distorted air almost cut Yosei's head in half. It barely grazed a part of her cloak, leaving a cut on the fabric. Fast. Yosei finally understood how a jonin who was going to kill moved. She could see an apparition of sorts in front of her. A jutsu to reflect and distort light to create invisibility. If not for her almost sensor-like ability up close, she wouldn't have noticed it at all. But if the apparition in front of her was Jiro, it meant. The fake Jiro was revealed to be Coup, who had transformed himself unnoticed. He too quickly dashed and closed in with his blade toward Yosei, planning to cut her down instantly, knowing there are others in hiding and killing her now would increase their chance of survival. In the split second, Yosei used body flicker backward to distance herself while throwing shurikens towards both of them. The shurikens did nothing to them, as they were easily deflected by their own set of tools. As Yosei landed, both of them dashed toward her and delivered cut after cut with their blades. Yosei realized they were actively pushing her away from the campsite. Their combined kenjutsu caused multiple small wounds to appear on Yosei's body. But her objective was already accomplished. As if in tacit understanding, the duo made hand seals at the same time. Yosei saw this and reacted just as quickly. Fire release, great fire breath. Water release, water wave. Earth release, mud wall. The roaring fire and water wave crashed onto the mud wall made by Yosei. It crumbled bit by bit. But the problem was the steam produced obscured the vision. And she can feel the threat of death all around her. Hebe, who was watching with Monkey, noticed her insects had died. Yosei should have managed to get the Kochu insects into their body during their confrontation. And Hebe also sent a little squadron of insects to cling to them unnoticed just as an extra. However, she received signals that all of them died in the mist that contained a mixture of gaseous poison. Captain, he should have noticed my insects. The initial plan failed. Plan B, Hebe nodded. Both of them disappeared from their hiding. Yosei was fighting for her life on the line, and there was something amiss. She tried to use body flicker in one direction to get out of the mist quickly. But she couldn't. Genjutsu. She realized what was happening. But she cannot dispel it. It was a very minor genjutsu that disturbs the sense of direction. But due to the mist that also caused physical optical illusion, Yosei cannot ascertain where exactly she was heading, combined with the assault of two enemies in the mist. As she felt the enemy approaching her back again, she tried to dodge. However, her body gave out as the poison dissolved in the vapors ate at her body. The blade stabbed right into her throat. Poof. Yosei turned into smoke. What? Both Jiro and Coup were bewildered in their minds. Substitution. Cloning. Shadow clone. A lot of things come across the two's heads. All this time, it was just a shadow clone. Who would expect a shadow clone charged with a lot of chakra to do all that and not poofing earlier? Just then, a powerful gust of wind blew away all the mist. Monkey stepped in to use his wind release, Great Howling Wind. It also caused Jiro to be visible to the onlooker as the mist covering him was blown away. At the same time, the ground beneath the two turned into a quicksand. Jiro quickly made hand seals, water release, water jet. He blew the quicksand beneath their feet with pressurized water to give space for them to flicker away and escape. After the two landed away from the quicksand, all of a sudden from beneath the ground, crack, crack, a hand almost caught Jiro's feet. Badger launched an assault out of the ground with a heavy uppercut to Jiro right after the dodge. Jiro dodged the fist and taking the gap, he slashed his blade to Badger's neck instantly. Coup also took the chance to stab Badger in the chest. Clang. Both of their blades seemingly hit steel and were stopped, unable to pierce his body. A cut on Badger clothes revealed his skin had almost a metallic luster made of chakra coating. The Earth Armament Jutsu managed to block the blades. *T. Coup cursed. And just then another person came out of the ground to join the fray. It was Yosei. And another Yosei came out of the ground, launching another attack from a blind spot, but the Jonin dodged them barely. Another two of Yosei's clone also appeared from the tunnel below, launching surprise attacks and holding them there. So much chakra. Jiro was bewildered at how someone could use shadow clones without any scruples. While battling, he used water mist jutsu along with his poison. Coup was already immune to it and was fine, while Badger was gradually weakening. The insects didn't get to their thing to them either. But Monkey would always use wind release to blow them away at intervals to keep the mist at bay. While Badger and Yosei's clones were keeping them under constant pressure. His eyes darted to Monkey for a second while having a gap, wanting to know why this person was just standing there out of caution. His eyes widened, seeing a bell in his hand. He finally noticed around him there were bells hanging on wire threads around the trees, surrounding a perimeter of them. Yosei and Hebe had set them up while Badger and the clones were distracting and keeping them there. Before Jiro could think of any countermeasure, it was already too late. Genjutsu Kekai, Senritsu no Haka. Melody of the Graves. Monkey rang the bell in his hand, sending a chiming chakra wave. The bells hung around the perimeter all rang in response and let out a mourning sound from all directions, overloading their senses with sounds. Jiro, Coup, the poor Badger and the clones were all caught in the Genjutsu barrier. The ghostly wails came from all directions, causing their chakra network to be invaded by foreign chakra constantly, their head to spin and their body senses drowning with it. Arg. Jiro tried to close his ears, but it was not. His knees weakened as he fell to the ground. Coup also felt the same dizziness and loss of senses. Nothing but the screaming wails of ghosts in their ears. His hand tried to find Jiro, wanting to hold him. Poor Badger was the same as the two. The Genjutsu barrier didn't stop until both Jiro and Coup were completely taken down from the sounds. Badger was also lying flat on the ground, perhaps already fainted. While the two Jonins were still under the after effect, Hebe's Kochu already latched onto them, sending paralyzing poison into their body from their bites. Please, let him go, your target is me. Jiro still looked up at Monkey, pleading for the life of his friend. Monkey just nodded without much thought. It was not within the scope of the mission anyways. But Coup in his rage and anguish, sealed his own fate. No. If you touch even a skin of his, I will make sure to kill every single one of you. You heartless bastard. Spurt. The time in Jiro's view seemingly come to a standstill. The blade in Monkey's hand already swung down in slow motion, chopping Cow's head off in a single swift motion. The blood from his neck sprayed and splattered onto Monkey's mask. His eyes contained indifference. While this nobody was never a target, for him to threaten to kill a Konoha's shinobi meant it was within scope now. No, this can't be. Tears start to fall from Jiro's eyes. It was a nightmare come to reality. Seeing the headless body of Coup who had just been living a second ago, he could see the memories of him flash by as he watched the warmth and heat fade from the body. Why didn't you listen to me? Why you have to? Jiro muttered to himself in self-blame, his voice was choking in his grief. Yosei looked with the same indifference as Monkey did, though she was judging their drama inwardly. This fellow named Coup was stupid. To die such a meaningless death. But in a logical sense, they would meet in Pure Lands and be together happily ever after, she thought in sarcasm. Monkey tasked Hebe with the information extraction procedure and had Yosei observing under her for a practical lesson. As for Badger, Monkey just picks the poor guy up to set him aside against a tree to let him rest and wake up on his own. The result was, Jiro had nothing useful on Orochimaru. He really had stopped working for him after his defection. His sister had a rare chakra network sickness, and while she lived for years more than expected, but Orochimaru only reduced the disease progression and couldn't cure it. So, after her sister's death, Jiro did not have a reason to remain loyal to him after his defection. Yosei wiped the bloodied tools and placed them back into the toolbox. Too bad there's no result. She looked at the mutilated corpse filled with cuts and holes, with insects crawling from inside and out with a little annoyance. It meant there was no bonus merit. But it was still an A-class mission completed though. Hebe sent all of her insects to feed on the leftover flesh and body parts to fully erase any evidence of Jiro's existence. As for the aftermath for the Jinroku mercenary group, who knows? The ANBU never cared about such matters. Chapter 45, Shadow Clones Are Cheating. At the training ground, Naruto didn't slack off even if his sister was not guiding him, especially since he got the shadow clone technique. As someone who had failed the cloning jutsu when it was easy for most people in class already, being able to make a clone was already a significant achievement for himself. Kiba at the side was fuming with jealousy and a competition. How can you use that jutsu so easily? My ma said that was Birankino. She won't even let me learn it yet. Kiba pouted as he looked at Naruto, who was practicing his shuriken jutsu with a bunch of clones. He never knew people could use shadow clones to accelerate training either, and it seemed only people who had an extraordinary amount of chakra can use it. Kiba felt hint of jealousy at Naruto's Uzumaki heritage, who was said to have vast amount of chakra. Naruto crossed his arms in smugness. Hee hee. Because I am talented to Bayo. I will surpass everyone and become Hokage. Naruto said with pride. His nose was so up high, showing off to Kiba. Humph. You are just lucky. I won't let you surpass me, and I am the one who will be Hokage. Kiba and Naruto bantered on who would become Hokage, though Sasuke felt that was all pointless. Sasuke at the side looked at Naruto with a hint of bitterness. It was because Sasuke felt his strength and improvement start to stagnate. He could barely keep up with Naruto's taijutsu now. Just as he thought at least his ninjutsu was superior with his mastery over the basics jutsu, Naruto, who weren't able to do a mere clone jutsu suddenly, over a single weekend, start to show off how he can use a B-rank shadow clone jutsu, a superior technique compared to cloning jutsu. Add to the fact that in spars, if it wasn't for his Sharingan copying his movement, and then training himself to be able to match Naruto's speed and reaction, Sasuke wouldn't have been able to keep himself ahead of Naruto by that one step. And that one step was because Sasuke had always used his brain more and his Sharingan let him perceive Naruto's movements. The fact that he had to use his Sharingan at all when sparring with Naruto made Sasuke felt weak and humiliated. Naruto may have bigger stamina and an unnatural amount of chakra, and for him that was Naruto's inherent advantage, much like his own eyes. But that should not give him advantage in any of his movements. Naruto's taijutsu was simply from his hard work. And Sasuke cannot accept he cannot keep up with him without his Sharingan. He felt pathetic, and he hated it. Back in the academy, Naruto started as the class clown, almost an entire opposite of his sister, who was the class genius next to him. People mocked Naruto for always talking big and seeking attention. But now no one in class except for Sasuke was a match for Naruto. Though Naruto became much more of a loudmouth and was still as annoying if not more with his talking big and how he was going to become Hokage every single day, including pestering Sakura each time he showed off how strong he was or something. His only friends was still Hinata, Kiba, and maybe Sasuke, given they did spend time training in the same field. For Kiba, both of them dreamed of becoming Hokage. He felt a sense of compadre with him. Seeing Naruto's strength and hard work, he wouldn't let him step up more than him. As for Sasuke, he had the same sense of rivalry. But it wasn't a friendly kind nor out of respect now. But more towards a feeling of weakness and frustration, using Naruto as a kind of benchmark to not fall behind. Perhaps at first he had acknowledged him, and his presence was bearable. But now, it shifted slightly. Being pressured by Naruto out of all people always left Sasuke with a bitter taste, and it made him push himself more and more. He needed strength for his revenge. Each time he saw Naruto's rapid improvement, Sasuke's frustration grew. The frustration built up more whenever he saw Naruto being trained by Tsuyu, that bitter feelings amplified even more. It made him recall his own brother, Itachi. Each time he saw the pair together, it brought the memories from the good times, that quickly turned into horror as he remembered Itachi's cruelty, killing his parents and everyone. He hated the fact that he felt jealous at Naruto more because he had his sister, who had helped him through everything. Sasuke saw just how much Tsuyu emphasized on guiding Naruto and cared for him, in her own ways, both as a shinobi and as a person. It made Sasuke felt lonelier deep inside, and because he was lonely in his heart, he too saw Naruto's own loneliness. But for him, that was unreasonable. In fact, Sasuke hated Naruto inside for being ignorant enough to not realize and appreciate what he still had. Naruto had always had that person with him, but in Sasuke's view, Naruto never noticed it at all and was still desperate to fill that loneliness with meaningless bonds with so-called friends. Sasuke never understood just what was wrong with Naruto to still seek so connection with others when he still had a family. A random sadistic thought even came to Sasuke, hoping that Tsuyu would leave Naruto eventually so Naruto would know just what true loneliness was. Only when you experience loss would you understand. Sasuke took a deep breath and regained his focus on his own training. I need to focus. Naruto returned home after a long day, feeling super exhausted from his use of shadow clones. In fact, Naruto had never felt completely tired physically due to his enormous physical energy, but now with the shadow clones Naruto can completely use his energy efficiently and effectively each day, leading to a complete qualitative leap from quantitative improvements. Naruto felt more spirited feeling his self-improvement. How his shuriken hits more and more accurate, as if he had drilled it 1,000 times when he had only did 100 today. His mind returned to his sister, feeling really grateful to her. She was his support and pillar. Although the pillar was cold, she still had his back to keep him standing no matter what. Their birthday was coming again in a few weeks. They had never celebrated so far due to the day being the day where their parents died, at least that was why he assumed Tsuyu never cared. They had a lot of money now though, so Naruto planned to buy her a gift. Using his pocket money, although the money was technically Tsuyu's, but it's the thought that counts. While Tsuyu was out during the mission, Naruto managed to get a craftsman made a nice bracelet with a little gem stone on it. This girl named Ino, who seemed really knowledgeable about girls' stuffs, told him it was trendy, and a lot of Ino's friends all had them too. Naruto was excited to give the present. Tsuyu eventually came back from her mission. Naruto, as always, seemed giddy to tell him about how he improved and wanted to show her. Tsu-chan. I can hit the target from 40 meters to Bayo. The training method work. I feel like I threw them 1,000 times yesterday. Tsuyu just smiled, feeling satisfied that Naruto improved. Though, she wouldn't be satisfied until Naruto catch up to her. Naturally, Tsuyu gave him a beating. Tsuyu with her big brain made Naruto's clones spar with her own clones. In the forest clearing, the ANBU watching the siblings thought it was the most bizarre scene he ever watched. Seeing tens of shadow clones sparring with another tens of shadow clones. As one poofed, another one reappeared. Though Naruto's clones were beaten mercilessly and poofed more. Tsu-chan. Why you need to beat me too? The clones were Aurea dash. Because it is not the same. Come at me again. Tsuyu was cold and strict as usual, not letting Naruto relax even for a second, even if the clones were working already. After the evening of hard training, both of them were exhausted. But Naruto felt himself getting stronger each time, despite the weariness. Good work, Nii-san. Tsuyu said in appreciation. Naruto did improve a lot, much to her satisfaction and expectation. Hee. I will become Hokage de Bayo. I won't stop working hard until I become Hokage. Alright. Sure thing. And I guess I will have to deal with you as your assistant. Tsuyu let out a light chuckle. The thought of being a part of Konoha Council while her brother was the Hokage was not exactly pleasant. Let's just say in theoretical circumstances where Naruto was strong enough as a shinobi he could become Hokage and did it, but the political matter involved in it would have meant hell for the advisory council, weren't it? Would she had a carefree leisurely life as she expected? Sounded like the work while all the real important would be passed on to her. Tsuyu hoped Naruto would at least try to learn enough about non-shinobi stuffs to at least have a common sense on how the shinobi world work, since he wanted to become a politician and a village leader, and even wanting to hold a position equal to the daimyo. But books that weren't making him any stronger were like Naruto's kryptonite, and even Tsuyu's strictness wouldn't help him on this. Tsuyu just hoped in the future when he grew up he would realize he needed to learn those too and take his own initiative. As they came back home, Tsuyu went to her room for a second before coming out with a scroll. Here. She threw it towards him. Naruto catched the scroll and opened it. This is. Tsu-chan. Naruto looked at Tsuyu with wide eyes. His eyes filled with unhidden happiness. The first page of the scroll was the hand seals to form a C-rank wind release, Great Typhoon. It was just a motivating factor for him, and so it was put on the first page. Along with it, the scroll contained Tsuyu's plan for Naruto to work on his chakra manipulation and ninjutsu. Due to Naruto's lack of talent for that department, Tsuyu had always emphasized more on his taijutsu because it was a matter of efficiency, that improving Naruto's taijutsu in the same hour of training bear more result for his ability and helped Naruto having motivation from seeing results. But with the cheating shadow clones technique, Tsuyu had a plan in her mind for Naruto to use ninjutsu at a good enough level. Even the jutsu selected required mostly shape transformation more instead of nature transformation, which was more difficult, meaning Naruto would be able to use it sooner and far more effectively compared to jutsu that requires more sharpness in nature. The plan started with Naruto's training his chakra control first. With goals listed in chronology such as climbing up and down the tree, standing and running on still water and running river surface, and only after mastery of such basics for shinobi work would Naruto start his training on wind. Nature transformation using leaf cutting method. She got the training method Captain Kaito, who was a wind release user. Kaito even generously offered to train Naruto in his free time along with herself since Tsuyu was already able to use earth release to a good degree and training on second nature to keep their cards open in any situation was always good. Tsuyu accepted the offer, not realizing Danzo was getting closer and closer to her brother. Though Tsuyu wanted to have Naruto mastering the basic first before going into nature transformation, so the training with Kaito on wind release would be for later. Naruto felt even more grateful to her. He had always wanted to perform cool jutsu. While shadow clones were powerful, there was this cool factor missing. He already imagined himself blowing wind so powerful, Sasuke was blown up to the sky, turning into a distant twinkling star. Naruto chuckled inwardly at the image. Just you wait, Sasuke team. I will blow you so hard to Bayo. Chapter 46, Sharingan is cheating. Hiruzen read the report from ANBU 3rd Squad of the Assassination Division, the one Kaito led and Tsuyu were under on her first mission. At the same time Danzo was doing the same as well. Both of them were satisfied seeing the detailed report. Hiruzen had asked Kaito to observe Tsuyu and write in detail so Hiruzen could analyze her talent and potential better. Though, Hiruzen put down the report on the table. His gaze turned to Kaito. About her psyche. Tell me what you think. The report mentioned the target was eventually eliminated along with a subordinate of his due to them being a threat. However, killing was always a difficult thing to do. And much more difficult was the information extraction process. Hiruzen was unaware Tsuyu had long completed the mental state training in ANBU and was already detached on killing from the very moment she was born. While they do have Yamanaka members that had better method to extract information, but they weren't cabbages to have them in every squad. And like any other clan, only a small portion of the entire clan had enough skill and talent for it. And not everyone who did would want to join ANBU, a known darker side of work. Kaito only told the truth about Tsuyu's state of mind during the entire mission. Overall, Hiruzen was deeply shocked. Hiruzen kept asking to make sure the report was right. The thing was, almost every fresh graduate would have fear on their first real mission that involved the threat of death. Even Hiruzen felt fear the first time he received an injury from a kunai slashing at him in his youth. Whether it was fear of death that wasn't present in the academy, or fear from the killing intent emanating when a shinobi fight to kill. Newer recruits and even those with weak will would find themselves stuck in place when fighting against them from feeling too much pressure. And what was even more difficult than facing an opponent that truly wanted to kill you was to have a heart to truly kill another with no emotional justification and completely detach oneself from it. That would take more time as well. But in Kaito's words, it was as if Tsuyu was already acting like a veteran ANBU member in her psychology. Comparing to Shisui or Itachi in the past, both of them had joined war and saw deaths prior to becoming ANBU, so their performance was natural. Tsuyu on the other hand. She was raised in a time of peace, had never seen cruelty, death, nor had need to fight for her life in the academy. Hiruzen was feeling a complicated mixture of emotions towards Minato's daughter. It was almost too scary. Tsuyu's talent and abilities were considered a genius. But her psyche. Hiruzen couldn't find a word to describe it other than a monster. He hated that he had to use the word. He couldn't understand just what went wrong. How can a child become merciless at such a young age? Hiruzen started to brainstorm on his own, and the result always ended up due to Tsuyu not receiving the love of a parent nor having a guardian to rely on. Hiruzen wondered if Minato would blame himself if he knew what kind of person his daughter had turned out to be. And he even felt wary that Tsuyu would turn out to be someone like Orochimaru or Danzo. In the past, he had always thought his disciple, Orochimaru's lack of heart, was a strong point. But after knowing how far Orochimaru had gone in his pursuit of knowledge, Hiruzen was afraid Tsuyu was the same kind of person who could commit atrocities without batting an eye if she was ever misguided. I must not let Danzo ever approach her. Hiruzen thought in his head. If Danzo ever reached out to her, he was afraid Tsuyu would be misguided to the dark path. While Hiruzen had always understood the need for the shadows led by Danzo, he wouldn't be able to face Minato or Kushina in the Pure Lands if that happened to Tsuyu. He was sure both of them wouldn't want their child to thread such dark waters. At least, not when she was still too young. She may be a well-qualified shinobi now, but Hiruzen had an assumption that she hadn't seen the world fully yet to decide on her shinobi's path. Though Hiruzen was already too late, Danzo already did. Or rather, even if Danzo didn't, from the moment Tanya was reincarnated as Tsuyu, there was no such thing as dark waters, it was only a matter of efficiency and benefits. Contrary to Hiruzen's feelings, Danzo was more than satisfied. As expected from his initial evaluation of Tsuyu. If only every single new graduate was like her, how good would it be for Konoha? Danzo had long felt dissatisfied over fresh graduates in these peace times who really only become shinobi as if it was a cool thing instead of genuinely wanting peace and act as a weapon for Konoha and Land of Fire during those warring times. Amidst the old men's thoughts on Tsuyu's, she continued her training as soon as she was back in Konoha after 2 weeks of worth of mission. In the training field, she and 10 of her clones were practicing leaf sinking method, compressing chakra tight together and holding its shape to change its nature into earth chakra. While earth releases had a lower threshold to use due to most of its jutsu required shape transformation most as the earth was literally in the ground for your use, but the element had a very high ceiling, like other elements. For fire, it became hotter. For wind, they were sharper. For earth, they would become heavier, tougher, and compact. On the far side, Naruto and his clones were trying to walk up and down the tree, though many of them keep falling over and over again. Sasuke, not wanting to fall behind, also followed. This time Sakura and Ino came along after seeing it wasn't the trauma-inducing physical training. A Tsuyu shadow clone was constantly guiding Naruto and the others included. Although it was more of a commentary of too much, too little, too slow. Yosha, one of Naruto's clone, exclaimed in excitement as he managed to walk one more step up before falling. Everyone. We can do this. Yeah. Let's do this. Naruto's clones were cheering on each other. Sakura was the best among the trainees, managing to reach 5 meters upward already. While Ino was only a step behind. Heh. See that Ino pig? Sakura smirked as she looked down on Ino who was behind her. Ino gritted her teeth, trying to take another step, but ultimately fell. Sakura's inner ego screamed in satisfaction. Her eyes darted to Sasuke, wanting to see if Sasuke paid attention to how amazing she was. But Sasuke never noticed. Or rather, Sasuke was too absorbed in his training to care about how others were doing. Sakura felt a little sad, but a part of her also wanted to help Sasuke who seemed struggling. Sakura-chan. Look. Hee I am more amazing than Sasuke. Naruto wanted to show off to Sakura to make her realize how amazing and better he was than Sasuke. The clones also followed after real Naruto, calling Sakura-chan like swarms of flies buzzing in her ears. Shut up Baka Naruto. No one cares. Due to Naruto disturbing her focus, she lost her chakra control and fall flat on the ground. Naruto suddenly felt rage exploding from her. Sakura raised her big forehead, bulging with veins. Damn you Naruto, Sakura was fuming with rage as she approached the clones. Sakura-chan, wait. She gave Naruto and his clones a beating, throwing punches after punches. She felt very satisfied even if she didn't even know which one was the real Naruto. It felt real anyway. And from her understanding the clones would return memories back to Naruto, so it meant, if she punched Naruto's face 10 times, then the real Naruto would still remember being punched 10 times. Sakura smiled in evilness as she chased the clones around and used them as punching bags. While all the clones were all scattering, trying to run away from the pink demon. Tsuyu ignored the commotion, and maybe it was time for Naruto to have a reality check that even if he was better than Sasuke in any aspect, Sakura wouldn't like him. Frankly, even she admitted Naruto had zero socializing talent, was unable to read the room, and he had a negative aura overall even with his current reputation as class's second, in terms of fighting. Naruto wasn't even a bad looker either. His whiskers added a cute factor to him objectively speaking. Though if any girl gave him any attention like starting a conversation, suddenly Naruto would become way too excited about it, and his overexcitement and lack of awareness and acting like they were best buddies the next second, freaking them out and made them run far away right after. And really, was her brother that blind? Hinata was right there. Unfortunately, Hinata wasn't a talker and Naruto found her boring and a little weird even if he considered her a close friend. Imagine talking to someone to get to know them, but suddenly they get all close and smiley and all excited, always hang out with you throughout the day and start to initiate conversations talking about how he loved Ichiraku or how he would become Hokage in your face as if you two were childhood friends all day. Most people would feel heavily uncomfortable with such suddenness when you guys were almost strangers right the day before. Naruto didn't even seem to realize what exactly was wrong, that relationship had to be built brick by brick properly most of the times. And with Tsuyu not in class to point it out, Naruto's annoyingness never got any lesser. Tsuyu's shadow clone turned her face to see Sasuke this time since Naruto was not training anymore. In the field, Sasuke was doing the worst. Damn it. Sasuke gritted in frustration as he fall again. His eyes went to see the marks on the trees Naruto used, how Naruto already reached half of the tree's height in a few hours. It was even more frustrating seeing Sakura, someone who he considered was akin to furniture in class, doing even better than he did. Sasuke couldn't control his frustration and delivered a punch to the tree, causing the wood to splinter but also caused his fist to bleed. It was too humiliating, too pitiful. Tsuyu's shadow clone came to Sasuke's side. Her eyes didn't show any hint of mocking or the like. Sasuke, you need to control your emotions to control your chakra. Spiritual energy was heavily affected by emotions, she said as a matter of fact. Sasuke went quiet. He knew Tsuyu was right. And being angry would only worsen his training. Damn it. Sasuke muttered in defeat. He looked over at Naruto who even had the time to play around with Sakura. Sasuke was serious about his training because of his goals. And yet he couldn't even catch up to a clown that merely wanted to become some stupid Hokage just because he was lonely and desperate for attention. Sasuke. Naruto had his advantages. But you two had your own. Tsuyu crossed her arms, as if she was waiting for Sasuke to realize it himself. I can't train like he did, damn it. Sasuke clenched his fist that had stains of blood on them. Your eyes. Tsuyu's shadow clone muttered as she started to walk along the tree sideways casually, pointing to her eyes. Tsuyu wasn't a fan of spoon-feeding everything, especially for those who she believed had talent and enough brain to learn by themselves. Naruto was a rare case of being too much of a dunce for her to need to spoon-fed him everything, and that was her own brother, so he was excluded. Sasuke was confused a little, but then it was as if an epiphany. My eyes. The pair of single Tomo Sharingan opened. He tried to observe closely how Tsuyu's chakra flow along her sole of her feet to remain on the tree. But a part of Sasuke's heart felt ashamed of copying, when others had managed to do it on their own. Tsuyu was someone who understood human emotions from their face and already saw how Sasuke was feeling. Using your advantage was not shameful. Even the act of copying didn't mean you were admitting you were worse. Prove yourself that you could take what you observed and copied to an even higher level. Take it, make it your own, and use it better than everyone. Tsuyu's clear eyes and stern loud voice echoed in Sasuke's ears, completely erasing his shame for using his eyes to copy someone at all. Yes. Sasuke's spirit returned as he started his practice once more, this time having Tsuyu's clone that was tree walking as a reference. Sasuke improved even faster than Naruto with his cheating clones, having Tsuyu's shadow clone directly guiding him by showing directly how her chakra flow on her soles. Tsuyu nodded in satisfaction at seeing the drive in Sasuke's eyes. She had always appreciated hard-working and motivated soldier. Both Naruto and Sasuke had their own cheats, and only a fool wouldn't abuse it, Tsuyu thought. Chapter 47, Wind of Change. Daichi looked at Tsuyu in shock seeing how she could sink the leaf into the water already in mere 1 week. You can't be real, you made me feel like trash. Daichi had complicated feelings seeing how casual Tsuyu was with it. Even he took 2 months and his instructor already called him a genius back then. Senpai, I had my own method, as you know. God. Life is really unfair. Daichi shed fake tears. Tsuyu twitched her eyebrow. She hated the word God the most. It almost made her want to tell Daichi that the concept of God itself was already a paradox because a real God was supposed to be all-encompassing and benevolent, and wouldn't intentionally made humans with their flaws and selfishness, and wouldn't just let the world fall into sufferings. Therefore, a genuine God as believed by human wouldn't even exist in the first place. The reality was the beings claimed to be God were just the same as humans in their intentions, methods, and cruelty. Therefore, they were more like an alien with unreasonable technology that humans cannot fathom yet, and had their own intentions. If anything, she believed those gods used faith as a source of their own existence. Even if humans were their creation, it would just be that of a programmer making a program. That programmer itself could be a shitty being and only trying to make mindless slaves for his use and never deserved worship. Tsuyu understood and accepted being X had unfathomable powers, but that meant nothing. Since you already did it, I will pass my technique to you. Hee hee, but you owe me a little. How about 10s of your explosive tags? Hee hee. Daichi gave his sunny, sheepish smile. No problem. I will deliver it tomorrow to your house. Tsuyu didn't give it much thought. Nicey. Daichi was more than happy. After all, Tsuyu's explosive tags were far better than standard and can be triggered way farther than normal. It suited his assassination jutsu. Daichi started his lecture with vigor. The prerequisite to master the technique was high. It involved turning chakra into earth nature and infusing them into the body tissue. How should I put it? It utilizes yang nature. You know how medical ninjutsu was like the opposite of genjutsu. Both required precise chakra control, but the application was different. One towards the body, the other towards the mind. It was a sort of like medical ninjutsu where you applied earth-release chakra through your bodily tissues with precision. You cannot do it blindly and train with it, so you could do it with little thoughts. You should have learned basic human anatomy from your medical ninjutsu elective and from the ANBU course, right? There were specific parts where you would infuse only minimal chakra, such as the tendons. And as for the muscles, you only infuse a part of it, while at the skin and bones are where you infuse them the most. Unless facing certain death, you could infuse earth chakra everywhere to completely negate the attack, otherwise, incorrect use would immobilize you and harm your body. There's also significant weakness towards lightning release as it could conduct through the body, and it was almost a basic to know lighting was strong against earth chakra. Tsuyu views on Daichi turned a little different, a little of respect and praise inside. She didn't expect this unreliable-looking teen was an actual genius just from the sound of it, and he wasn't joking. Daichi was invited into the ANBU very early due to his genius. Don't compare him to the likes of Tsuyu, otherwise he might look like a jumping clown on the outside. I understand, senpai. Daichi started to guide Tsuyu. First step was to transform chakra into earth nature, and then infuse them minimally into bodily cells around the chakra network itself to allow better earth chakra conductivity and like a catalyst to favor flowing pure chakra to transform into earth nature. Daichi's tips were to infuse starting from the chakra network and then outward, like a gradient growing from the center, chakra network, to the skin layer above and down into the bones below. In short, only the skin tissue and the bones had maximum earth chakra infusion, while at the starting point, from the chakra network itself it had minimal infusion. Just from the amount of precision and layers with different density of earth chakra infusion, it was very clear it would take a lot of practice and time. Although. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Poof. 5 shadow clones appeared and each of them start practicing. Daichi twitched his eyebrow, not liking where this was going. He won't be surpassed by a junior, right? With that, Tsuyu's schedule was quite tight. Practicing was one thing. Guiding Naruto was another. There's also making explosive tags for sale and learning more Fuinshiki in her free time from the Sealing Squad. She had wanted to learn so many things to improve herself, but can only tackle one thing at a time. Hiruzen received the report on what Tsuyu had been doing all the time out of worry, and seeing just how much Tsuyu was working towards gaining power, he started to doubt her intention and end goal. Naruto wanting to become Hokage was one thing and being hated and needing acknowledgement was understandable. As for Sasuke, he wanted revenge. Lee wanted to prove himself as not useless and can become a shinobi. They all had a reasonable motivation. But Tsuyu's motivation was not clear and mysterious. Just where did the drive came from? Hiruzen cannot think of any. What was it? Just what was driving Tsuyu to be this hardworking? Was it really to protect Konoha? It perplexed Hiruzen. Was it like Orochimaru? That her motivation was selfish in nature? Hiruzen was already almost close to the truth. But the old man shook the thought away. He started to think in Tsuyu's perspective. Growing in a cold home, with no parents, she probably wanted strength to be able to protect herself and her brother. To provide for both of themselves. And perhaps seeing Naruto being bullied and being an outcast while she couldn't do anything made Tsuyu felt powerless inside. Just how much frustration and burden did Tsuyu hide inside her cold facade? Hiruzen wondered, how could a child carry such a burden? Hiruzen's eyes softened slightly, as if coming to a completely 180-degree misunderstanding. No wonder she was always so harsh with Naruto. Tsuyu's coldness was a need for her to mature up, and her effort was to gain strength for both of them, as a family. Hiruzen felt a sense of deep pity, guilt, but also awe. Hiruzen made a decision and stood from his chair, taking the scroll of sealing from the vault. He opened the scroll and ended up in page where Flying Raijin was recorded. He contemplated it. He believed Tsuyu deserved this, and as a way to make up for his failure to give Tsuyu a proper childhood. ANBU missions were generally more dangerous too, and in time, Tsuyu's achievements would definitely mean she would deserve this eventually. This jutsu was a perfect investment to ensure the life of herself as Minato's daughter and as the village Jinchuriki. At least, he believed, he could make it up to Minato in the afterlife. But giving an S-class jutsu still required the agreement of council, as normally one would only be eligible for an S-rank jutsu from having meritorious deeds. But being the Jinchuriki of the village technically already made the siblings up for consideration, especially with Tsuyu being known to be able to control Kyuubi's power and being a genius. With how Konoha is in its weakest state since the founding, giving an S-class jutsu wouldn't be too unreasonable. As for whether Tsuyu could master them, he wasn't exactly confident, as only Lord 2nd and Lord 4th had achieved it. But perhaps with time Tsuyu could. When Hiruzen brought up his opinion of the council, no one rejected. Having the Jinchuriki available at all times through the Flying Raijin was too good to be passed on anyway. Even Danzo had no objection and felt even more elated inside. Danzo couldn't just blindly stuff Tsuyu with all S-rank techniques like a fat sheep, even if he planned to harvest her with Koto Amitsukami after she became a perfect weapon, since Hiruzen might find out about Tsuyu's training or any other ways. Hiruzen didn't realize the mistake he was making at this moment, at least not from his intentions. The next day, and in confusion, Tsuyu received the scroll on Flying Raijin, much to her astonishment, after being called to Hiruzen's office. Inside the scroll were the original version of Flying Raijin used by Lord 2nd. As for the improved version used by Lord 4th, it was taught to Minato's personal shadow guard in the past by Minato himself. So if Tsuyu needs to, she could ask them for advice, as per Hiruzen's words. Her initial assessment of Hiruzen raised by multiple points. To think the unreasonable teleportation technique her father had once used was now in her hands this freely, even she felt it was too much. It was like receiving a year's worth of salary bonus out of nowhere. Though Hiruzen made it clear, it was more of an investment and a loan for her future merits, so the FTG was already considered as Tsuyu claiming her them. Unless she absolutely couldn't use the jutsu at all. In her mind, Konoha was already the best employer she ever had in the past 2 lives. A lot of benefits, bonuses, and a lot of holidays in between missions, and she didn't even have to 9 to 5 each day, and training was her own initiatives, otherwise she could have lounged freely. Really, Konoha Banzai. Though Tsuyu's initial happiness was trotted, given the jutsu's unreasonable difficulty. How could a human learn such a complicated formula with their own mind? The seal itself was very complex to learn and make, with each lines of different formula used required understanding of how chakra need to be shaped for specific detailed function. And while Tsuyu's experience with magic formula in her past life helped a lot, but it was as if she had to learn and do all this without a computation orb. And she couldn't do a copy and paste either. While the codes were written in the scroll, but she essentially had to carve each codes made of chakra mentally, and each of them had to be perfected, otherwise the jutsu wouldn't work. And coding in Fuin Shiki had no such thing as perfection. As it was chakra you mold, and slight alteration might improve a specific function and achieve better performance, whether it's the speed at which the jutsu performed, the chakra cost, the travel distance, the accuracy of transport, aligning and resonating two chakra signals, differentiating between different coordinates of marked space, and even to ensure you arrive at correct orientation of space. There's so much lines of codes to be considered. The jutsu basically required extreme chakra control, massive chakra reserve, enough intelligence, and lastly dedication. What jutsu was all-encompassing and required every talent in one person. No wonder only 2 people ever mastered it. She believed she could do it, but the amount of effort needed would be massive. Each fuin shiki made would requires trial and error to be perfected for real use and need micro-adjustments for each formula. Hiruzen can use the jutsu too actually, but due to efficiency problem he never opted to use it. As for the initial barrier for chakra cost itself, Tsuyu was already in the clear. She started to divide half of her times training earth armament jutsu, while the other half learning flying Raijin. Thankfully both of the jutsu had different nature in terms of training, as the first focused on training with the body, while the other focused on the mind. Though, Tsuyu never managed to master the latter half due to circumstances. Akatsuki's Zoom meeting. The projection of Orochimaru's twisted self licked his lips as he appeared. On his side, another projection of Shino from Land of Sky also appeared. Only Pain, Konan, Orochimaru, and Shino were in attendance as the project was kept secret from Itachi mostly. The projection zoomed out, revealing both of them standing atop of the sky fortress, Anchorvantion that was flying in the sky. Then it projected to Shino, who had a buff body and a clearly crazed expression on him. Powerful purple dark chakra constantly emitting from him. The Zero Tail was complete and a massive success. Though it lacked negative chakra to completely exert its power, as it was mostly used to power the Sky Fortress. Pain-sama. We are now ready to destroy Konoha. Shino felt very excited to finally show off the true power of Anchorvantion. He believed he would soon have the 5 nations beneath his, he meant Akatsuki's, feet. The completed Zero Tail unexpectedly bore more result than expected, producing enough dark chakra to power up the Sky Fortress to fly. Though it was short a little to fire its main weapon. Shino was too impatient and wanted to fire it outright, that's why he insisted Orochimaru to invade Konoha quickly. Once they invaded Konoha, caused chaos and destruction, the dark energy from the pain and suffering would be fed into the Zero Tail and it would then had enough to fire them surely. Shino with overexcitement explained to Pain about his brute plans. Pain didn't care much and just gave him a green light, since on the surface what Shino and Orochimaru did had no connection to the Akatsuki. And both of them act due to personal enmity on the surface. Pain wouldn't risk exposing Akatsuki and their true goals just yet in case they failed and had the 5 nations cooperate together far too early. So in the upcoming invasion, Akatsuki wouldn't be joining. Orochimaru licked his lips, feeling a little unreal that the time was finally coming. But first, Orochimaru decided to meet with Danzo first. He wouldn't underestimate Konoha just yet, and with Danzo's underhand it would lower risk of failure. The plan was he would deal with Hiruzen personally. In his view, Zero Tail was powerful, but it lacked power of a true bijou and merely a chakra battery. Though it already made Shino a Kage-level shinobi by hosting it. Meanwhile, his force from Otogekure, and the remnant shinobi from the Land of the Sky would attack. Orochimaru felt the wind that would blow the wheel that had been stuck for long was coming. And that wind was himself. Chapter 48, Orochimaru's Gift. Root HQ. Danzo-sama. Tsuyu kneeled on one knee as she met Danzo. She received instructions from Kaito right after her second mission. Her second mission wasn't worth mentioning. Iam's bug bit the target of assassination and the end was already made clear. Frankly, she didn't contribute much and was on a ride. She was made aware that if the target was people without much protection, the mission could be tasked towards a single person. It was because Tsuyu was a new recruit that the squad moved together as a whole unit even on easy missions, more towards the intention of mentoring her, and it was the same for any squad with new recruits. Not that Tsuyu needed it, it was more for formality and standard operation procedure. Stand up. Congratulations on completing your second mission. You delivered as much as I expected from you, Tsuyu. Thank you for the praise. I am glad I could deliver. Tsuyu's sweet words flow naturally. Now, let me get straight to the point. As you are made aware, your body cannot withstand the true power of Kyubi chakra. And I had a help of a friend. Leave a shadow clone. We are leaving Konoha. Tsuyu was quite intrigued at this friend of Danzo. But she obeyed without much question. She still trusted Danzo as her superior after all. The shadow clones disappeared, acting like Tsuyu all day so no one would suspect a thing. Tsuyu was led by Danzo and a total of 9 root members escorting them through the dark tunnel. What's up with the escort? Tsuyu can already guess Danzo didn't really trust the so-called friend, otherwise he wouldn't bring this much force with him. At the end of the tunnel, there lies an entrance above shining hint of light down. With a quick flicker, she and others quickly move out of the tunnel. She found herself somewhere in a forest. The observed secret entrance was hidden as part of a tree. She could guess they were already outside of Konoha. The group moved southeast for about an hour through the thick forest. Just then, one of the root member made a signal for everyone to stop. He searched around the trees in the area, and as if finding the right tree he quickly made a hand seal. With a hand slap, a fuin was activated, the ground nearby split open with a slight shake revealing a hidden staircase leading underground. So many secret entrances. Tsuyu made her own commentary. She wondered just how much of these secret entrances and bases did Root had. Quickly she was led down the secret base, leading to long tunnel with multiple rooms. Though she noticed it was as if the secret base was already once used and emptied due to markings and dirt here and there. As they reached the end of the tunnel, one of the Root pushed the big stone door open. Instantly heavy pressure descended on Tsuyu, as if she was being stalked by a predator. But she had no fear, only surprise. The yellow eyes with slits seemingly glow from the dark. Sounds of snakes constantly echoing from the dark room. Danzo, is this how you greet a friend? Orochimaru stepped forward, letting light reflects on his pale skin. The snakes around him slithered along with his cold steps, letting out hisses and baring their fangs towards them. Humph. You know me, Orochimaru. HNHNHN. Cautious as ever, though, you still trust me enough to make a deal with me, HNHNHN. Orochimaru let out a little chuckle. Orochimaru. The defected Sannin. Tsuyu was quite surprised that Danzo was working with Orochimaru, a known betrayer of the village. As an ANBU member she knew the inside information of Orochimaru in human experiment. Not that she cared much about those lives and didn't feel much except surprise seeing the Sannin. Let's get to business. Danzo wasn't really going to waste time. Danzo just eyed the Root next to him. He nodded and quickly appeared in front of Orochimaru, handing over a scroll. Orochimaru quickly looked over at the content. He widened his eyes slightly, feeling a little surprised that Danzo was really willing to trade all these for his expertise. For you to really give such a thing to me, you are making me curious just who was it that you need help with to this extent. His tongue flicked to lick his lips, a sinister smile carved on his face. Orochimaru took the scroll and placed it on his lips, his long tongue darted to wrap around the scroll, his saliva dripping as it was pulled into his mouth and down his throat with a loud gulp. Why the F*******? Tsuyu was quite disturbed at the scene. Why would you swallow it like that? Danzo squinted his eyes, not really liking the looks on Orochimaru's eyes. But still he was already making a deal, and as far their relationship went, Danzo had always been Orochimaru's subordinate, even helping him defect back then. The two never had any clash per se. It was a new recruit of mine, Yosei. Tsuyu stepped forward. She was wearing a mask and a cloak though, not really helping Orochimaru see anything. I have made preparations for your requested body enhancement, though, I have my own method. HNHNHN, but first. I need to know just how strong your subordinate body is. He might not be able to handle it. Orochimaru licked his lips in expectation. Danzo had a little reservation but still proceeded. Yosei. Show him what you can do. Understood. Tsuyu already know what she had to do. Everyone made space for Tsuyu and Orochimaru. Come. With curiosity, Orochimaru focused on this Yosei, expecting something good. Tsuyu took a deep breath, her gaze became serious. Without any warning, she used body flicker combined with chakra expulsion from the soles, immediately delivering a knee strike to the snake. Orochimaru's eyes widened slightly in surprise, but with casualness his neck bent sideways in an almost unnatural way. Tsuyu widened her eyes in shock at how bizarre the Sannin dodged her attack. Orochimaru continued his attack as his head wrapped slither around Tsuyu's leg and then to her body. Orochimaru almost felt disappointed. But as his neck slithered up Tsuyu's body, he felt intense chakra fluctuation from Yosei, screaming danger to him. Raging fist, heaven's roar. Splat. Orochimaru's neck and head exploded to pieces from the chakra blasted. A root member quickly flickered in front of Danzo to block the blood and flesh from splattering to his cloths. Tsuyu turned her gaze to the headless Orochimaru. White snakes grow out from the place where the neck was supposed to be and he regenerated his own head. His eyes seemed a little more interested now, licking his lips casually. Is he even human? Tsuyu asked herself incredulously. What powerful amount of chakra. And that technique, using all of your tenketsu. Almost similar to Hyuga's secret technique, though a different application. HNHNHN. Interesting. Orochimaru's knowledge on jutsu was enough to have him see through Tsuyu's technique. Come again. Tsuyu didn't give it much thought and use all she had. Thought she didn't use any ninjutsu and only stuck to taijutsu and or nintaijutsu. Orochimaru was also very casual, dodging and using his snakes to counterattack just to see how far Yosei's ability was. HNHNHN, your skills could do some work. But your body was already very strong for your young age. To handle that amount of chakra and power without breaking apart. Your control was truly as monstrous as your body. Orochimaru's interest heightened even more. His gaze towards Tsuyu turned into greed. Already thinking of Tsuyu as a potential body replacement. It was very clear Tsuyu's body was abnormally strong. As if she had a bloodline of Senju or Uzumaki. That's enough. Orochimaru said as he dodged an axe kick that caused a meter crater on the ground, blowing dust and debris. It might seem casual, but it's Orochimaru who specialized in being slippery. In his assessment, even a normal jonin would have a hard time against Tsuyu's assault and power. He felt very greedy for Yosei after seeing her capabilities. Though, she was Danzo's and he wouldn't know how to lure her in any ways. Yosei nodded and stopped her attacks. I believe you could take it, come. Orochimaru turned and walked towards the room behind him. Danzo and everyone else also followed. Danzo wouldn't allow Orochimaru to do whatever without his observation. Take off your mask. It wouldn't be appropriate during the procedure. And I am very curious to see the face of the person you took, Danzo. Orochimaru licked his lips. Danzo hesitated, but it was indeed not very proper in a sense. He gave a slight nod to Tsuyu to give a green light. But as soon as Tsuyu took off her mask, Orochimaru's gaze almost turned into a burning gaze boring into her face. It can't be, daughter of Minato. The blonde hair and blue eyes, whose daughter can it be other than his? Orochimaru went silent for seconds, his eyes as if thinking something, and then it turned into a sinister one for a split second. HNHNHN. Minato, your daughter shouldn't know about the truth. HNHNHN. Her body is mine. Orochimaru already turned his honest trade to backstabbing 180 degrees. Knowing Danzo, he had certainly kept Tsuyu in the dark. Knowing her identity meant Orochimaru knew what he could use to lure her into his side. His spy Mizuki had reported to him years back about how the siblings, the children of Minato, lived. His first thought was just a sense of pity and mockery, but then he forgot about it entirely since it was not important. But to think Konoha would treat a hero's children in such a way, it turns out to be a good opportunity for himself. Orochimaru smiled inwardly, thinking how Hiruzen was a fool and Danzo was the delivery man. Orochimaru licked his lips in greed, already considering her strong body as his own. Even if he wouldn't use it, for he was planning to snatch Itachi's body after he's done destroying Konoha, he would have loved a good subordinate. In Orochimaru's mind, as long as he could manipulate Tsuyu using her background and harsh environment, the unfair treatment, and the secrecy of the village, Orochimaru would get Tsuyu to his side. But Orochimaru was ignorant about the fact that Tsuyu wasn't a normal kid. Only that she's a genius. Not her psyche. The info Orochimaru had was outdated from his spies unable to send information all these years. And Orochimaru had this presumption Danzo did a little brainwashing on Tsuyu, thus her apparent calmness and expression all this time. And instead the brainwashing meant her mind was more susceptible to manipulation. With scheming already planned in his head, Orochimaru asked Tsuyu to sit down on the stone altar and take off her upper clothes. Danzo and the others were watching closely, wary of the snake. Tsuyu was a little uncomfortable at being watched this intensely, but she had gone through this during ANBU checkup and still did as told. But the gaze she felt from the snake specifically made her spine tingle, as if he's eyeing her body with greed. She gulped a mouthful of saliva. No way, she felt disgusted deep inside at the thought. She wouldn't want to meet another one. Orochimaru started to apply seals with his finger on Tsuyu's skin, starting from making 3 black tomo symbols on her left shoulder. The Fuin Shiki were then written and extended outward. This is the cursed seal of heaven. You must be familiar with Jiraiya, Danzo. Danzo stayed silent, as if wanting more explanation. The seal would allow her to access nature's energy and transform them into Senjutsu chakra. At the same time, her body would slowly adapt to the power, strengthening them in the process. Then why don't you have it yourself? Danzo wasn't that stupid and as cautious as ever. Because my body couldn't withstand it, unfortunately. Humph, is that so? Orochimaru smiled sinisterly. Once the cursed seal was placed, Tsuyu's mind would be corroded, and Danzo's, assumed, brainwashing done prior also meant it would be easier to break her mind and be manipulated to join his side. Orochimaru didn't have any guilt for backstabbing Danzo. Orochimaru continued molding the Fuin Shiki on Tsuyu's skin. As he completed the Fuins, he looked at the seals as if it was art. He then took one last step to complete the finishing touch. He threw up a scroll from his stomach, much to everyone's silent disgust. It was a storage scroll. As he opened it, poof! A jar containing a lump of wood-like flesh floating in the nutrient fluid appeared. With a twist, the cap was opened as the airtight mechanism unlocked with the gas flowing out. He took the flesh with his raw hand and planted them right on the core of the seals he made. That thing was none other than the living flesh of the Geto statue, which was revived through Zero Tail's chakra. He made a slight adjustment to them by splicing Yugo's DNA with the Geto statue DNA, making the cell-producing enzymes of Yugo's clan while having greater capabilities to absorb nature energy and hold Senjutsu chakra. The cursed seal of heaven was also designed so that it provide a boost in physical energy, as Senjutsu as a whole required balance in nature, spirit, and the body. Tsuyu had more spirit, therefore the cursed seal of heaven was implanted. This also aligns with what Danzo requested. He needed long extra preparations to include this thing into the improved seal, and it was a very complex Fuin Shiki. Orochimaru laughed inwardly, feeling very satisfied at his work and his future body or subordinate. You are now mine. Juinjutsu, cursed seal of heaven. Orochimaru made a hand seal, and the lump of flesh started to melt into the seal with a sizzling sound. The Fuin Shiki all lights up in red-orange light and begins to wiggle and contract inwardly, causing severe deep pain on her entire being. NNNH. Tsuyu gritted her teeth as she held onto the altar, gripping tight on them to a point of her knuckles turning white, holding herself together from screaming from the overwhelming pain. Unintentional tears dripped down her eyes from how much her body had to endure. Her entire body trembled. So much pain. Please be over quickly. Tsuyu was whining inside, holding back tears. Danzo felt worried that anything would go wrong, but Orochimaru simply said it was normal to feel pain and even lose consciousness. Tsuyu felt as if a foreign chakra was seeping into her, burning her flesh inside out to the very bones, especially on the core of the seal at her shoulder. But she endured and resisted throughout the minutes the seal was completing. As the seal was completed, Tsuyu eventually collapsed from exhaustion. Her body was drenched in sweat and in extreme pain all over. Her fingers were bleeding just from the sheer force of her own grip onto the altar. She felt she had lost all strength on his muscles and cannot move at all now, as if her entire physical energy was used to even accept such a thing. To think she was still conscious. Orochimaru's eyes glimmered with craze seeing how Tsuyu's body compatibility with the seal was really great. No one had even endured them to this point. Her talent was monstrous. Indeed, she carried the blood of Minato and Kushina. Worthy of becoming my body. If only she had a Sharingan along with her. Too bad she didn't carry the Uchiha bloodline. Nevertheless, she was still already Orochimaru's best option next to Itachi. Perhaps after Itachi's body cannot be used anymore he would use Tsuyu's next. Orochimaru was thinking how Danzo hadn't realized Tsuyu was not in his hands anymore. While at the same time Orochimaru was unaware of how his own overexpectation and greed was already leading to the path to his failure. Chapter 49, Cursed Seal of Heaven. Danzo had a medic nin he brought along to check up on Tsuyu. Her body was stable. No signs of injury. Only her physical energy was used up. Danzo nodded in relief inside. He already paid a lot just to have this deal made. When can I see the result? Danzo was impatient. Seeing Tsuyu's weak condition, she wouldn't be able to show it for now. In few hours, she would recover enough. But we can wait. Now, since you are here, old friend, I had wanted to discuss with you about something. Danzo followed Orochimaru with two of his most trusted root members as his guard into an empty room. As the door was closed, the root member quickly and efficiently light up the surrounding with oil lamps. Danzo. That old man, I am going settle my grudge with him. HN. Orochimaru looked at Danzo with expectation, already certain he out of all people would be glad for that to happen. Oh. Danzo hearing that was actually delighted. The day has come for you to disappear, Hiruzen. Danzo thought to himself. Danzo and Orochimaru finished their discussion. Orochimaru's force in Odogekure was already known as Danzo funded its establishment for Orochimaru in the past. Therefore Orochimaru kept no secret on the matter of using his force to invade Konoha. As for the invasion, it was planned to be done during the Chunin exam this year. Danzo could certify Odogekure as a shinobi village and have them participate in the exam among other villages. Orochimaru's troops would cause distraction, driving the other shinobi away from him while he would kill Hiruzen. While on the surface both of them agreed, but neither are truly truthful. Danzo would want Hiruzen dead, but he wouldn't want Orochimaru to harm the village and keep the damage to a minimal. Though in his opinion Orochimaru by himself won't be capable to destroy Konoha. Still, he already planned to prepare just in case to minimize the damage. As for Orochimaru, he hid the fact that he was capable of damaging Konoha enough through Shino with Zero Tail, the shinobis from Land of the Sky and Anchor Vanshin to achieve his goals. Both of them had their own schemes. Danzo even planned to save the day after Hiruzen was killed so he could gain support by the masses to become the next Hokage. Tsuyu was resting in an empty room, laying on an empty table while the medic nin gave some help for Tsuyu's recovery through their medical ninjutsu. The green light felt cool and soothing, kneading her fatigue and sore tissues. As her body recovers, she already felt the connection to the seal. That her chakra network was already connected deep to it, and it was as if the seal had a living pulse, and constantly calling her to use it, whispering temptations of power. Or maybe it was just her imagination from being too tired. After what felt like hours, Danzo and Orochimaru entered the room to check on her. Tsuyu sat up to pay respect to both of them with a slight bow. Orochimaru still believed Tsuyu was truly brainwashed because what 10-year-old child can become this respectful to Danzo out of all people, and even after showing her how he was blatantly working with a defector of the leaf. And it was Minato's and Kushina's child out of all people too, who had kindness in their heart. Orochimaru's scientific mind would believe more towards the 99% probability, and never it crossed his mind that Tsuyu belonged to the 1% that was born twisted based on pure chance without any external factor influencing her like himself since her birth. Orochimaru had adjusted the seal to elevate emotional respond whenever she used them. This would in turn slowly but surely resets the brainwashing and she would eventually come to realization how she was being used and controlled by Danzo, and the whole of Konoha had wronged her and her family. And then, when the time was ripe, Orochimaru would offer his hands towards her. You seems to have recovered well. You should have felt the connection to the seal. Orochimaru still wanted to see the result of the newly improved seal. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru licked his lips. Only his subordinates these days called him with honorifics. He already raised his evaluation towards Tsuyu a few points higher. His eyes didn't hide his greed anymore. You are ready to test her? Orochimaru darted his eyes to Danzo. Danzo understood the implication. Oni, Danzo called out to one of his root codenamed Oni who were a Jonin-level ninja. The bigger men in Oni-patterned mask stepped forward. Tsuyu get down the table and stretched her body a little. Taking a deep breath, she let her chakra flow into the core of the seal. SZZZ, SZZZ. With a sound of sizzled, the seal burned with red-orange glow. The markings start to spread into eye-like patterns, and along its path Tsuyu felt deep poking pain slithering along with it, but it was bearable. As she molded her chakra, she felt them underwent a drastic change, as if the seals reaching deep into her chakra network became a catalyst to mold it into a more potent, almost heavy, and madness-inducing chakra. She felt herself craving to release the power, to destroy, and let out this feeling of stuffiness. Ah, this feeling. Nah. Her heart pounding hard in her chest, it felt like adrenaline was rushing into her blood, the world around her as if slowed down and her body was filled with intense heat and surge of power, along with it, the pent-up feelings to unleash this overflowing chakra. An accidental smile from the overwhelming craving carved on her lips. Danzo felt a little disturbed even if he was already made aware of the acceptable side effects. But his worry dissipated as Tsuyu took a deep breath and controlled her expression to remain professional. HN, you could control the seal power well. Truly unprecedented. Orochimaru lusted after Tsuyu even more. He was certain Tsuyu's body could handle Senjutsu chakra fully in time. And taking her body meant he, too, would be able to use them. HN. Begin, Danzo muttered to begin the test. In the next second. Flash. Danzo's eye contracted, shocked at seeing the speed at which she moved almost increased by half a point. Oni managed to block Tsuyu's kick coming from the side with his hands, but the heavy kick felt like a crushing weight. Crack, crack, the pain drilled down to his very bones as it was cracked from the heavy impact, and the force sent him flying meters away before crashing onto the walls with a loud bang. Amazing. Danzo had to give it to Orochimaru. Even he felt tempted to have the seal for himself. But Orochimaru had mentioned even he couldn't use it due to his weak body. His old body wouldn't suit it either. Orochimaru licked his lips in amazement as well. The new curse mark with the addition of Geto statue cells exceeded his expectation. All his test subjects only improved a little. But for Tsuyu, it was as if the new seal fit her so perfectly it improved by half a point. Or by another whole multiplier. Orochimaru didn't know that Tsuyu hosting 9 tails and her chakra mixing with it meant the cursed seal was way more effective due to the inherent nature of Geto statue, the 10-tail husk cells. Danzo sent another 2 Jonin fodder to test Tsuyu. The 2 Jonin were handled easily through brute speed and power, even if Tsuyu's actual skill was more on the high Chunin. Tsuyu felt her senses were much keener, her reaction felt faster, as if her body and muscles contraction was faster than before, and this feeling of using the heavy chakra, it was almost addictive. It felt so good. As if the chakra was making her slightly deranged from the dopamine it gave her the more she used them. But she was aware and wouldn't fall to mere temptations and controlled herself. I am very satisfied. Danzo genuinely said to the snake. Even I was impressed. Both of them eyed Tsuyu like a treasure. Both wanted to harvest her, one with Koto Amatsukami, another taking over her body. Suddenly, Tsuyu felt pain all over her body. The markings flared up in red-orange glow abruptly as it receded automatically. Tsuyu felt the strength inside her left all of a sudden, causing her feet to wobble. She had to hold on to the walls as the seals disappeared. What's happening? Danzo frowned at this sudden deactivation. Her body still needs to get used to it. It was natural. In time, her body would adapt to the seal, also strengthening herself and allows her to use it for longer. I wouldn't recommend using them blindly early on, as you can see. Just as Orochimaru said that, Tsuyu collapsed to the ground, unable to move a single muscle. Danzo quickly ordered his men to check on Tsuyu. In her mind, Tsuyu felt like she was treated like a lab rat today. At least it was worth the power, probably. But she had this thought. Using Kyubi chakra already made corrupt her mind slightly. Now this seal even made her feel like good and wanting to destroy everything. Would she lose her mind if she used both? She didn't think so. She still felt she could handle it mentally speaking. And if worse comes to worse, just enjoy the feeling. Tsuyu had a small smile carved on her lips for a second, thinking there's nothing wrong with feeling hatred, madness, and even the enjoyment as long as she could properly think, never lose herself and still achieve her goals. Whether that's a sign of corruption, who knows? The cooperation marked its end as Orochimaru already fulfilled his promise. Danzo was looking forward to the next 3 months, when the Chunin exam this year would be held. And the time for Hiruzen would be over. Danzo took the initiative to layer an evil sealing method on top of Tsuyu's cursed seal, allowing her to activate and deactivate it on her whim and hiding it from everyone for the time being. Though it was more towards the deactivation aspect, as it seemed Tsuyu couldn't stop it on her own for now and the seal would overdraw too much from her body before she was able to use it fully. Tsuyu was carried on a Roots member back to Konoha and silently returned to her home to rest. Tsuyu sat on her bed, though relieved that the experiments were all over, she was still feeling all lethargic. She remembered she still had a clone outside and dispelled it, the memories come back flooding in. Why was she sitting on top of Kiba as he's doing push-up in the evening? Strengthening his core for his beast ninja art, 4-leg technique. Sounds reasonable, since the technique was the very basis of all of Kiba's derived technique. Tsuyu nodded at her clone's thought. And Kiba was very particularly spirited, it seemed, as Kiba was pushing up very slowly up and down. Though why was Naruto at the side keep looking at herself and Kiba and was laughing by himself? Naruto saw something naturally. Tsuyu's clone being on top never saw it, and that's for her own good. Chapter 50, The Best Day Ever. Tsuyu was still quite lethargic after a night rest, but otherwise she felt good enough to move around. As morning came, she moved out of her bed as usual, ready to cook breakfast as usual. But as she went out of the bedroom, she saw Naruto lounging in the kitchen already. It was weekend, wasn't it? Nisan, what's the matter? Tsuchan, well. Tsuyu can see Naruto was clearly restless with the way his body fidgeting and his hands behind his back as if hiding something. Oh, here. Naruto showed his hands, revealing a silver bracelet with a purple gemstone on it. Tsuyu was quite perplexed. It's for your birthday. We never celebrated. Huh, right, today is. Tsuyu truly didn't even remember. She's just agreeing. Now she realized what she missed, and what her brother missed too. Right. It was because no one cared to celebrate their birthday in the orphanage and sort of carried over, and Tsuyu herself was very tight on their budget and wouldn't want to waste money, so it just completely threw out of her mind. Naruto too never brought it up to her, so she didn't remember. You got this for me, huh? Tsuyu held the bracelet in her hand. Although the present itself wasn't something she would use, but she appreciated it. In a sense, family is the only relationship you have give and take based on care. Tsuyu came to accept and found fulfillment in this kind of relationship. Receiving the present meant something for her. Thank you, brother. It is beautiful and I appreciate it. Though, you should know I never wear such a thing, Tsuyu lightly said with a hint of a smile. Naruto scratched his cheek. Ino said it was trendy to Bayo. Not sure what it meant, but I thought you never wear anything like this because we were poor. Tsuyu let out a light chuckle, her eyes flickered with amusement. You think my image would fit in a dress and stuff like these? Naruto's mind instantly conjured the image of his little sister in a cute dress and wearing girl stuffs. It seemed so wrong. No. It's so weird to Bayo. Tsuyu let out a light laugh. I agree. I probably won't wear this. Oh. I should have gotten something different. Naruto scratched the back of his neck. He felt disappointed. But I suppose, since today is our birthday, I would wear it for the day. Tsuyu slid it onto her wrist. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise, warmth sprouted in his chest seeing her wear his present. While we are at it, let's celebrate properly. Naruto's eyes lit up and he nodded vigorously. Yosha. Let's buy a lot of food and cake. Tsuyu thought for a second. Let's invite our friends then. Naruto was stunned hearing Tsuyu's casual words. He never had ever thought of having a real birthday party with people and friends coming over. And he thought of just celebrating with his sister. What? I can see in your face you wanted to. Would they come? Naruto felt a little hesitant. It's as if he was asking for too much. I expect you would be more than excited to ask the whole village to come, Tsuyu said jokingly. Though she did not really understand Naruto's expression. She assumed Naruto would be more than happy to invite others. How, of course not the whole village. Our house won't fit to Bayo. But as Naruto thought about it, a part of him wondered if anyone would really come. Naruto had always felt lonely. But even he never came so low as to tell others his birthday unasked and ask them to celebrate with him. It felt too desperate and pitiful, even for Naruto. Tsuyu on the other hand didn't think much of the intricacy of Naruto's emotions. She simply summoned a few shadow clones and sent them on their way to each of their respective friends and classmates. Come on. We had a lot of things to buy and do. Wash your face. We are heading out. Naruto quickly nodded with a yes. He felt anticipation and almost anxiety. It's just, he never had celebrated a birthday properly. It was almost too good to be true. Naruto was a little out of his mind as he walked through the street of Konoha with his sister and their clones, going into grocery and other shops. Tsuyu turned to the clone holding stuffs like balloons and banners giving instruction. Then she turned to the clones holding groceries and ordered them to prep the ingredients. Just then Tsuyu happened to meet Hinata, who seemed to be rushing to the groceries too. Aya. Tsuyu, Naruto. Hinata. My shadow clone should have informed you. Are you coming? Oh, of course I am coming. Hinata managed to speak a little louder. Hinata. Naruto looked at her with shining eyes. Happy that Hinata would be coming. Hinata blushed red and squeaked, feeling Naruto's gaze. I am planning to bake a cake. She had wanted to make it more personally, especially for her closest friend and for the person she had liked. Ah. Then, how about we make them together? That would be more fun. Tsuyu was very casual, and she knew how to make it livelier. Wah. Yeah. Let's make a cake together, Hinata. Or 2 cakes. Naruto eagerly supported Tsuyu. Hinata was unable to refuse and just nodded, going back with the 2 to their home. Kiba also received the invitation and just as quickly headed straight to Naruto's place. He was really bored anyway. Ding dong. Kiba. You come too. Naruto felt happy. His eyes almost wet in tears. Yo. You never told me your birthday. And what's those white stuff on your face? Haha. We are making a cake. Kiba eventually joined the kitchen too. Thankfully Tsuyu and Naruto had already moved to a bigger place a month ago as they were well off now. Though. She looked at the 3 kids causing chaos. And why was the dog on the counter? The fur would get into the batter. Ahaha. Hinata look Naruto used the cream to make a fake goatee and a musto uche. PFF. She was holding back her laugh. Naruto mischievously took some of the cream and splatted it on Hinata's upper lips. Eek dash, Hinata face flushed red as she felt Naruto's finger. Ha. You have a mustache. Akamaru. Don't eat that. Wah. Kiba look at Akamaru's face. Ha ha ha. Akamaru's whole face was covered with batter, making him look too funny. Tsuyu shook her head, ignoring them while preparing real food. Uchiha compound. Tsuyu's clone looked at the desolate place. She haven't gone to here much ever since the massacre happened. Tsuyu reached Sasuke's home. But as she entered the front yard, she saw Sasuke was training on his own, using Uchiha's taijutsu against a wooden dummy. Thud, thud, thud. Sasuke's Sharingan activated as he moved swiftly, matching his reaction and his body movement to deliver blow after blow in short span of time. With a last kick, the wooden dummy splintered and fell down. Ha, ha. Sasuke wiped his sweat. Only then he realized Tsuyu was on front of his compound's gate. What are you doing here? Sasuke's tone was more of confusion. It's Naruto's and my birthday. We are having a party. You should join. I have to decline. I am busy. Sasuke's words were not rude since it was Tsuyu that invited her. He returned his focus to the wooden dummy, about to pick it up. Tsuyu thought for a second. Sasuke. Once you kill him, what would you do next? Tsuyu's asked $1 million question. What? Sasuke turned his attention to her. I ask again. Once you kill him, what would you do next? Sasuke felt irritated at the useless question. I don't know. It doesn't matter. He will have to die first. It does matter, Sasuke. Tsuyu didn't back down. You know nothing about me. Mind your own business. I have training to do. Sasuke's voice turned a little colder. I do know it was unhealthy for you to overexert yourself. Your body and mind need proper rest in between training. I am too weak. I can't rest until I could become strong. Sasuke said shakily. His body was hurting all over truthfully. Tsuyu homed. Sasuke. That person was a wanted man. And as an ANBU member myself, he too is a target of Konoha, and the day might come for one of us to receive a mission to hunt him. What I am saying is, you never had to do it alone, Sasuke. That person wasn't just your enemy, but the whole village's. Who knows? Perhaps you and me would team up together to kill him. It would be my duty to eliminate a traitor. Tsuyu said quite lightly. Sasuke felt his ears buzzing hearing those words. It's personal for me. I don't need anyone's help. And I rather take him down with my own hands. Sasuke said that, but his voice was weakening, and in his chest, the coldness that covered his being melted a little. Hearing someone actually supported his goal, and offering their help, Sasuke never felt this vulnerable ever since he lost his family. Each time he muttered the word of revenge, everyone only looked at him as if he was sick in the head, or Irika-sensei would tell him it would lead to no good. No one understood the pain of losing your whole family and clan overnight. And that too was done by your own brother that you had once admired and loved. So Tsuyu's word of support gave Sasuke a different feeling that was validating. Seeing Sasuke's face, she can see her words did shake him a little. Since you are keen in killing him, I could recommend you to the ANBU once you graduate. And we could make arrangements to hunt him down. You wouldn't exactly be able to enact your revenge as a regular shinobi, unless the Hokage assigned the task to you personally. You would. But why? Why are you trying to help me? I don't understand. Sasuke did felt moved that Tsuyu was paving a way for him, but he couldn't understand why would she do this. Nothing personal. I just want to make your path clearer. Besides, I prefer my subordinates and those I consider my comrades are on the right track. Seeing Sasuke's silence, Tsuyu continued. And I am inviting you to my party because you do need company. I know because my brother was a lonely person, much like you. I don't exactly do well enough for him, even if I tried my best, but I do know that strength also comes from having a support to rely on. You need people around you, Sasuke. Tsuyu spoke her honest thought. She had always had high expectation on herself, including to properly raise and guide Naruto as a member of a family unit. But she had accepted she did lack something and cannot give Naruto everything he needed. And she supposed, having a family made her realize in practice how a proper efficient society was built from a proper family and connections, and it meant a person was to be raised with guidance and had enough care for them to be mentally functioning. And clearly, Sasuke lacked that now. So in terms of what was right to make Sasuke become a successful member of Konoha in the future, he need those care too, and being isolated wouldn't help it. It might seem like Tsuyu had learned empathy, though it was similar but different. She never truly understood until she had her own family with Naruto. Seeing his growth, how his environment shaped his personality, and how Tsuyu witnessed Naruto's failures, pranking, causing trouble, lacking awareness, and his emotional instability due to the circumstances. The failure she saw in Naruto was corrected and set right with her presence and support. She helped him to move through everything. Even though she who couldn't truly understand depth of connections and emotions, she felt the sense of accomplishment of what she had gave as his sister and how Naruto ended up now with all her efforts. Perhaps it was far from perfect, but she understood the importance of care. In the past she did hate lazy people or society wastes that offer nothing. But once she saw in her own brother that he could have ended up as those wastes she hated made her truly understood on the wise from first-hand experience. Those wastes that couldn't contribute anything was never given proper guidance, and their parents, guardian, or system in place had failed them first, creating more failures. It was something she had overlooked in her past life. She admitted her misjudgment on the real problem, and she should rather hate those failures of a parent and the flawed system instead of the individuals that was brought by those flaws in the first place. So she had the whim to reach out to Sasuke. Just because it was the right thing to do and she could prevent a set of failures from her own comrade, just as she had tried her best for Naruto. Sasuke felt his coldness loosening. Just come. Fine. Sasuke finally unable to refuse Tsuyu's insistence anymore. But as Sasuke walked with Tsuyu, he suddenly asked. When you said Naruto was a lonely person, why? Sasuke did see Naruto was lonely, but that's also why he hated Naruto inside for not even appreciating what he had. I would say it was because I couldn't provide everything he needed. I am a little different, you see. I don't feel the same as most people do. Tsuyu confessed without much thought. Sasuke frowned. Even I couldn't describe what I lack. For me it was a matter of result. What I do for Naruto, it was all for him to be able to reach his full potential. It was my responsibility and duty as his sister. I would say, the word love never suited me. Perhaps that would be understandable. Duty. Sasuke felt like he started to understand the complexity of the siblings. Sasuke being raised in the Uchiha clan and how clans always place importance of bloodline and duty first while love second, he can somewhat get it. So it was out of duty. Sasuke muttered to himself, processing the revelation. His bitterness towards feeling dissipated in the moment, and more towards understanding now. But still, he still felt that Naruto was lucky to still have a family at all, even if there was something missing. Sasuke on the other hand had nothing entirely, he thought to himself. The two reached the Uzumaki's home. As the door was opened, Sasuke saw so many people inside. Naruto, Kiba, Hinata, Lee, Sakura, Ino, came right after knowing Sasuke would be coming. Choji wanted free food and dragged the lazy guy, and Shikamaru. The only person he didn't know was the girl Tenten who was his senior he never interacted with. Sakura saw Sasuke and immediately went to fetch him. Sasuke-kun. Come in. We are playing a game. Let's play together. Ino also went to drag Sasuke. Why did I agree? Sasuke reluctantly joined. Naruto noticed Sasuke and crossed his arms. Hey, guess you feel missing out on my great party. Hee hee. Naruto's word managed to trigger him as usual. Shut up, Dobe. It's your sister dragging me here, Sasuke huffed as he was forced to join the games. Yosha. Sasuke, I will beat you in cards. Just you watch. Tsuyu looked incredulously at the group playing card games. Hinata with her Byakugan open, though she quickly fainted and was carried to Tsuyu's bedroom to rest after her eyes darted to Naruto's cards. Ino possessing Sakura to see the cards on her hands. Sasuke with his Sharingan memorizing the cards already taken out. It all started with Naruto using a shadow clone to sneak behind Sasuke to see his and dispel the clone so the memories come back. This is unfair. Why is everyone targeting me? Naruto whined as he kept losing. Oi. Can we play properly? This is no fun. Kiba complained. I have to agree, Lee concurred. What a drag. Choji didn't join and instead was focused more on the snacks all around. Tsuyu just shook her head, these kids are amusing. The day was really fun for Naruto, and Tsuyu can see at least Sasuke tried to interact with them. Though mostly it was Naruto, Sakura, and Ino interacting with him. As the group settled down and feasted and chat all around. Naruto felt like it was the best day ever, with so many people in his house. But as he laughed at Kiba's teasing on Choji, his eyes noticed Sasuke that was just standing there at the corner, looking out the window. Naruto's focus turned to Sasuke, looking at his figure. He looked lonely. Naruto felt a tugging in his heart, making him want to go to him. Naruto had always noticed this, but, due to their differences, they weren't able to be proper friends. But this time, Sasuke looked even lonelier. Naruto cannot help but move on his own. He quickly left the group chatting before going to Sasuke. He took the cupcake with stupid Sasuke's face design first just to tease him. Sasuke. Look at your face. I made this databao. Hee hee. Sasuke turned to look at Naruto in annoyance and huffed. You really have nothing better to draw. You liked my face that much? He asked mockingly. What? I don't. Who would like your face? You are ugly. Naruto said in embarrassment. Sasuke let out a smirk seeing how Naruto couldn't make a proper comeback. Just taste it. Humph. Naruto handed the cupcake to Sasuke. Huh. Sasuke felt a little confused, but still, he took it from Naruto's hand. He bit into it, finding them too sweet. He never liked sweet things. but... His eyes looked at Naruto, who were now just standing there eating his own cupcake next to him. Thanks. Sasuke muttered the word softly, turning his face away in embarrassment. Why did I thank him? Huh. Naruto was shocked, but his heart felt a sense of warmth inside. He stuttered inside and didn't know how to respond and end up being silent. Sasuke wasn't bad at all, he thought. The two just stood there, gazing out the window with cupcakes in hand. At this point, the two were starting to open up to each other. By the way, I learned a new technique and will beat you this time. Naruto didn't know how to talk to Sasuke much, but their rivalry was what could connect them. Tsuyu noticed the two and had a light smile. It seems the two could become proper friends now. Sasuke dismissed Naruto lightly as usual, as he too, like Naruto, didn't really know how to talk nicely to him. It felt bizarre otherwise. But amidst their banter, he felt a bond with him that wasn't there before, that he had opened up slightly for a friendship. This dope was really annoying. He thought, but more on a light-hearted tone in his heart.